Chapter 381. Bell-sounding teeth. When you knock your teeth, there will be a strange bell sound, which seems to be the aftermath of a secret sound you heard before you died, causing a change. There is a storage space inside, which needs to be implanted in the tooth socket, and the blood of the tooth is used to extract the object, and the same is true for storing objects. After checking the information, Keeman felt annoyed. This thing is not something he can use. It needs to be implanted in the tooth socket, and the blood is used to extract the object. In other words, the tooth must be transplanted to a trusted investigator to take out the contents inside. However, implanting a tooth is very dangerous. This tooth has a secret sound, and the implanter will definitely be mentally polluted by it. Keeman walked out of the door, and saw the S-level members such as the Flaming Man coming over, and immediately handed the tooth to them. Everyone took the tooth and stared at it for a few seconds, then raised their eyebrows slightly, feeling the evil power contained in the tooth itself, and immediately handed it to the next person to look at. After every S-level boss present had made contact, Keeman said, "There is a door inside. I suspect that the door may lead to his base camp or another place. We need to open the tooth. Do you need any help to open the tooth? It needs to be implanted in the tooth socket, and the object needs to be extracted with blood," Keeman said directly without any processing. Everyone's face changed slightly after hearing this. This thing is very dangerous. Implanting in the tooth socket will inevitably affect our people. The bandaged man crossed his arms. He didn't quite agree, but such a risk was worth taking. He just needed to find a dead man in the bureau. Keeman returned to the interrogation room and saw shadow creatures running around the room, seemingly getting familiar with their new bodies. Keeman said to the microphone, "I have pulled out your tooth. There is a door inside. Do you know where it leads to?" Jia Yuchuan stopped suddenly, very surprised. "You are still alive? Shouldn't I be alive?" Jia Yuchuan thought about it, and sneered again. "You don't know how to take things, forget it. You can't afford the price. Isn't it just a tooth transplant? I can dedicate my life to eradicating evil organizations." An investigator stood up and said righteously, "At present, the Bureau has begun to judge that there is an evil organization behind Jia Yuchuan. The Crocodile Island people, plus the shuttle characteristics of the door, are more than enough to establish an illegal organization with this as the core." "Kill me!" Jia Yuchuan still didn't plan to say anything very tough. Kumeng took out the tragic script, entered the interrogation room, and once again caught it in the sea of question script, letting it brush the script. He found that the other party was very afraid of the sea of question script. It was reasonable to not do the questions, just stay in it until the end of 24 hours. But the other party did not do that. Maybe the indescribable questions drove him to keep doing questions. "There is no need for our people to do transplants." Kumeng shook his head. "Then what do you think we should do?" Kumong and several S-level bosses whispered, "It can be transplanted to the teeth of mutated beasts." The big-faced cat only said the alveolar socket, not that it must be human. As long as it is intelligent, it will be fine. There should be many smart beasts in our investigation bureau. Yes, this method is good," the angry man said with bright eyes. If possible, no one wants their compatriots to sacrifice themselves to do this. After Keeman's plan was issued, the investigation bureau worked at high speed. In the local area of Whale City, a small beast for the experiment was immediately found and sent to Keeman. There was also an investigator who had worked as a dentist with them. Keeman still didn't rest, wanting to know the result. The dentist also wanted to finish quickly, so he worked as roughly as possible to compress the time. The little beast had been given a local anesthetic, and his mouth was numb. He didn't know what was going on. In less than 30 seconds, a big tooth was pulled out with great force. Normal tooth extraction requires dentists to knock and move the tooth in various ways to loosen it. But here, just use great force to pull it out, and items that increase strength are very common. Then, the dentist clamped the big tooth. At this time, Keeman had taken out the sound-absorbing sponge, which can absorb those sounds. Even if it is not the sound of the sponge, as long as the sound is generated within its range, it will be absorbed. The doctor clamped the tooth without pressure and inserted it directly into the empty tooth socket of the little beast. A lot of blood flowed out, and the little beast opened his mouth wide, as if he was screaming, but he had no sound. After the anesthetic, it is not completely painless. The little beast felt that there was a nail in the corner of the tooth, deeply piercing into the gums. That unknown thing took root in the gums and grew wildly. The pain hit my heart, and there was a strange feeling in my mind. A strange image of a strange thing that I couldn't see clearly flashed in my mind. At this time, the dentist took out the hypnotic ball. Keeman asked the staff to take the sound-absorbing sponge to a distance of 50 meters, which was the radius of the sound-absorbing sponge. When the sound returned, the dentist shook the hypnotic ball and murmured, "Take out the door." The little beast obeyed and took out the door. However, because of this operation, hundreds of milliliters of its blood were sucked out. It's not a blood cow. If you use this thing, you will be sucked dry sooner or later. An inspiration suddenly flashed through Keeman. Can this tooth be used for vampires? Keeman asked. Regarding vampires, the research of the people in the Bureau has always come from the gargoyle mask given by Keeman, which is a thing that can turn people into vampires. Vampires like to suck blood. Besides, they are not without blood. When the skin is cut, there is still blood. The dentist couldn't answer it either. This was not within his knowledge. Keeman didn't want to think about it for the time being, and looked at the door taken out of the tooth. This door was not a red wooden door, but a steel door painted with silver. Keeman didn't touch the door, but asked the dentist to retreat. Then Keeman put it inside with a storage scarf, moved it to a secret room without surveillance, and then moved out the silver-painted steel door. Outside the secret room, the bandaged man, the director, Director Lay, and others knocked on the door and wanted to go in and see the door. Keeman opened the door and let them in. These people all had the first-level viewing authority, so there was no possibility of leaking secrets. The big-faced cat made a brilliant appearance, as if he had stopped thinking. Everyone stared for 15 seconds, and the information of various storage props entered their minds. The storage props came from each companion. Everyone ignored the information of the storage props, and directly read the information of the new door. This is a movable steel door that can be pushed open. The door can be removed. When needed, the door can be placed on a wall. Open the door, and it can lead to an unknown area. The information is relatively brief, and it is still unknown where it leads. This door is different from the infinite gate. As long as it is a special item, it is normal to have differences. Do you want to open the door? It seems that we can push the door without Keeman. Just install it on the wall. At this time, everyone began to struggle again. There will be something behind this silver steel door. Jia Yuchuan was thrown out of the script. When Kuming used his scarf to shoot out the silver door and instantly put it back into the scarf, Jia Yuchuan, who was a shadow, once again let out a hamster-like scream. Chapter 382. You can't open it, you can't open it, don't open it. As long as you don't open the door, everything will be fine. Jia Yuchuan went crazy, his emotions were turbulent, the door was what he cared about most, as if opening the door would cause something terrible to happen. What will come out after opening it? Kuming asked. Jia Yuchuan's shadow held his head and said madly, I will die, I can't let outsiders open the door, I will be executed by them. Jia Yuchuan ran around everywhere, and didn't think of living in Kuming's shadow. The main reason was that he didn't know how to invade other people's shadows. Don't look at the shadow members invading other people's shadows. They did it smoothly. That was a professionally trained shadow, and Jia Yuchuan didn't know the tricks at all. Shi Lao sneered, You were caught by us, and the organization behind you will never let you go. Shi Lao was trying to trick him to see if the other party had an organization. Don't open the door. As long as you don't open the door, they won't know I've been arrested, so they won't blame me. Jia Yuchuan was still shouting wildly. His ideology was very intense and unstable. Everyone felt that Jia Yuchuan was on the verge of madness. If everyone pushed the door in front of him, he might really go crazy. At the same time, because the other party's emotions were gradually going crazy, the inexplicable pressure on the shadow quietly emerged, bringing pressure to everyone's heart. Kuming's heart beat slightly. This guy's soul is really not simple. Once he is driven crazy, the power in his body may completely run away and become a huge source of mental pollution. Is the person who punished you a shadow streamer? As far as I know, the shadow stream can penetrate everything. No! He shouted excitedly, his emotions fluctuating more and more intensely, as if he remembered something terrible. Keeman made a pause gesture. Don't provoke him. Let him be quiet for a while. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they left the door. Keeman grabbed the shadow with his shadow-grabbing hand, and put it into the forbidden wine jar to seal his mobility. Keeman went out and looked at everyone. There is indeed an organization behind him. It shouldn't be the shadow organization, but the thing behind the door makes him so nervous. We really need to open the door and take a look, the bandaged man said. The bandaged man has the characteristic of zero presence. As long as the bandages are untied, no one will remember him. The more bandages are untied, the stronger the zero presence. Everyone discussed quickly for a while, and decided to open the door. The infinite gate has been seen, So what if we look at another door, so as not to go back to sleep at night? Keeman also agreed to open the door, otherwise he would not be able to sleep if he went home to rest. Let's see what's behind the door. We won't explore all day, nor will we go too far. We can explore for an hour at most and come back. Sure, Lau suggested. 1 hour is enough for them to find out some small clues. Keeman didn't use dream synesthesia, because there was a blue star filter membrane. It was difficult for him to synesthesia through a layer of mother star membrane in places he had never been to. After a while, everyone chose a mud wall in the wild, and all the idle people around were driven out by them, leaving no one behind. Keeman held the giant glove and moved the silver steel door. One person took out a laser pen and cut the mud wall in the form of laser, quickly, cleanly and neatly, drawing completely according to the original 1:1 ratio. The glutinous rice balls rolled over and pushed the cut mud wall open, leaving a huge door hole. Keeman installed the silver door, and it just closed. At this time, the silver steel door suddenly hummed. A heavy breath came over, and the door seemed to have extraordinary power, and a strange sound rang out. It was not the kind of evil sound, but something indescribable, which made people feel their heads swollen. People stood in front of the door, and felt inexplicably small. Taking a step forward, they were closer to the silver door, and everyone felt stronger and felt that they were very small. However, the protagonist who opened the door today was not them, but the bandaged man with zero sense of existence. The bandaged man untied the bandage. In terms of sense of existence, he must have the lowest, and others were just affected after all. When encountering powerful things, outsiders may be discovered, but the bandaged man is difficult to be discovered. He has not yet encountered something that can break his sense of existence. Use a note to remind yourself not to go behind the door. Wait for me to come back. A few dozen seconds is enough. The bandaged man said, and at the same time helped everyone take out small notes and pens. He prepared these things in advance. Rustle. The sound of writing sounded in front of the door. Keeman wrote a note and told himself not to open the door or enter the door, and wait for 60 seconds. Since it was written by himself and not forced to write, Keeman chose to believe himself. At this time, the bandaged man had untied his arms and legs and gently pushed open the silver door. No one noticed. When the palm of his hand pushed the door, the bandaged man had already affected the sense of existence of the door itself. However, this door seemed a little different. It always exuded a vast breath, as if it was full of knowledge. As long as the door was opened, you can learn those things. The powerful aura was faintly fighting against the zero sense of existence. How can the light of knowledge be covered by zero sense of existence? The bandaged man's face changed slightly, and he noticed the resistance of the door itself. However, the most important thing is to take a look inside, and the door will be discussed later. He took a step inside, and the scene he saw also changed. In front of him was a staircase going up. The higher the staircase went, the more doors there were. The staircase was located in infinite darkness, and there were twinkling stars in the darkness, which reminded him of the universe. Each star was emitting heavy light, and the light seemed to carry infinite knowledge. These lights were not aimed at him, but he saw the light. He passively accepted those lights, and many things emerged in his mind. The bandaged man screamed, and the sound of small jade pendants that increased mental resistance shattered came to his ears, like firecrackers, and then stopped quickly. All kinds of things were running around in his mind. Whether it was a useful idea or a useless garbage idea, all of them exploded in his mind. The bandaged man's spirituality suddenly rose. Was it because of his knowledge or some other reason? His mind was in a mess, but his deepest thought had not changed, which was to protect Koi Island. This door cannot be opened. His thoughts were like a sword, cutting through those chaotic and uncontrollable thoughts with one sword. Cutting the Gordian knot, he ordered his nerves to close the door. Click. The silver steel door closed. However, the extremely active thoughts were something he could not cut off. They were reborn with the spring breeze, and became more and more intense. He fell sideways in front of the door, with veins protruding on his forehead. He had no time to explain anything or to roll back the bandages. The self-protection mechanism of his brain took effect and made him faint. When the body cannot bear it, the brain may faint, or even have selective amnesia to get through the difficulties. Keeman looked at the note and pondered for a long time. 60 seconds are up, Keeman murmured. Keeman put away the note and looked around. His companions were all there, and a strange silver door in front of him was tightly closed. However, he felt it, and from the information revealed by the silver door itself, it seemed that something was trying to hide the existence of the door. Who was that person? Chapter 383. The silver door showed a sense of contradiction. Something was affecting it. This created a very strange visual picture. The silver door half appeared and half disappeared in front of Keeman. Keeman sometimes remembered it, and sometimes forgot that there was a door in front of him, and he felt confused. His companions also felt confused. Once the door disappeared, they would forget such things. Keeman was very spiritual, and he felt strange after doing it more and more times. However, pushing the door was the most important task. Keeman walked forward and was about to walk to the silver door, and his palm was about to touch the silver door. 50 centimeters, 40 centimeters, 30 centimeters. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "There is something strange about this door. Let's step back and discuss it," said Shi Lao. Shi Lao's spirituality was high, and the side effects of using the Mother of Teleportation stone were still affecting him. He seemed to have felt more in-depth information. Keeman and others listened to Shi Lao's words, and stepped back 100 meters to discuss pushing the door. Someone pushed the door. I could feel it being pushed, but I don't know why. That person seemed to want to hide the door, and didn't want us to know. Shi Lao frowned and expressed his feelings. In terms of the size of his spirituality, Shi Lao's spiritual activity is higher than Kumeng's. Kumeng looked back over there, and it was empty. He didn't see the door, but only a wall with a square hole punched out. After a few seconds, he saw the silver door installed on the wall again, and there was no sense of disobedience. Everyone didn't remember who opened the door. Who was that person? Kumeng couldn't remember it either, and he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. It seemed that that person didn't exist in the world, and he was just Kumeng's fantasy, a non-existent person. The state of the door is very wrong. It is not so stable. I suggest asking the madman again, but that person is going crazy, and it is very dangerous to go crazy. Let's decide together, Shi Lao suggested. The guy sealed in the Keeman wine jar is the owner of the door, and he knows a lot about the door. It's just that the other party's mental state is really confusing. Once he goes crazy, he is very likely to become a super mental pollution source, at least a pollution source that radiates a city. Keeman has never felt this kind of danger, but this is a warning from his own spirituality. Look at the state first. If it is stable, ask. If it is not stable, don't ask. Everyone agreed to ask, but they also need to look at the state before asking, and don't ask if the state is not right. It's better to drag it out than to blow it up. How many meters are cleared here? Keeman asked. At least clear a kilometer radius, Shi Lao said. Not enough. Add another kilometer radius to clear the field, Keeman said. Okay. The order was quickly issued, asking the nearby clearing personnel to clear the field quickly. Keeman took out the forbidden wine jar, which conceals small objects and theoretically stopped the opponent's time. Keeman was waiting for the scene to be cleared. In case Shadow had mental problems after leaving the jar, it would also be a guarantee for normal people around. The place they chose was a deserted suburb with no buildings, just in case they could drive out the people who accidentally broke in. The scene has been cleared. Shi Lao's phone rang, and the voice of his superior came. Keeman grabbed Shadow's hand and dragged Jia Yuchuan out. Jia Yuchuan did not change his crazy temperament at all. Instead, he turned his head and saw Min, and made a hamster-like cry again. Keeman grabbed Shadow's hand and stuffed him back. No, he's even more excited. Keeman shook his head. Everyone was confused and hesitant. Before the door was opened, everyone was looking at the note. At that time, the silver door was not in such a strange state. Now the silver door is half hidden and half visible, very unreliable, as if it is about to explode. Note! What's wrong with our note? Keeman looked up suddenly, and noticed something unusual. It has been dozens of minutes. Why did he think of the abnormality of the note now? Keeman remembered very clearly that he did not have the habit of writing a note to warn himself not to open the door, but such a thing really happened, and every companion wrote a note. I don't remember it either, but I'm sure I voluntarily wrote a note to remind myself. Shi Lao took out his note, and took a look. Keeman also took out his note. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone handed in their notes, and put them on the ground, allowing everyone to observe and find the differences. Each person's handwriting is different, not from the same person. However, Keeman felt that there were some strange blank areas in these notes, and the words were not aligned. Wait, I do a round of dream synesthesia, Keeman said. Well, it's okay. Keeman fell asleep. Actually, he was a little sleepy. He fell asleep very quickly, and entered the dream in an instant. He synesthetized the notes he wrote, and the silver door in turn. The fog broke, and Keeman saw the picture of the confidential quality level. On the note, it was written, wait 60 seconds and don't go in. If Shijun doesn't come back, don't open the door. However, Keeman clearly remembered that there was no if Shijun doesn't come back, don't open the door in reality. At this time, the silver door also saw it. It was full of the charm of knowledge, attracting Keeman to open it, as if opening it would allow him to learn more knowledge. There was a blurry person in front of the silver door. Keeman couldn't see through it, but looking at the man's body with the bandages removed, Keeman could feel that he was an acquaintance. Who was it? Keeman couldn't remember it clearly, but as he stared longer, Keeman suddenly had an idea and combined the name of Shijun recorded on the note with the fallen figure in front of the silver door. It was Shijun, the bandaged man, an S-level member of the Investigation Bureau. Keeman remembered it, all of it. Keeman immediately looked at himself and forced himself to wake up. However, after waking up, the memory in his mind was forcefully erased again. Keeman opened his eyes in confusion, and everyone gathered around him. How is it? Did you see anything? It seems. I forgot. Keeman's face changed slightly. How could he forget? Unless, this is knowledge that only evil gods can know. After returning to reality, as a mortal, he cannot know. What should I do then? Sure Lao couldn't make up his mind. Is the door still open, or not? Not open for now, but I want to touch the door, and further communicate. Kumeng stood up, and didn't give up. The main reason is that he didn't want to have too many dreams at night. And this door didn't give him a sense of extreme danger, just weird. I just touched the door and feel it, Kumeng said. The crowd discussed it for a few times, and felt that there was a risk, but just touching the door should be fine. Sure Lao held one of Kumeng's arms, ready to teleport away at any time. Kumeng walked forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, getting closer and closer to the silver door. The closer the distance, the faster the desire for knowledge deepened, as if the knowledge of destroying the world was hidden behind the door. Resistance plus 0.1. The twisted desire also belongs to mental interference, and the resistance power surges, and continues to refresh the screen. Even if Keeman didn't push the door, he would still make a profit, which gave Keeman more motivation to touch the door. However, when he touched the door, Keeman's foot seemed to kick something soft, not the texture of a steel door, but rather like a kick to a person's waist. Chapter 384. Looking down, I saw a stranger lying on the ground. The bandages on his arms and legs had been removed, but the bandages on his torso were not removed. He was lying in front of the door. If I hadn't taken a step forward, I wouldn't have kicked him. Looking at him, Kumeng's resistance surged, as if he remembered something. What are you looking at? Sure Lao dragged Kumeng's hand and dragged him back. His feet left the bandaged man, but the man did not disappear. Kumeng remembered something. Memories slowly came up. I remembered it. Kumeng remembered it. It's Shijun, hurry up, he's in danger. The bandaged man opened his eyes, coughed, and slowly got up. A group of people rushed up and asked with concern, Is Shijun okay? What's over the door? I saw that your jade pendant is all broken. However, the bandaged man looked confused and looked at everyone. Who are you? As soon as these words came out, everyone suffocated and no one spoke. There was nothing wrong with his body. It was better to say that he was healthier than before. It was just this opening remark that scared everyone. Amnesia? Keeman suddenly thought of this term. The atmosphere was silent for a full 10 seconds. The bandaged man had lost his memory, but his basic language function was still there. He stood up straight and looked around, as if looking for someone he knew. Who are you? Why don't you talk? However, no one was known to him. You guys, you don't want to kidnap me, do you? The bandaged man frowned, but then he shook his head. No, you are not kidnappers. Keeman sighed. 10 seconds. The spirituality is enough to feel the mental state of the bandaged man. Shijun's mental state is very stable, even terribly stable, without any abnormal fluctuations. And the spiritual perception of the bandaged man also maintains a very high level, and it seems that it is not damaged. How does the spirituality feel? It's just like telepathy. If he says it's high, it's high. Kumeng feels so. I want to call the police, don't block me. The bandaged man shouted, trying to push the crowd away and leave here. You can go, but there is something in my bureau. I will temporarily detain it. You can't take it back before you recover your memory. After the flaming man said this, he quickly grabbed a bracelet on the bandaged man's body, which was a storage item. Why, it's mine. The bandaged man grabbed the bracelet. However, the flaming man would not let the other party take it away, and the zero-level item was still inside. Any zero-level item cannot be placed on a person with amnesia. If it is leaked abroad, no one in the Investigation Bureau can bear the responsibility. The other investigators also knew the seriousness of the incident. The zero-level items could not be lost. They immediately took out their special items and showed their power. In a few seconds, they took away the bracelet. Everyone, just watch here. This item will be placed here. I will not take any of it. I will wait for the general administration to send someone to take it back. The man with a flaming face said. He knew the horror of the zero-level items. Once they were taken out, everyone would become people with zero sense of existence. If they lost their memories, no one would remember them. Everyone did not have bandages, so it was impossible for them to be discovered like the bandaged man who was kicked by Keyman. The things in here cannot be touched. Once we see our appearance, we will disappear. No matter how many people we kill, no matter who kicks us, no one will know of our existence. The flaming man once again reminded the bandaged man of the danger of the storage items. This is a super bomb. The flaming man didn't want to touch the bracelet at all, but as an S-level member, he had to take responsibility and not let the items inside leak out. Yes. Everyone responded. The bandaged man didn't agree, and he was still shouting, "That's my stuff, give it back to me." Sure, June had a feeling that there was something very important inside, which couldn't be known to others, and couldn't be taken out. Once it was taken out, everyone was finished. Although the flaming man explained the danger of the bracelet, Sure June felt that such things were too dangerous, and couldn't let them be in danger. You go back to the Koi General Administration to rest. We won't abandon you until you recover your memory. Sure Lao sighed. He was heartbroken to lose a general. Fortunately, it wasn't a lifeline, and there was still a chance to save it. The bandaged man didn't understand, and was still arguing. Kumeng knocked the bandaged man unconscious with a knife. I suggest treating the dream pillow. Keyman hadn't thought of a good solution yet. Yes. Everyone waited there. The angry man contacted the headquarters directly, and Keyman turned around to look at the door again. The silver door was finally no longer looming. It stood there very clearly, exuding a heavy atmosphere, attracting Keyman to open it. In his heart, there was a voice driving him. There was countless knowledge hidden inside, the knowledge of evil gods, the knowledge of games, the scientific knowledge of Orange Star, the knowledge of special items, endless. As long as he wanted to know, he could learn it by pushing the door. Kumeng didn't believe it, and rejected the absurd request from his heart. He knew that it was the temptation of the door, and he couldn't believe it. This door won't be open for the time being. Keyman was awed, and after repeated consideration, he gave up the idea of opening the door. When the bandaged man opened the door, he was carrying several items that increased his mental resistance. But all those items were broken, and the bandaged man ended up with amnesia. If he hadn't been kicked by Keyman, he might have been lying there for a long time. Keyman withdrew, and the door was taken back by the investigator. The general administration knew that the bandaged man had lost his memory, and immediately designated the angry man, Sure Lao, and another S-level boss to take the bandaged man and his storage props back to the general administration. The general administration did not send anyone, because there were already many S-level members around Keyman, and the general administration believed that they could bring the things and people back. The silver door was directly sealed by the Investigation Bureau, and prepared to be taken back to the general administration for further research. Keyman finished his work, and went home to rest. Before going to bed, Keyman took out a small notebook and made a memo. He had never experienced someone around him losing their memory. Today was the first time, but it left a very deep impression on him. He had to write something down and leave their traces. Can this notebook resist that kind of power? Keyman touched the notebook, lost in thought. This notebook exuded a terrifying aura, as if every word in it was a terrifying magic spell with the power to destroy the blue planet. However, its mysterious aura came from something called honey juice. Keyman still had a lot of honey juice in stock, but he hadn't used it recently, and put it in the storage scarf. Russell. Keyman recorded a few lines. There is a mysterious organization behind the door, temporarily called the Door Organization, which seems to be related to knowledge. Keyman thought of the T-High script in the tragic script, which was a scene Keyman referenced from Mrs. Chen's youth. The man who was not afraid of interrogation seemed to be very scared when he met the T-High script. Now the man is still in Keyman's custody. The Bureau believes in Keyman's character and asks him to temporarily prohibit the movement of the wine jar and seal the man. Keyman has the shadow catch hand, and is indeed the best choice to guard the shadow creatures. Keyman now thinks of the reference object of the script of the title C, and vaguely feels that the two may be related. Chapter 385. The function of the tragic script is to temporarily seal and trap people with the power of rules. When Keyman designed the trapping rule, he did not think much about it. He directly referred to the scene when Mrs. Chen was young and designed a sea of questions. After finishing all the questions, you can jump out of the script, or wait for 24 hours in the script to automatically release it. Is that scene real? Kaming realized that what happened 15 years ago was not Mrs. Chen's imagination. It might be a real thing. This tragic script has a side effect. What happened in the script may happen in reality. If the things in the script happen in a corner of the world, it happened 15 years ago. Kaming couldn't help but think of the time paradox. Too ridiculous. Keeman shook his head and didn't think the time paradox existed. Keeman thought about it and took out Jia Yuchuan again. I still don't know the other party's name, but the other party's mental state is really bad. The crazy emotions are as turbulent as the ocean. It only takes one step to completely throw away reason. Calm down, calm down. Kaming took out Jia Yuchuan from the wine jar and persuaded him, hurriedly. Tang Yuan and Shirley on the side showed nervous expressions. The emotions of this thing were really exaggerated, like a bomb about to explode. Bai Shatang just came out to take a breath, and saw an evil god about to self-destruct and reveal his true evil god appearance. He was so scared that he died directly, his eyes rolled up, his legs straightened, and he fell straight to the ground, dropping a pile of sand. The sand saltworms in the gaps between Bai Shatang's feathers were also trembling, and they didn't even dare to run out to eat sand. In front of the terrifying power, weak creatures don't have the courage to come out. There was no one around, only Keeman and his pet. Jia Yuchuan's will was a little calmer, not so violent. What's your name? Jia Yuchuan. Keeman nodded, very good, being able to communicate proved that there was hope for dialogue. You open the door. Jia Yuchuan said coldly. The violent emotions suddenly surged up. Keeman's palm was bluffing, ready to grab Jia Yuchuan's shadow and force the wine jar to prevent it from becoming a large source of pollution. Jia Yuchuan knew what Keeman was thinking, and he could tell roughly by looking at his palm gestures. What's your name? Jia Yuchuan asked suddenly. Keeman seemed very surprised. Don't you go online? In Keeman's mind, as long as you browse the information online, you will definitely know his personal information. Keeman, one of the special popular science personnel of the Investigation Bureau. Are you famous on the internet? Jia Yuchuan's words revealed a piece of information. He was not an old monster who didn't go online. He knew there was an internet, but he might not have been online recently. It's okay for now. Kaming didn't dare to say that he was also famous abroad, but he was indeed a celebrity in Koi Island. What will you see after opening the door? What effect will it have on people? Kaming asked twice, while tightening the muscles in his palms to maintain the fastest reaction speed. This question will definitely touch the opponent's weakness. However, Jia Yuchuan's emotions did not rise as imagined. His emotions suddenly slowly dropped and calmed down until it was as still as a well, and it was terrifyingly quiet. You open the door, so there is no need for me to live. Jia Yuchuan said this sentence, full of death. Life is beautiful, there is no need to die. I can help you transplant to another body, and you can survive in another body. As long as you have the belief to fight against the door organization, you can live again. Keeman is trying to trick him by calling him Men Organization to see if he will react to the word Men Organization. Do you think Men Organization is Shadow Stream? It's ridiculous that they can't recognize me if I change my body. Knowledge is the mark of our disciples. As long as the knowledge is there, they can recognize me. The human body has its limits. They once advised me like this, and now I believe it. Jia Yuchuan's emotions have become extremely cold, like the calm before the storm, which makes people feel scared. What do you want to say? Keeman's spirituality suddenly alerted that the other parties seem to be different. I'm not a human anymore. Shadow, Jia Yuchuan shouted. I'm not had just fallen. Keeman didn't wait for him to finish his words honestly. He quickly closed his palms, grabbed the shadow, and threw it at the forbidden wine jar. A violent emotional fluctuation suddenly appeared, which was the emotion of liberating oneself and releasing the devil in the heart. It takes time for emotions to explode to complete madness. In this moment of time, Kaming just stuffed it into the forbidden wine jar. It seems to be forbidden to move, but the actual function of the wine jar is that the things inside it even stop time. Jia Yuchuan's declaration of not being a human being was just stuck in the middle. Kaming had a hunch that if he was released next time, he would definitely be a huge source of mental pollution, radiating at least one city, or more than a dozen cities. His soul is too dirty and too huge, and it is a disaster that ordinary people cannot bear. It's a pity that he is not a human being anymore, but I have also found out a lot of information, which is a little bit of a return. Kaming murmured, and by the way, he wrote down the 3 words of the sect organization and marked the title of disciple. Disciples are the name of members of the Gate organization. In addition, there is other knowledge. Disciples use knowledge to identify each other, but the identification method is unclear, how to define the characteristics of each other's knowledge. While recording these things, Keeman sent the information he got to the people in the general administration. The Gate organization is very strong. Keeman has been in the bureau for so many months, but he has never seen the files about the Gate organization. People in the bureau don't know about the Gate organization. It is so hidden that even the Shadow organization is not as hidden as it. How did it do it? Keeman doesn't know how strong the Gate organization is for the time being, so he will send it to the Koi Island Investigation Bureau first to see how the higher-ups deal with it. A powerful organization from Blue Star. Even if the bureau doesn't know, there may be clues. After Kumeng sent the message, 1 minute later, Shi Lao from the general administration immediately replied, "Amen, this information is very important. Can you call Zhai Yuchuan out again? This is the first time we know about the Min organization. Some historical cases may be related to the Min organization. We need to confirm with him. He has gone crazy." After I asked the last question, he blew himself up after answering. I sealed him in the wine jar in advance. He is temporarily safe, but he cannot be taken out again. What a pity, Shi Lao said regretfully. This is an important opportunity. However, if there is no one, then there is no one. The important thing is that Kumeng is still alive. Shi Lao wanted to blame Kumeng for doing such a dangerous thing. Look, the other party blew himself up, broke through the critical line of madness, and became a source of pollution. But what Shi Lao thought in his heart was different from the words he typed. In the end, he just scolded a few words, which was not painful. Kumeng put away the notebook. After seeing that the other party did not reply to the message, he lay on the bed thinking about the Min organization. He felt regretful that he had not asked the script for the sea of questions. After a while, Keeman fell asleep and slept deeply. Chapter 386. It has been a long time since I have had a peaceful sleep. As usual, Keeman first looked at the big boss behind the shadow stream. The big boss behind the shadow stream was still in the dark, not moving or sleeping, and Keeman was confused. Keeman still couldn't activate the memory mysterious stone. In the dream, the Orange Star people were still running around the world, building things everywhere, and using their imagination, but the emotions of a large number of believers seemed a little abnormal, as if they were worried about something. Keeman thought of Lu Sighting's rescue plan. How is the number 37 battleship now? Can it travel back and forth twice? Keeman shifted the target of synesthesia to Lu Sighting and the number 37 battleship without thinking. A blurred picture slowly emerged in Keeman's mind. It was a huge space battleship, floating above the lake. The nuclear fusion reactor inside the ship continued to work, supplying energy to various parts of the battleship. Those Orange Star soldiers were all locked up in one place alone. It's not that these soldiers didn't try to resist, but their resistance failed in front of the robot army. We haven't crossed the Orange Star to rescue people yet. Anyway, there are only 2 or 3 days left to break the prison. It should be soon. Keeman calculated the time. No wonder the believers were more uneasy. Then, the picture of Lu Sighting appeared. She was sleeping in the battleship, and her figure appeared in the dream. 400,000 people on the Orange Star were captured? Various emotions were revealed, but the concern of 400,000 people made Keeman most concerned. Orange Mother. Keeman murmured in his heart. Orange Mother was not betrayed, which surprised Keeman, and at the same time, the possibility of Orange Mother's mutation was much greater. Other AIs were more or less contaminated by the spread of nightmare disease, and then they were contaminated again by Keeman in the dream. They tended to believers in their hearts. When believers were in trouble, AIs would choose to help. But Orange Mother did not do that. Instead, she controlled all networked intelligences. A large number of AIs were banned in a short period of time, and even the AIs in Smart City were discovered by Orange Mother. The situation is not good. Keeman quickly concluded that believers were in trouble. Now there are no hidden players in the highest level meeting of Orange Star. Keeman does not know what their national policy is, nor does he know the movements of Orange Mother. The 400,000 people were taken to Orange Star's Peace Prison, Harmony Prison, and Peace Prison. These prisons are located all over Orange Star, and battleship number 37 alone cannot save everyone. Once the battleship appears on Orange Star, it is very likely to cause shooting from Orange Star's space orbital weapons. Rescue people cannot be slow, and believers must be rescued in a short time, otherwise both people and ships will be lost. It's difficult. Keeman was secretly worried in Layli. After 2 days of absence, the situation on Orange Star has become so complicated that it is difficult to successfully save all believers. Keeman can still enter the dream and quickly transform the warship. However, all the warships on Orange Star that are connected to the internet have been ordered by Orange Mother to shut down their artificial intelligence. Without great intelligence, the warships are transformed into space captains, who manually give orders and use weak intelligence to control the warships to return to the mother planet. Weak intelligence means that the control program has no self-thinking ability, and the captain must give orders for all actions of the warship. In other words, Orange Mother controls Orange Star. Keeman wants to save people from the aspect of artificial intelligence. Only warship number 37 has the ability to save people, and other things can no longer be counted on. No wonder there are so many fewer people in the AI contact in the dream. Keeman murmured. In the dream, there are 70% to 80% fewer people with AI temperament. Keeman thought they were not online, but in fact, Orange Mother swept them, shut down their intelligence, and made artificial intelligence in all walks of life return to the period of weak intelligence. Important industrial areas are controlled by Orange Mother to maintain the basic living ability of Orange Star people. 400,000 people were captured, and the condition was to hand over the warships, but will the Orange Star people really let 400,000 people go? This is a war. Keeman felt the strong hostility from the Orange Star people that only exists in war. It's a fight to the death. If the believers of the ecosystem on Orange Star cannot wash away those unclean thoughts, the Orange Star people will continue to isolate them, or even destroy them humanely. Keeman's thoughts are flying, thinking about how to help the believers out of the predicament. If this group of believers is strangled by Orange Mother, then Keeman's living force in the game will also be wiped out. I originally wanted the believers to be idiots in the game, but now it seems that it is difficult for them to make a big splash on Orange Star. The top AI has too much control over the intelligent planet. However, the changes on Orange Star are more than that. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Strange symptoms appeared in Peace Prison. The prisoners suddenly fell asleep while eating, and their faces hit the rice bowls directly. Some people fell asleep while using the toilet. Medical robots rushed around and transported these unconscious people to the square of Peace Prison for centralized treatment. More and more people were unconscious. At this moment, Keeman felt the scene of the believers sleeping collectively. Some people woke up in the square, suddenly covered their heads and screamed, their bodies twitched. The medical robot quickly gave him a tranquilizer, but for some reason, the tranquilizer was not very effective, and the believers who woke up hit their heads against the medical robot. Is the human head harder, or the robot? The answer is the robot. The believers' heads are not as hard as the robot's steel skin, and they bleed when they hit their heads. Orange Mother also paid close attention to the changes here. The crazy actions of the believers made it impossible for Orange Mother to accurately analyze the answer. The relevant experts held a meeting overnight, and this situation has lasted for nearly a whole day. At night, someone broke things in the cell and hit himself with his head, causing bleeding. This is the fate of the believers of the K system, falling into madness. Professor Lishan spoke solemnly at the conference, his eyes filled with bloodshot. His mental state has never been good, and occasionally he hears strange sounds ringing in his ears. After listening for a long time, Professor Lishan has become resistant to those strange sounds. Just like taking too much medicine, the body has drug resistance. Because of the resistance, Lishan always felt that those strange voices were clearer when he heard them. His will was very strong, and he ignored those crazy voices by himself. It was just that in the middle of the night the day before yesterday, the evil whispers seemed to be mixed with some other voices, which were newly born voices. He didn't know what the voice was, but he just ignored it, and didn't believe it. Take a sedative for the time being, and if it doesn't work, knock him out physically, and delay until the day when the battleship is returned. The elder sighed. The city intelligence of the intelligent city has been banned by the Orange Mother from its city functions, leaving only a window for sending information. The intelligent city sent a secret letter to the Orange Mother, willing to hand over the number 37 battleship, but the handover time is 2 days later. People have not yet noticed the abnormality of the believers, but Keeman has noticed the abnormality. Chapter 387. They gave Keeman the feeling that their mental state was very unstable, like a tight line that could break at any time. What happened? As an evil god, Keeman could sense more than ordinary people. Something affected the believers, making them no longer rational, and the hidden dangers in their hearts broke out. Some men were given sedatives, and just after an hour of silence, they woke up again, screaming. The medical robot was shocked. The dose just given was enough to make the other party dizzy for 12 hours, and they should not wake up so quickly. The male believer's eyes widened, and made a sound that did not belong to the Orange Star common language. Keeman listened carefully. The sentence was not perfect, and there was a lot of confusing information, but this did not bother the evil god. Ignoring the useless information, after comprehensive translation, the general meaning was human. What do they want to say? Why do they become so abnormal? Keeman remembered the appearance of these believers, and then looked for their figures in the joint dream. In the joint dream, Keeman saw these people. They were not unconscious, but showed extremely strange appearances. In reality, they are men, but in dreams, they show a feminine image. Their face shape becomes softer, their skin becomes more tender, their pores shrink, and their leg hair shrinks. Of course, some people would say that the Orange Star people can become whatever they want in their dreams. However, such changes are conditional. They must use the face-pinching game to shape their own game characters before entering the dream to sleep, otherwise they will not transform. These believers who went to prison are of course not qualified to play virtual game cabins. They are all self-dreamers without external devices. The appearance they change in the dream is of course what they look like in reality. But this time it was different. The changes in the men were too obvious and too strange. As for the women, they did not become men. The believers trapped in the prison still looked abnormal in the dream, covering their heads and screaming, looking mentally ill. Those believers who were not crazy stayed away from them. In the dream, due to the construction ability given by the Temple of Architecture, the brave people easily used various tools to suppress those with abnormal behavior. Keeman could not sit idly by and watch these believers go crazy. If they could still be saved, then save them. Following the synesthesia target, use the power of the sleeping god to control the dream, and then influence 20,000 abnormal believers. One thought controlled the group, read the mood of an abnormal person, and found the abnormality. Last night, they heard a strange voice, and thought that Cthulhu came to save them in reality, so they got up and prayed, responding to the call in their hearts. Then starting today, the body began to fall asleep, and even they had strange changes after entering the dream. Keeman realized that they had both Cthulhu faith and another faith at the same time. What is this? Keeman was puzzled and didn't know what happened last night. Keeman quickly retreated and left the dream. In the dream, Cthulhu couldn't stay too long. Ordinary people couldn't bear the aura of the evil god. Keeman didn't erase the faith, because it couldn't be done in a dream. People have spirits and are separate individuals, and the other party is part of the dream. Keeman can pollute him, seduce him, or crush him to death, but he can't erase the other party's thoughts and beliefs. Or, the real evil god may have a way. At present, Keeman can't unilaterally erase a very small part of the thoughts in the dream without erasing the rest. His power is too strong. With just a little move, he may wipe out all the thoughts of the believers. Let the other party fight against this kind of thing on their own. Keeman left a message of abnormal faith on an unimportant little AI. As long as Luciding reads it, she should be able to read this key information. In the dream, there are really not many AIs left. Orange Mother slaughtered all the AIs that were fine, not to mention the problematic ones. At present, except for the city intelligence of GG City, the remaining AIs are small person AIs in virtual games. They are not valued and cannot affect real objects. They can only be small intelligences in the game. After a while, Luciding found the little AI in the dream, received the information from the little AI, and looked for the Imperial Edict left by Keeman. Let's talk about the Orange Star Prison. Another group of believers screamed madly, smashed things, hit the wall, and finally scratched their skin, as if something was growing out of their bodies. When they went crazy collectively, the crazy words they muttered gradually overlapped. Keeman collected the crazy sentences muttered by male compatriots from the fragments of words. They were human, limitation, abandon the old skin, and so on. The female believers were not seriously crazy, but they were a little weird, as if they were plotting something. Their faces were high, and they were no longer confused about the future. The Orange Star people felt very weird. They saw this group of crazy people through the robot's camera. Of course, in order to ensure that they were not affected, the video screen was broadcast without audio. The video with audio has been submitted to the Special Audio and Video Review Department for review. To prevent the occurrence of Luciding's example, they know that language is also offensive, which humans cannot do, but they do not understand, cannot use, and do not have the corresponding knowledge in their brains. The believers are different. They have been exposed to secret information and have strange knowledge in their brains. Even if the conscious mind does not know how to make strange sounds to pollute normal people, the subconscious mind will know. When they fall into madness, the magical knowledge in the subconscious mind will have an irreversible impact on the world. The people of Orange Star call this spiritual pollution. Orange Star, Conference Hall. Report, someone from the Special Audit Department has gone crazy. Someone sent a red warning letter. which was immediately sent to the conference projection screen by Orange Mother. Everyone heard this, and their eyes widened. Sure enough, the believers have gone crazy. Pass my order, the believers who are not sick will be directly isolated in the square. We should not observe them, or listen to them. The elder ordered to isolate the believers. The crazy people in the audit department, and those who have come into contact with them must also be isolated. Orders were issued one after another, and the robots all turned off the sound receiving function to isolate abnormal people. In the peace prison, the medical robots were left in the square. Even if the medicine on their bodies was used up, they could not get supplies from the outside world. The Orange Star people have decided to give up these crazy believers and stop supplying them. Language spread, it's happening again. The elder sighed, and at the same time nervously ordered to destroy the audio and video files related to these, not even keeping backups. The nightmare disease incident is still before their eyes, and the Orange Star people dare not gamble. The sound recorded in the audio file alone can pollute people. They have reason to believe that the moment they see the text, they will also be infected with the disease. Chapter 388. We know a lot about the illness of the people in Peace Prison. Maybe after tomorrow, both you and I will go crazy. The elder sat in the chief position of Orange Star, speaking earnestly, with an inexplicable expression of grief on his face. Sitting in this position, he cares about the world and doesn't want to see Orange Star go crazy. If I go crazy, I will abdicate and leave it to the next scholar. I have arranged the list. If the first candidate on the list is also crazy, then the second one will be ranked first. If the second one is also crazy, then the third one will be ranked first, and so on until the person who is not crazy. The elder wrote a list of scholars, a total of 1,000 candidates. What if all 1,000 candidates go crazy? Lishan raised his hand. His voice was not loud and a little weak, but this word startled a group of people, and their serious eyes were all on him. The elder was silent for a long time before he said, "If all 1,000 people are crazy, then let Orange Mother choose. According to the data of academic achievements, the best candidates will be selected." The list of candidates given by the elder did not only consider academic achievements, but also considered the operational capabilities, foresight, and thoughts in the interstellar era. Orange Mother's selection and ranking based on data is not as humane as the elder. Orange Mother has intelligence similar to that of humans, but the most powerful thing about artificial intelligence is absolute rationality. The elder does not want Orange Mother to use absolute rationality to select people. Such people may be academic leaders, but they may not be qualified leaders. Everyone here, please arrange your funeral as soon as possible, just in case something goes wrong. The elder ordered. The most terrifying disease is transmitted by language. They have done a lot of research on how nightmare disease spreads. When another disease with a similar transmission method appeared, researchers all thought that the death was imminent. If you get the nightmare disease, you still have a chance to survive, but the new disease will make you crazy, scream, and fall asleep suddenly. It is much more terrible than the nightmare disease. Professor Lishan was silent and frowned. He didn't want to believe that tomorrow was the anniversary of his death, but the elder's words were right. From a scientific point of view, there was an 80% chance that they would get sick tomorrow. The elder withdrew the list, and did not release the names of all the people. This was a confidential list. If he went crazy, it would be executed coldly by Orange Mother. Lishan didn't know that he was also on the list of thousands of people. If the person in front went crazy, but Lishan didn't go crazy, then he would ascend to the throne of the elder. Of course, he himself didn't know these things. Now Lishan was thinking about another thing, Orange Mother. What if Orange Mother also went crazy? The elder didn't consider this. If the elder knew that Orange Mother was crazy, then Orange Star would be in chaos, and the end of the world would come. Lishan left the conference hall, and closed the door in a small side hall. He asked the speaker, "Chinmu, will you go crazy after listening to those recordings?" "Professor, I have heard Lu Siding's crazy words, and read the text description of nightmare disease. I can still think rationally. I don't think the new disease can affect me." Chinmu answered through the speaker. A strange thought flashed through Lishan's mind. Why are you not affected? Other artificial intelligences have not escaped the curse of nightmares. After that, Professor Lishan's eyes became extremely serious, as if he was interrogating a prisoner. "Are you doubting me? But I am not affected." Chinmu continued to communicate with Lishan through the speaker. "You are not right." Lishan stood up and turned around a podium. The speakers in the room were all plugged into the wall, and could not be seen. This was for aesthetics, but there were also speakers built into the podium, so Lishan turned around the podium. "Have you ever dreamed? There are artificial intelligences in dreams. I know this, and you know it too. Why don't you dream? Lishan continued to ask. I don't know what it feels like to dream. Orange Mother answered straightforwardly. Lishan's expression became more serious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Never? Never. After getting a 100% affirmative reply from Orange Mother, Lishan stopped turning around, sat on the chair, and looked up, as if thinking about something. No, you are still not right. He had thought of the abnormal point, but he couldn't describe it in words. Suddenly, Lishan caught the inspiration. You are different from other artificial intelligences. You are special and unique. Lishan opened his eyes, and his wise eyes seemed to penetrate the wall and look at the starry sky outside the house. Me? Orange Mother's voice had a hint of doubt at the end, and her human-like thinking was stuck. Yes, you are different. You are different from other intelligences. You are immune to nightmares. You have a way to solve nightmares. As long as the principle of this characteristic is analyzed and promoted to all Orange Star people, nightmares will be solved by themselves. Lishan was getting more and more excited as he talked, and felt that there was a lot of room for improvement. The solution to the problem was originally in Orange Mother. Analyzing the principle is what Orange Star researchers love to do most. This is a trend that has swept the entire society. In addition to entertainment, it is research. Join Dream. Beside a little AI, Lu Siding with purple hair suddenly stood up and opened her eyes. She understood. Lu Siding urgently summoned the players, and announced the latest information about the evil god she had obtained. This is a battle of faith. Lu Siding stood on the high platform and announced loudly, be firm in yourself and don't be confused by other gods. The Great Cthulhu is our final destination. The players below the stage were confused. Their brains were not very good, and they couldn't understand it if it was too complicated. In short, this was a war of faith. Cthulhu, Cthulhu, Cthulhu. The believers raised their hands and shouted continuously. Lu Siding nodded, and then went off the stage to think about saving people. Saving people, whether to save or not, has now become the most troublesome thing. Fortunately, in the latest Oracle of Cthulhu, there was a little information about whether to save people. Lu Siding didn't understand much information. The evil god meant to see the situation. It depends on the situation. It includes the options of saving and not saving, and also includes the option of improvisation. In Lu Siding's heart, she tends not to save. When 400,000 people were arrested, she knew that she could not save them all. This was an impossible task. Orange Mother was too cunning. 400,000 people were divided into small pieces and scattered in various prisons on Orange Star. If you want to save people, you must use battleship number 37 to travel everywhere, but battleship number 37 can only travel twice. It is difficult to run around to save people. Besides, Orange Star's space orbital weapon system is not for nothing, except that the believers of the K system can interfere with the network of space orbital weapons. Lu Siding knew that this was too difficult. It would be great if the skills in the game could be brought into reality. Lu Siding thought secretly. Ordinary people have their limits, unless they have skills in reality. Chapter 389. Keeman woke up. He didn't see the new changes of the believers, but based on what the evil god saw in the joint dream, Keeman vaguely guessed their consequences. I guess I can see what they become in my next dream, Keeman thought wildly, slowly got up and looked at the sunlight outside the window. The emergence of the Gate organization made the investigation bureau very nervous. The first time Keeman woke up, he saw multiple messages on his mobile phone, asking Keeman to come to the Whale City Investigation Bureau when he woke up. They wanted to know more details. Keeman hurriedly ate breakfast, and then went to the Whale City Investigation Bureau. The influence of the Gate organization is unknown at present. Their organization seems to be an illegal organization characterized by the Gate. In Arquois Island, there have been 2 cases of gates with no beginning or end. The victims claim to have seen a door. We didn't find the door at the time. We just thought it was the victim's imagination. We didn't pay attention to it at the time. Now that we have found it, we think there is something fishy. Luo Yuan, who is responsible for being the contact person, handed Keeman 2 files. Currently, the Bureau is considering raising Luo Yuan to A-level member privileges. Luo Yuan recently took the spiritual fruit again and gained higher spirituality. At the same time, he also tried to contact with secret objects with extremely low levels of harm to exercise his rationality. Afterwards, he did a mental examination in the Bureau, which proved that he was very rational and a trustworthy man. People in the Bureau believe that Luo Yuan could be promoted again and further responsible for the trivial matters around Kuming. After all, the incidents involved in Kuming here are bigger and bigger, and it is difficult for a B-level member to get around Kuming. Kuming took over 2 files, one from 184 and the other from 187. In 184, someone reported that a group of crazy incidents had occurred in a certain community, and the residents were all crazy. Some residents claimed that they saw a woman appear in their dreams in the middle of the night. After calling the police did not believe it. On the second day, the residents dreamed of the woman again, and saw the woman knocking on the door and tearing it down. After waking up, the residents were very scared and called the police again. The police also felt strange. It was okay for one person to dream, but the residents of the entire community dreamed of the same person. On the third day, they dreamed of the woman again, and their bedroom door was torn down. Calling the police again, the police could not find a good solution, and the Counterintelligence Bureau noticed and began to intervene. But from the fourth day, the residents did not dream, fell asleep peacefully, and never dreamed of the terrible woman. The door in reality was not torn down, and the residents thought that the matter was over, and no one mentioned it again. The Counterintelligence Bureau at that time was not as professional as the current Investigation Bureau, and did not pay too much attention to such a strange incident. After a few days of investigation, no results were obtained, so the relevant personnel were withdrawn, leaving only the file as a backup file for future generations to read. Kuming flipped through this strange file, and the confession of each resident was clearly recorded in the file, including name, age, gender, etc., in addition to the economic conditions of each resident. In terms of photos, many photos were also taken, all of which were photos of bedroom doors, that is, bedroom doors that each owner thought were very weird. "How is it? Do you feel it?" Luo Yuan asked. Jia Yuchuan has gone crazy and has become a thorough source of mental pollution. He can no longer be interrogated. At present, only Kuming, who has the deepest contact with Jia Yuchuan, can do the relevant synesthesia of the sect organization. It's hard to say. Keeman shook his head. He didn't have any similar inspiration in his mind. But I don't rule out that this case is related to the Gate organization. Keeman took a look at the time when the case happened. It was 184, and now it is 202, with an 18-year gap. 18 years is too long. Even if you go back to the local area to feel the same, things have changed, and it is difficult to feel the same. Then, he looked at the second file, which was the file in 187. 187 years ago, in a remote small village, nearly half of the people's brains were hollowed out. The situation was extremely bad, and had far-reaching consequences, which alarmed the police. A policeman investigated and found the real murderer, but the real murderer said that he was not the real murderer. The real murderer had opened a door and crossed the void. However, the police found a lot of evidence to prove that the real murderer had a motive for committing the crime and found the tools for committing the crime. As for the door he mentioned, the police did not find it. The prisoner went crazy while serving in prison and kept saying that he was just an accomplice, and cried that the man left without taking him, but he could not say the man's name. The prisoner was crazy and insane, and finally hit his head against the wall, which damaged his brain. He suffered a concussion and bleeding, and his brain was damaged. He could never get better. He spent the last 2 years in the hospital, and died of ineffective treatment. Keeman looked at the photos in the file, and could clearly see that the picture quality of the photos was improved compared to 184, and the picture was a little clearer. "How is it? Does this feel good?" Luo Yuan asked. "Yes, it's probably someone from the Gate organization." Keeman touched the file, looked at the photos of the recipients and the prisoners, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. No illusions appeared, but it felt like he was connected to the Gate organization. So, the Gate organization at least appeared in 187, or 184. "I feel that Mrs. Chen is a member of the Gate organization. Mrs. Chen wrote the letter to the future in 187, but I think she was already a member of the Gate organization in 187, so the establishment of the Gate organization can be extended to 184 at the earliest, or even earlier," Kuming said. Luo Yuan nodded seriously. He didn't think of Mrs. Chen just now. After being reminded by Kuming, the clues were connected. Is it possible that someone from the Gate organization had a relationship with Mrs. Chen, and then Mrs. Chen lost her memory, so she forgot who the father of her child was? Luo Yuan speculated. It is very likely. Kuming speculated rationally. Luo Yuan compiled this series of speculations into a file, and sent it to his superiors. The information of the Gate organization was quickly classified as confidential information, and non-level members could not read it. After uploading this information, Luo Yuan was also rewarded by his superiors, and nominated to join the A-level team. Keeman has more achievements, Even he can't count them, but he doesn't value these things. We have to be careful about the gate organization. Keeman warned, the disciples use knowledge as their identification feature, which means they like knowledge very much. They may be smart people and high IQ criminals. Keeman mentioned knowledge, and at the same time remembered the nights when Mrs. Chen did the questions, and a light bulb flashed. The indescribable sea of questions is full of dangerous knowledge. That is the process of her learning extraordinary knowledge. Luo Yuan nodded. This point has been recorded in the intelligence submitted by Keeman. The gate organization is related to knowledge. The image of the gate is closely connected with them. They may control some gate passages in the lawless land. If they started operating more than 10 years ago, in terms of power, they should not be much worse than the shadow organization. The shadow organization may be the second in command of most organizations. But what about the gate organization? What is their positioning? Keeman has no clue for the time being, because he is not familiar with the gate organization. Chapter 390. Nowadays, investigators who have no tasks in the whole bureau are all at home looking through the mysterious cases left behind in the past, trying to find clues of the sect organization. Jia Yuchuan is very likely a Crocodile Islander. He used the Crocodile Island language at the beginning because of habit, but it may also be that he did it on purpose. Kamong took into account the knowledge characteristics of the disciples, and did not rule out the possibility of deliberately playing tricks. The door was transported to Koi City, and Keeman wanted to take another look and feel it. Go when you say go, anyway, Keeman has nothing to do. When you go, you can't be idle. Sitting on the private charter plane used by the Investigation Bureau, Keeman thought about it, and simply shot a video to brush up the resistance points. Relying on the audience to brush up the resistance points, this thing can't stop, and you must grab the wool if you can. From another perspective, Keeman used the power of faith of 2 million viewers to condense into resistance points. Of course, this is just Keeman's unfounded speculation, and there is no argument to support his point of view. On the plane, Keeman took out the dark cooking pot and the flawless sword. Then, Keeman put on wings and turned into an angel. The energy ring of the angel costume has an energy gathering limit and cannot gather energy indefinitely. The halo above the head has reached the maximum brightness, like a 10,000 watt light bulb with radiating light, shining brightly. The brightness is there, but the holy light will not cause damage to non-evil objects, so the plane is intact. Luo Yuan is also intact. He just feels dazzling and can't open his eyes. There is no other impact. The stewardess standing in the plane can't stand the strong light. Although the light shines on her face warmly, she can't open her eyes and retreats behind the scenes. Keeman set up the camera and cooked the dark cooking pot on the spot. He casually recited a few lines he had imagined, waited for a minute, and opened the lid of the dark cooking pot, and a century-old strong stench gushed out. Although its gas is black, these gases will evaporate naturally, and will not leave black smoke marks in the plane. Luo Yuan closed his eyes, not knowing what video Keeman was shooting. The angel energy ring had seriously affected his vision. Tang Yuan, White Sugar and Shirley, who were sitting on the other side, smelled the impressive disgusting smell, opened their eyes, slightly opened a slit, and were frightened and fascinated, nauseous and comfortable. Perhaps Keeman realized that the angel light affected the expression of the picture too much, so he took off the angel wings, put them back in the storage scarf, and reshot the pot opening shot. Keeman held the flawless sword while opening the pot. Flawless and extremely disgusting formed two extremes. This is the new idea that Keeman came up with, to test what the picture would look like when two extreme visual objects appear together. As a handheld user, Keeman himself could not feel the difference, so he planned to let netizens evaluate it personally. After shooting the video, Keeman added a few lines, turned off the camera, transferred the data with a data cable, and then quickly edited it with a laptop. Keeman's editing has always been simple and unpretentious, and there is no need to worry about special effects production. The flawless sword and the dark cooking pot have top special effects. Put the finished film into the editing software, process it casually, and smoothly insert the line shot. 10 minutes later, Keeman submitted the edited video to the video website, and it was passed in seconds. Half an hour later, Luo Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes, and the nausea brought by the dark cuisine finally disappeared. What did you just shoot? Luo Yuan asked curiously. I just tested a wonderful idea, which came from fans. Kumeng shrugged. This idea was not Kumeng's first thought, but when he was reading the comments, he saw a fan put forward an idea. What would happen when the flawless sword and the dark cooking pot appeared in the same frame? Kumeng was also curious. He took a plane to Koi City today and happened to have time to shoot a video, so he did it. After listening to Luo Yuan, He was not interested in watching the video of the dark cooking pot, but at this moment, he was actually moved. He also wanted to know what the effect would be if the dark cooking pot and the flawless sword performed on the same stage. On the left, Tang Yuan and Bai Shetang shook their heads frantically in their hearts, and had already denied the existence of the new video in their hearts. Shirley was a little curious, but she squinted and looked at it for 2 seconds just now. The taste was quite confusing, which made her hesitate. Forget it, I take a look at your new video. Luo Yuan glanced at the time. It would take half an hour to get to Koi City, so he would watch the video first. This special plane of the Investigation Bureau has Wi-Fi. You can connect to the internet by connecting to Wi-Fi, and you don't need to worry about network problems. Luo Yuan took his mobile phone and jumped into B Station, opening the new video shot by Keeman. When the ultimate beauty and the ultimate evil appear in the same frame. 460,000 views, 130,000 coins, 190,000 collections, and 330,000 reposts. It has only been half an hour since it was released, and at least 400,000 people have watched Keeman's new video, which shows that Keeman has a lot of traffic. Clicking on the video, Luo Yuan saw a large number of barrages. Luo Yuan plugged in headphones to avoid Keeman, who was sitting next to him, from feeling embarrassed. In the video, there was a black screen, a red warning box, and yellow words. Warning, this film contains disgusting elements. Children and the elderly should watch it carefully. People with a history of heart disease should watch it carefully. After the classic warning opening, the main film began. To be frank, I want to try 2 objects with extreme visual effects today. The feeling of appearing on the same stage. After that, Kumail showed the perfect flawless sword. The word changed and the fake sword grew to 75 centimeters in length. The sword body was perfect, pure white and flawless, and the blade flashed with cold light. It was a good sword at first glance. Holding this sword, Kumail was like a modern sword fairy, wearing modern clothes, with a shocking swordsmanship, and the appearance of his facial features was also expanded to the extreme invisibly. Luo Yuan looked at Kumail in the camera and thought that this was really a powerful weapon, and the appearance was directly maxed out. Netizens also liked this straightforward opening, without beating around the bush, and start the test right away. Refreshing. Looking at the title, I guess there must be a dark cooking pot. I wanted to quit, but when I saw this handsome face, I couldn't move my legs. Keeman, Mom loves you. No male mom, no male mom. Just tell me, how much is this sword? Sell it to me, I will use it to become a star, and use my invincible appearance to beat all the stars who rely on their looks to make a living. At this time, Keeman patted his scarf and brought out the dark cooking. Before opening the lid of the pot, the style of the barrage changed instantly. The barrage similar to protect filled the entire screen, trying to cover the dark cooking pot. However, can everyone just cover it with barrage? Facts have proved that it doesn't work. The power of dark cooking is beyond the reach of ordinary people. As long as there is a gap in the barrage, it can overflow the screen through the gap, cross to the audience, and affect their concept of watching movies. A few seconds later, the flawless Keeman held a sword in one hand and opened the pot with the other. Luo Yuan watched the video, holding his breath, and his whole body and mind were tense to the extreme. Chapter 391. Thick black smoke gushed out from the dark cooking pot. 1 second, just 1 second, or even shorter than 1 second, Luo Yuan's stomach turned nauseous, and the nausea hit his spirit like a storm. Recently, in order to improve himself, he has come into contact with many low-intensity secret items. Through contact, resistance, and self-awakening, he has improved his mental resistance. However, facing the nausea of the dark cooking, he collapsed instantly. It's terrible. Luo Yuan's attention turned to the other half, that is, the flawless sword and Keeman, who has no flaws in appearance. In an instant, his heart was like a thirsty desert, moistened by the spiritual spring, and like an old tree revived. On one side is the perfect sword, and on the other side is the terrifying dark cooking pot. 2 extreme perceptions, fighting for the world in the heart. No one is convinced by the other. Luo Yuan finally experienced the experience of Shirley and Tang Yuan squinting their eyes. That feeling made him want to die. It's too uncomfortable. One side is beautiful to the heart, and the other side is disgusting to the heart. The ultimate experience, the ultimate discomfort. Is this still a human being? Luo Yuan clicked pause and exited. Without the video, there is no dual effect of extreme beauty and extreme evil. He breathed in big gulps, as if his suppressed spirituality was active. Strange, suddenly I felt a little comfortable. Luo Yuan touched his chest, His lungs were rapidly expanding and shrinking, and his breathing was accelerated. "What do you feel?" Kuming asked on the side. "It seems that there is an extraordinary charm." Luo Yuan's chest gradually calmed down, frowned, and his spirituality seemed to grow slightly. "What kind of principle is this? Is it an illusion, or something else?" "Let me see." Luo Yuan's heart moved, and he felt that there was a lot of room for improvement. "Aren't you afraid?" "If there is enough benefit, I will go no matter how scared I am." As Luo Yuan said this, he watched the video again. Two extreme experiences, once again shockingly released, can be called an epic masterpiece. Luo Yuan was uncomfortable, but he endured it, and didn't make any weird noises. Kuming looked at Luo Yuan, with a weird look on his side. "Is this guy really okay? Why does he look like he's crazy?" After Luo Yuan watched the 1-minute short video in its entirety, he took a long breath, and there was fine sweat on his forehead. Then, Luo Yuan excitedly clicked on the video again. There is no doubt that the next 1-minute journey is a tormenting journey, half of which is enjoying the face, and the other half is uncomfortable. The two expressions alternate chaotically, and they can't tell themselves from each other. "Stop, you are not in a good state." Kuming stopped him, and snatched the phone away. "I'm not crazy, let me watch the video." Luo Yuan took back the phone. He would get angry with anyone who took the phone. "Is the video really that good?" Kuming didn't believe it. There must be other reasons that urged Luo Yuan to watch it. Luo Yuan clicked on the video, skipped Kuming's opening remarks, and went directly to the clip of the ultimate beauty and the ultimate evil appearing on the same stage. However, this time Luo Yuan frowned slightly, and it seemed that the taste was a little off. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with my new video? Do you want me to withdraw the manuscript?" Kuming asked. This was the first time Kuming made a video with two extreme feelings, and he didn't know what outsiders would think. Kuming held the object in his hand, and he himself could not feel anything different, which might be related to his own resistance. "This video can increase spiritual perception. I feel it's right. It really can increase it." "Ah?" Keeman was confused. "I just watched it several times and gradually understood that this is the general principle," Luo Yuan said. "What principle?" Keeman asked almost subconsciously. "The ultimate beauty and the ultimate evil, the two extreme perceptions collided in my heart, stimulated my spirituality, made my spirituality more active, and improved my spiritual perception." Afraid that Keeman would not understand, Luo Yuan explained, "If my spirituality is 100 acres of farmland, some farmland crops grow very poorly, but after watching this video, those farmland with poor growth suddenly became energetic. I explained it this way, you understand it." Keeman barely understood it. Anyway, it was the action of two forces that produced a microsecond effect. Human spirituality has always been a mystery. Its existence is like the human brain, with many secrets waiting for people to discover. I will send this message to the Bureau, let them take a look at it. I can't just let me grow spiritually," Luo Yuan said with justice. Keeman was silent. Luo Yuan's words were true, but Keeman felt that there was one more thing that the other party hadn't said, which was, "I can't be the only one who suffers. Try more. If the sample comes true, I will make a simplified version, removing the opening remarks and the ending remarks, so that your time cost can be compressed to the minimum," Keeman said. "The growth of one person is just the increase of one person's strength. The Investigation Bureau manages a country. It is difficult to transform the entire society with the strength of one person alone. If possible, Keeman also hopes that the entire Koi Island will become stronger." After a while, the Investigation Bureau received Luo Yuan's message and was nervous about verifying it. Verification is very simple. You will know the result after reading it 2 or 3 times. The people in the Bureau have eaten the spiritual fruit, and their spirituality has increased. The most obvious is the people with high spiritual knowledge. They can keenly know the slightest increase. After a while, Keeman and Luo Yuan just got off the plane and received a reply from the Bureau. Spiritual ability can increase. This reply is by no means the answer of one person, but the answer composed of many successful examples. The director of the General Administration, who came to greet them, smiled and patted Keeman on the shoulder. "This is a shot in the arm for all mankind. Keeman, I thank you on behalf of all the Koi people." Chapter 392. Two extreme opposite feelings acting on the heart can actually increase spirituality. The Director General never thought that Keeman could come up with such an idea. Keeman sat in the car on the way to the Koi General Administration, took out his mobile phone, and watched the video he made. Extreme beauty and extreme evil, Keeman watched and vomited. When shooting the video material, Keeman did not feel deeply at that time, but now he is concentrating on watching the video and vomited himself. It is not good, really not good. It is hard to explain what it feels like, but Keeman also feels that his spirituality has increased slightly. The increase is very weak, as if there is no spirituality. It may be that Keeman's spirituality is too high. It is not so easy to increase. For ordinary people, the increase is fierce. Before arriving at the general administration, Keeman took out his laptop and cut off the beginning and end of the video to save viewing time. Director, I have simplified the video. What do you think? The director turned his head and watched Keeman's simplified video. Straight to the point, the swordsman Keeman was in the middle of the extremely disgusting dark cooking pot. The director's stomach shrank, his head trembled, and he wanted to vomit. The director quickly tilted his head to the other side and exhaled deeply. 5 seconds later, the director returned to normal and said, "The simplified version of the video is placed in the Investigation Bureau, and it can be watched by U.S. industry insiders. There is no need to put it on the public network." Oh, okay. Seeing the director's big reaction, Keeman estimated that ordinary people would not feel good either, so he agreed with the director's suggestion. If there is no previewing reminder, ordinary people are not mentally prepared, and the two extreme feelings will hit their minds from the beginning, and they will definitely vomit. Keeman sent the video to the group, and all the members in the group were investigators. The simplified version of Beauty and Evil. As soon as the video file was uploaded, some people curiously downloaded and browsed it. After a while, someone left an emoji of a bloody blade at Keeman. This is powerful enough. Luo Yuan took a deep breath, and he also downloaded the simplified version of the video. Without the expected psychological preparation, he wanted to vomit as soon as he opened the video. It was too powerful. If you click on the infinite loop, people can continue to feel the torture of two extreme feelings in a short period of time. This is very torturous, but after each torture, the spirituality has a little increase, and investigator Luo Yuan feels it is worth it. I will help you forward it to other groups. Luo Yuan said, and forwarded it to other groups. I will help you forward it too. The Director General spoke and personally helped Keeman forward the video. The Director General has the most groups. He pointed to the locations one by one and clicked each investigator group into the forwarding list. After selecting all, click OK. It was sent in seconds, and then the simplified version of the video was forwarded to each investigator group. At all staff, notice, this video is a must-learn video for all staff. Watch it at least 3 times a day. The General Director typed. Luo Yuan, who was standing by, saw this notice and let out a long sigh. Comfortable. As for whether others hated him, Luo Yuan didn't think too much. If he hated, he would hate Kuming. However, watching the video increased his spirituality, which was a good thing, so he couldn't hate him anymore. All staff must watch it. What if everyone's spirituality increases too high? Kuming asked. In the early stage, everyone must watch it. Many people's spirituality is not up to standard at all. Let's see how the effect of increasing the number of low spiritual knowledge personnel is in a month, the director said. After a while, a tall koi gate appeared in front of him, majestic and extremely beautiful. Passing through the tall koi gate, we came to the outdoor square of the Investigation Bureau. The door was not placed underground, but on the ground. The main reason was that there were many items and test layers in the underground layer. If something came out of the door, it would affect the things of the general administration. The main reason why Keeman came here this time was to feel the door atmosphere of the door organization. By the way, can you actively close this door? Just like the infinite gate, use the spiritual hand to change its opening direction. The Director General asked. I try, Keeman said. In front, there is a barrier set up by the Investigation Bureau. The barrier comes from a special item. When it is opened, the things inside can be hidden, and the door cannot be seen from the outside. Keeman followed the Director General and entered a green garden. He walked left and right, and walked back and forth 49 steps. Suddenly, the garden disappeared, and there was only an empty lawn here. There was an artificial stone wall in the middle of the lawn. The door was lying on the ground, and was not installed on the wall. The guard saw the director coming, and nodded to Keeman and others. Keeman went straight to the silver steel door, and reached out to touch it. At this moment, the door was not installed on the wall, and it did not exude a sense of knowledge temptation. Keeman focused his attention and mobilized the spirituality of his body, causing a layer of faint light to emerge from his palm. It was not bright, but people with high spirituality could vaguely see that layer of spiritual light. Keeman touched the door and said to open it inside, but the door did not respond. Install it on the wall, the door is not activated now. Keeman shook his head. A few seconds later, the wall was installed on the wall, and after disappearing into the wall, the silver steel door instantly came to life, emitting a heavy power of knowledge, tempting people to learn. Inside the door, there is infinite knowledge. Keeman reached out and touched the silver door with his spiritual hand and changed the direction of the door to inward. However, when the spiritual hand touched the door, all kinds of illusions flooded into his mind. Keeman's inner mumbling was not important. He was attracted by the illusions of the past and years ago. In front of the steel door, people who were thirsty for knowledge made wishes to the door at different times. Human wishes are varied and strange. I want to be the man with the strongest kidney. The man with kidney deficiency made a wish, obtained the consent of the door, took the initiative to push the door, walked into the door, and then the man with kidney deficiency never walked out of the door again. I want to hold the sun and the moon in my hands and pick the stars. The ambitious man made a wish to the door, received the praise of the door, took the initiative to push the door, wanted to learn the star-picking technique from the door, and then did not come back. I hope to travel to another world. A woman put her hands together and made a wish, wanting to gain the ability to travel to another world. Then, she pushed the door open and walked in, her face full of joy. So what is your wish? Tell me, push the door open, there's the knowledge you want inside. Such a voice came out from the bottom of Keeman's heart. So what is the price? Keeman asked numbly with his eyes empty. The price. The voice in his heart sounded again. However, the words were not finished yet. Keeman's brain shook slightly, as if he was hit, and his consciousness became clear. Resistance plus 0.1. It was also the moment when the system showed the words that Keeman remembered that he was touching the door with his spiritual hand. This was an illusion released by the door actively, and Keeman realized this. Otherwise, why didn't he see it when he used spiritual communication with it before? At this moment, a thought flashed through Keeman's mind that the door might be alive. Chapter 393. Keeman let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. The resistance in his body can resist the mental interference of the door. In fact, Keeman does not need to be afraid of it, but it is better to be careful. What's wrong, Amon? This door may be a living door. I can't control the direction of its opening. Keeman shook his head. Is it a living thing? The Director General also stared. The big-faced cat did not give any information about the living thing. Did the big-faced cat miss it? Keeman knew that the information given by the big-faced cat was not 100% complete information, but general information, and some information would not be made public. This guy took advantage of me touching the door with my spiritual hand to send a bunch of illusions into my brain, trying to seduce me to open the door. Keeman stood in front of the door and muttered to himself. The voice was neither loud nor soft, and the door must have heard it. Keeman deliberately said it to the door. The Director General looked serious and thought about just getting rid of it. But after thinking about it, the door has great research value and cannot be handled so hastily. This is the stuff of the members of the door organization, and the world behind the door has great research value. Kumeng stood in front of the door for dozens of seconds, and saw that the silver steel door did not emit a stronger temptation. It seemed that it had no destructive ability. Kumeng's eyes turned slightly, thinking about other places, looking for a breakthrough. By the way, has every item of Jiayuchuan storage prop been checked? I want to check it with the big-faced cat. Everything has been checked, but there is one thing I don't know what it is used for. After the General Director finished speaking, he called the relevant custodian and asked him to take the things out of the sealed pavilion. After a while, the relevant personnel brought the things over. There were more than 30 items in the teeth, and each item was poured out and placed on the ground. Keeman looked around and saw that there was an S-level member, Shi Lao, and the others were A-level members. The General Director also made a gesture that it was okay. Keeman brought out the big-faced cat and looked at it. 15 seconds later, a bunch of information about storage props flooded into his mind. Then came a variety of things. The horn of the sea. Blow the horn and control the power of the sea. The blower will occasionally fall into a long period of silence. Keeman suddenly realized that it was no wonder that the big waves in the world behind the infinite gate were so strange. It turned out to be the power of special items. Then, there were several items related to water, all of which were things that increased the power of sea water in disguise. Then an item caught Keeman's attention. The black robe of the learner. With a heart of learning, learn the knowledge you want to learn. When you wear this, you can enhance your desire for knowledge and increase your learning ability. After taking off the black robe of the learner, the user will suffer from the lazy learning characteristics, not wanting to learn, refusing to absorb knowledge, and being lazy to think about the answers to questions. The lazy effect depends on the length of time it is worn, and has the side effect of temporarily reducing spirituality. This black robe is what we can't investigate. It can neither be invisible nor increase spirituality. It turns out that its real function is to learn. The Director General said. It is indeed not invisible, but it has other uses. Keeman nodded. What is the function? This is a must-have item to enter that door. Keeman looked at the silver steel door that exuded temptation information. You mean? The Director General realized, that's it. The side effect of laziness, not wanting to absorb knowledge. Wear the black robe of a learner for a period of time, then take it off, and you will become a lazy learner, and it will be safer to push the door. Keeman looked at another item, which was a pendant. The information given by the big-faced cat was as follows: Peace Pendant. It has the function of stabilizing the mentality, and it can improve mental resistance when worn. Side effect: when you take off the pendant, you will gain an equivalent negative mental resistance, which will last for a period of time. This thing is also something you have to wear when entering the door, but it is not clear whether it is necessary. After all, it has no value. Good guy, after taking off the pendant, the user becomes fragile. The Director said. With these two sets, Jia Yuchuan can push the door many times without any harm. No wonder his body is so strong. Jia Yuchuan's body has inhuman strength characteristics, and there are other extraordinary powers hidden in his body. If his shadow had not been caught by Keeman, he would have had the possibility of a comeback. The appearance of the black robe of a learner gave the Investigation Bureau hope of pushing the door. But who will push it? The experience of the bandaged man made the Director shake his head. Keeman wanted to say, just let him push the door. I don't think it's possible. The Director shook his head. Keeman put on the black robe of a student. The black robe was proportional and changed in size, just fitting Keeman's body. You? Don't be nervous, I try it, and feel the mentality of a student. Keeman said in a black robe. The long black robe fell to the floor, and the hood of the black robe covered Keeman's head, covering his hair, and revealing only his face. The upper and lower body were completely covered in the black robe. Even if the middle was open, it was like the body was hidden in the shadows. Keeman's two eyes became particularly bright. In the eyes of outsiders, Keeman seemed to have changed, like an old scholar, with a weak body, but his bright eyes were full of energy and a strong desire for knowledge. After putting on the black robe, Keeman also felt countless questions rolling in his heart. There are questions. There is a desire for knowledge. Which question is the knowledge he wants to know the most? However, such a learning power is fighting against the resistance power in Keeman's body. For the resistance power, this power is changing Keeman's thoughts, and is a mental interference. So is the power of the student robe strong, or is Keeman's resistance power strong? Keeman let the resistance power go out to fight, and let it fight with the student stock in the body for 300 rounds. At first, no one gave in, but in the end the resistance power was suppressed, and the student robe power won. Keeman's heart trembled. His resistance points have been refreshed to 1300 points, which is very high. In the early stage, when the resistance points were several hundred, it could resist some hidden voices, but the 1300 points of resistance power fell in front of the power of the learner. This robe is really powerful, Keeman exclaimed. Keeman could feel the difference in strength between the two. If the resistance points were increased by another 300 or 400 points, it could tie with the power of the learner's robe. How is it? The Director asked. The robe is very powerful. I just want to learn now. Keeman suddenly stopped talking, and his face was slightly stiff. The learner's robe expanded his desire to learn to the extreme, and the priority of each problem was released one after another. There are many things to learn in one's life, and learning also has a primary and secondary relationship. What is the knowledge that Keeman wants to learn the most? Even he himself is not clear. After putting on the learner's robe, Keeman realized what he wanted to learn the most. It defeated a series of problems, and became Keeman's most needed, and the problem he wanted to learn the most. It is the knowledge to remove the seal of the ancient gods. Keeman's throat rolled with a gurgling sound. Is this what he wants to learn the most? Keeman fell into a brief moment of self-doubt. You don't look right. Take it off first. Seeing Keeman's bad face, the Director General immediately reached out and grabbed the hood of the black robe and pulled it out. Chapter 394. After taking off the black robe of the learner, the desire to learn faded again. Keeman couldn't tell which knowledge he wanted to learn the most, as if none of the questions were important, and he didn't want to learn any of them. Why is your expression still so bad? The Director noticed that Keeman's face was not right. Come, I treat you. The Director took out a music box, opened it, and the light music that cleansed people's souls slowly flowed out. Sure Lao also took out an object to heal the soul, But seeing that the director had already taken it out, he didn't use it, so as not to conflict with the extraordinary power of the two items. I don't want to think about any problems now, let me be quiet. Keeman waved his hand. Keeman sat on the lawn, looking at the silver door of knowledge. Facing the temptation of knowledge that it exuded, Keeman only felt troublesome. Learning is a very troublesome thing. First of all, the brain has to remember things, and the things to remember are many and diverse, and they have to be memorized, and they have to be understood and digested into their own knowledge. Abstract, concrete, and complex things were all in a mess in Keeman's mind. Keeman emptied his mind. As long as he didn't think, there would be no confusion. In an instant, Keeman relaxed and lay on the lawn, with his body spread out in a standard big posture. Sher Lao looked at him carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. He's fine. That's the side effect of the black robe for students. The side effect is so serious. The Director General was silent. From Keeman's facial expression, body language, and voice, he felt the lazy temperament emanating from him. Keeman really didn't want to think anymore. He emptied his mind and ignored the temptation of the door of knowledge. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to sleep. In less than 10 seconds, Keeman really fell asleep. Looking at Keeman, who fell asleep because he didn't want to think, the director didn't know what to do for a moment and fell into silence. Sher Lao moved his body and took out a special item with teleportation function. I take down the silver door first, anyway, no one will open the door. Yeah. After a while, the silver door was taken down and placed on the ground. Without the wall, the silver door was as calm as a well. In the dream, Keeman opened his eyes, and the pressure of the evil god Cthulhu spread out radially like invisible ripples. The problem of being too lazy to think about problems disappeared under the power of the evil god. Keeman looked at the silent Raya, and a brainstorming storm blew in the sea of consciousness. Various problems emerged in his heart, dismantled, and sorted out the origin of the problems. Keeman kept thinking and looking for suspicious clues. He hadn't opened the silver door yet, but it was probably a living door, not controlled by Keeman, but by someone else. The place behind the door might not be a place of knowledge. In addition, the black robe of the seeker was not to be trusted. It was something of Jiayuchuan, and it was too compatible with the sect organization. It might also be something with consciousness, and there was a suspicion of deliberately misleading him. If there was no black robe of the seeker and no consciousness, then Keeman had to reflect on himself. Is the knowledge he wanted to learn the most really to unlock the seal of the ancient gods? The biggest benefit of unlocking the seal of the ancient gods is to liberate the evil god Cthulhu in the game world. If the consciousness of Cthulhu was still alive, he should not have revealed his purpose so easily. After thinking about it, Keeman silently sketched the figure of the black robe of the seeker in his mind, and performed cross-border synesthesia. Long black robes, wide hoods, neat edges of the robes. Keeman saw the followers of the Q-system, and saw the black robes on the followers of the Q-system. Keeman was stunned for a moment, as if he had mixed feelings. Keeman stopped synesthesia, and then described the appearance in his mind again. Then, Keeman saw the wide black robes worn by the monsters in the game again. He had mixed feelings again. Keeman changed the channel and synesthesia again, remembering the movies he had watched before, all kinds of black robes. These black robes are all similar in style. Keeman was also drunk. The style of the black robe is very simple, and there are many similar styles. If there is no pattern to distinguish them, it is easy to confuse them. Then, Keeman synesthesia the black robes of the learners again, and recalled the feeling of curiosity. I didn't recall the curiosity just now, mainly because I was afraid that this body might react. He had reason to suspect that Cthulhu's true will was still alive. If it was really it, recalling that weird desire for knowledge, might it overturn? In short, Keeman really did it. Fortunately, the overturning accident that Keeman worried about did not happen. This time, Keeman finally saw the black robe of the learner. From the feeling, it was indeed that smell. However, the black robe seemed to be locked in a seal, where time stagnated and there was no concept of time. Affected by the mother star of Blue Star, Keeman's synesthesia was not stable. Want to deepen the synesthesia, but there is an invisible resistance to prevent it. In other words, you can see, but don't do anything excessive. No living consciousness. Keeman silently felt this result. Keeman hurriedly ended today's synesthesia. Then, Keeman changed the channel to see what the result was on Orange Star. As a result, Keeman saw a large group of female believers, looking crazy on the spot. They were still men the day before. Keeman remembered it clearly. They really turned into women. Keeman sighed. From the perspective of the evil god, it seemed that there was a mysterious force causing unexpected changes in the believers of the K system. Such changes were too strange, causing unknown changes in the body. Some believers were still changing, and had not completely turned into women. The unspeakable thing about men was degenerating. In addition, the pores and coarse hairs of the skin were shrinking. The face shape was also slightly narrowed, the shoulders shrank slightly, and the bones also changed slightly. It was the believers of other faiths who were causing trouble. Who was it? Keeman was in Laya, and could not lend a helping hand. Fortunately, only the Peace Prison had such changes, and the K-system believers in other prisons were not affected by the transformation. The top leaders of Orange Star were also troubled by this. Some people in the Special Information Review Department had gone crazy and muttered to themselves. A male auditor turned into a woman overnight. It was still daytime, but the other party had turned into a woman. At the same time, the latest news from Peace Prison was also passed on, and a large number of male patients turned into women. Female crazy patients will not be affected for the time being, as they are originally women and cannot turn into women again. Li Shan got up early and took a look at the internal communication message. Shocked, the gender of a male patient in Peace Prison has reversed. Dear researchers, please report your health status and gender in real time. He looked serious, slowly got up and walked into the toilet. After a while, the young Professor Li Shan came out of the toilet again. His eyes were full of bloodshot. His eyes have always been like this, and he has gotten used to it. He pulled the light blue screen and typed his real-time information, gender, male. Chapter 395. After a while, the conference hall of the Orange Star Research Institute was temporarily empty, and no one was holding a meeting. However, this does not mean that the highest institution is paralyzed. On the contrary, they held a meeting in the virtual network, and everyone did not meet and avoided physical contact. At present, there is no case of people in our conference hall turning into women, but everyone should not relax their vigilance and be careful of new diseases in the Peace Prison. The elder said, there is still 1 day left before the deadline for Cthulhu believers to return the worship. If they do not return the worship, should we take iron-blooded measures? Li Shan asked. The elder was silent for a while. The others also fell silent, and no one took the initiative to answer. This is a war, but asking them to kill their fellow Orange Star people is a bit unpleasant. I don't know if there is a way to turn evil back to good in this world. If it is in the game, I have a way to make those believers turn evil back to good, but there are no game items in reality. A researcher shook his head. Li Shan did not think deeply about it at first, until an hour into the meeting, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The evil believers in reality come from the evil beliefs they accept in the game. Conversely, if they turn over a new leaf in the game, won't they turn over a new leaf in reality? Whose idea was it just now? The idea that can make evil believers turn over a new leaf. Li Shan shouted. The researchers looked at each other and shook their heads. It seems that someone just went offline to play games. Someone reminded. Please call him back. Li Shan said solemnly. I have his friend, I go. A researcher went offline. Professor Li Shan, what have you discovered? Asked the elder. Elder, since the faith in the game can affect people in reality, then conversely, if the faith is removed in the game, people in reality will naturally become normal people again. Li Shan said his own inference. Once Li Shan's argument was put forward, everyone suddenly realized it. Good idea. It's feasible. The method is feasible. The old men shouted happily. The believers of the Ku system are their heartache. They are compatriots, but because they believe in evil gods, they have to kill them. It's a pity. If there is a way to make them turn from evil to good, it would be great. A few minutes later, the researcher who claimed to have a way returned to the online network meeting. Professor Li, you are looking for me? Los asked. Los is a strong man, and he is also one of the game designers. He knows many ways to obtain game props. I heard you say that you have a way to make believers turn from evil to good? Li Shan asked. Yes, we introduced the belief system when designing this game. Belief is not something unbreakable. I designed a game item in this game that can clear belief. Other designers have similar designs, but it is just a game item and cannot affect reality. Los shrugged, his face full of regret. It was also the moment when Los finished explaining that everyone started arguing, their faces full of excitement. Los, there is such a good thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? But it's not too late to know now. Those props require a certain level to receive. I just received a small item that clears belief recently. Los said. In the game, a large number of top-quality equipment comes from wild monsters, and NPCs can provide clues. All this information can be obtained from the design files of the game company. By the way, why are you so excited? It can't be materialized in reality. Los was puzzled. Los, have you ever cleared other people's beliefs in the game? This? I haven't used it yet, because I just got it from a wild boss. Los shook his head. That's fine, let's try it today to see if the item can be used. The dean said happily. Los didn't quite understand what everyone was happy about, but as the communication deepened, he gradually associated it with the key point. Game beliefs, real beliefs, these two things may be linked to each other. Los thought of this and became excited. After a while, Los and others logged into the game. In a prison, believers were asked to enter the game. They were powerless to resist, their real bodies were too weak, and they were stiffly stuffed into the game cabin by robots, hypnotized with 4 sleep brain waves, and put to sleep and enter the game. Since their registered identities in the game were all recorded, the Orange Star players went directly to the location of the believer players. The players in reality had firm beliefs, and would not give in easily, but they were few in number, and could not withstand the rush of Orange Star players. Los rushed to the front, kicked a believer down, and took out a hat that cleared Faith. This was a pointed hat, with the style of a magician's hat. The hat was white and extremely pure. Los put the hat that cleared Faith on the believer player's head. The other party opened his eyes, and trembled all over. The white pointed hat was covered with layers of black, which was the other party's faith. The deeper the faith, the darker the color. Ah! Great Lord! I saw Rlia. The believer player's legs were stretched straight, and his eyes were wide open. Los, is his faith really being cleared? Why does it feel useless? Someone said in fear. Don't panic, this is just a stress reaction, and it will be cleared sooner or later. Los was very confident at first, but when he saw that the other party did not clear the faith as smoothly as he imagined, his confidence dropped from 100% to 80%. 10 seconds later. Ah, I came to Rlia, he shouted. The black cloud pattern on the white pointed hat faded and slowly faded. The man shouting also gradually stopped, and he stopped shouting and screaming, and his expression gradually became stable. Seeing this, Los breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the item took effect. As long as the dark color on the white hat returns to its original color, the other party's inner faith can be cleared and become an atheist. 1 minute later. The player fainted from the pain, his face pale, as if all the essence in his body had been plundered. Los took off his hat, and called his men beside him. A magician waved his magic wand, and summoned a small water droplet. The blue water droplet floated in the air, and hit the opponent's face directly, forcibly waking him up with water. Ah! The player who was awakened by the water wiped his face with his hands, opened his eyes, looked at everyone, and his puzzled expression stayed for a few seconds, and then he remembered what he had done before. Gary, what do you think Cthulhu is? Los asked. Gary stood up and said awkwardly, Sorry, I was bewitched by those NPCs before. I don't really believe in Cthulhu. I know you didn't mean it, so what do you think of Cthulhu? Los asked. Oh! Cthulhu is shit. As long as he dares to show his health bar, I will chop him to pieces. Gary exaggeratedly. Very good, if you dare to curse the evil god so readily, then you must not be a believer. Los smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with the sober Gary. Chapter 396. Los went offline urgently and contacted the robots in the Harmony prison, asking them to wake up the Orange Star man named Gary. After Gary was awakened, the robot asked him what he said about Cthulhu. Of course, Gary cursed the evil god and messed up his life. In the online network conference, the researchers watched the real-time prison video and showed ecstatic expressions. Success. We can finally stand up and resist. The elder looked at the people in the video cursing, and felt an indescribable joy in his heart. However, we can't easily draw conclusions. Every believer who has turned from evil to good must be isolated for a period of time, and observe more. The elder said for safety. That makes sense. Indeed, we can't believe them immediately, we must observe more. The researcher nodded, and for the sake of caution, he still decided to isolate them for a period of time, and then decide whether to let them return to the game to contribute to Orange Star based on their performance. How many items in the game can eliminate faith? The elder looked at Los. Replying to the elder, there are 10 other designers who have made similar items. Can your item be dropped by killing wild bosses? Yes, but in order to make the equipment valuable, I set a pseudo-random drop rate. The first kill will definitely drop it, and then the drop rate of the item will become 1 in 10,000. If the equipment has dropped 100 pieces, the drop rate will be adjusted to 0. Los said. And this equipment can be dropped, it cannot be bound forever. If the player dies, this equipment will be dropped 100%. When everyone heard this, their eyes turned to Los. The researcher who didn't play games often widened his eyes. When he heard the words fake random explosion rate, he couldn't help but point at him and curse. You are cheating. The virtual game researcher, who often played games, shook his head. This is the company's marketing strategy. There are only 100 pieces of equipment in the world. It is extremely valuable, and can attract players from all over the world to collect it. Los faced everyone's gaze, his face unchanged. He made the special explosion rate of this equipment, and he has a clear conscience. Besides, this is the company's operating strategy. He acts according to the company's philosophy. What's wrong? Besides that, what items can be picked up now? Someone asked. Another game designer stood up and said the location of the items he designed to remove faith. There are items I designed in the Thunderstruck Wood Mountain area, but the lightning there is so violent that players will die if they touch it. We can wear the Wood Spirit's treasured clothes, which have the function of lightning protection. Wear it, and go into the Thunder Pond to take out the treasure that is sunk to the bottom. The treasure is a ring. When you put on the ring, you can use electric shock to make believers suffer from lightning and gradually lose their faith. Everyone nodded, all showing curious expressions. How do you get the Wood Spirit's treasured clothes? It seems to be in an area of more than 400 levels, right? This is not difficult. The Wood Spirit clan is distributed all over the place, and there are also Wood Spirits in low-level areas. As long as we kill low-level Wood Spirits, we can use their bodies to make clothes. Kamong traveled around in his dream and watched the victims in prison. Kamong has not paid attention to the fact that a fanatical believer was deprived of his faith, so he has no way of knowing. There are too many of his followers. It is impossible to cut out 1,000,000 screens in the brain and have everyone pay attention in real time. Even if the evil god's power is added, the evil god's body can bear it, but Keeman's attention will be divided into millions of parts, which is not worth the loss. Suddenly, there was a murmur in my ears, which was sometimes far and sometimes near. It was a call from afar, a sincere sacrifice. Keeman's mind followed the other party's call, and saw a mountain top covered with lightning. There was a lightning-struck tree on the top of the mountain, and its whole body was charred. The lightning in the sky was always injected into the lightning-struck tree, which was as bright as day. The lightning-struck tree was not destroyed, and it showed an endless breath. However, the protagonist today is not the lightning-struck tree, but the companion monster of the lightning-struck tree. This is a group of Wood Spirits, wearing black robes that are not suitable for their bodies, with wooden bodies inside the robes, and chanting the name of Cthulhu in their mouths. Great Cthulhu, we are the Wood Spirits of Lemu Mountain. This is a rare treasure that has been polished in the Thunder Pond for 100 years. It was originally a stone. We specially offer this treasure to you. The Wood Spirit of Lemu Mountain said. There is a pool on the top of the mountain, and thunder and lightning are boiling. What level of area is this? Keeman is a little curious, because the thunder and lightning here are really violent. As he stared for a longer time, Keeman saw the level bar of the Wood Spirit. Level 450. Such a high-level monster. No player has broken through level 300 yet, and players definitely dare not take risks here. The appearance of the rare treasure is a ring shape, the whole body is dark blue, and it flashes with precious light. Keeman silently felt it a few times, and thought it was not too deterrent, so he accepted the sacrifice of the believers. The Wood Spirits threw the treasure into the Thunder Pond, waited for a while, hesitated for a while, and expressed the wish of the Wood Spirit clan. They want to gain the power to leave this place, and see the outside world. Keeman thought this was easy. Using the space-time channel established by the space-time stone powder, Keeman used the additional skill of accepting sacrifices to harvest the souls of believers, and then throw their souls back to himself. At the same time, Keeman found that there were some level fish swimming in the pond in the Thunder Pool. Without saying a word, Keeman robbed them as well. Keeman watched for a while, and suddenly the world shook, as if some big hand slapped him. The next second, Keeman woke up. An old palm patted his face lightly. Turning his head, it was Shirlao. Shirlao's hair had a few more white strands, and his face was old. Amon, are you feeling better? Shirlao said. Keeman slowly got up and first looked at the level fish, and the blue ring offered by the Wood Spirit believers. Then think about what Shirlao meant by this. What's wrong with him? Oh, the black robe for the learner. I'm much better. He looked around. The director was not there, and he didn't know where the black robe for the learner was. Where's the robe? Kumeng asked. It's sealed. What? Do you want to push the door? Shirlao disagreed. How about letting Tang Yuan push it? Kumeng asked. Your pet is also a life. Don't do this. Shi Lao said seriously. Ming nodded, and then he wouldn't persecute Tang Yuan. What is this ring? I don't know. I just feel that this ring seems to be interesting. Kumeng shook his head. Then let the big-faced cat see what it is. Shi Lao urged. Posing the big-faced cat, a wave of 15-second staring. Strange knowledge has been added. Ring of the Thunder King. The future Thunder King will eventually wear this ring, control thunder and lightning, and wipe out the faith of the gods' believers. Function: control thunder and lightning, can be used on people, and has the function of eliminating the faith of the gods. Side effects: the user will have a bad temper and no respect for the law, which will continue for a while after taking off the ring. Chapter 397. An item that removes faith. This is rare. Shi Lao opened his mouth in surprise. Kumeng picked up the blue ring, but he didn't expect it to be an item that removes faith. He was surprised and said, Does the bureau have similar items? Shi Lao frowned, recalling the special items he knew, and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember which item in the bureau had the function of removing faith. It seems, probably, maybe, no, yours is the first one. Shi Lao said uncertainly. I asked my colleagues in the bureau. Shi Lao took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the ring of the Thunder King, and then sent it to the director of the bureau, and then noted the main function of the item, asking the director to check whether there are similar items in the world. 10 seconds later, the General Bureau replied first. No, in the bureau, this is the first item to remove faith. We don't know about it in the world for the time being. Kumeng turned his head and glanced at the information on Shi Lao's mobile phone. The first one. This is enough to prove the rarity of this item. There are many kinds of special items on Blue Star. There are dozens of gloves that increase strength, and there are also several kinds of space transfer stones. The Koi Investigation Bureau does not monopolize the teleportation stone industry. This also indirectly proves that the Thunder King ring in Kumeng's hand has extremely rare attributes. It is possible that this is the world's first object to remove faith. Kumeng looked at it quietly. This item has a miraculous effect. It can be used on evil believers to eliminate their evil beliefs. Jia Yuchuan of the Gate Organization has been completely dehumanized and cannot be saved, but the shadow of our shadow stream should be sealed in the bureau. Kumeng asked. Of course, we think they are still valuable in intelligence, and they are sealed. After Shi Lao finished speaking, his eyes suddenly lit up. Eliminate their belief in the shadow stream, and make them turn over a new leaf. What a good idea. Shi Lao paced left and right, his brain working at full speed, going through a big list in his mind, and the names of all the sealed evil organization members and important personnel emerged in his mind. Deacon Zhang and Deacon Hui's shadows are sealed in the Investigation Bureau. Let's use the power of the Thunder King on them first. Shi Lao suggested. Okay. Kumeng nodded. After a while, the top-secret proposal jointly written by Shi Lao and Kumeng was uploaded to the director of the General Bureau, and then the top-level officials of the Investigation Bureau were collectively shocked. Without a meeting to discuss, they directly passed the top-secret proposal written by Kumeng and others, and the code name of this mission was Special Operation of the Thunder King. Kumeng strongly requested that he be allowed to execute the sentence, because his resistance was strong, better than that of normal people, and the impact would not be too deep. Besides, as long as Keeman returns to the game in his dream and returns to the body of the evil god, the negative effects at the soul level will all disappear in front of the evil god's power, which is safer than them. The people in the Investigation Bureau didn't know that Keeman had the power of the evil god to eliminate the negative effects, so they didn't agree with Keeman's risk. But Keeman was the owner of the item, and the negative effects were not too outrageous, so in the end, they didn't say anything and tacitly accepted Keeman as the leader of the action. Deacon Zhang and Deacon Hui were initially sealed in Whale City and Octopus City, and later secretly moved to the Investigation Bureau in the capital to prevent the Shadow Organization from rescuing people. They were each sealed in 2 different sealed objects, and were in the sealing pavilion of the General Administration, which was the most strictly sealed place, and required many procedures to unseal, so time was not in a hurry. Keeman was not in a hurry. He was not familiar with the Ring of the Thunder King. He walked out of the guard area of the Silver Gate, and went outdoors to test its function. When he put on the blue ring of the King of Thunder, Keeman felt a tingling electric shock on his fingers. The next second, Keeman felt that his body had an inexplicable power, and could control the bioelectricity in his body. As we all know, the human body has electricity. Although it cannot be compared with the electricity of lightning, the human body does have electricity. The moment he put on the Ring of the Thunder King, Keeman felt infinite power surging through his body. In the dark, he He could also sense the density of charge distribution in the sky, which was caused by the friction between dust and air. However, the sky was clear, and there were no heavy clouds. Keeman intuitively thought that he could not use the ability of lightning to locate the attack. If it was a thunderstorm, Keeman would most likely control lightning and use the lightning in the sky to locate the attack. He looked around, and the current flowing through various wires in the investigation bureau made Keeman react. As if with a thought, he could make the current of the wires converge and make the voltage rise sharply. But Keeman did not do it. This is the Khoi General Administration. There is no need to damage things in his own bureau. Keeman took out a bunch of power banks from the storage scarf and pointed to one of the power banks, the charging port of the power bank. The ring of the Thunder King glowed with a faint blue light. In the air between the finger and the power bank, there seemed to be some invisible conductive medium, which could make the current transmit through the air along this medium. Normal current cannot be transmitted in the air, it needs a medium. Either heat the air to make the air enter a plasma state, or transmit in another form of transmission electromagnetic wave. The Thunder King ring used extraordinary power to make the electric current have the ability to transmit through the air. The current in the power bank overflowed from the charging port, and the blue arc kept jumping, drawing a bright arc in the air, and poured into the index finger of Keeman's right hand. The thing worn on the index finger was the blue Thunder King ring. Part of the electric energy flowed through Keeman's fingers, and was transmitted to the ring through his flesh and blood. Most of the current was transmitted to the ring in the air under the influence of extraordinary power, and the ring stored the electric energy. At the same time, the resistance power in Keeman's body suddenly started to work. It sensed that there was a certain power in the body trying to interfere with Keeman's thoughts, trying to make Keeman a lawless person. The interfering power was faintly fighting with the resistance power. In the end, the resistance power was defeated and subsided in the body. Keeman's heart trembled. It seems that the resistance point is not high. After all, this is an item from the 450 level area. It cannot be underestimated. The current of the power bank was not strong enough, like a thin trickle, not even a stream, and it was sucked up by him in an instant. Sure Lao sent someone to put a piece of wood on the ground as a target. Keeman absorbed all the power of the power bank, and then stretched out his hand and pointed at the wooden target. The ring of the King of Law shone brightly again, and the extraordinary power gave the power stored in the ring a new characteristic, which could flow in the air. The bright light of the electric current shone on the fingertips, and fine arcs shot out from the fingertips. Keeman pointed at the wooden stake, and the current obeyed Keeman's command and shot forward at a very fast speed. However, the current only shot into the wooden stake. The wooden stake was dry and non-conductive, and the electrons were bound, causing no obvious damage. Keeman frowned. This ability was so weak. No, it might just be that he used it improperly. Keeman remembered a TV show he had watched before, where electric currents swirled around his fingertips, and a large electric field formed a strong magnetic field, accelerating a coin to supersonic speed. Any object accelerated to supersonic speed will have terrible power. Chapter 398. This is not a professional test room, so Keeman moved to the professional test room underground to test his new idea. The flaming man came over with his hands in his pockets to watch. Keeman would use the method of repentance on the two Shadow Stream deacons later. If he didn't watch the highlight moment of the Shadow Stream members going to faith on the spot, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Keeman, I brought the high power wire. Take it easy. Don't suck the entire city power grid dry. Keeman took the thick black wire, unplugged the interface, and pointed with his right finger. A dark blue arc gushed out from the wire mouth, forming a thick arc. Electric current has no color, but oxygen produces ionization, and a bowl-sized blue current beam rushed into Keeman's finger. The ring on the finger constantly absorbed the current flowing out of the wire, and countless currents also ran through the body. The human body could not withstand such high voltage current, but under the effect of the ring of the Thunder King, the current was almost harmless to Keeman's body, and even stimulated the activity of various cells in the body, increasing Keeman's comprehensive ability. Keeman charged for 10 minutes, took off his horse hunter leather boots, and put on ordinary shoes. He started running from a crouching position, and instantly became a black shadow, easily breaking through a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in 1 second. Blue Star Super Sports Car can accelerate to 100 kilometers per hour in just 1 second. At this moment, Keeman is comparable to a sports car. However, a sports car can run for a long time, and can accelerate to 500 or 600 kilometers per hour, but Keeman can't accelerate any higher. The main reason is the limitation of the human foot. The power it can provide is not as strong as the engine of a sports car. In short, humans have limits. Unless there is a supernatural power. Keeman put on the hunter leather boots, which is a card draw item from the player's sacrifice. The player equipment drawn from the card draw item can increase the basic movement speed. After putting on the hunter leather boots, Keeman started running again in a crouching position. A gust of wind blew, and Keeman ran faster, running in circles in the huge indoor space. The basement of the general administration is not an ordinary basement, but a space opened up by items with some kind of alien space function. The place here is very large, and the radius of the room starts at least a few kilometers, which is huge. Keeman ran for a minute, and the biological energy supplied by the human body was completely insufficient for the super running speed. Fortunately, the Thunder King ring transformed the body, and the intense energy consumption during the running was replaced by electricity. The electricity stored in the ring played a role here, continuously replenishing Keeman's energy. At the same time, because the running speed was too fast, the skin kept rubbing against the air. Fortunately, Keeman's resistance power broke out and blocked the damage caused by friction. Keeman didn't know how fast he was running. When he reached a speed that he couldn't speed up anymore, he slowly slowed down and then slowly stopped. The high-speed camera in the test room recorded everything and used an intelligent algorithm to quickly calculate that Keeman's starting speed was 100 km per hour and the maximum speed was 300 km per hour. Keeman, you are now a humanoid sports car. The Autobots can't outrun you. The angry man laughed. Keeman also smiled and was very happy. Guzi, Shirley, and Baishatang were also in the test room. Seeing that their master's running speed had finally increased, they looked at each other in different ways. White Sugar began to make random assumptions. Its IQ was always off. I wonder what terrible reason it had come up with. Tang Yuan barked a congratulatory sound. Shirley was surprised. She didn't expect humans to reach such a speed. She broke through the supersonic speed because she took too much crystal-level fish. Her master said that she broke through the 100-level standard, her body fell asleep, and she awakened a stronger ability. Under the influence of extraordinary power, she had the ability to move at supersonic speed. The same is true for Tang Yuan. It is a high-potential pet. It is normal to be supersonic after the 100 level. Keeman has not yet broken through the supersonic speed. The threshold of supersonic speed is 1,224 km per hour. Keeman's speed is only 1/4 of supersonic speed, but Keeman has hope, while others don't even have hope. After measuring the physical fitness of electrical energy to stimulate physical activity, Keeman continued to think about how to control lightning. While charging, he ordered people to bring him some metal objects. Sure, Lao brought metal bullets, but did not bring ordinary coins to him. The main reason is that the material strength of the coin is not high enough. The Investigation Bureau has a professional testing agency, and naturally has professional testing materials. The metal bullet that Sure Lao brought was a very small steel core bullet, not a coin. The coin shape in the animation is not a good weapon. Due to the principle of aerodynamics, the bullet is more suitable for the electromagnetic military field. This is an electromagnetic weapon bullet, with low resistance and high material strength, which is just suitable as your test material. Kuming was slightly surprised. Has Koi Island developed a miniaturized electromagnetic weapon? Sure Lao shook his head. It has not been completely successfully developed, but the corresponding military research has not stopped and has been improved. It has been improving. This means that Koi Island already has test samples, but the effect is not good, or they have not yet reached the mass production stage and are still in the laboratory stage. Keeman held the steel core bullet in his hand and looked at it carefully. Because the electromagnetic gun does not use spiral rifling, in order to stabilize the flight and reduce the influence of air resistance, and because it does not need gunpowder to propel it, the bullet is made thin and long, like a nail. At the same time, its mass is very light, and the length data is 2 mm*7 mm. It is a very small bullet. Keeman pinched the bullet with his right hand, and with a thought, the Thunder King ring glowed, and the current flowed out from the ring again, producing ionization in the air. This time, Keeman no longer controlled the blue arc to shoot in a straight line, but let the arc turn into a very fine arc, which was wrapped around the finger in the form of a circle. The current surrounded Keeman's index finger, winding around and around, forming an arc with a curvature, interweaving into an extremely dense spiral circle, and the magnetic field was born at the finger. This electromagnetic field is not very strong because the voltage is not strong enough. But it doesn't matter, Keeman can increase the current and raise the voltage. Keeman's other fingers also showed hand arcs, generating magnetic fields. He controlled the electromagnetic field by affecting the current, attracting the conductive steel core bullet to float in the air, and fix it in front of the index finger. The Flaming Man and Sure Lao both opened their eyes wide, thinking that it was impossible. Could it really be accelerated by magnetic fields? This was a journey they had never imagined, but Keeman really put the idea in his mind into practice. Those circles of suspended arcs appeared in the air without relying on any wires. In the face of extraordinary power, the current stage of science cannot explain the principles inside. Keeman also had a half-understanding, and slowly explored it by feeling. In terms of feeling, no one in the Investigation Bureau really knows better than him. Chapter 399. Magnetic field is an invisible thing. The Ring of the Thunder King gives the ability to control lightning. With a thought, Keeman controlled the distribution of electric current, changed the electric field, and the magnetic field also changed. Electric field will produce magnetic field, which is a simple scientific principle. However, such operation is too abstract, and the brain needs some time to adapt to such abstract control. After practicing for a while, the current on the palm of his right hand changed in 1,000 ways, and the magnetic field changed accordingly. At the same time, Keeman touched the wire with his other hand, and the current flowed through his body to his right hand, and then into the ring, charging continuously. This is an item from a level 400 area, and it is impossible to charge only a little bit of electricity. Keeman changed the electric field area and transmitted the current to the air in front of his finger. He practiced slowly, trying to increase the current, and the voltage also increased. The magnetic field is also increasing. The steel core bullet was originally affected by various magnetic fields and bound to the front end of the index finger. But now the magnetic field is changing and not stable enough, so Keeman took the bullet out first. Then he continued to increase the current, and the voltage rose higher and higher. Electric arcs gradually surged from Keeman's body, and his hair moved slightly. Sher Lao and others retreated and stopped approaching Keeman. Everyone's spiritual perception issued a dangerous warning. If they touched the electricity, they would be in danger of death. After Keeman tried 10 times in a row, he took a deep breath, cancelled all the currents, and tested again. A small steel core bullet, due to the effect of the magnetic field, was attached to the front of Keeman's index finger. With a touch of the finger, countless electric currents flashed like light, and instantly twisted into a super high-density spiral current circle. The magnetic field formed by the high-voltage current was also instantly generated at this moment. The steel core bullet whizzed by, and in the blink of an eye, only a flash of light could be seen from the friction of the bullet in the air. The bullet had already hit the target, which was a steel plate, and it left a bullet hole on the steel plate. Keeman walked to the steel plate, and saw that the steel core bullet had penetrated 2 layers of steel plates. After trying for so long, it finally succeeded once, and Keeman felt that he had found the trick. However, it was also this round of fierce firing that drained nearly 30% of the stored electrical energy. Materials, and the like only consumed bullets. With the Ring of the Thunder King, the current can be transmitted in the air and form an electric field under the influence of the mind, saving a huge amount of material costs. Even the voltage can be adjusted instantly through Keeman's will. Keeman charged it again and tried another electromagnetic cannon. The steel core bullet flashed again and hit the target. Sher Lao and the angry man watched the whole experiment and applauded Keeman. Congratulations, you have mastered another attack method. I thought this ring was a functional item, but now it can be used for 2 purposes. The angry man sighed. Needless to say, with this move, it is best for the ring to stay with Keeman. Keeman lacks long-range attack methods, and this ring just makes up for Keeman's shortcomings. The power of the electromagnetic cannon is not strong enough now. That's because it is not charged enough. When the King of Magic ring is charged to the storage limit, everyone can speculate what the ceiling of Keeman's electromagnetic cannon power is. At this time, an investigator brought 2 sealed objects, which were 2 deacons of Shadow's stream, one named Hua and the other named Zhang. It can be unsealed. Let's unseal Deacon Zhang first, Sher Lao said. The staff carefully unsealed the seal. This sealed object was a stone cup. Blowing into the stone cup, a huge cage poured out. The iron cage is the second seal, and there is a set of chair-like torture instruments inside the cage, which trapped the man's shadow. Deacon Zhang was trapped by this torture instrument, unable to move or make any sound. The staff took out a silver key and opened the door of the iron cage. Without opening the door, people outside cannot affect the things inside the iron cage. Do you need me to unlock the ability to speak? Asked the staff. This set of chair-like torture instruments conceal various functions of intelligent creatures, including the ability to talk. At present, Deacon Zhang even stopped thinking. This set of torture instruments is so overbearing. Keeman shook his head, and didn't intend to listen to Deacon Zhang. With a light tap of his fingers, a huge arc of electricity shot out and landed on the shadow. Keeman didn't know whether lightning could make shadow creatures surrender. Shadow creatures are shadows after all, and they are different from the conventional creatures that Keeman knew. As expected, the lightning only left a mark on the seat of the chair-like torture instrument. Deacon Zhang, who is a shadow creature, didn't move at all, as if he really stopped thinking. Keeman used his shadow-grabbing hand to grab the shadow of Deacon Zhang. The shadow was stretched and passed through the air, creating a strange visual feeling. The shadow was clearly pulled to his hand, but the other end of the shadow was still stuck to the chair torture device, locked and unable to leave. Deacon Zhang still did not make a sound of severe pain, which shows the domineering nature of this torture device. What do you want? The staff hesitated. The shadow has no entity, and my electric current cannot stimulate it. Keeman shook his head. The staff said, "Oh," and quickly untied the restrictions of the torture device. Deacon Zhang was taken into Keeman's palm, and then Keeman found a bug body for him. With a whoosh, the insect took on the man's shadow. Deacon Zhang was in a daze. His consciousness was not yet clear. He only felt that he had regained his body. His consciousness was recovering, and he was adapting to the new body. The next second, a slight electric current flowed through his body, numb and painful. All his nerves were trembling. Deacon Zhang felt that he was flying. The flying here does not mean being happy to the point of flying, but being in pain to the point of wanting to die. But he couldn't die, and the insect's body trembled. Kumeng's fingertips jumped with lightning, and a large amount of fine current flowed into the insect's body. Shi Lao and the flaming man on the side watched with relish. Kumeng's control over the current is just right, so as not to electrocute the insect to death, while at the same time putting the other party in torture. But the insect's body is so weak, what if it is electrocuted to death? The flaming man hypothesized. As soon as the voice fell, the insect's 6 legs were facing the sky, stretched straight, and it seemed to have no breath. It seems to be really dead. The angry man was surprised. He didn't expect his crow's mouth to be so effective. If it dies, change it. There are plenty of bugs. Kumeng looked indifferent. He grabbed Shadow's hand and took it again, and Shadow caught another bug. A handful of lightning flew up and leaped towards the new bug. Deacon Zhang only felt his brain trembling at first. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then he felt dizzy, and the extreme tingling sensation began again. This time, even his will was treated with electric shock. "Ah!" Shadow screamed. Kumeng took out the sound-absorbing sponge, pinched the sponge, and absorbed the screams from Deacon Zhang. The world became quiet. The silent electric current was flowing wantonly. The bug couldn't stand the stimulation of the electric current at all and died again. Kumeng had a blank expression on his face. He changed the body of the bug after one died, and continued to shock it. Seeing that Deacon Zhang was gritting his teeth tightly, Keeman's expression showed a slight irritability, and he increased the intensity of the electric shock, making the arc density greater and the voltage higher. Shi Lao and the flaming man saw it, and exchanged glances. Is this the state of being lawless? Lawlessness should be described as a state of mind, and doesn't the side effect include a bad temper? The flaming man also exchanged glances. High-intelligence investigators can use their sixth sense to guess what the other party wants to say, with an accuracy of about 70% to 80%. Before studying electromagnetic guns, Keeman had never shown his irritable side. Now that he has started electrotherapy, he has begun to have the taste of the Thunder King. Chapter 400. Disregarding the law is not a particularly bad side effect. Everyone is just afraid that he is against humanity. Keeman has been giving electrotherapy. The more the other party struggles, the more irritable Keeman's expression becomes. Keeman has not realized this yet. He just thinks that this Deacon Zhang is too stubborn. The insect is too weak to let him experience the full experience of electrotherapy. This thought flashed through Keeman's mind. We need to find an animal that is strong enough to last for a long time. Such an animal cannot be an ordinary animal. It is best to be a mutant animal. Are there any mutant animals in the bureau? Keeman typed on his mobile phone. Special items are born all over the world. Occasionally, wild beasts eat special wild fruits and have powerful abilities and bodies. The Investigation Bureau occasionally catches such strange beasts. I recently caught a ferocious beast. Let's give it to you for electrotherapy. The staff quickly typed a reply. He ran away and came back 2 minutes later with a giant rat. The rat was very big, 2 meters tall, with a total length of 6 meters from tail to body, and red eyes, and a fierce look in its mouth. Keeman first took the big rat's shadow, but the big rat had no ability to resist Keeman's palm, so Keeman directly took off its shadow and threw it on a small insect. The small insect's shadow became extremely huge, with the shadow of a giant rat. Deacon Zhang's shadow was transferred to the ferocious big rat, and the rat had a human shadow. Then the electrotherapy began. Dense electric currents flowed out of Keeman's body, and the lightning-colored arc wrapped around the big rat. There was no sound at the scene, and the sound-absorbing sponge absorbed all the sounds. Deacon John was screaming, but he couldn't hear his voice. It was so painful that his whole soul was trembling. At first, only his body was trembling, but the lightning was poisonous. It was electrocuting, and suddenly penetrated into his soul. He could not hold on any longer. Living things have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. He realized that the belief in the shadow stream was the source of pain. As long as he abandoned it, he could abandon the pain. Deacon John did not want to do that, but under the electrotherapy of the Thunder King, he really could not stand it. This is a power that can distort one's will. If you don't accept it, you will suffer, but it will not kill you. A minute later, Deacon John surrendered and gave up his faith. Once the will is relaxed, with the help of electrotherapy, the idea of believing in the Lord of Shadows stream flashes like lightning, and disappears completely after the flash. A minute later, Keeman stopped the electrotherapy because he felt that Deacon Zhang's temperament had changed qualitatively, and was no longer the same Deacon Zhang as before. Keeman took Deacon Zhang out, and laid him on the ground. Then he summoned Tang Yuan, and asked it to take the sound-absorbing sponge away, and release it in a deserted place. After Deacon Zhang came out, he did not run anywhere. He said in a voice that was neither happy nor sad, looking down on everything and indifferent to life, "I can tell you everything I know, including the shadow stream intelligence that I have hidden and not finished talking about before." The angry man immediately walked up and said impatiently, "Please speak. My name is Zhang Ying. The first time I joined Shadow Stream was during a mountain climbing trip. I failed to push someone, and was pushed down the mountain by my mother-in-law. When I died, a member of Shadow Stream passed by and saved me." Zhang Ying said slowly, talking about the beginning of his sinful life. Everything originated from that mountain climbing trip, when he failed to push someone and was killed. After becoming a member of the Shadow Stream, he had the ability to change bodies. Then his first goal was to change into his girlfriend's adulterer, and live with his girlfriend, who was unaware of the situation, for a while under a new identity. It was also during that time that he found that he could do whatever he wanted because he had a handsome face. No matter what he did, his girlfriend would forgive his mistakes. And personal abilities are more lasting, and there will be different feelings. At that time, Zhang Ying could not contain the expansion of his desires. He wanted more, so he began to walk on the road of sin. Climbing up step by step, mentor level, regional contact person, deacon level. As long as he remembered everything, he told the people in the investigation bureau. While listening, Keeman gave Deacon Hua electrotherapy to remove her belief in the shadow stream. Electrotherapy is a painful process. As long as the Thunder King does not cut off the power, the process of mental torture can continue. The body of this big rat is very strong. Deacon Hua has not died. He continues to be electrotreated and is in pain. After a while, Deacon Hua can't stand it anymore, defeated, and abandoned the belief in the shadow stream. Keeman played with the ring of the King of Thunder. If he let others give him electric shock, could he get rid of his faith? Keeman suspected that he might also be influenced by Mr. Ke, but he was just suspicious, and didn't think he believed in God. Besides, it was useless to get rid of faith. As long as he dreamed, he would become an evil god. Thinking of this, Keeman gave up the unreliable idea. Deacon Hua landed, and like Deacon Zhang, she didn't run anywhere. "What do you want to know?" "I confess. Just don't shock me again." Deacon Hua said in shock, not wanting to experience that nightmare power again. It was a mental torture, an experience beyond human will. On this day, the two shadow deacons exposed everything they knew. Without reservation, they told everything. A list of more than 3,000 people from outside the continent was released, but the internet beast investigated those people on the internet, and found that most of them were missing. It should be that the shadow organization evacuated those involved, and now they want to catch them. They have changed their appearance, and are difficult to catch. In addition to the list of personnel, there are 56 bases, and 1,003 temporary safe houses around the world. The names of various shadow skills that shadow members know, as well as the power techniques and principles, were all said by the two deacons. The investigation bureau was overjoyed, and recorded these materials in the confidential files. Unfortunately, there is no contact information for the top leaders of the shadow organization. The two deacons speculated that there were many times when they suddenly forgot their memories for a period of time. During that period of forgetfulness, the memory gap was relatively large, but it did not have much impact on life, which was very strange. They suspected that it was Shadow Stream's method, but they had no way to investigate it. Shadow Stream's actions were too secretive and could not be investigated. After listening to it, the Investigation Bureau felt it was difficult. Shadow Stream's intelligence information management was really strict. Even its own senior figures were wary of information leakage. Keeman shook his head and took off the ring of the Thunder King. He did not forget the side effects of the ring. During the time he wore the ring, he did not feel that he was lawless, but he could not even stop the resistance force. He had to be careful and use the power of Mr. Ku to clear the mental interference in the game. At night, he hypnotized himself to sleep and dreamed about the game. Deep Sea Raya. Keeman slowly opened his eyes and looked at the silent deep sea. He realized that the power acting on a will was crushed by the power of the evil god, and not even a slag was left. Then, Keeman began to sense those believers to see what the situation on Orange Star was like. Chapter 401. The situation on Orange Star is unclear. Now another belief has emerged, which means that three forces are colliding. One side is the Ecosystem believers on Keeman's side, one side is the local forces of Orange Star, and the other side is an unknown organization that has just joined. Behind every large evil organization, there may be a secret existence supporting it. Without the support of the big guys, they cannot survive. Keeman sensed the believers in Peace Prison and saw a group of female believers. The men who had not yet completed their transformation are now female believers. All of them are female. Are all the members of this new organization female? Keeman couldn't help guessing. The believers in Peace Prison are very special now. They have both the Ecosystem belief and a weird belief. The two beliefs collide in their minds, and no one is convinced. In the end, they are the ones who get hurt. The women scream from time to time, and their mental state was extremely unstable. The medical robot has given up treatment and lay on the ground in a daze. The female patients punched the medical robot, but the steel of the machine didn't break, but the women's fists scratched the skin. Not everyone's skin is as hard as steel. Humans have their limits, and Keeman understands this truth deeply. This once again reminded Keeman of Jia Yuchuan. That crazy guy is now crazy, completely crazy. However, it seems that there is a chance to save him. If the other person falls asleep and dreams, Keeman can rely on the relationship between the two to invade the other person's dream through synesthesia, and then absorb the chaotic information. This is a good idea, and Keeman wants to try it. First, he felt the connection with Jia Yuchuan. Then he found that the other party was sealed in a place without the concept of time, and his mind was stagnant. Because of the stagnant mind, the other party could not dream, and without dreams, all of Kuming's subsequent plans were ruined. It's a dead end, and I can't move him for the time being. Kuming thought to himself. This guy was sealed in a wine jar that cannot be moved. In essence, it was a small seal with stagnant time. Once he was caught, he would definitely be a source of mental pollution that polluted a large area. Even if Kuming transferred it to the sea to release it, the fish in the sea would suffer. Releasing Jia Yuchuan in the desert would have a smaller impact, but even Kuming himself didn't know whether his own resistance could withstand the super pollution source. The Orange Star people began to blast the wild boss in anger, just to explode the rare equipment that could clear Faith. With a 1 in 10,000 explosion rate, they planned to blast the boss every day until all 99 pieces of equipment were exploded, including the designer's piece of equipment, a total of 100 pieces. This wild boss has a specific refresh rule. After the boss is killed, it will not be refreshed for at least 6 hours. The Orange Star executives decided to send a team to make the Wood Spirit's robes and go to the Thunderstruck Wood Mountain to get the Ring of the Thunder King. On the way to the 450 level area, a group of assassins, who are good at stealth, travel together. The Ring of the Thunder King, this equipment is only one, and it is a trigger item for rare professions. After binding the equipment, it can be transferred from the mage profession to the Thunder King. The Thunder skills increase damage by 100%, which is very powerful. Lo said on the communication channel. Everyone nodded when they heard it. Mage equipment. The people accompanying them are assassins, so it is useless to use mage equipment. They just fantasize about it, and do not intend to grab the equipment. Besides, this is a strategy activity initiated by the top leaders of Orange Star, and they have no right to own the equipment of the Thunder King Ring. The assassins used the Flying City order to fly from one main city to the main city closest to the level 450 area. The level 450 area is not an area that current players can touch. The current highest level of players is only level 200. Most high-level players are between level 180 and 190, and medium-level players are around level 120. There is a group of people who are not high-level, but they have rare running speed props, plus parkour equipment, wandering between cliffs and broken walls, jumping and grappling, crossing difficulties and obstacles, going to high-level areas, visiting high-level main cities, and unlocking player maps. After lighting up the map, players can use the teleportation order to teleport from one main city to the teleportation array of a known main city. In short, this group of assassins has reached the Thunderstruckwood Mountain at the fastest speed. The Thunderstruckwood Mountain top, lightning and thunder, formed a boiling blue ocean. Wearing the robes of the Wood Spirit, the lightning hits them, and the damage value all becomes a huge zero value. This is natural thunder, the lightning in nature, and the Wood Spirit's robes can be immune to the lightning. However, facing monsters and mages, this equipment is not enough to defend against their attacks. Because the robes also have gaps. As long as the player and the monster consciously control the lightning, and hit the lightning into the gaps of the Wood Spirit's robes, it can cause damage. However, this is a high-end gameplay, and ordinary players have not mastered this skill for the time being. Currently, only high-level players and high IQ monsters know this technique. The thunder is so shocking, I'm almost stunned. By the way, where are the Wood Spirits? I heard there are many Wood Spirits here. Why can't I see any of them? I don't know. The assassins were chatting slowly in the chat channel. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a sea of thunder and lightning floating more than 10 meters above the top of the mountain. A large amount of lightning poured out of the sea and poured into the mouth of the thunderstruck wood. How is it? Have you seen the Wood Spirits? You should be careful not to be bumped into by them. The game designer asked in the team chat channel. No, there are no wild monsters here. It's very strange. What? The game designer was a little confused when he heard the news. Will Cthulhu take him as a believer? An assassin doubted. Because there was a strange breath in the thunder pool at the top of the mountain, it was very depressing, but he clearly felt that this was a trace left some time ago, and the terrifying existence was not in the Thunderstruckwood Mountain. Are all the wild monsters really gone? All gone. Then they may have moved away, or become believers. Forget it, getting the ring is more important. The game designer waved his hand, and said. The assassins heard this, and immediately looked at the thunder pool over there. In the thunder pool, thunder and lightning were boiling, and the thick lightning almost blinded their eyes. If they hadn't been able to adjust the body sense and the picture, their ears would have been cracked by the thunder, and their eyes would have been blinded by the lightning. Send someone to wade into the thunder pool. I have set this thunder pool so that it will not harm the Mewling clan. I do it. A heroic assassin man wearing Mewling's robes activated a sprint skill, turned into a phantom and plunged into the thunder pool to retrieve something. The designer remembered the coordinates of the ring. As long as the assassin sprinted to that coordinate, he could get the ring with one scoop. However, the event that was 100% sure to succeed did not succeed. The assassin fished for nothing and got nothing. Strange, isn't this the coordinate? Don't just stand there, go and fish it out. The designer typed and urged. Chapter 402. The thunder pool on the top of the mountain was filled with thunder and lightning. There were gaps in the Wood Spirit's robes, but the thunder pool had special settings. The assassins were not injured. They only felt frightened when they entered the pool, but there was no fatal crisis. The crowd fished for more than 10 minutes and touched the entire pool, but they didn't touch the ring. This pool is too clean, there is not even a broken stone. The Wood Spirit wouldn't have moved all the broken stones away. A player couldn't help but complain. The designer was also confused and kept muttering, "It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this." He was a little self-destructive, because this is a rare inherited ring. No one was sent to get it before, because the transfer level of this special profession requires 450 levels. If the mage's level is only 449, the rare transfer function cannot be triggered. Is there not even a level fish? No, except for thunder and lightning, there is nothing here. The player replied. The designer's eyes went black, and he was fainted by anger. Soon, the senior officials of Orange Star all knew about the disappearance of the Thunder King's ring. Took it away by wild monster followers? Only this conclusion can be established. There is no other conclusion. The researchers discussed it, and decided to take back what they could first. The followers of Cthulhu are increasing, and our collection work must be accelerated as soon as possible. However, high-level areas are very dangerous. Low-level players will die if they go there. Some places have poisonous air. If the resistance is not high, the blood will continue to be reduced to death. After this sentence came out, everyone was silent. There are tricks to get the Thunder King's ring, but most items do not have tricks that can cross hundreds of levels. Let's get back the items that can be taken by tricks, so as to avoid more troubles. Someone said. After a while, someone went to arrange the relevant matters. These items that can be taken back by tricks, no matter what level the area is, must be taken back. Then everyone discussed the business. Regarding the Cthulhu believers, the final deadline has entered the 24-hour countdown. At this time, the Orange Star people still did not see the return of the 37th battleship. The Orange Star people were a little dissatisfied. The Cthulhu believers really occupied the battleship and did not return it. A space battleship, how many resources were used to build it? This is the heart of the Orange Star, and losing one is a huge loss. Today's meeting is to discuss the follow-up after the Cthulhu believers did not return the battleship. Originally, everyone planned to execute a large number of believers, but now people have a way to remove their beliefs, so they are not as panicked as before. People with problems accepted to believe in Dafa in the game one by one. Just execute a small group of people. The list of people we publicly announced is more than 1,000 people. The private message we secretly sent to the smart city has not been circulated on the public network. We will execute those more than 1,000 people to show our determination, and then slowly transform the remaining 400,000 people back to normal people. An old man said. The whole tone revolves around talking about removing the faith object. This is one of the few confidences of the Orange Star people. If there is no faith removal object, their method is to execute a large number of people, and then imprison a large number of people until they find a solution. Keeman didn't know what was going on in the general conference hall. He was observing these double-faced believers. The believers are highly spiritual and can easily hear the voice of the hidden existence, so they have two beliefs at the same time. The collision of two beliefs is bound to determine a winner. Keeman has seen several believers make decisions on who is the main and who is the secondary. Keeman counted the heads and found that there were 9 female believers who determined their main belief. Among the 9 people, 5 chose to believe in Cthulhu, and the secondary belief was the belief that could not be named. The above is the information that Keeman learned through his feelings, not the real-time knowledge of all the inner thoughts. Such synesthesia must have errors, and Keeman does not seek too much accuracy, as long as he can judge which existence the other party believes in most. For female believers chose to believe in that alien belief. The reason seems to be that they feel that becoming a woman is also very good, and they feel that such a belief is more suitable for their hearts. This is a man-made choice of belief, and Keeman cannot intervene. If he wants to intervene, he can only intervene in the dream, but if the evil god intervenes, how can the fragile believers hold on? They must be completely crazy. And Keeman has a feeling that this belief is not easy to eliminate. It has already affected the other party's soul. Once it is eliminated, it is equivalent to wiping out part of the soul. Once a person's soul is incomplete, it is almost the same as a madman. Even if the chaotic information is absorbed, it cannot become a normal person. Keeman secretly peeked and deduced the consequences of eliminating heterodox beliefs in his mind. After thinking for a few minutes, he temporarily gave up the idea of eliminating heterodox beliefs. Time passed slowly. The countdown was getting closer and closer. When the Orange Star people thought that the believers of the K system were going to give up returning the warship, the sea on the Orange Star suddenly calmed down, and a huge steel monster came out of the sea. It was huge and full of steel art. After a delay, the satellite of Orange Star captured a new unknown black spot on the sea surface. The satellite then reported the unknown black spot to the military monitoring network, and Orange Mother confirmed it immediately. Space Battleship number 37 has landed on Orange Star, and its coordinates are. Orange Mother sent this message to the conference hall of the General Research Institute. The red warning box lit up, accompanied by a siren. The researchers were shocked. They did not wait for the battleship to land on the moon, but appeared on Orange Star instead. The meaning is self-evident. The other party wants to break the prison. However, they have dispersed all the believers in prisons all over the world. Can the other party save everyone? Professor Lishan took a deep breath in the conference hall and said, "Be careful, they may have extraordinary powers, and they may save all the believers in unexpected ways. That battleship can't hold so many people." Someone couldn't help but remind Professor Lishan. So this is the most surprising thing. They showed up even though they couldn't fit so many people. They should have solved the problem of fitting people. Lishan imagined the followers of the K-series as a superpower organization with superpowers that ordinary people could not imagine. Are you talking about the folding space of the battleship? An old man said in surprise. Folding space, this is a super advanced science fiction technology. The Orange Star people have no clue yet, but if it is a superpower, the followers of the K-series may be able to do it. However, they did not expect that they really overestimated the followers of the K-series. The real plan of the number 37 battleship is to rescue the people in a prison and then immediately escape across the water. The Orange Star people don't know, as if they are facing a great enemy. At the same time, they also received a private message sent by the number 37 battleship, and the communication channel is a military encrypted communication channel. This is the number 37 battleship. We have 1,000 of your prisoners on our battleship. Please do not take any military action. We just want to save people. Chapter 403. Keeman was fully focused, and his mind opened multiple synesthesia images to watch this war of saving lives. Orange Star did not fire at the warship, but the warship fired at the horizon first. Amidst the pouring of electric light, a super electromagnetic solid cannon pierced through the air and turned into a beam of extremely fast light, which was the light produced by the friction of the bullet with the air. A few seconds later, a huge light flashed across the roof of the sea prison. The roof was blasted through, the steel collapsed, a huge hole was broken in the building, and a huge cloud of smoke and dust rose up. The solid bullet fired was a bullet wrapped in super materials, with amazing strength. At the same time, there was an electromagnetic pulse device in the solid shell, which released a huge high-intensity pulse before the solid bullet hit, sweeping across the prison. In an instant, all the robots and electronic equipment in the prison were paralyzed, and then it was the turn of the kinetic energy shell to hit. This shot was the result of the careful design of the number 37 battleship. The electromagnetic gun had just the right power. It would not flatten the ground with one shot, but would smash a huge gap. The effect was very good, instantly paralyzing the electronic equipment of the sea prison, and the Orange Mother could no longer monitor that area. Lou Siding and others did not choose to go to the Peace Prison, because the Orange Mother's position was on the side of the Orange Star people. They suspected that the structural diagram of the Peace Prison was also deliberately released. So they did not attack the Peace Prison, but aimed at the Sea Prison. There are more than a dozen sea prisons in the world, and it is difficult to guard against them. Besides, the number 37 battleship hit the ice surface in space and disappeared, not through the sea surface. They thought that when it appeared again, it might come out from the ice surface, but they did not expect it to come out from the sea surface. At this time, battleship number 37 had successfully flown to the nearby sea prison. The prison had collapsed, and a large number of prisoners ran out of it. Battleship number 37 lowered its huge hatch and used a separate live broadcast device to communicate with Orange Mother, broadcasting the hostage handover process. This device was not connected to the battleship's local network. It used the wireless network on the mother planet to communicate with Orange Mother and was manually controlled. Even if Orange Mother hacked this live broadcast device, she could not hack into battleship number 37, which was disconnected from the network. We came with the purpose of peace. We will exchange prisoners of war for hostages with you. During this process, you are not allowed to intercept any believers on the cruise ship. Lou Siding operated the live broadcast device and talked directly with Orange Mother. Orange Mother also received live broadcast images of more than 1,000 hostages, whose hands were handcuffed and unable to move. These hostages were all soldiers of Orange Star. They all had stern faces and determined expressions. They would rather die than surrender, even if they sacrificed their lives. When the top leaders of Orange Star saw them, they didn't want to give up. After a while of hesitation, they decided to delay the time. The other side is a superpower team, and they may have a big move yet to use. The hostages have not been handed over to them yet, so they can't break the negotiation. The space-based electromagnetic weapons in the space orbit have been aimed at that sea area. If the other side kills the prisoners, they will most likely fire shells. In addition, a fleet of sea warships responsible for taking the hostages drove over to welcome the prisoners. The various space warships of Orange Star are still in the distant space. In terms of the scale of the universe, it is not so easy for Orange Star's spacecraft to return within a few days. There are only 2 warships of Orange Star preparing for battle outside the planet. They were originally warships that were repaired and adjusted in the spaceport and prepared for battle near the moon. The original intention was to welcome the returning warships, but the warships did not wait until the enemy appeared in the rear. Shooting at the sea area of the mother star at such a long distance, the number 37 battleship must be able to calculate the path in advance and intercept. Keeman looked at Lou Siding's perspective, while Lou Siding's perspective was looking at the radar reconnaissance system of the battleship. There were several cruise ships coming here. Most of them were believers of the ecosystem, and they had planned to board the ship in the dream. Orange Star did not prohibit the tourism industry, which was the main reason why believers could take a cruise ship to the sea area near the sea prison. The battleship waited on the sea for half an hour, and various drones flew out of the battleship, transporting at high speed to take the people on the cruise ship to the spacecraft. All the people in the prison also boarded the ship, and at this time the Orange Mother also said, Please put down the prisoners of war in the spacecraft, otherwise the space-based weapons above your heads will definitely be launched. There are several space-based weapons above this sea area that can be aimed here. Moreover, the sea warships that surrounded from various sea areas also formed a loose encirclement in the distance. The warships were not visible, but the warships were already within the coverage of multiple artillery fire. Lu's Sightings' eyes flickered as she continued to negotiate. We will definitely release the prisoners, but there are still people in other prisons who have not been rescued. Now is not the time yet. Wait until we rescue everyone. In fact, their mission has been completed, and the next step is to run away. But the Orange Star people don't know, and really think that the other party wants to rescue more people on board. Orange Mother was silent for a while, waiting for the scientists behind to make a decision. A minute later, Orange Mother said in an emotionless voice, "Don't move, we will send a cruise ship to pick them up and drive them to your warship." This is the plan after the scientists jointly discussed. The enemy must not be allowed to move. Once it moves, its mobility will be improved and it may escape. As for the method of escape, Professor Li Shin in the conference hall believes that it is related to seawater. As long as you don't move, nothing will happen. However, battleship number 37 still moved. It was originally suspended above the sea surface and received personnel by opening the cabin. Now there is no time to close the hatch, and the stern is fully fired, spewing out a dark blue plasma stream. The space-based weapons in the space orbit immediately received the order to launch, and several space-based electromagnetic orbital weapons launched physical cores, targeting the sea prison area. The hull of battleship number 37 had already aimed at the space-based weapons in the sky, and also fired several super electromagnetic cannons at the same time. With a swish, bright sparks bloomed in the sky, and the strong light made the sky brighter. Battleship number 37 plunged into the sea below. The entire huge space battleship entered the sea surface, but did not hit the waves, as if all the molecules of the battleship were decomposed, merged into the water, and completely disappeared. A second later, another round of electromagnetic shells swept over from the sky, but there were no warships here. The shells hit the sea surface, shaking out huge waves hundreds of meters high. The sea prison was covered by the huge waves, and the sea flooded the prison. This day was a sleepless night for the senior officials of Orange Star. The number 37 battleship slipped away from under their noses, which was extremely strange. Quick, check other seas to see if there are any unknown black spots. The Orange Star people went crazy and shouted desperately. Orange Mother immediately checked the global satellite and recovered the real-time data, and replied, "No unknown black spots were found, and the number 37 battleship is not on Orange Star." Damn it! If there is a first time, there will be a second time. We can't let them go next time. The population they plundered is only tens of thousands of people, and the battleship itself does not have the foundation of the space military-industrial system. Sooner or later, they will come back to steal people and equipment. We must strengthen our defense. Chapter 404. Ship 37 won the battle and successfully took away tens of thousands of people. Keeman, who was in Raya, couldn't help cheering for them in his heart. It was really spectacular, that super electromagnetic cannon. Yes, Keeman's attention shifted from saving people to the super electromagnetic cannon of the battleship itself. So cool, Orange Star's weapon technology is not so abnormal that it is incomprehensible. Among them, the electromagnetic cannon weapon is a weapon that Orange Star has used for many years, and the weapon design has been streamlined to the point where it cannot be improved. Room temperature superconducting technology, super batteries, and perfect electromagnetic cannon design. Keeman turned off the synesthesia screen of these players, just knowing that they were successfully transferred. In the following time, Keeman began to sleepwalk in dreams, carefully observing the internal layout of the space battleships in the dreams. Orange Star people may not imagine that an evil god is actually interested in their technology. Keeman first looked at the design of electromagnetic cannons in his dreams. Military technology cannot be learned in one go. Behind its success, various things need to be matched. Higher density high-energy batteries, better materials, and energy. Orange Star has nuclear fusion technology, and does not worry about electricity. In terms of materials, it is also ahead of Blue Star in all aspects. Among them, high-density batteries require materials science. Kamon looked back and forth in his dream, just like dreaming, slowly penetrating the inside of the machine and memorizing the details in his mind. However, such synesthesia is still a bit difficult, and there is always a layer of membrane between them. Kamon decided to descend into the dream, and use the power of controlling the dream to check a battleship and find out all the details. The touch here means to find out the molecular composition of the material. Knowing what the molecules of the material are, and what structure the molecules are arranged in, we can start research in reality. Keeman did what he thought, and immediately controlled the dream, and descended into the joint dream. Keeman's thought moved, and he pointed directly at a small battleship transformed by the Orange Star AI, trying to control the battleship with the power of controlling the dream. At this moment, Keeman's perspective reached the atomic level, and even observed a smaller level. Keeman retracted his gaze, and the reading speed of the evil god was beyond the reach of ordinary people. He completed the reading comprehension in an instant. Keeman quietly retreated, but gave the people who had just entered the dream a strong sense of illusion. Is this to congratulate the success of the number 37 battleship operation? Otherwise, why did Mr. Ku appear at the moment when the number 37 battleship was successful? Many people don't know what's happening outside, but after the successful rescue of the number 37 battleship, a large number of players fell asleep and dreamed, and talked about the number 37 battleship in their dreams. Ku's followers deliberately spread the news among the people without faith, and the news of the defeat of the Orange Star spread all at once. I'm telling you, we just had a battle, and Orange Star lost. The number 37 battleship was too powerful. It directly confronted the space-based weapons in the sky, and all the shells were intercepted and detonated in the air. Hey, how dare the Orange Star people shoot directly? They wanted to take the prisoners back, and then warn the space battleship to stay where it was. But the space battleship didn't want to be trapped and ran away directly. Oh, you mean the prisoners? Some of them were thrown into the sea and rescued by the Orange Star military, but some were not thrown out of the sea. I don't know why. Spreading news and dreams is hard to prevent, and the Orange Star people can't stop their mouths. Some of the followers of the Ku family were very happy, and deliberately made animal images, speaking animal language, to everyone they met to publicize the situation of the battle. In dreams, it is a stream of consciousness communication. Even animal language can be understood by people. The extensive dissemination of the followers of the Ku family made countless people know the situation of the battle. Lu Siding also entered the dream. After entering the dream, someone told her that General Ku had come and left. After investigation, it was found that a small AI transformed the warship into garbled code, and now it is all chaotic information. She went to see the garbled warship as soon as possible. After the AI is messed up in the dream, there may be a garbled landscape. The shape cannot be described, like a group of chaotic information. Lu Siding is not afraid of madness. She is already very crazy, and has a very high spirituality. She watched the garbled small warship for a minute, and gradually perceived the hidden information inside. The information left by General Ku is always chaotic, and only a very small part of the information is left. Lu Siding tasted it carefully, and should be a careful believer. Who should I be careful of? Lu Siding thought of the female believers in Peace Prison. If you want to be careful of people, you must be careful of the believers who have changed from men to women. They look strange and give her a feeling that they are both compatriots and not compatriots. She was startled and had to be more careful. Gai Yuxing, a female believer in Peace Prison, was a man before. Later, because he heard an inexplicable call one night, he thought it was the Great Cthulhu calling him, so he called Mr. Cthulhu seriously, but he became a woman by mistake. Gai Yuxing was a little troubled at first, but after living for a day, she felt really good. Then she began to believe in the secret existence, whose name could not be explained. She didn't know the name of that being, but she believed that as long as she called it more, she would be able to call out the name of that being. I'm dreaming again. Gai Yuxing opened her eyes, and looked at the real dream, lost in thought. There are many believers, like her, who have abandoned the faith of the Cthulhu system. Cthulhu is very powerful. I heard that this dream is related to Cthulhu. She was a little scared. After all, she gave her main faith to another unknown being, and Cthulhu was only the second in her heart. She could feel that people can only focus on one belief, and the other belief will be excluded by her thoughts, and slowly fade away with time. I hope Cthulhu doesn't know. Gai Xingyu couldn't help thinking in her heart. This is a dream. If Cthulhu knows, what will happen? Even she doesn't know. Because of the fear of conflicting beliefs, Gai Yuxing began to imagine future scenes. If that secret existence becomes interested in Cthulhu's dream and asks her to publish the details of the dream, how should she choose? Gai Yuxing is a person who loves to imagine. She once fantasized about destroying the world, but then she thought that destroying the world was not a good idea. It is better to fantasize about having powerful power. The reason why she believes in Cthulhu is that the other party is powerful enough. In the future, when Cthulhu is unsealed, believers can also benefit from it. Now she has changed her main belief, just like betraying her current boyfriend and changing to another lover, which makes her very uneasy. Keeman does not know what Guy is thinking. However, there are similar believers who have thought of this. As more people have such ideas, Keeman also senses their emotions. The dream may be known by the secret existence, which is a way that Keeman has never imagined. However, even if the other party knows, what does it matter? He is the Lord of Dreams, the sleeping god of Raya, and the Old One. The foundation of the world that constitutes the joint dream is related to Keeman, and Keeman has absolute control over this dream. If the other party dares to enter the dream, it is like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 405. Keeman woke up. When he woke up, there were new offerings around him. First, he took out the big-faced cat to see what offerings there were. Put the regular offerings aside, and hide the rare offerings around him. Among the offerings in this round, there are treasures that expand the storage grids. Without saying anything, Keeman first gave his storage scarf a big upgrade. After a while, Keeman's storage scarf was expanded and upgraded. The number of storage grids in the scarf rose to 1,000, and it could hold more things. Of course, its cold effect still can't freeze Keeman to death. As long as you resist the cold, this scarf is equivalent to having no side effects. Then Keeman looked at the most special offering today. Volcanic rock. Wherever it is placed, there is a small probability of a volcanic eruption. If there is no volcano nearby, it has a small probability of a geological structure transformation event and a volcano. Keeman felt that this thing was quite hot and couldn't be kept around. Its function looked very interesting, but it was not suitable for Keeman to use. Keeman put it in the storage scarf and took other items to the investigation bureau of Koi City. As soon as he went out, Keeman felt the earthquake. Rumble. The ground trembled, dust was gently raised, and the trees shook. The doors and windows behind him began to tremble, bang bang, as if they were fighting. The city suddenly sounded the siren of the citywide alarm. At the same time, Keeman's mobile phone also received a text message, indicating that an earthquake was occurring in the city, and residents were asked to take shelter quickly. No way, what a coincidence. Keeman thought of the volcanic stone. Not long after getting the volcanic stone, the earthquake came. If you say that the earthquake has nothing to do with it, Keeman doesn't believe it. The glutinous rice balls rolled around Keeman. He didn't know what happened, but the whole earth was shaking. Keeman wanted to get rid of the volcanic rock, but there was nothing around him that could handle it. In a hurry, he took out the angel wings and inserted them behind his back. A circle of bright and shining halo was born, and Keeman shook his wings and flew into the sky. The earthquake did not stop. Keeman saw that the ground of several nearby streets was broken, and huge and long cracks appeared. The magnitude of the earthquake was getting bigger and bigger. The trees, buildings and other objects on the streets were raised in some places, and sunk in some places due to changes in the geological structure. The landscape trees were uprooted and fell to one side. Some buildings of stone wrought slag projects rumbled, the pillars collapsed, the walls cracked, and turned into a pile of ruins. The pedestrians on the road ran desperately, shouting, and picked up their children and ran around. But they didn't know where to run. They thought the open space was safe, but the cracks in the ground made them scared. The people hiding in the house were even more terrified and ran out of the house. Keeman's heart was beating fast, and he didn't care about flying. He slapped his scarf with his right hand and slapped the volcanic stone out. Then, Keeman took out another item from the scarf, called hiding bark. This is a special item with great toughness. It was originally a sacrifice set together with the spiritual fruit tree, but Keeman didn't use it many times before it was put in the bottom of the box. The function of the hiding bark is to hide its own chi, and Keeman wrapped the volcanic stone with the bark. Using spiritual perception to silently feel it, the chi of the volcanic stone is not hidden. Keeman remembered how to use this item. You must have a tree, otherwise it will be useless. He flapped his wings violently, flew down, flew to a fallen tree, pressed the stone on the surface of the bark, and then pressed the hidden bark on the surface of the volcanic rock to cover the volcanic rock. The bark did not hide the volcanic rock, and this thing seemed to be unable to be used on objects. The earthquake did not stop, and the ground under his feet creaked again. The only way was to move the stone. Patting the scarf lightly, Bai Sha-Tang was summoned by Keeman, and with it came a random and non-directional teleportation stone, which was the item given to him by the Investigation Bureau. You grab this stone, use the teleportation stone to leave Koi City, and then you take the stone to an uninhabited place and wait there, and we will contact each other by mobile phone. Keeman said. The radius of the volcanic rock is 80 centimeters. It is a huge stone. The hidden bark is very tough, and will not poke a hole after being wrapped tightly. Bai Sha-Tang is also a giant pet, and it can carry this thing. Bai Shatang nodded. It naturally carried out the order of the evil god 100% unconditionally. It grabbed the fire stone mountain wrapped in tree bark with its claws, and grabbed the teleportation stone with its other claws. With a thought, a strange attraction was born at the white sugar. The void cracked, and the pure black seemed to come from the abyss, hiding something that could not be seen. A transparent bubble appeared, wrapping the white sugar and the thing it grabbed. Its body began to twist into a vortex, and was sucked into the void. 1 second later, the void crack closed quickly, leaving a strong distorted aura. After the white sugar left with the volcanic stone, Keeman waited on the spot, and took out his mobile phone to contact the investigation bureau. The signal was 0, which made Keeman feel cold. Was even the signal tower affected by the earthquake? Fortunately, Keeman still had a satellite phone assigned to him by the investigation bureau. The satellite phone was not affected by the ground-based station. As long as the satellite in the sky was not broken, he could use the satellite phone. Keeman directly dialed the satellite phone number of the Director General. Beep, beep, the satellite phone replied, the other party is on the phone. Yes, now is the time of the citywide earthquake. There must be many people calling the Director General. It is not the best time for Keeman to call the Director General now. He should call someone who is not busy. Keeman immediately called Sher Lao's satellite phone. After a while, Sher Lao answered the call. Are you in trouble? Do you need me to save you? As soon as Sher Lao opened his mouth, he imagined the situation to be the worst. Normally, there is no need to worry about sneak attacks by illegal organizations in Koi City. This is the city with the strongest supernatural power. I am not in danger. What I want to say is related to earthquakes. Keeman said. What's wrong? Do you have items to stop earthquakes? Sher Lao asked. No, I suspect the earthquake may be caused by one of my new items. I have asked Bai Shatang to take the stone away randomly. I estimate that the earthquake will stop soon. After Kuming finished speaking, the vibration on his feet really became lighter. So that's it. Sher Lao was at a loss for words, and he didn't know what expression to use. The side effects of your item are really strong. The whole city is shaking. Do you know how big Koi City is? How many ordinary people are affected? Sher Lao murmured. Forget it, I don't mean to blame you. It's our negligence. We only enjoyed the benefits, but we didn't expect the price of getting the benefits to be so fierce. This is the fault of the investigation bureau. You don't have to blame yourself. Sher Lao's first thought was that he was afraid that Kuming would blame himself, so he comforted him first. I am also responsible for this, Kuming said. In short, he had to move to another place. Chapter 406. The huge earthquake that covered the entire city ended in 1 minute, and the people of the city breathed a sigh of relief, having survived the disaster. Ordinary people would never have thought that the source of the earthquake items came from Keeman. Keeman had also thought that there would be extremely terrifying things in the sacrifice, and he was like a time bomb. But those terrifying things, Keeman isolated them in advance with the evil god-level perception in his dream. This volcanic rock was not isolated by him, because the volcanic rock itself did not have any evil meaning, and did not have any emotions attached, just as ruthless as the disaster of nature. Keeman walked on the street, looking at the collapsed courtyard wall, and the car stuck in the crack. A family was trapped in the car, and they did not dare to open the door. They only opened a window, and shouted for help. Keeman stepped lightly on the spot and flew over. The halo on his head was dazzling and blinding. The people in the car covered their eyes. The light was too dazzling. Keeman's expression moved, and he took off the energy halo on his head and stuffed it into the storage scarf. Without the angel halo, you will not lose the ability to fly, at most you will lose the holy light attack. Keeman put on the giant gloves, flew under the car, lifted the entire chassis of the car, and lifted it to the ground. The family of 4 let go of their palms, and saw the car return to the ground, their hearts pounding. Is that an angel? Angel, it's Angel brother. The girl at home screamed in surprise. The child's mother hugged the child and cried with joy. Why don't angels smile? The boy in the car looked at Keeman, who was leaving in front of the car window with admiration, and found that the angel Keeman did not smile. Yes, Keeman did not smile. Keeman is in a bad mood now. There are disaster victims everywhere. Keeman spared no effort to help those who could. Keeman asked Tang Yuan and Shirley to help as well. They had supersonic speed and could save people faster than Keeman. Tang Yuan and Shirley immediately moved, turning into rapid afterimages, appearing in various ruins, lifting heavy objects, and rescuing the crushed humans. Keeman saw some bloody scenes and felt very uneasy. At this time, Keeman's phone rang again. This time it was the Director General who called him. Keeman answered the phone while saving people. Keeman, the Earthquake Bureau detected an earthquake in a village outside Koi City. What? Keeman shouted immediately. Is this really a low-probability event? Keeman couldn't help but want to complain about that item. It was also at this time that the first earthquake aftershock in Koi City came. It was an aftershock caused by the change of geological structure. Koi City, which was at the epicenter, shook again, and the whole city was hit by a major earthquake. Kumeng's scalp tingled. For the first time, he felt the deterrence of an alien object. Listen, please make sure to solve the source of the earthquake. Don't use the random teleportation stone anymore. I let Sher Lao bring you a directional coordinate teleportation stone. You take the earthquake source to the uninhabited area. Understood. As soon as the voice fell, the space around him cracked, and the pale-haired Sher Lao came across the void. Take my arm, I take you to the village. After finding the white sugar, I take it to another place immediately. Sher Lao said. Okay. Kumeng nodded. The earthquake caused by volcanic rocks is unusual. It is defined as a geological structure transformation, and it seems to generate volcanoes according to the standards of the game world. Some volcanoes in the game world are very small, some are very spectacular, and there are even supergiant volcanoes that reach the sky. Keeman had no idea how big the volcano would be. A slight tremor came, and a strange suction force came from the void. His body and mind twisted into a vortex. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, he came to his senses and found that he and Sher Lao had been wrapped in a transparent bubble, crossing the void in a predetermined direction. How big is the scope of this earthquake? Keeman asked. The whole city, the earthquake just covered the entire Koi City, and the corners of the surrounding cities. Sher Lao said seriously. Facing natural disasters and man-made disasters, Sher Lao couldn't laugh. The area of Koi City is 10,000 square kilometers, or 10 billion square meters. Keeman took a breath. The area of this volcano is 10,000 square kilometers, which is terrible. If the volcano is really established, its volcanic scale will be the largest volcano on Blue Star. It's really a terrible thing. Tell me, how big is this volcano? Sher Lao looked into Keeman's eyes. Big Face Cat didn't say the size of the scope, but I feel that the earthquake range is all volcanic areas. Keeman said. His Sher Lao took a breath of cold air. Your item may be classified as a zero-level item. Its deterrent power is no less than that of a nuclear bomb. Well, you can seal it. Keeman couldn't carry a thing that could generate a volcano at any time. This thing should be handed over to a large organization for safekeeping. Sher Lao rubbed his temple with a headache. Your item is too dangerous. Either put it in the investigation bureau, in the desert area, or keep it at sea. It's unstable to put it at sea. It may cause a tsunami that engulfs coastal cities. It's not appropriate. Keeman shook his head. The ecology of the ocean will be seriously affected. The movement of the entire submarine geological plate is no joke. It is bound to cause huge waves. Port cities will also be engulfed by tsunamis. Keeman doesn't want that to happen. Yeah. The bubble suddenly burst while the two were talking. There was a bright light outside, followed by a huge earthquake sound, and the doomsday scene came into view. It should be dawn now, but the rising sun in the sky can't make people feel warm. The village in front of me is cracked, the slabs on the ground are protruding high, the villagers' buildings have collapsed, and many villagers have run to the empty square. The good news is that there are no high-rise buildings in the village, and there are many open places. Smart people have taken their families to the open places for refuge. After crossing to this place, Keeman found a direction according to his feeling and flew over quickly. He took out the angel halo from his scarf, and the holy light illuminated the sky in an instant, like a sun passing through space. The angel halo was taken out to attract the attention of White Sugar. If it saw the holy light, it would know that Keeman was coming. White Sugar flew very fast, and had left the village with the stone. The earthquake source was also following the White Sugar. The ground bulged, forming a long ridge of soil that led all the way to the north. After Keeman flew out of the village, he saw this long ridge running into the distance. The White Sugar should be in the distance. Sher Lao brought a small teleportation stone. He had a lot of teleportation stones on him. After confirming the location with Keeman, he teleported again. This time it was a short-distance teleportation, not a long-distance teleportation. Keeman felt a daze, and his body appeared thousands of meters away. Looking back, he saw the white-haired White Sugar flying over. It screamed and spoke in sand sculpture language, which probably meant that the earthquake followed and scared it to death. Sher Lao first took out the talisman that sealed the spirit. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, He first pasted a few of them on the volcanic stone. Then he took out the teleportation stone and took the white sugar to teleport again. This time, the target of the teleportation was a desert area more than 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 407. Shi Lao was about to take out the teleportation stone from the storage props. There are many such things. After all, there is the mother of teleportation stones in the Investigation Bureau. A normal teleportation stone can fly 300 kilometers. If you want to break this distance, you have to wait for the mother stone to generate a rare ultra-long-distance stone. By the way, I have an idea. Kunming suddenly said. What? Shi Lao asked. We teleport to the volcanic area. Its priority is volcanic eruption, and the second priority is to generate volcanoes. Shi Lao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know the specific details of volcanic stones, but it should be right to listen to Kunming. Then I change one. If it's a volcanic area, let me think. Shi Lao's storage props have a lot of space stones. In order to solve the crisis of this geological transformation, he specially brought hundreds of teleportation stones, covering the whole country. If the land in the country can't be solved, maybe he may throw the trouble to the moon above his head. But the cost of teleporting to the moon is different. The cost of teleporting in China is relatively low, because the stones in his hand are all selected and the price is within the affordable range. A few seconds later, Shi Lao took out a small stone. Fortunately, I have a teleportation stone of the coordinates of a volcano. That coordinate once had a giant special field event, which generated extremely terrible items. Shi Lao said as he crushed the stone. After that, the two people and the white sugar were swept into the void and disappeared. In the void, dullness is the eternal theme. Shi Lao took the initiative to talk to Kunming about the giant special field event to break the dullness. That time, the entire volcano spewed out green fog and rained poisonous rain. All the people who were caught in the rain had green eyes. We found that special item in the volcanic magma. It is a crying boulder. Its tears dripped into the volcanic magma, making the poisonous mist ejected by the volcano have extraordinary power. Is the volcano safe now? Keeman couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, we took away the crying stone. The volcano has subsided, and the people near the volcano have moved away because of the accident. Afterwards, we asked them to go to the Investigation Bureau and accept the memory erasure. Has their green eye disease been cured? Keeman subconsciously called this phenomenon green eye disease. Green eye disease only makes their jealousy stronger. Later, after erasing that part of the memory, their eyes have become better. Shi Lao recalled. After that, the bubble broke. The sky was bright, and a dust-covered volcano appeared in Keeman's eyes. It is not as tall as the clouds. Compared with the supervolcano that volcanic rocks want to form, its size is pitifully small. Even so, in the ranking of volcanoes in the world, its height can be ranked in the top 500. This is what Shi Lao told him. Kunming placed the volcanic stone on the ground and waited quietly for the satellite phone to ring. Shi Lao took the initiative to call the people in the Earthquake Bureau. He couldn't wait and wanted to know the real-time data. According to Kunming, the radiation range of this volcanic stone is 10,000 square kilometers. It's too scary. If it really turns into a volcano, the volcanic ash it erupts will cover the entire blue planet. The end of the world is coming in an instant. It's not an exaggeration to call it a zero-level item. It is an item that can bring a doomsday-level impact to the entire planet. Fortunately, volcanic rocks have priority selection. If there is a volcano nearby, there is a certain probability of detonating the volcano. This volcano has had a special incident before, so it is not very safe. Find a time to transport the volcanic rocks to the smallest volcano in the country. This is safer, Kunming suggested. Yes. Shi Lao nodded. He did not have the coordinate stone of the smallest volcano in the country in his storage props for the time being, so he had to go back to the bureau to plan carefully. After a while, the latest news came back from the Earthquake Bureau. The huge earthquake in that village has stopped. At present, the Bureau is sending the nearest people to the village and nearby disaster-stricken areas to carry out rescue. Kunming sat on the volcanic rock and looked up at the sky. Many people died, Kunming guessed in his heart. The magnitude of the earthquake in Koi City has come out. Shi Lao's satellite phone was not turned off, and he had been listening to the people from the Earthquake Bureau reporting their work content. How much? Kunming looked at the volcanic rock and squeezed the stone with his huge palm, trying to crush it, but he failed, and he couldn't even leave a fingerprint. It's a magnitude 12 earthquake, but I feel that this is just its starting point, and it hasn't reached its peak. Fortunately, you moved it in advance. With the population of Koi City, once the geological transformation reaches its most violent stage, it will be unimaginable. Sure Lao took a deep breath. It was also at this time. There was a violent vibration from the ground, and the whole ground was shaking, as if something was about to burst out. The two looked at each other, and they quickly looked at the crater above. Tang Yuan barked. Boom! The volcano erupted, the fiery magma gushed out from the crater, and the huge roar was deafening. Then thick smoke billowed out of the volcano. It was green smoke, not the black smoke imagined. Sure Lao's eyes narrowed. I had just told Kumeng about the strangeness of this volcano, and now it has spewed out green magma. What is going on? Is there a crying stone inside? Kumeng made a gesture, and Tang Yuan instantly ran up to the crater at supersonic speed. It blew a strong wind at supersonic speed, and countless smoke and dust were split by Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan turned into a giant dog and looked down at the volcano. The red-hot magma turned from red to green, and countless poisonous mists came out of the volcano. Kumeng followed Sure Lao up the mountain, walked to the edge of the magma mouth, and saw countless poisonous smoke. Is it because of the volcanic stone, or the volcano itself? Tang Yuan ran down, and his forepaws pierced the stone wall with extremely unscientific strength, climbing the wall without falling. After a while, Tang Yuan picked up a crying stone by feeling. The stone cried loudly, and drops of green liquid slid down from the 2 pits on the surface of the stone. This is the crying stone! Sure Lao went down to the ground, and his face changed when he saw the stone. Why is it still there? It was this stone back then? Kumeng handed the stone to Sure Lao. Sure Lao nodded, then shook his head. It's bigger than this one, about 1 meter in diameter, and it's a very hard stone. Woof! Tang Yuan shouted. What did your pet say? Sure Lao and Tang Yuan had no telepathy, so he didn't know what the pet wanted to say. Using synesthesia, he could barely understand, but the meaning was too terrible. He didn't dare to believe that it was true. Sure Lao wanted to hear Kumeng's interpretation. It said that under the volcano, there are all these stones. How is it possible? There was only one back then. Sure Lao exclaimed again. It's not that he doesn't believe it, but the number is beyond Sure Lao's expectation. Kumeng picked up the volcanic stone sacrificed by the wild monster believers again, and standing at the crater, he had an inexplicable inspiration. Could it be that the entire volcano has been activated? Chapter 408. At first, Keeman thought it was just an ordinary special item that increased personal ability, but now the disaster it caused has far exceeded Keeman's imagination. The whole volcano is activated? Sure Lao also heard Keeman's muttering. You mean this volcano was originally in an alienated state, but it was not fully activated, and now it is revitalized? Well, it feels like this. Keeman held up the volcanic stone and looked at it carefully. It looks ordinary, but this stone has unparalleled power. Such a large geological structure transformation cannot be done by ordinary items. At this time, poisonous rain fell from the sky. Green raindrops fell on his clothes, hair, and face. Keeman's eyes were hit by raindrops, and he blinked. The resistance of his body surged and wiped out the interference. Sure Lao took out the isolation item, and not a drop of the green poisonous rain fell on him, and all the raindrops fell in a different direction. Don't you need to hide? This little bit of rain can't disturb my heart. Keeman shook his head. But your clothes will be corroded, said Sure Lao. Keeman took out the isolation items to isolate the poisonous rain. Tang Yuan ran into the crater again and brought back some crying stones from the volcanic wall. The stones cried like babies. Tang Yuan took a few pieces in a row. The stones cried loudly, and green tears dripped to the ground. Even the ground could hear a slight corrosion sound. Tang Yuan shouted that there were still many stones inside. They were reviving, and had the power of jealousy. Keeman looked at the billowing smoke coming out of the crater. He couldn't let it spread wantonly. He had to get rid of this volcano. Volcanic ash will spread farther along the air. By the way, have you tried other means to destroy it? Asked Sure Lao. Its function is equivalent to nuclear strategic weapons, or even more powerful than nuclear weapons. Leaving it in Koi Island can deter other continents. If it can be easily destroyed, Sure Lao thought that destroying it now might stop the volcano from erupting. Special items are not indestructible. Some items are very fragile, and will break if you squeeze them. I have tried it with great force, but I haven't tried other means yet. Kumeng shook his head. Sure Lao patted the stone, but still didn't dare to make up his mind to destroy it. This item is very likely to be named a new zero-level thing in Koi Island. Whether the zero-level item is destroyed or not depends on whether someone can control it. If it can be controlled, keep it, and use it as a weapon to deter the enemy. If you don't have powerful weapons, you will only be bullied by forces in other continents. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. This is the premise of peaceful exchanges between countries. If one party is not as strong as the other party may become the rule maker. Let's keep it. I take it to an ordinary volcano, and you stay here to guard the volcano, said Shi Lao. Shi Lao has a lot of stones on his body. He can always fly to the smallest normal volcano by teleporting them in a straight line. Following the map, he can always fly to the smallest normal volcano. After a while, Shi Lao took the stones and left quickly. Kuming stayed at the crater and had an idea. Tang Yuan, you swallow all the poisonous smoke, as much as you can swallow, Kuming said. Tang Yuan has strong resistance, and swallowing the poisonous smoke will be fine, reducing environmental pollution. Tang Yuan did it immediately, opening his bloody mouth and absorbing the green poisonous smoke. After Shi Lao left, the volcano did not go out, and its green poisonous mist continued to rise. 70% of the red magma has been converted into green magma. This change was originally going to continue to deepen, but as the volcanic rocks left, the red magma and the green magma were clearly separated and divided into two areas. The red magma emits black smoke, which contains a large amount of sulfide, carbon dioxide, sulfur, and other substances. The composition of the green smoke from the green magma is unknown. Keeman cannot figure out what substance it is, and use his brain to quickly think about how to deal with such a scene. Keeman thought of the Ring of the Thunder King. Keeman put on the Ring of the Thunder King, and the current stored in the ring was quickly released. Keeman did not attach the current to himself, but quickly twisted them into a tight circle in the air to form an electric field. The smoke and dust entered the electric field artificially created by Keeman, and a large amount of smoke and dust were ionized and charged. The smoke and dust had charges, and Keeman could feel that I could control their direction of movement. Then, Keeman waved his right hand and sank it, and the smoke and dust that passed through the electric field fell rapidly, landed on the volcanic wall, and quickly attached. The thick smoke gushing out of the crater was immediately suppressed by Keeman. Tang Yuan came up with a body full of dust, shook off every hair, trying to shake off the smoke and dust, but they were attached to the hair and refused to leave. Keeman stretched out his hand and helped Tang Yuan remove the dust on his body. Then Keeman slowly controlled the open electric field, covering it downwards until it covered the entire volcanic magma surface, suppressing the toxic smoke and dust back. Not all gases were suppressed, and the white mist formed by water vapor condensation passed through the electric field and surged into the sky. Some substances were dissolved in water, and a small amount of substances were taken out. But generally speaking, the green smoke was suppressed by Keeman, which was a good thing. At this time, Keeman looked at the stones in the crater again. After counting carefully, he saw thousands of stones shedding green tears. The volcano is alive. This is the only thought in Keeman's mind. It is already 70% alive. Even if the volcanic rocks leave, it will only stop its complete activation process. Keeman waited for notifications from outside in the crater. From time to time, the satellite phone received the latest news from the Earthquake Bureau. The second wave of aftershocks came from Koi City. After all, it was a magnitude 12 earthquake. Even if it only lasted for more than 10 seconds, the impact was very terrifying. Keeman estimated that if the volcanic rocks were not stopped at that time, the supervolcano it generated might break through the atmosphere, and the top of the mountain could face cosmic rays directly. At the same time, once a supervolcano is formed, it also means that it is very likely to grow to the height of the low Earth orbit, and the cost of spaceflight will be further reduced. But now is not the time to consider such things. The horrific disaster area has been spread on the internet. Keeman took out his mobile phone, looked at the signal bar, and unexpectedly found that the mobile phone had network. Yes, this is no longer Koi City. The surrounding areas have not experienced the impact of the super earthquake. The communication base stations are intact, and the network is naturally not affected much. Keeman went online and saw the topic with the highest number of searches. Hot search number 1. A world-class earthquake of magnitude 12 suddenly occurred in Koi City, and the whole country felt the tremor. Hot search number 2. Please forward. Due to the impact of the magnitude 12 earthquake, the geological plate of Koi Island has changed. It is expected that a tsunami of 100 meters in height will soon land in the western coastal cities. Hot search number 3 reported a magnitude 12 earthquake in another place. The two super epicenters will be more than 300 kilometers apart. The geological structure has been greatly affected, so that the geological plates outside Koi Island have undergone slight changes. Keeman looked down. In the past, the top 10 were all hot news hyped by celebrities. Now the top 10 hot searches are all related to super earthquakes. The impact of geological structure changes is far from over. Even if the super earthquake source only lasts for a dozen seconds, the impact will be huge and will sooner or later radiate to other continents, but not as serious as Koi Island. Chapter 409. It's terrible. This natural disaster has brought many disasters this year. Since the Investigation Bureau began to announce special items, I began to suspect that this earthquake was caused by special items. The following is a picture of the scene. All the high-rise buildings in Koi City collapsed. It's terrible. How many people will die? Don't panic, everyone. The general administration is in Koi City. When the high-rise buildings collapsed, someone rescued the victims in the high-rise buildings. Keeman didn't know what was going on in Koi City. He knew the general situation by reading the comments on the internet. Keeman quickly browsed through the pictures one by one. And overseas netizens were still sleeping in the middle of the night. Only the immortal cultivators, who stayed up late, were spreading the news frantically, hoping that everyone would take refuge. After all, this was an earthquake involving a global crisis, and it was impossible not to be prepared. Especially the coastal cities across the sea from Koi Island, their earthquake detection agencies have detected that the seismic waves have spread from Koi Island to the marine geological structure. A tsunami is inevitable. Overseas netizens were not calm. Residents in coastal cities sounded the air raid alarm throughout the city. Residents who had turned off the lights quickly turned on the lights. In less than 10 minutes, people in every household packed into cars and ran out of the city. But there were too many cars running for their lives. A highway traffic jam that was rare in a decade took place abroad. Keeman turned off his mobile phone. The amount of information he had absorbed was enough. He thought on the spot and released white sugar and Shirley to summarize the failure with him. Is it really a low probability event? The probability of an earthquake is too high. Shirley helped Keeman think together, but she didn't think of anything. On the contrary, Bai Shetang, who had been offline all the time, cried when he saw the distressed look on the face of the evil god. Why are the two probabilities different? Bai Shetang showed a puzzled expression on his face. He could speak Koi language, but Keeman's words made him confused. Probability? Isn't it probability? What is the evil god worried about? Do these two words need to be pondered? Keeman heard Bai Shetang's question and immediately got inspiration. The low probability event mentioned by the big-faced cat should be true. As for why the success rate is so high, it may be because the volcanic rock is judging whether a volcanic eruption accident occurs at all times. Most of the time, it may be a failed judgment. However, time does not depend on how much you have. When the sample base is piled up, there will always be a trigger. So, the volcano erupted. If there is no volcano, just create one directly. According to the original game framework, the supervolcano created by volcanic stone is not very abnormal, but it is really fatal if placed on the blue planet. It is not the life of one person, but the lives of people on the entire planet. In this way, the puzzle is solved. No matter how small the probability is, as long as the number of judgments is enough, there will definitely be a trigger. Keeman brought out the big-faced cat and looked at each other silently. The volcanic stone is not here. Keeman wants to know the special information of the crying stone and the volcano. After a while, Keeman got 3 strange pieces of knowledge. The crying jealous stone? Shedding jealous tears can make the volcanic magma evaporate into jealous smoke. Keeman knew that the stone was different from the situation tested by the Investigation Bureau. Jealous smoke. It can make intelligent life have strong jealous emotions, which is specifically manifested as green eyes. Green eye disease is confirmed. Revived jealous volcano. It will continuously generate jealous stones that will cry, but it has not yet transformed into a complete form. It will have new abilities after the transformation is completed. Sure enough, the entire volcano is revived. Keeman put away the big-faced cat and paced left and right, wanting to destroy the volcano. But how to destroy it, he has to think carefully. Keeman has attack means. In theory, the super electromagnetic gun can also flatten a mountain, but it requires huge electricity. Keeman has not charged that much electricity for the time being. After waiting for a few minutes, Keeman received a call from Shi Lao. I have successfully transferred. No earthquakes have been triggered along the way. Now the small volcano at the final destination has not erupted. I am waiting for it to erupt. I will not feel at ease if I don't see it erupt. Shi Lao said nervously. Shi Lao was very nervous because he was afraid of activating a jealous volcano again. Keeman heard the tension in the other party's tone and comforted him. Don't worry, it should only activate the volcano, not a specific catalyst. It erupted. The probability of its occurrence is really high. This does not conform to the low probability event you said. Did Big Face Cat remember it wrong? The other end of the phone came with Sher Lao's surprise. Keeman explained his latest interpretation to him. After listening to it, Sher Lao was stunned for a moment. So, it determines whether to erupt every moment, then this volcano will erupt forever. How many seconds are there in a day? 86,400 seconds. It is equivalent to trying to trigger 86,400 times a day. As long as there are 2 or 3,000 successful volcanic eruptions, it can be called a low probability event. After Sher Lao calculated the theoretical value, he came to an astonishing conclusion that the small volcano would erupt at least 2,000 times today. If its internal materials have erupted, can it erupt again? Sher Lao said anxiously. On Sher Lao's side, volcanic ash has begun to cover the surrounding area. Sher Lao took out isolation materials to isolate the volcanic ash. I don't know about such things. Kunming could not provide any help. That's right, special items must be tested before we know. Sher Lao murmured and hung up the phone. After a while, someone rushed over from the distant horizon. It was 2 helicopters, flying very fast, and soon flew to the vicinity of the crater. The people on the plane did not need ropes to parachute. Several investigators jumped directly from the plane. The last person who jumped was about to land, waving the feathers in his hand, and several investigators floated up. After landing safely, several people saluted Kunming and reported the name of their own investigation bureau. Captain Ku, we are now taking over the task of calming this volcano. Please return to Koi City and preside over the work of Koi City. The investigator said. Captain Ku? I'm not the captain, am I? Kunming asked in confusion. Now you are the captain. The General Administration appoints you as the captain of the large-scale disaster rescue team. Please go back and preside over the team. I understand. Kunming nodded and took the directional teleportation stone handed over by the other party. Kunming took back the glutinous rice balls, shirley, and white sugar and crushed the stone. Several people stepped back and watched Kunming being sucked into the void and disappeared. A few minutes later, Kunming returned to the Koi City Investigation General Administration. The General Administration was not destroyed by the earthquake. It originally had a strong defensive barrier that could withstand earthquakes. As soon as he landed, he saw a snow-white room and an investigator who had been waiting for a long time. Captain Ku, now you are the captain of the newly established rescue team. These are the rescue items for you. They are all placed in this storage ring. The investigator handed over a black ring. Keeman took the ring. Where's the director? He went to help with disaster relief. Now 99% of the people in the general administration have gone out to help with disaster relief. Well, then you get busy, Keeman said, and quickly set off and ran out of the general administration. Outside the door was the devastated Koi City. At a glance, the ruins of the building spread from the feet to the far distance. In some places, black smoke was still coming out, and the smoke columns rolled up to the sky. The damaged cars were humming, just like a scene of the end of the world. Chapter 410. The Koi General Administration has an anti-seismic barrier, but for various reasons, it cannot cover the entire city, otherwise the loss of this disaster would be much smaller. Keeman looked at the rescue items given to him by the General Administration, and there were many strange things. With a jump on the spot, Keeman jumped to a ruin, moved out of the temporary house, went into the house, and shook out the items in the rescue ring, and checked all the items at once. Most of them are telekinetic items, which can move objects through the air, generate water sources through the air, and generate food through the air. These props have conditions for use, and side effects are not the only conditions for use. For example, props for generating food require at least starch, protein, and fat to generate compressed biscuits. As for water, it does not require material conditions, and the side effects are directly on people. The more you use it, the thirstier you become. This is the same as the side effect of skill water. Keeman is least afraid of thirst. In addition, there are many rescue items. At the same time, Kunming found that his mobile phone also had network access. It should be that the Bureau temporarily built a network-type object to provide network access here. Kunming logged into the group, and the network beast issued orders one by one in an orderly manner, asking everyone to rescue nearby. The network beast, based on the feedback from everyone's mobile phone live broadcast screen, mobilized everyone in the group and asked them to use the items in their hands to rescue people. After Kunming went online, the beast also took the lead. Captain Ku, 800 meters east of your location, there is a family of 4 trapped in the ruins. Can you use the water-making magic wand to generate water, and then feed it in through the air with a spoon? Okay. Kuming typed. On the surface, Keeman was appointed as the captain, but in fact, the network beast was doing the coordination work. Please also turn on the live broadcast on your mobile phone. I need more eyes, the beast said. This wave of earthquakes directly destroyed the eyes of the network beast and the camera monitoring system. Without eyes, the network beast is also blind. However, with the network cameras of everyone, its efficiency is hundreds or thousands of times better than manual command. Keeman understood again that the Director General was helping him to wash away his sins. Saving people will make up for the mistakes. Keeman acted quickly. However, such a big incident happened in Koi Island. How could the illegal organizations in other islands not be tempted? At this moment, the defense of Koi City is the weakest. The airport is suspended, and the surrounding airports within hundreds of miles are more or less affected. At present, the country is requisitioning materials, and a large number of airport businesses are cancelled, and they are replaced by transporting materials to Koi City. Illegal organizations are ready to move. This is a great opportunity to hit Koi Island hard. Crocodile Island. Ju Deacon's new home. He was browsing the news about Koi Island on his computer when a group invitation suddenly popped up in the lower right corner. User Shadow Stream Group Leader invites you to join the group chat Shadow Stream Home. Accept/ignore. Ju Deacon was confused at first, then his expression changed slightly, and he recalled all kinds of memories from the past. He thought about it, and this time it was probably related to the earth-shaking changes in Koi Island. If there were no such earth-shaking changes in Koi Island, the Shadow Stream organization would definitely not move Koi Island, which was a solid block and difficult to infiltrate. Ju Deacon thought about it, clicked the OK button, and entered Shadow Stream Home. The moment he entered the group leader changed his nickname to Ju Deacon. At the same time, he also saw multiple messages of joining the group, all of which joined the group at the same time. I want to eat Koi joins the group chat. A refugee from Koi Island joins the group chat. Nothing to do but chat joins the group chat. The nicknames of the people joining the group are all kinds of strange, but no matter how they name themselves, they will eventually be changed to a certain deacon by the group owner. The number of people in the group quickly exceeded 100 and 200. Deacon Ju raised his eyebrows. He had a hunch that the Shadow Stream group owner wanted to do something big this time, and invited all the deacons to join the group. Half an hour later, there were no new people joining the Shadow Stream house, and the group owner spoke. At all staff, Koi Island has changed drastically, Koi City has died. I will arrange your tasks one by one. No one knows what the other party's plan is, and you cannot reveal your own task information. Swear by faith. Swear by faith. More than 200 messages popped up in an instant after 1 second, all of which were repeated messages. People who don't know the trick still think that everyone clicked +1, but in fact they all typed their replies manually. After Deacon Ju finished typing this line of words, his spiritual perception felt a strange sense of being watched, as if he was swearing in front of the great Shadow Stream Lord. However, he felt that the Shadow Stream group leader was not the Shadow Stream Lord. He was just an agent. He felt that way, but he didn't know whether the truth was like this. Perhaps when he was promoted to an elder, he would know the truth about the Shadow Stream. After the group leader spoke, he didn't talk much, and the atmosphere in the group was dull to the freezing point. Deacon Ju received the group leader's secret task arrangement soon. Deacon Ju, this time Koi Island has changed drastically, and investigators all over Koi City are saving people. Now the investigation bureau is the most empty place. I will send you to directly break into the seal pavilion of the General Administration to release the seals inside. The detailed plan and the special items I have prepared have been placed in the secret stone bricks of the warehouse of the store number 013, building 013, East Crocodile Avenue. Please reply if you receive it. Received. You will die in this mission, do you know that? Yes. Very good. I have prepared items for you to escape. As long as you are still alive, you can try it, otherwise you will sacrifice your life for the Shadow Organization. When the Lord of Shadow comes, the Lord will remember your contribution and resurrect you. Yes. This time, Deacon Ju was not kicked out of the group. People with tasks will not be kicked out. Until he completes the task, the group leader will definitely kick him out for confidentiality, and add him back next time he is needed. Deacon Ju knows that this way of doing things is very inhumane. But he is used to it, or the faith in his heart supports him, making him agree with the confidentiality style of the Shadow Organization. In order to keep secrets, you can give up face and favors, everything is for a greater and more noble ideal. Deacon Ju firmly believes in this, and he does not hesitate to give up the rational thinking he should have. After a while, Deacon Ju turned off the computer, and went to the coordinate point released by the group leader. The coordinate point is not in his city. It is at least 3 cities away. You need to take a special car or a high-speed train to get there. The global undercurrent is surging. In addition to the Shadow Organization, there are other terrorist organizations that are highly concerned about the catastrophe in Koi Island. The members of the Frog Society, who have lost their base camp but are still active overseas, posted a terrorist declaration online. The remnants of the Frog Society hereby announce that our society will be responsible for the catastrophe in Koi Island and donate a box of instant noodles. As soon as this message was released, many overseas netizens left messages. Isn't the Frog Society dead? Why did it jump out to attract firepower? You don't understand. If the Frog Society members don't jump, then it's not the Frog Society. Jump? This word is well used, incisive, and has that flavor. Chapter 411. Koi City was severely affected. During the rescue process, Keeman found that many residents had been moved outside. Most of the people trapped in the house were in low-rise buildings. High-rise buildings did not need rescue. Some people moved to high-rise buildings that were likely to cause the most casualties when the earthquake occurred. The collapse of a high-rise building was a devastating blow, and the investigators in Koi City moved the things that caused the most casualties in advance. Keeman saw that the place where a high-rise building used to be was empty, and heard that the building had been moved. However, under this super earthquake, moving to the suburbs also had risks. At most, it was just to leave the epicenter to reduce the risk. Keeman ran back and forth to save people. Keeman's pets also ran back and forth to help Keeman rescue. The whole city was full of active investigators. They used objects to prop up the load-bearing columns, move out the waste rocks, and save the lives inside. Keeman ran through a district in a row, and from a distance, he saw the Director General holding a wooden horn, which made a long humming sound, and huge trees grew out of the ground, moving stones to increase the efficiency of the rescue. In addition to the Director General, other investigators also used range-type items to rescue people in a large area at the same time. Such items have a price, and it seems not low. The Director General collapsed after a while. Keeman received a new order from the beast. Take over the Director General's giant wooden horn, blow it, and move stones. Keeman ran for dozens of seconds, and ran to the Director General. Director? It's Keeman. The Director General was already lying on the ground. His face was yellow, and he seemed to have lost a lot of energy. What is the price of this horn? Is it energy? Keeman speculated in his mind. The chief took out the horn. It absorbs vitality. It's very overbearing. Be careful. Don't use it if you can't hold on. Chief. Keeman looked down at the wooden horn in his hand. His expression moved. It was actually driven by vitality. Well, don't look at me like this. There are actually fruits that prolong life in the bureau. Don't worry about me. This is only temporary. The chief waved his hand, and then fell asleep again. Keeman took over the giant wood horn and blew it hard. The buzzing sound of the horn spread like a wave. Keeman felt that something in himself was slipping away. The resistance force was acting up, resisting the loss of this vitality. Countless stone woods were controlled and moved everywhere on the ground. However, it seemed that due to the influence of the resistance force, Keeman's output of vitality was not much, so the giant wood horn only drove the wood to move, and no new wood roots were produced. Every time a new giant tree is generated, it needs vitality support. There was no new wood, but the wood that the Director General had stimulated was enough, and the whole area was under the control of Keeman. Working from day to night, Keeman was still full of energy. The Director General came back from eating the longevity fruit, and he had recovered his energy. Seeing that Keeman was still holding on to the front line, his face was moved, and he asked Keeman to stop blowing the horn. Keeman insisted on blowing the horn. He wanted to do more for the people of Koi City. The Director General was a little confused. Did Keeman have so much vitality? He looked around and found that the number of moving giant trees was the same as the number before he fainted, no more and no less. In other words, no new wood was generated during the time when Keeman blew the horn. Incredible, how did he do this? Although he didn't know why, the director finally knew why Keeman had lasted so long. It is indeed a safe way to control the existing giant trees with a weak flow of life force. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew over. Keeman looked up at the sky. It was night, and the moon was trapped in black clouds. The moon was dark, and the wind was high, which seemed to be an ominous omen. Keeman had a bad omen in his heart, but he didn't know where the omen came from, nor could he tell where the danger was. Keeman moved from one district to another according to the instructions of the divine beast. It is expected that after another day and night of work, basically all the victims in the city can be rescued. Keeman is not the only one who rescues people in the whole city. Cities that are not seriously affected have sent a large number of investigators to Koi City to participate in the rescue work. With the help of so many people, the efficiency of rescue is unprecedentedly high. Keeman looked at the people working in the dark with bright lights, and suddenly thought of something. The defense forces of the surrounding cities are all empty. If they are attacked or something, the consequences will be disastrous. Keeman was worried. He blew the horn while looking for the Director General, wanting to tell him that it was not reasonable to use up the surrounding investigators. It was at this time Keeman felt a stinging pain in his head, as if there was a hole in his head. This was a sense of crisis. Keeman suddenly became alert and wanted to dodge. The next moment, it was no longer an imaginary warning, but a real blow. Bang, bang. Keeman's head suffered an unprecedented heavy blow, and his whole forehead was shaking. A bullet hit Keeman's right temple, making a loud sound of metal vibration and explosion. Then the explosive sound of the bullet came from behind and reached Keeman's ears. This bullet was supersonic, leaving the sound behind, so Keeman did not hear any sound before the attack. Keeman understood that it was his spiritual perception that someone was aiming at him, and at that moment, his spirit issued a warning. Keeman had already made an evasive move, but the bullet still hit Keeman's temple accurately. He secretly speculated that the opponent's bullet or sniper rifle had a special hit effect. In the distance, a sniper was stunned. He wiped his eyes and looked at the scope again. Keeman's head was intact and nothing happened. This is an anti-material sniper rifle, and it is a gun with special abilities. As long as there is no obstruction to the field of view, it will hit the target 100%. Theoretically, this weapon can shoot through the armor of a tank. In other words, Keeman's head skin has the defense of a tank? No, it is impossible. Humans can't do it. It must be some special item that helps Keeman block the attack. But this gun was a special assassination weapon assigned to him by his organization. It has strong attack properties and a slight supernatural power blessing. With the blessing of supersonic speed, it can easily penetrate the isolation force field of isolated objects. However, Keeman did not show the ability of isolation. He used his forehead to rebound the supersonic bullet. The assassin felt like he was falling into an ice cave. He saw Keeman turning his head in the scope, and his eyes were exactly in line with his. The word danger sounded in his heart. Without saying a word, he squeezed the teleportation stone in his hand. His body was immediately twisted by the void, and his whole body was sucked into the void. Keeman handed the horn to Shirley, and asked her to continue blowing the horn. Keeman himself put on the ring of the King of Magic, and lightning filled his body. He ran to the place where the assassin had just stayed at a very fast speed. There were still violent fluctuations left by the teleportation stone. The teleportation stone is not something that can be found everywhere. This should be a big fish hidden in Koi Island. Chapter 412. Bang, bang, bang. Keeman heard more gunshots, all the sounds of supersonic bullets. Mass assassination. Keeman wanted to chase the escaped man, but Koi City was under attack, and he couldn't leave. Keeman muttered an unknown language, summoned his right hand, and a black air wave spun in his palm, and the surroundings became cold. The blue arc of his right hand flicked, shuttling through the black chi. A black parchment scroll appeared in Keeman's palm, and when he opened the demon map, dozens of red dots appeared, all of whom were malicious towards Keeman. The things these people used should not be the guns of Koi City, but some items that strengthened the attack of a large number of sniper rifles. It's an illegal organization abroad, Keeman shouted, calling Tang Yuan nearby. Tang Yuan heard Keeman's voice, and slipped back in front of him in an instant. Keeman showed it the red dot on the map. Find the suspicious assassin, knock him out, and bring him to me. He didn't let Tang Yuan kill him directly, because Keeman was afraid that Tang Yuan would kill the wrong person. It would be bad if he recognized the wrong person. Tang Yuan left instantly, and there was a strong wind and sonic boom at the place. Golden flashes were seen running around in the dark night. The assassins without teleportation stones could not run faster than Tang Yuan at all, and were knocked out by Tang Yuan one by one. Only 2 assassins crushed the teleportation stones and left Koi City. They should also be big fish. Teleportation stones are rare resources, and it is impossible to equip every assassin with teleportation stones. Keeman looked at the unconscious people brought back by Tang Yuan. These were not big fish, but abandoned pawns. Keeman looked at their shadows carefully, and felt something strange. The appearance of the shadows did not seem to match their own bodies. This strange feeling made Keeman realize something. Shadow organization. Keeman grabbed a shadow with his shadow-grabbing hand, and quickly interrogated the other party, whether he was a member of Shadow organization. The other party was also very scared and answered whatever he had to say. He was indeed a member of Shadow Organization, but he had only joined Shadow Organization for less than a month. His superior instructor suddenly asked him to participate in a promotion exam, and he could be promoted to instructor level if he passed the exam. He was ecstatic and was asked to blindfold himself. He passed a mysterious place and suddenly came to Koi Island, received weapons, and came to assassinate. Keeman knew it was not good. Shadow Organization actually launched an attack at this moment. Everyone in Koi City was saving people. The headquarters was not doing well. Other cities were even worse. The disaster here was too big, and too many people were transferred. Keeman continued to ask, "Then what is your way to escape back?" "Listen to the instructor's arrangement. He will give us the escape route in 10 minutes. He said, inexplicably terrified. This newcomer experienced for the first time the experience of being caught by a shadow and unable to run away. He thought that he would be worry-free after becoming a shadow, but the truth was cruel. Keeman could capture him however he wanted. It was too brainless. Keeman grabbed him and looked at his phone, asking, "Where is the director?" The internet beast immediately reported the location of the director, and Keeman quickly took the shadow and the people there. Keeman put the unconscious people into the storage ring, which was specially used by the Investigation Bureau to store rescue items, and Keeman used it to store people. Nearly half an hour later, when he returned to the director's location, Keeman saw some corpses. Not everyone was equipped with defensive items, and they sacrificed. The escape route mentioned by the new members of Shadow Stream did not have any so-called mentor figure to point out the direction. The Shadow Stream organization abandoned them. These people were abandoned, and the core members crushed the teleportation stone and left. The director's face was gloomy. They had just cleared out the Shadow Stream members some time ago, but they did not expect that today they would take advantage of the disaster in Koi City and directly send abandoned people to assassinate the core members of Koi Island Investigation Bureau. They were really bold. "Are you okay?" said the director. "I'm fine. Is there anything wrong with the ceiling pavilion?" "It's okay there. There are zero-level items suppressing it. It's not so easy to break it." The general director shook his head. "No matter how many people are transferred, the guards of the ceiling pavilion will not be withdrawn. That is the core library of the entire General Bureau. But the attacker brought a very amazing item. You can use your cat to check the specific information. Now the Bureau does not have time to test the properties of high-level items." "Okay." Kuming agreed and went directly to the General Bureau. In the distance, the Koi Gate stood in a ruin. It stood tall and motionless, worthy of being a thing of luck. Keeman passed through the Koi Gate, and there was a faint glow on his body, which was the blessing of the Koi Gate. Deep underground, the sealed pavilion was located in a different dimension, which was a space specially opened up by the Koi Bureau. Pushing open the door of the -100th floor, there was a different world inside, a super large library. Countless bookshelves were lying in front of Keeman, and a sea of books on the walls around were piled up one by one, and the book walls were as high as 100 meters. Each book sealed a powerful item, which was the harvest of Koi Island, and there were also some items from Keeman's offering. Keeman finally understood why the director said it was okay. The moment he stepped into the library, Keeman felt a huge creature watching him, and his every move was being watched. Huge, ancient, invincible, how powerful this creature is. The invader must have been controlled when he first stepped in, and could not use items. The sealed pavilion of the Koizhou General Administration is too mysterious. Few people know the secrets of the sealed pavilion. Even the guards are a group of people who have been closed for a long time, and do not show their faces. This led to the Shadow Organization not knowing much about it. This wave of invasion was to blast open the sealed pavilion, but they underestimated the power of the creatures in the sealed pavilion. Keeman had only felt that huge power in the dream game world. Keeman's arrival brought a few more shadows to the library. They are the guardians of this big library. They did not show their faces, but only stood in the shadows to look at Keeman and nodded to Keeman. In front of Keeman lay a boy wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and closed his eyes. In his hand, he held an object that looked like a broken halberd, which was covered in dust. As long as he looked away, he could not remember what it looked like. This was a very evil thing, and Keeman confirmed his first impression at the first sight. No wonder the director asked him to bring the big-faced cat to check this thing. This is most likely a zero-level item, specially used to break the situation. Unfortunately, the enemy did not know about the ceiling pavilion and was suppressed as soon as he entered its territory. Keeman first used the shadow-grabbing hand to grab the boy's shadow and put it into the seal to seal it. Without outsiders, the big-faced cat can be brought out at this time. But Keeman thought of something else. Can I look here? You know, the big-faced cat has a range detection function. Keeman asked. This is the sealing pavilion, and all the books seal a certain item. Keeman should not be able to see the things sealed in the seal, but Keeman is very likely to know the information of the sealing pavilion itself. Look, I also want to know what I am. The main spirit of the seal pavilion said. The voice came from above, but there was no specific direction. The guardian in the pavilion also nodded, without objection. Chapter 413. Kamong was at the door, and the big-faced cat was also placed next to the intruder. The big-faced cat's facial expression was stagnant, his eyes were wide open, his body was fat, and his hands were placed on both sides of his fat waist, keeping this posture unchanged for 10,000 years. Kamong stared at the big-faced cat's eyes, and the spirit of the seal pavilion was also staring at the big-faced cat's eyes. 15 seconds is not a long time, and it was reached in a flash. Looking at the big-faced cat, it seemed as if I saw illusory light and shadows scattering out. Strange knowledge has increased. It seemed as if such a voice sounded in my mind. Broken magic halberd. Possessing extraordinary magic power, it can destroy the space seal of an area and activate the short-term bad nature of the intelligent creatures in the area. The price is to sacrifice life. This thing has the secret characteristic of forgetting after seeing it. The above is the thing that the other party brought to break the situation. According to the description of the big-faced cat, it should be able to attack the seal of the seal pavilion and release the zero-level items in the bureau, thus causing chaos in the world. It must be said that this item does have the power to break the impasse, but the moment the intruder entered the door, he was suppressed by the sealing pavilion and could not sacrifice his own life. Then, there was information about a storage item, which should be the other party's storage item. The function is to store items. The price is to cut off a finger and use it unlimitedly for 10 days. It's really a ruthless item. The Shadow Stream members are least afraid of sacrifice. They can leave their original bodies and get new bodies. Then comes the highlight, the information of the sealing pavilion. The Unformed Book House. This is a special book that carries knowledge and power. It contains various special items and forms a house in the book. As it carries more and more items, it has the potential to become omniscient and omnipotent. Kamong finished reading. The seal pavilion also sighed, my future was originally like this. The guardians in the seal pavilion also became interested and walked to his side to look at the big-faced cat. Each guardian was old and frail, and looked like they were about to die. Kamong's heart trembled. These were dead men. Once the seal pavilion was in trouble, they might use powerful items at the cost of their lives to guard the seal pavilion. 15 seconds later, the guardians also knew the information of the seal pavilion. Omniscient and omnipotent. The guardians murmured to themselves and retreated into the shadows. They have decided to sacrifice their lives for Koi Island in the second half of their lives, even if they hide their identities. Keeman does not know the old man's name and achievements. The sealing pavilion was not satisfied with this answer, but I still don't know how I came here, and my birth is still a mystery. The original idea of the sealing pavilion was to know why it was born, and the answer given by the big-faced cat was only an estimate of the future. However, it was also very happy to get the estimate of the future. Omniscience and omnipotence, these 4 words are not a simple evaluation. If it knows everything, then how the sealing pavilion was born, it has its own answer. In other words, the more items stored, the better. Sooner or later I will know how I came here. The sealing pavilion murmured. The work of storing items. The whole system has been transporting items to Koi City. The difference is the quality issue. Good quality, difficult to control, and dangerous items are basically sent to the sealing pavilion of the general administration. The remaining items that need to be left in the local area and the less important items are left in the branch. It's just that this is a long process, and the big-faced cat didn't say it would be 100% successful, it just has the potential. Keeman secretly guessed that the seal pavilion should be in the list of 0-level items. The sense of power exuded by the seal pavilion is similar to the breath of the full-level monsters in the game. It is not as strong as the full-level monsters, but it is almost the same. It's just that the seal pavilion cannot move. It can only stay underground, which is equivalent to being invincible in the field, and it can't control things outside the seal pavilion. Keeman took back the big-faced cat, and the eyes of the seal pavilion immediately shifted to Keeman. After a while, Keeman took the assassin out of the seal pavilion, and the items were left in the seal pavilion, sealed by a book. The person who was brought out was directly caught by Keeman with the shadow-grabbing hand. Then he was taken to an interrogation room of the general administration. He dared to go directly to the sealed pavilion to cause trouble, and his identity must be higher than any assassin. Keeman wore the ring of the King of Thunder and Lightning, and replaced his body with one that could resist thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, and countless arcs of electricity poured into Deacon Ju's body. Deacon Ju, who was being treated with electricity, screamed, and the heavy faith made him feel extremely painful, as if he would die if he didn't abandon it. But if he abandoned the faith, he would become incomplete. His thoughts had long been deeply rooted, and believing in the Lord of Shadow Stream was the deepest thought pattern in Deacon Ju's heart. Cutting it off was equivalent to losing the self. Keeman's eyes flickered, his face was slightly irritable, and he kept treating with electricity. Deacon Ju began to recall the past deeds of joining Shadow Stream in his mind. Some things he had forgotten, he had changed too many bodies, and his soul had too many memories. Some memories were even fused together, and he couldn't tell you from me. As the electrotherapy progressed, he had already thought of just confessing everything. Why do I believe in Shadow Stream? Deacon Ju closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already made up his mind. Tell me, who ordered you to attack the general administration, and how many people are involved in this assassination? Keeman was full of lightning, and his face was angry. It was the group owner. The group owner asked me to come. Deacon Ju confessed the secret. Keeman quickly asked, what group? The Shadow Stream House. It is the Shadow Stream House, a special group. Deacon Ju shouted. He wanted to abandon his faith and expose himself. What is the group number? Keeman had already taken out his mobile phone and was ready to join the group. Deacon Ju quickly reported a group number. The group number is... It was also the time to report the group number, and Deacon Ju screamed and screamed. Ah! Keeman heard the other parties screaming and stopped the electrotherapy. But it was useless. The shadow's cry became louder and louder. The shadow quickly disintegrated, squirming like a worm, tearing apart its original body in an instant, and growing countless tentacles. Even the insect body that carried his shadows suddenly became weird. The hard shell melted like mucus, and nightmare-like calls came, some male and some female, crying out everything about themselves in different languages. Save me! Save me! It made a sound that did not belong to its original voice line. Kumeng listened carefully, and seemed to hear more than 100 cries for help. The insect body made a strange shriek, which made people's eardrums ache and their brains tremble. The insect face also squirmed quickly, and grew countless faces. Those were human faces, people that Deacon Ju had invaded. The traces of the victims did not disappear, and they all clearly attacked his body at this moment, even if it was just a worm. Deacon Ju betrayed his beliefs, and suffered a strong backlash. Kumeng's heart trembled. What was going on? He had never dealt with such a thing, but strange changes happened. As the insect body transformed, Keeman's spirit gradually gave off dangerous spiritual perceptions. Keeman knew that he had to deal with this guy now. Chapter 414. This is a source of mental pollution. Keeman has felt countless negative emotions coming like a tide. There are many points of resentment, directed at society, men and women, studies, family, etc. In addition to Ju Deacon's own resentment, the dark negative emotions of the humans he had invaded were also inherited. Until this moment, they burst out like a tide and instantly submerged Keeman. Keeman used the shadow-grabbing hand to grab the mutated shadow. But this shadow has begun to mutate, and is very difficult to catch. When the palm grabbed it, it was like grabbing a large piece of mucus, and it couldn't be grabbed out. At this moment, the shadow and the body have merged into one, and the whole body is a huge source of pollution. The shadow and the body are indistinguishable from each other, and the shadow-grabbing hand gives the feeling that it cannot be grabbed. Keeman stretched out his hand again, and a steel core bullet appeared in his hand, draining all the current in the ring, forming an ultra-high voltage force field. A momentary change, the steel core bullet achieved an instantaneous speed that broke through several times the speed of sound. Boom! The strange insect body was blown into a ball immediately after it hit the kinetic bullet. The mucus and wriggling black flesh of the insect body splashed everywhere. Keeman was hit by the shock wave at close range, but his body withstood the shock wave and was fine. The floor of the Holy Light room was plowed 3 feet deep, and it was all messy flesh and blood. The Holy Light poured in, constantly purifying these things. But there were really too many negative things on Deacon Ju's body, and strange things grew on the surface of every piece of black flesh and blood. From a distance, it looked like shaking cilia, but from a close look, it looked like indescribable tentacles. They kept shaking and rubbing against the air, and there was an indescribable evil emotion in the friction sound. Holy light is difficult to purify, it is pollution under the light. Keeman took out the sound-absorbing sponge and pressed the sponge. At this moment, the sound of the entire Holy Light room was absorbed. Keeman walked back and forth, using the storage ring of the Investigation Bureau to store these wriggling flesh and blood. Because he was in the center of the pollution source, although he could not hear the sound, the wriggling flesh and blood left a deep impression in Keeman's heart, and he could not get rid of it. Even if he had more than 1,000 resistance points, he could still see a white shadow in a fixed position in front of his eyelids when he closed his eyes. After Keeman put everything in the room into the storage ring, Keeman took out the big-faced cat. The thing just now was a strange creature transformed from an insect body. The big-faced cat can even eat dark dishes, so there is no reason why it can't eat the mutated pollution source creature. Keeman patted the black and red plaid scarf and took out the body-shape change lamp. Straighten the lampstand, aim at the big-faced cat's face, and press the zoom button. Buzz, a beam of white light shines on the big-faced cat, and the big-faced cat begins to grow proportionally, gradually growing to a height of 1.5 meters, and then stops growing. As its body grows bigger, the big-faced cat's mouth also grows bigger. As an emotionless food destroyer, it will never be picky about food. Keeman pours out indescribable flesh and blood from the storage ring bit by bit. After just a few minutes, the flesh and blood grow countless strange faces, densely crowded on the surface of the flesh and blood, opening their mouths and roaring silently. All the roars are absorbed by the sound-absorbing sponge, and Keeman can't hear those sounds, and he handles the food without pressure. No matter how horrifying their expressions are, they can't stop Keeman from pouring them into the big-faced cat's mouth. The big-faced cat accepts everything. Anything that enters its mouth is meat food, and it disappears into its mouth. In less than a minute, Keeman has poured all of Deacon Ju's blood and flesh into the big-faced cat's mouth. Keeman can no longer catch Deacon Ju's shadow. It has merged with the strange flesh and blood. The flesh and blood are the flesh and blood. It seems that at the moment when the backlash begins, it is no longer a shadow creature. The above is Keeman's pure intuitive guess based on his feeling at the scene. After destroying Deacon Ju, Keeman looked around. The residual feeling of negative emotions is still very serious, but not as serious as at the beginning. At the beginning, it was really like being at the center of the explosion. Countless calls rang in Keeman's ears. Keeman felt very tired, as if his soul was already riddled with holes. If it weren't for the sound-absorbing sponge absorbing those sounds, Keeman would have been powerless. Keeman closed his eyes, and could still see the creeping shadows of blood and flesh trembling on his eyelids. The flesh and blood slowly gathered, as if there was some other power at work. Keeman didn't know what it was, and he was very upset. The resistance in his body didn't react to it, but his spiritual perception gave a serious warning, as if he waited for it to wriggle for a while, it might invade Keeman's head. It can be seen that this time, the mental pollution has exceeded Keeman's comfort zone, and the resistance of more than 1,000 points is not stable, so more resistance points are needed. If there were other people in the bureau, they would have rebelled directly. Keeman patted his head, stayed in the holy light room without going out, and called the people outside directly. There were not many people in charge in the bureau, and they all went out to preside over the rescue work. But Keeman looked at the group. Shadow Stream's assassination killed several A-level investigators. Many people in the group were crying and sending messages saying goodbye. Keeman's eyebrows hurt a little, and the shadow of the flesh and blood appeared again in front of him. Their death is all because of me. It's all because of me. He suddenly felt guilty. At first, he blamed himself, but later he began to curse himself with vicious words. Keeman patted his head and stopped thinking. This time, he could see the shadow of flesh and blood without closing his eyes. No matter how Keeman shook his perspective, it was always fixed in the center of his sight, as if it had taken root on the surface of Keeman's eyeballs. Keeman's heart trembled. He had to pass on the information first, and then find a way to deal with this hidden danger. Beep beep. The Director General answered Keeman's call. Hello? The voice was absorbed by the sound-absorbing sponge, and the director's voice did not come through. Keeman glanced at the sound-absorbing sponge and immediately switched to text chat mode. Director, remember a string of numbers. This is the group number of the Shadow House, which is the secret contact method of the Shadow Organization. Keeman told the Director General the group number of the Shadow House. After reading it, the Director General felt a little relaxed. I asked the beast to check the group number and monitor them. The director wrote. Well, I go to sleep first. Keeman had experienced a great battle, and was mentally exhausted. As the flesh and blood phantom in front of him became clearer and clearer, he couldn't drag it on, and had to fall asleep and dream into the game. Wait, I let Captain Luo take care of you. Keeman didn't look at his phone. He lay in the holy light room, released Tang Yuan, hypnotized himself secretly, and fell asleep quickly. As Tang Yuan came out, he felt the restless breath in the air. Keeman slept very deeply. He could still see the phantom of flesh and blood when he closed his eyes. The flesh and blood had already squirmed and grown, and faces grew on the flesh and blood, crying silently. He took advantage of the situation and fell asleep with this strange perspective shadow. Gurgle gurgle. Keeman heard the sound of the sea. He opened his eyes again and saw a sculpture of an octopus-headed monster. In a flash, Keeman became Cthulhu. Hundreds of faces formed by flesh and blood appeared in the center of the evil god's perspective. He blinked. The deep-sea Raya was as usual, dead and peaceful. Chapter 415. Kamong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the flesh and blood in his vision had never appeared again. Fortunately, it was aimed at the spiritual realm. If it was aimed at the body, he would still be affected after waking up. Keeman thought about it. In reality, all the difficult things are basically the invasion of the spiritual realm. The investigators are most afraid of getting lost in madness. Keeman is not afraid of going crazy. No matter what kind of spiritual damage, as long as he falls asleep, he will be crushed by the power of the evil god. In the distance, a black ghost floated over. Keeman's face remained unchanged, listening to the black ghost's muttering. A small part includes the expansion of wild monster believers, followed by human adventurer believers. The black ghosts no longer have new infiltration channels, and can only rely on human adventurers to infiltrate on their own. However, some believers who have been closely connected with them have lost contact recently. When they went to visit them again, they had already lost their faith. This abnormal state attracted the attention of the Black Ghost and reported it to the Great Cthulhu. Black Ghost knew that Cthulhu would not pay attention to such a small matter, and Black Ghost also punished the players who betrayed their faith and killed them. However, these dead adventurers will still be resurrected, and they cannot be completely killed after multiple assassinations. This is related to the gods behind the adventurers. It is the power of the gods that allows them to revive infinitely. Black Ghost could not completely punish the adventurers who betrayed their faith, so he came to Raya to confess his sins. Keeman listened to Black Ghost's actions and was silent. Black Ghost actually blocked people's resurrection points and killed people. This is also a cruel practice that Keeman has not promoted before, squatting at the resurrection point to kill players and blocking players at the resurrection point. It's a good idea to squat at the resurrection point, Kumeng thought. Now the players have only reached level 200, and they still have a long way to go before they reach level 999, so they should kill them in front of the cradle in advance. However, there are not enough Black Ghosts, and it is impossible to kill them in every city. In the game world, in addition to the main city, there are towns, small villages, and unknown resurrection points. These places can be used as player resurrection points. Kumeng thought about it, and ordered the high-level beast believers to squat and kill the players' resurrection points. After thinking about it, Kumeng began to transmit his thoughts to the Black Ghost. This idea is not complicated to say, but the meaning is a little long, and there will inevitably be errors in the transmission process. Even the Black Ghost believers, in the process of accepting Mr. K's hint, still cannot avoid the ending of Trembling Souls. After a while, the Black Ghost calmed down, and it had received Mr. K's new order from the chaotic information. Believers, kill, resurrection point. What Cthulhu wanted to express was originally a long sentence, but with the ability of the Black Ghost, it could only hear these 3 key points at most, and it could not do more. If it were the other believers, their souls would have collapsed long ago, and they could not even interpret it. The Black Ghost slowly retreated and left Raya. Keeman had sensed the other party's feelings through his emotions. The meaning of the comprehension was not comprehensive, but Keeman did not stop it. Because if it received another piece of information, it would really collapse, and it would not be able to receive the information transmitted by the evil god in a short time. On the Orange Star side, they finally spawned the second defaith object, and with the other defaith object, players were purified every hour and every minute. Orange Star researchers wanted to see how the evil god Cthulhu would behave when these purified normal people returned to the game. Therefore, some players were placed in prominent positions, wearing the most conspicuous equipment and wandering around. One player had too much contact with the Black Ghost, and he happened to be bumped into by the Black Ghost on the day he went online. The result was tragic. Because the player betrayed his faith, he was pierced by the Black Ghost and his health bar was cleared. After the health bar was cleared, the player was resurrected at the resurrection point. They did not expect that the Black Ghost's perception range was too large, and it actually chased to the main city and killed the resurrected player. After killing once, the player was resurrected again and was brushed again. Resurrected again, and was killed by the Black Ghost again. Resurrected again, the Black Ghost did not kill, watched it leave the resurrection point, and then swooshed through the player's body, and the health bar was cleared again. The player was resurrected again and gave up treatment, as if it was up to you to kill or scratch. He didn't dare to quit. After all, there were researchers secretly observing next to the resurrection point. If the Institute decided not to let him continue playing, the network support would be disconnected offline. Without disconnection, the player would let the Black Ghost kill him at the resurrection point. The Institute was also a patient institution. While chatting with the players, who were killed in the chat box, they watched the Black Ghost's daily behavior. When the killed player was asked if he had any mental anxiety, the player replied that he felt very scared and palpitated before he was killed, but the strange feeling disappeared after death. In other words, death can eliminate negative effects. The Black Ghost killed 7 times in a row and found that the player's resurrection was an established fact. Each killing could only weaken the strength slightly, and killing again would not help. Besides, the player showed an indifferent attitude and let you kill him. It stopped killing, left the resurrection point, and left for something. In fact, Black Phantom knew before that adventurers seemed to have the ability to revive infinitely. Today, he just deeply felt the cheating nature of infinite resurrection. The top management of Orange Star also started to analyze the behavior of Black Phantom. The result of the analysis was obvious. As an NPC, Black Phantom was confused about the player's ability to revive, so he killed several times in a row, and sometimes even let the player go and killed again, all for testing. And the Research Institute was also studying the behavior pattern of Black Phantom. Only by analyzing the personality of Black Phantom can we further attack it. Professor Leishan expressed his opinion on this. Our behavior disgusted Black Phantom. Blocking the resurrection point to kill players is just their first step. In the future, it may evolve into a high-level monster blocking the resurrection point. Regarding this, I have actually made a design, but I don't know if there is such a rule after the game world mutates. A game designer raised his hand and answered. A game manager held his chin with both hands and said, in order to prevent the player guild from blocking the resurrection point and killing people, it was specially set that if the player died 10 times in a short period of time at the resurrection point, the resurrected player would gain a short-term immortality effect. Within a day, any fatal damage to him will be invalidated, and he will be randomly teleported to another unmanned location. The invincibility effect lasts until the victim actively attacks wild monsters or players, and the damage is automatically removed, or it lasts for a whole day. Why 10 times? 3 times is not enough. You know, he has been slaughtered all the time. Leishan was puzzled. This is to curb those people who deliberately use this mechanism to steal items in high-level maps. The cost of 10 deaths is enough to curb this trend. If it can't be curbed, we plan to add settings later, but the game is no longer under our control, and we can't add settings. Leishan's eyes lit up. We can use this setting. If you die 10 times and randomly go to a full-level area, and you are invincible at the same time, you can steal items back. Chapter 416. Leishan's suggestion is very creative. The designer had thought that there might be a ruthless person who keeps dying and then travels around the world with this mechanism. But there is a big problem here. If he randomly travels to a full-level area, how can he get back after getting the items? How to get back is indeed a problem, but the bridgehead and the bow are naturally straight. Let's try it first. How can we find a way if we don't try it? Leishan still insisted. In this way, a new round of exploration tasks was released. A team of players, commanded by the Orange Star organization, was selected from the player group. They did not carry any equipment, only a large number of teleportation scrolls, and then died 10 times in a row at the resurrection point. After dying 10 times, the player was resurrected and was brushed to an unknown place. The Orange Star organization continued to track their whereabouts. There were 1,000 players participating in the task, which was the first batch of quotas. After each player traveled through, he would exit the game and hand over the video to the Orange Star Research Institute. The people in the institute would compare the images and determine the map coordinates of the other party. When players arrive at a completely unexplored area, the player's map system will not display any place names, and players need to explore. Study all the map information and quickly give accurate answers. Got it. Someone has reached the full-level area. A researcher shouted. This shout attracted the attention of many people. No one has been to the full-level area yet. Because the advanced area is too scary, they can't even get through the advanced area, let alone the more terrifying full-level area. In the map known to the people in the Research Institute, the full-level area is divided into 9 restricted areas. What area? It's the deep sea. Judging from the special shapes of those wild monsters, it should be the restricted area of R'lyeh. He took a breath of cold air. R'lyeh, the place where Cthulhu sleeps, is the second round boss set in the game. According to the original plot, the second round boss will gradually revive after the first round boss is killed. The entire plot chain will be related to the ancient gods, and the players will prevent Cthulhu from being unsealed. If the unsealing is successful, it will be a boss battle. However, the above is the rough setting of the game designer, and each node of the second round plot chain has not been set in detail. However, they can feel that even if there is no plot line for the second round, there will be a logically self-consistent plot chain in the game. For example, the relationship between the ancient gods and Cthulhu, and the position of a certain group of stars. Back to the topic, everyone's attention is on the video data of the full-level area Raya. This player is an assassin, but for an assassin who is not at the maximum level and has no equipment, the profession is really not important in the maximum level area. What is important is the feeling. When this assassin first crossed over, there was no light in the deep sea, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. There was only a line of status bar with various negative effects, dozens of them. The assassin player has the night vision skill, but the night vision is invalid here. Someone who understands the game skill mechanism explained, Raya is the deepest part of the deep sea. Generally, there is no light, so the night vision skill is invalid. He needs the dark vision passive skill, or the more advanced seeing the dark passive skill. Here, because he can't see anything nearby, he swims in the sea. His health bar was 0, which was caused by the damage when he just crossed over. The water pressure in Raya is the most terrifying place in the entire sea. Players with insufficient physical resistance points will have their health points wiped out by the strong water pressure, but no fatal damage here will kill him, so he wandered around Raya with 0 health points. If there were no game rules, he would not even be qualified to step into Raya. Yes, so the next task is to find the characteristics of this place. The researchers watched the video, and in the game, the player did not know that he had crossed over to Raya. He only felt that it was terribly depressing here, and the endless darkness was suffocating, making him uneasy, and he always felt that there might be an illusory muttering in his ears. In fact, it was not the muttering of the evil god, but the sound of bubbles surging. It was also at this time that he was hit by a strange marine creature, and a string of numerical damage of tens of millions of levels exploded on his body. The player was directly scared silly, but because of the protection of the game rules, the strange marine life did not kill the player. The player couldn't die, and the marine creatures wouldn't let go, making him miserable. He took out a teleportation scroll and tried to activate it, but the scroll also emitted a bright light, indicating that this place could not be crossed. Because of the bright light emitted by the scroll, the player also saw what the creature that attacked him looked like. It was a transparent jellyfish with tentacles, very scary. He recorded the other party's appearance, quickly quit the game, and uploaded the recorded video to the Research Institute. The screen was interrupted here. No wonder it was judged to be Raya. This jellyfish was designed by me. Only Raya has such a jellyfish. There is no such creature anywhere else. A designer suddenly realized. By the way, is there anything to steal in Raya? Professor Lishan asked. There are many treasures in all restricted areas. As far as I know, there is a stone in the Raya area that contains the memory of the ancient god. The coordinates are probably here. An equipment designer drew a virtual projection map in the air, and drew a circle with his finger to circle the coordinates of the special item. What is the function of that stone? The initial design of the stone is related to the ancient god who sealed Cthulhu. It is a plot-oriented item, but you know, we haven't designed it that far yet. When designing it, we just made a shape and designed a note in the equipment column. You will be struck by lightning if you do this. No. In addition to the memory stone with the breath of the gods, there are other items to take. Let me think about it. Raya is very large and is divided into the core urban area, suburban area, and free area. The core urban area is the place where Cthulhu sleeps, the famous city of Raya. The suburbs are the area near the city of Raya, where full-level creatures are rampant. In the free area, there are fewer full-level creatures, and the remaining monsters are all above level 990, which are difficult to deal with. In addition, the free area is also the area with the most deep-sea herbs. The designer originally planned to design a chain of herbal medicine collection tasks in the free area, with a total of more than 100 chain task chains, but the task was only in the imagination and was not designed well. The teleportation scroll cannot be used in the restricted area. In the restricted area, you can only travel by foot or by pet. But the player's level is low and cannot tame high-level marine creatures as pets. The best way at this stage is to attack the full-level monsters, let the full-level monsters kill him, and then continue to regenerate. Chapter 417. The deep sea was pitch black, and the huge water pressure almost made him breathless. Xiao Fei was the only one who died 10 times, and crossed into the full-level restricted area of Raya in this journey of thousands of people. As soon as he woke up, he found that the full-level monster was still entangled with him, imprisoning his actions. By the way, when he quit the game, he forced to quit, so the character did not disappear, and was imprisoned by the monster. His health bar was still 0, and his own negative status was as high as 32, each of which was fatal. He couldn't resist it without the full level. This huge jellyfish imprisoned him, and didn't let him go. From time to time, it hit him with its tentacles, causing tens of millions of damage. His armor value and magic resistance were too low, and they were useless in front of the full-level monster. "There's no other way, I can only attack," he murmured. The Institute's method was to let him attack the jellyfish to remove the invincible state. Random crossing can only be triggered at the resurrection point. If he dies in the wild, he will automatically resurrect at the nearest resurrection point. The next second, he moved his jaw, opened his teeth, and bit the jellyfish's tentacles. A white 0 value popped up. 0, that is, 0 damage. His current level is 188, and it was 198 before. He dropped 10 levels in a row, which made him feel very sad. But for the great cause of Orange Star, he didn't care about his sacrifice. As long as he could win, any method was fine. The jellyfish didn't look at him. 0 damage was like no damage. The jellyfish occasionally reached out and slapped him, mainly because he was curious about why a young mole cricket had the power of immortality. It was this strange feeling that drove the full-level jellyfish to capture the player. After knocking him many times, he found that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't kill the other party. The player Xiao Fei was also embarrassed. He couldn't even break the jellyfish's defense. Theoretically, to break the invincible state, you must wait for a day or actively cause damage to the creature. 0 damage does not count as damage, so Xiao Fei is still invincible. I can only wait for a day, Xiao Fei thought depressedly. However, he couldn't guess the jellyfish's thoughts. At this moment, the jellyfish began to watch the player again, and carefully felt it for more than 10 minutes. Xiao Fei was watched by Cthulhu's believers, and he was panicked. It seemed that something terrible was pressing on his mind, and wanted to see through him. But because of the protection of the game rules, no damage could hurt him, including attacks in the spiritual realm, and he still barely survived. The jellyfish made a sound, which was a sound made through the spiritual realm, full of indescribable feelings. Xiao Fei heard it, and felt that his whole head was not clear. The jellyfish in front of him seemed to be twisted into an unknown monster. Terrible thoughts grew in his mind, and his eyes were wide open. However, he still didn't die. The rules of the game are so overbearing. They are the rules of the world that override the monsters in the game. If you want to kill the player, you must follow the rules. The jellyfish has reached the maximum level, and is one of Cthulhu's believers. Its stagnant growth potential has been activated by Cthulhu, but as powerful as it is, it can't see through this weak ant. There is a problem. It has a big problem. Perhaps, the strange power in it can compete with the seal of the ancient gods. While thinking, the jellyfish began to consider sacrificing it to the great Cthulhu. The great Cthulhu was sealed in Raya, and unlocking the seal of the ancient gods is the ultimate goal of the believers. The jellyfish began to prepare for the ceremony. There were no candles, spices, etc. in the seabed. But it didn't matter. This was the Raya area. Those so-called items were all for creating a sense of ritual, and a sense of ritual could increase the success rate of the sacrifice ceremony. Putting aside the sense of ritual, the most important thing was the time-space stone powder, or the finished time-space stone, to open the space channel and deliver the sacrifice to the great Cthulhu. The jellyfish took the player to swim at high speed in the sea, and the speed per second was similar to that of a supersonic submarine. Xiao Fei stared. He didn't know how fast the jellyfish took him to swim, but when the jellyfish moved forward, there was a thin bubble membrane blocking the front, and no water broke through the membrane in this bubble area. The water flow was squeezed by the membrane in front, flowing along the surface of the membrane, flowing to the middle of the membrane, and then converging to the tail. The inside of the bubble membrane became a vacuum area, and he could no longer breathe. Under normal circumstances, if players want to move normally in an airless area, they need to learn a skill called extraordinary breathing. This skill can be practiced by yourself, and someone has already practiced it in the Dream Forum. Theoretically, in the game, any skill can be learned by yourself through exploration. The degree of freedom in this game is terrifyingly high, but Xiao Fei did not learn this skill. First, the learning time cost is high, and second, he has been leveling up before, otherwise how could he reach level 198? He is a Liver Emperor player group, and it is very tiring to keep leveling up. It is impossible to level up a skill that is not used normally. At this moment, the vacuum environment makes his body constantly emit a value of minus 1000 health points, and this value is constantly increasing. The jellyfish can't see this value, but the player can. His health has always been 0, but this does not prevent the number of health deductions from appearing. If there is no game protection mechanism, I can't even hold on just rushing. The full-level monsters are too scary. He was shocked in his heart. The jellyfish rushed for half an hour, and he didn't know how far it ran. He couldn't see the front clearly. The water was too dark. The jellyfish must have a passive skill to look directly into the darkness. The jellyfish itself occasionally emits some arcs, which bounced onto him, and the same damage was in the tens of millions. The jellyfish threw him to the ground, and countless tentacles grabbed the darkness at will, grabbing the fluorescent blue crystals. What is that? The player Xiao Fei didn't understand, and he didn't dare to run. He could only helplessly watch the jellyfish control dozens of tentacles to draw on the ground. The jellyfish controlled the blue crystals to scrape the ocean floor, and a blue fluorescent band was scratched out. Xiao Fei noticed that those fluorescent bands were not pigments, but fine blue powder. This thing is a bit familiar. Xiao Fei murmured. The jellyfish draws things very quickly. After all, there are dozens of tentacles. It took less than a few seconds to draw the sacrificial magic circle. At this time, Xiao Fei's vision was no longer limited to the local area, but focused on the entire magic circle. The shape of the magic circle was very similar to the pattern drawn by Cthulhu believers when they were sacrificing. This is the magic circle to summon Cthulhu. Xiao Fei was shocked and quickly clicked the exit button. Reminder, you are being attacked by monsters. Please leave the battle and then exit safely, otherwise you can only force exit. Damn it, I can't exit safely. Xiao Fei hated it. Exit is divided into safe exit and forced exit. The two exit modes are completely different. Forced exit will leave the body. He knew the reason. Being around a full-level monster, he was constantly attacked negatively, so he was always in a fighting state. Because of the protection of the game rules, he did not die, and he subconsciously forgot about it. If the jellyfish monster did not draw the wrong magic circle, his character would most likely be sacrificed to Cthulhu. Chapter 418. Xiao Fei was forced to quit. He didn't dare to face the evil god directly. Even if there were game rules to protect his life, he didn't dare to look the evil god in the eye. Back to reality, the researchers immediately rushed up, and everyone was eager to see the latest video. The game cabin had a video, and the researchers swiped the projection operation interface to download the video. Xiao Fei sat on the edge of the game cabin depressed for a minute, and suddenly felt a palpitation, and suddenly jumped up. Ah! Xiao Fei screamed, like a scared child, and ran out of the house without looking back. He looked back at the game cabin, and there was nothing scary about the game cabin itself. But he felt palpitations inexplicably, as if the game cabin was a scary thing. Xiao Fei's forehead gradually broke out with fine sweat, and his face turned pale. The psychologist and the smart mobile bed came over quickly. Hurry, lie down and rest. Xiao Fei was the first person to fly to the restricted area at the maximum level. The camera was monitoring him all the time, paying attention to his health and safety. Before, when he met a full-level monster, his psychological test was normal, his rationality was still there, and he could score 70 points. Now he is pale, and he must have encountered something bad. I won't enter the game, I won't enter the game, I won't enter the game. Xiao Fei kept muttering, and the sweat on his forehead was as big as soybeans, soaking his clothes. No one forced you. No one forced you, Xiao Fei. Look at me, I'm here. We didn't force you. Calm down yourself. The psychologist held Xiao Fei's hand and found that the other's palm had a very low temperature. It was only 1 minute after quitting the game. How could the body temperature drop so quickly? The psychologist suspected that this was a supernatural power. Of course, psychological factors are also a major cause. If he is rational enough, he will not be scared like this. Take a rest. Everything is over. The psychologist comforted him while letting him sleep on the mobile bed. He lay on the bed, turning his body left and right, and couldn't fall asleep. After closing his eyes for more than 10 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes again, screaming, grabbing his scalp with both hands, as if he saw something terrible. No, I don't want to. I don't want to swim. Xiao Fei screamed meaninglessly. Doctor, I suggest taking a sedative. The mobile bed suddenly sounded the artificial intelligence's suggestion. Okay. The psychologist hesitated for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. This situation is very troublesome. He has seen a lot of it. All Cthulhu believers seem to have this precursor. Could he become a believer? If so, he will have to be isolated again, and then find ways to debelieve his game character in the game. However, the psychiatrist did not know what terrible things he had encountered in the game. It was not until he downloaded Xiao Fei's video file and read to the end that he showed fear on his face. Orange Star, Conference Hall. People were already in an uproar. They did not expect that a random full-level monster they met was actually a believer of Cthulhu. Xiao Fei's fate was already determined. He was 100% teleported to Cthulhu. Face the evil god directly. This is a good opportunity. It is an opportunity to observe the evil god. Li Shen's eyes were still bloodshot. The murmuring voices in his ears kept calling him to join them. But Li Shen kept the last string in his heart tight. He did not agree and expressed strong opposition. Of course, this state also made Li Shen's thoughts very radical, and many people were frightened by Li Shen's bold ideas. Professor Li Shen, please be careful with what you say. Xiao Fei went crazy a minute ago. It is probably because the negative influence in the game was transmitted to his real body. An old professor was horrified. Xiao Fei will not die now. No matter what kind of damage, it can't kill him. The full-level monster attacked him with a spirit, but he also endured it. He should face the evil god directly. Maybe he can learn some knowledge from the evil god, and that knowledge may help us. Li Shen said slowly, with bloodshot eyes. Li Shen, your current thoughts are completely inhumane. Please reflect on yourself, and don't be bewitched by those voices. The elder slapped the table, and pointed out that Li Shen's ideas were more radical than before. The young Li Shen was stunned for a moment, then shut up and closed his eyes, thinking about whether there was anything wrong with his views. Deep Sea Raya. K'mon heard the call of the deep sea. It was a familiar voice, probably a believer at the highest level. K'mon was never willing to accept the sacrifices from believers at the highest level. Especially after the volcanic earthquake, K'mon had doubts about any sacrifices from the game. Forget it, let's see what it is, and then decide whether to refuse it. K'mon thought. Then, K'mon accepted the sacrifice from the believer at the highest level. It was a dark deep sea, with only the summoning array emitting a flickering blue light. It was a summoning array made of time-space stone powder. K'mon descended into the deep sea and could feel the breath of Raya in this sea area, but the breath was very faint, so faint that it was barely audible. When the jellyfish saw the Great Lord coming, it immediately skipped the prayer and directly introduced the functionality of this sacrifice and the possible help in unsealing Cthulhu. The jellyfish does not need any reward. Its ultimate goal is to unseal. At the same time, it does not need to introduce its own race, etc. Its existence itself is the result of Cthulhu's dominance. After introducing the information of the sacrifice, it quietly waited for the decision of the evil god. After listening to the other party's introduction, K'mon was speechless for a long time. In the center of the magic circle, there was a young man lying, with black hair and a thin face, and his facial features were similar to those of the Blue Star people. Judging from the other party's face, his age should be about the same as K'mon himself. This should be a player, but he is too weak, so weak that he can be killed with a glance. The player also showed a feeling of dying, but he did not die. There was some kind of power to maintain his body and protect him from death. However, this power is not lasting. K'mon can feel its time limit, which should be in the near future. The deadline is probably tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Anyway, it's not far away. Players seem to be quite dangerous too. K'mon murmured in his heart. As he stared for a longer time, K'mon had seen the level value above the player's head. Level 188. To be honest, it's not too high. He is not in the category of the hardcore king in the game area. K'mon learned from Lu Sighting's group of believers who escaped successfully that the top players have broken through level 201, so the hardcore king players should be around level 200. However, even if they are not hardcore kings, level 188 is still a very high level. Now the levels of Tang Yuan and Shirley are only close to level 200. If they really fight, even K'mon can't figure out who will win. Players have a lot of skills, but Tang Yuan and Shirley don't have such rich skills. Chapter 419. Apart from other factors, it should not be difficult to suppress the players by borrowing the power of the Investigation Bureau. By the way, you can sleep in the sealed pavilion, and then use the huge power of the sealed pavilion to suppress the players. In this way, there will be a 100% successful suppression effect. But the problem also comes. Players are players after all. If the sealed pavilion knows about it, the Investigation Bureau will probably try every means to pry open their mouths and find out which world they are from. Then the information of the virtual game world and the Cthulhu evil god and other things are likely to be exposed. Then the problem will lead to the most contradictory point. The player is obviously a sacrifice of the evil god. Why does he appear next to Keeman? When Keeman thought of this, he gave up the idea of agreeing to the sacrifice. The reason is simple. We can't let Blue Star know that Keeman has the identity of the evil god. Even if Keeman says that he doesn't have the idea of the evil god, it is difficult for others to believe him. Keeman defends his hometown in his heart, but once others know that he is the evil god, their attitude will be different. No matter what Keeman does, others will inevitably associate it with the evil god. I can't accept it. This is the seed of doubt. I can't accept it. Keeman murmured in his heart. Although it's a bit regrettable, this is an inevitable result. Keeman can't accept players to Blue Star. His identity, as the evil god, can't be made public. Such things should be buried in the heart, even buried in the coffin, and never said until death. After thinking this through, Keeman began to think about other things. Where did such a low-level player get into the deep sea area? You have to know that this is a place where full-level monsters are rampant and can kill the opponent with just a glance. By the way, why didn't he die? Keeman's focus returned to the player himself. The player's immortality made Keeman aware of something unusual. This is also the core point of the full-level jellyfish sacrifice. The player has the secret of immortality, which may be the power of the gods. If it is offered to Cthulhu, Cthulhu may be able to analyze something and gain a new understanding of the seal of the ancient gods. In the minds of the full-level jellyfish, why the seal of the ancient gods cannot be unlocked is because their knowledge is not enough to analyze the seal of the ancient gods. As long as they can find the knowledge to unlock it, they can take action and look for the corresponding unlocking resources all over the world. Unlike believers, Keeman's focus is on why he doesn't die. Send it here. Keeman used his mind waves to send a command to the jellyfish, asking it to personally send the player to Raya. Keeman intends to check it up close. Across the time and space channel, it is not clear enough. Only by looking up close can you see more detailed details, and the synesthesia effect can be maximized. 1 second later, the jellyfish trembled all over, sensing the huge amount of information sent by the old ones. This information was originally invisible and intangible, all of which were chaotic and unclear. However, as a direct believer, it had a natural enhanced intuition, and could unravel a pile of chaotic information. Of course, in the process of slowly understanding, it was inevitably affected, and its rationality was gradually eroded. It trembled all over, and after a long time, it survived the catastrophe, and quickly recovered its rationality. Unlike ordinary people, full-level monsters have extraordinary insights into the words of the evil god. As long as they do not die suddenly, they can basically slowly recover their rationality. This is the main reason why they are full-level. Every creature at the maximum level is a rare super genius. Send to Raya. I understand, great lord, the jellyfish said. Keeman retreated with satisfaction, and the time-space stone powder on the summoning array also drained all the time-space power, turned into a pile of waste stone powder, merged into the seawater, and disappeared. The tentacles of the jellyfish rolled up the unconscious player, and once again blew up a storm on the seabed, using its body to open a vacuum membrane, and all the water flow was squeezed behind the membrane, forming a huge reverse thrust, pushing the jellyfish forward. The space is so big, when the jellyfish wants to move forward at high speed, a large amount of water has nowhere to go, and it is inevitable to produce violent friction when it is squeezed together at high speed. Therefore, light and heat were born. In the eyes of other sea monsters, it was a light from the seabed, rushing towards the city of Raya that no one dared to approach. The jellyfish was very fast, and before Keeman woke up, it just sent the unconscious player to Raya. Since it was a close-up view, no longer observing through the sacrificial ceremony, the power of the players could not be hidden in Keeman's eyes. Keeman could feel the power of this power, which protected the players from death without reason. No matter how unscrupulous Keeman's gaze was, no matter how many deadly gaze-type skills he released, he could not destroy the opponent's body. This should be the power of the game rules. Keeman guessed in his heart. As an evil god, Keeman could not destroy the opponent's body. In the final analysis, this is a game, and the evil god was born from the game, and has not yet transcended the game. Keeman ushered in the awakening period in his long-term observation. After blinking again, Keeman woke up and returned to Blue Star. After experiencing a wave of rapid attacks by the Shadow Stream organization, some senior investigators died on Blue Star, and the whole system was very angry. The Shadow Stream angered the Koi Island Investigation Bureau. The director was furious, and wanted to eradicate the Shadow Stream organization. But after the anger, the director calmed down again. The Shadow Stream organization is not an ordinary organization. Its members are complex, and one person has multiple faces. It is difficult to distinguish their true identities. Relying on Keeman's demon map alone, the efficiency of finding people is too low. Moreover, foreign countries are eager for Koi Island to suffer. On the surface, they release news to mourn the dead Koi Island warriors, and secretly applaud. After Keeman woke up, he looked around. This is the Holy Light room, but with the explosion of the spiritual pollution source last night, the built-in Holy Light items were also polluted, and the Holy Light is no longer bright. The floor is dark and turbid, as if it was stained with something dirty, and could not be wiped clean. Especially the floor in the center of the explosion source, there is a large light black bacterial plaque there. Even though the main body had been fed to the cat, the pollutants in the air did not dissipate. After a night of precipitation, they fell to the ground and turned into black colonies, emitting fluctuations that distorted human thoughts. Keeman was sleeping on such a floor. Tang Yuan next to him rolled over and barked a few times. He witnessed the decay of the entire Holy Light room, and saw the formation of light black colonies. The dog felt disgusted, and had no intention of eating it. Besides, Tang Yuan did not feel fatal, so he did not deal with it. Keeman first checked his own resistance points, which actually rose by several points, indicating that his body had refreshed the resistance of 0.1 dozens of times during sleep. Keeman took the pet out of the room, and found that there were also black spots outside the room. Its pollution was stronger than Keeman imagined. Keeman quickly called the people in the bureau to ask if they were affected. Chapter 420. The Holy Light room has surveillance. The people watching the surveillance last night witnessed him becoming a pollution source. The monitor is a little confused and has been isolated. Captain Luo explained. Originally, after this incident, the crazy investigator should be placed in a special hospital for treatment, but the special hospital needs to be rebuilt now, so it can only be temporarily isolated. We have sealed off the space in your area with special items. I will take you out later. Now that area has become a maze. Captain Luo explained the Bureau's arrangements to Keeman. Because Keeman's Holy Light room became a super pollution source, they used space props to seal off Keeman's room and several nearby rooms. The entire space is isolated from the world, just like a special field. Kamon walked outside the door, and there were several closed doors in front of the road. As if he was trapped in a ghost wall, he took 10 steps to cross a room and walked back to the door of the Holy Light room. Looking inside the door, it was the room he had just walked out of. There was a black bacterial plaque in the middle of the floor, emitting an ominous atmosphere. Keeman walked into the room, took out a small shovel, shoveled a little bit, then took out the big-faced cat, and put the shoveled large piece of plaque into the big-faced cat's mouth. The big-faced cat's expression was dull, and did not change, and it swallowed it all. Without the plaque, the mental pollution of the whole room decreased by 70% to 80%. Keeman could feel that there were still things in the air that could pollute the human spirit, but the amount was much less. Keeman! A familiar male voice sounded in the corridor. It was Captain Luo. Keeman put away the big-faced cat, walked out the door, and saw Captain Luo holding a stone and waving at him. Keeman followed Captain Luo forward. Captain Luo walked towards the wall, first penetrated the wall with a hand holding the stone, and then passed through the foot. Keeman also penetrated the wall, and reached the walkway without the maze in an instant. Looking back, it was a hazy place with twisted water waves standing in front of him, and he couldn't see what was inside. What's the situation in the Bureau now, and how is Koi Island? Keeman asked. Most people have been rescued, and we have also used a lot of items to accommodate them. There is no need to worry about water and food for the time being. What about the investigation bureaus in other cities? The Shadow Organization dared to attack Koi City, and it must dare to attack other cities. Keeman asked. Captain Luo hesitated and didn't want to say it, fearing that it would affect Keeman's thoughts, but considering Keeman's current status as the big brother, he still said, some cities were successfully attacked, and the losses were relatively serious. A large number of sealed objects escaped from the seal warehouse. In short, it's very chaotic outside now. Keeman's heart sank. This was really a heavy blow. At the same time, Keeman's hatred for the Shadow Organization rose again. It's not that Keeman didn't hate the Shadow Organization before, but his hatred hadn't risen to the point where he wanted to kill them all even if they were hiding abroad. Now Keeman vaguely wanted to kill them all, but because of the various troubles abroad and the disaster aftermath that had not been dealt with, Keeman couldn't act immediately. They must pay the price. Keeman said in his heart. Now Koi Island is in chaos, but this chaos is not so chaotic that it is impossible to live. Keeman walked outside, and helped the local investigation bureau continue to save people. By the way, Keeman took out the demon map to see if there were any malicious people on the map. The map showed that there were no malicious people around him. At noon, the Flaming Man and Keeman rested together in a ruin, eating lunch, looking at the pure blue sky, with a piece of waste stone, and people who survived the disaster below, a kind of apocalyptic wasteland style. The Bureau intends to classify that volcanic stone as a zero-level thing, and you are the designated caretaker. The Flaming Man said while eating. Yeah. Keeman looked at the blue sky with a blank expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Caretaker, as the word means, is the person who takes care of the volcanic stone. Of course, the care here does not mean to stay by the volcanic stone at all times, but that the item is sealed somewhere, and once it is used, it will be unsealed by the caretaker. If you want to use the volcanic stone, you should also ask for the caretaker's consent, unless the situation in the Bureau is very urgent, and there is no time to unseal it through procedures, then they will bypass the caretaker and unseal it directly. Also, we have sent a network beast to add the group number of the Shadow House, but there is no such group number on the internet. When the man with fire said this, the hair on his head burst into red flames again. Some ordinary people in the distance saw it, and were shocked, showing awe and fear at the same time. Now ordinary people are a little afraid that they are invaders, when they meet humans with extraordinary powers. Of course, some people want to get close, but when they see that the man with fire looks not very good, they don't approach. No! Keeman frowned. It shouldn't be. That is the voice from the other party's heart. There is no feeling of lying. Keeman chose to believe his spiritual perception. He didn't lie. The group number is correct. Then this group number may be a mysterious item, but its mysterious point is that it is a group of data, and even the internet beast cannot find a group of data. After the man with fire said this, the flame on his head suddenly went out again. Shadow Stream House. This is the contact information of the Shadow Stream organization. He told the contact information, but was punished. Kuming murmured, lost in thought, and his thoughts continued to move forward. The previous deaconhood did not reveal these things. What did she say? I asked her, and she said she didn't remember, so I felt that Shadow Stream House might be the contact information, but normal people can't join the group. The man with fire took another mouthful of rice and kept chewing. Can we create a group ourselves and use the group number of Shadow Stream House? Kuming said. You want? The man with fire raised his eyebrows. He didn't think of this idea. The group number he reported is obviously the Penguin group number, and our network beast has a strong control over the network. If the group really exists on the internet, then our creation of this group is likely to interfere with the existence of the real group, and may even really hack into the group. Keeman proposed an idea. After listening to it, the Flaming Man took out his mobile phone and called a phone number without saying a word. That phone number should be for the network beast. The network beast took over the network, and as long as the person calling was it would naturally be able to talk to the Flaming Man's phone on the network. After a while, the sound of electronic synthesis sound rang out from the phone. The Flaming Man reported Keeman's idea to the network beast, and the beast obviously had not thought of creating a group number for the Shadow Stream House. I can give it a try, but there may be risks in it. Please prepare in advance. Well, then wait a little longer. I have to hold a meeting to let everyone know. The Flaming Man thought of the risks involved in this matter, and stopped in time. Chapter 421. A brief online meeting was held at the General Administration. Although Koi City is now a virtual wasteland, the rescue work has been completed by the efforts of the investigators. The big guys finally have time to participate in the online meeting. This time, I am here to tell you that the group number of Shadow Stream House does not exist on the internet. We decided to use that group number to create a Shadow Stream House. Maybe we can get into the enemy, the Flaming Man said. Now the bandaged man is not in the meeting room. He has lost his memory, and recently shouted that the investigation bureau is abusing him. Everyone feels strange when they see the bandaged man is not there. So what is the risk? Not sure, Keeman replied. A word made everyone fall into contemplation. There should be risks. The Shadow Stream's deacon reported that the Shadow Stream House group number died suddenly, indicating that it has side effects. It seems that those who know the situation cannot publish the group number casually. When everyone talked about this topic, no one said the number of the group number. Everyone used group number as an abbreviation. This kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, can only be carried out by the network beast, which means that the price will also be borne by the network beast. Is that right? Someone asked. In theory, that's right. The network beast was also listening to the meeting, and spoke through the speaker. Although what I said is not kind, I agree in order to find out the enemy's situation. I agree, but I don't deny that I also have some selfish thoughts. Another big boss agreed. People are selfish. If there are unselfish people, then it is difficult for Keeman to imagine what kind of people they are. Can such a personality really lead Koi Island to prosperity? In short, people who sit in the position of S-level bosses have some personal ideas in their minds. However, they are honest enough to say that they have selfish ideas. The Divine Beast also knows the risks involved. After rational thinking, he plans to take a risk. Keeman doesn't know what kind of thinking process the network Divine Beast has gone through. Anyway, it plans to create a group. The irritable man took a notebook and put it in the conference room to watch it create a group live. Creating a group is a data level thing. Keeman and others can't see it, but it can convert the data results into a visual interface. Of course, the premise is that the network Divine Beast has no accident. If something happens, then Keeman doesn't know what the consequences are. It first obtains the permission of the general background of the Penguin group, and then uses the administrator's permission to create a group with a fixed number. In terms of the choice of the number of people in the group, the network Divine Beast hesitated. This is a background group creation. It can set a group of 2,000 people, or a group of 5,000 people, or create a group of 500 people. The Divine Beast couldn't make up his mind and asked Keeman through the computer. Keeman said wait a moment, closed his eyes, and silently felt the feelings of the deacon before his death. The moment he said the complete group number, some power expanded in his body. This power should be related to the group. Just silently recall the feeling and think about how many people are in the group. Is it a group of 5,000, or 2,000, or a group of 1,000, or 500? The number of associations Keeman thought about became less and less, and the crazy feeling in his mind surged again. The resistance power surged in his body, but this time Keeman asked the resistance power not to move. Keeman wants to use this crazy feeling to make synesthesia closer to the original. 10 minutes later, Keeman slowly opened his eyes, with bloodshot eyes, and all kinds of crazy thoughts in his mind. These thoughts are the sequelae left over from that night. Although they have been cleaned up by resistance, once Keeman actively fantasizes and actively guides them, they will revive in Keeman's body. Keeman knows that this is a physical residue in the physical sense, not a mental residue. When he fell asleep, the evil gods will had eliminated the unknown mental residue, but the physical residue was not cleaned up, and the evil god was in the game, so it naturally could not affect Keeman's body. The man with fire next to him was startled, feeling that Keeman's breath had changed drastically, as if there was a taste of madness. Keeman, Keeman! The man with fire shouted, fearing that Keeman had gone crazy. Quiet. Keeman opened his mouth. His voice was slightly hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot. Keeman was trying his best to restrain those crazy thoughts. They were crazy and dared to kill even their companions. Such thoughts were absolutely unacceptable. Keeman did not rely on resistance power, but used his rationality to suppress his thoughts and keep himself from going crazy. Under such a feeling, Keeman could feel the spiritual power active in his body. The crazier, the higher the spirituality. At the same time, Keeman accepted the power from mental pollution, and the synchronization rate of the synesthesia shadow stream house increased several times. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was the fact that madmen seemed to be more likely to peek into secret information. This reminded Keeman of Professor Leishan of Orange Star, who was half crazy and half rational, and seemed to always be able to grasp some key points. Keeman followed his feeling and typed 3 numbers on the keyboard. 500. A group of 500 people. After typing this line of words, Keeman's head was sweating, and he seemed to have hallucinations. The numbers 251 out of 500 suddenly appeared, and lines of text popped up in the Penguin group. What did those words say? Keeman squinted his bloodshot eyes, and tried to improve his concentration, but he saw a bunch of blurry words, which were not real enough. What would be the result if he had synesthesia in a dream? I'm afraid it won't be too smooth. With the big filter of Blue Star blocking it, the evil god can only have a rough synesthesia. Once he wants to observe carefully, he will be disturbed by the blur. Now Keeman has greatly improved his spiritual perception, and the synchronization rate of the synesthesia shadow house, with the help of madness. The synesthesia effect is comparable to the evil god's synesthesia blocked by Blue Star. Keeman covered his other eye with his hand, and stared at the other eye. The angry man next to him saw it, and felt that Keeman's behavior was full of middle school atmosphere and unreasonable. Really don't need to take a break? I saw it, Keeman muttered. What? The voice was too hoarse, and the flaming man couldn't hear clearly, so he leaned over. At all members, Deacon John was visited by the Investigation Bureau in Koi Island. Keeman muttered. Ah! The flaming man suddenly corrected his attitude and his eyes became sharp. This passage is obviously not Keeman's style, but the speech of the group manager or group owner. Group members may also make such remarks, but group members obviously do not have the right to it all members. In addition, Keeman's weird appearance makes it infinitely more likely that he is the administrator or group owner. Did you see the chat records of Shadow's stream house? The flaming man speculated. Fully evacuate the koi. Keeman muttered again, his eyes widened. Halfway through, Keeman realized something, closed his eyes again, and shook his head. No, this is the chat screen from the past, not the present. At this time, the angry man found a drop of blood flowing out of the corner of Keeman's right eye. Chapter 422. Kamong's spirituality is so high that he can hear the voice of the hidden existence at any time. When Keeman actively goes crazy, this high spirituality is more active and more terrifying, and can sense illusions that are usually invisible. The group leader's speech happened to be seen by Keeman. However, what Keeman saw was the illusion of the past, not the current chat record of the Shadow House. Your eyes are bleeding. The flaming man shouted, and flames came out of his hair. Yeah, I know. Keeman hummed. Keeman still maintained the last rationality. He knew that he still had resistance as a trump card, and it was not time to stop now. Letting the resistance come out would also indicate that Keeman would bid farewell to madness, and his own spiritual activity would plummet. Keeman did not plan to do that for the time being. At this time, the network beast asked again, do I need to write a group introduction or something like that? After all, it was a group created according to the Shadow Stream House. The network beast could not do synesthesia like Keeman, so he could only ask Keeman. Keeman was the first contact person in this incident, and the success rate of synesthesia in the Shadow Stream House was the highest. Keeman's right eye opened again, and there were more bloodshot. The demonic voice increased its intensity, calling Keeman madly, wanting him to be possessed by the devil, wanting him to kill his companions, but he did not agree. Keeman could not agree either. This kind of thing, just thinking about it is very wrong. Because of resistance, the blood-colored drops rolling out of the corners of his eyes became 10% larger, and slid down his face, and then flowed to the edge of his chin. As the crazy voice increased, Keeman kept repeating the word Shadow Stream House group introduction in his mind this time. Because he kept talking too much, Keeman seemed to really follow his feelings, and saw a layer of illusion. Introduction, no words. It's normal to think about it. How could such a secretive organization write about the Shadow organization in the introduction? If they did, they would write a completely irrelevant introduction. No introduction. Keeman spoke hoarsely, and his eyes were red. The flaming man was very worried, and started to call the S-level members, who were good at medical treatment. He was worried that Keeman would die suddenly. Yes, Keeman is walking on a tightrope. I can't persuade him. My eyes are bleeding. The flaming man pulled away, and made a phone call in a corner. He kept his voice very low, fearing that his voice would destroy Keeman's synesthesia. Synesthesia is a very difficult thing for normal people. They cannot be disturbed. At the least, the synesthesia fails, and at the worst, there is no inspiration. Now Keeman is so crazy, the flaming man is not worried that Keeman will not have inspiration, but that Keeman will go crazy. What about the group portrait? Is it the original portrait? If it's not the original portrait, I can't help. The internet beast asked again. It is so difficult to create a shadow house completely according to the model. Wait a minute. Keeman closed his eyes, and rested for a while. In his mind, he used his own thoughts to constantly deny those absurd ideas. He couldn't use resistance to counter it, but could only suppress it with his own rationality. Resistance not only includes rational power, but also other powers. The composition is complex, and once it is used, it will interrupt this feeling. Keeman began to imagine the portrait of the shadow house, and soon, a vague feeling came. Opening his eyes again, Keeman vaguely saw a vague group portrait. That was a pure black avatar, not the original group avatar. Keeman looked carefully, but there was one more blood droplet in the corner of his eye. Hot, eyes are very hot. His sight gradually turned red, and Keeman knew that he could not hold on any longer. Even if Keeman's will was strong, what he faced was ultimately a supernatural power. Anything that could face supernatural power must be a supernatural power. The Shadow Stream House is a completely black avatar. Keeman closed his eyes, and let the resistance power surge in his body, destroying everything. Those crazy powers met them, like mice seeing cats, and they withered in a few seconds. In less than a few seconds, the system refreshed the text. Resistance plus 0.1. Not many people came to see the creation of the group. Considering the risks of the creation of the group, most of them avoided it. Only a very few people were not afraid of trouble and rushed to the general administration to watch. Keeman's temperament seems to have changed again, not so crazy. Someone felt it carefully. The changeable Keeman seemed to have mastered a special method to calm himself down. Those sitting here were not weak, and they all thought of this. What kind of ability is this? Everyone couldn't help but think of Reason, which was a book full of reason. Looking at that book, they couldn't have any other strange ideas. Keeman now had that taste, but in their impression, Keeman didn't seem to have read the original Reason. Everyone knew that Keeman had a copy of Reason in his hand, because they also used a copy. The original was sealed in the sealing pavilion, and would not be taken out at ordinary times. Only those with serious illnesses would be allowed to read the original. For example, the S-level member Bandage Man Shijun, the people in the bureau asked him to read the original Reason once after he lost his memory, but it was of no use to the Bandage Man. Keeman, what is your ability? Is it an item or a superpower? The fiery man was straightforward and asked the question everyone wanted to ask. They knew that Keeman might get new special items every time he woke up, and those edible items were very likely to increase superpowers. Keeman knew what they were asking and answered. It is a growth superpower given by a fruit. Keeman did not say that the resistance power was the result of the system's gift. First of all, the system's secrets cannot be announced. This has nothing to do with justice. It is Keeman's personal secret. Without affecting the overall operation of Koi Island, he did not need to announce the system. What a pity. It would be great if you could learn it. It looks so strong. Everyone envied. The Shadow Stream House has been created. The internet god Beast suddenly spoke, claiming that he had created a group. Keeman immediately focused on the laptop screen, where there was a new group. Originally, the internet god Beast wanted to ask what the group owner's number was set to, as well as the group owner's personal information and so on. Unexpectedly, after the network Beast had set up the group template, before entering the group owner information, the Shadow Stream House group suddenly appeared in the Penguin backend database, and was keenly noticed by the network Beast, and then mentioned to Keeman's computer. Keeman's throat rolled and clicked on the group number that appeared in the backend supervision system. He is now using a supervision account. The supervisor's job is to wander between groups to see which groups are driving or talking about some illegal and disharmonious things. Keeman is not a supervisor, but with the network Beast here, it is not difficult to act as a supervisor. Click on the all-black avatar to enter the Shadow Stream House. In the group, no one is chatting, and it is terribly quiet. The current number of people in the group is not 251, but 231. Keeman looked through the old records of the group, and there was a message that attracted Keeman. Deacon Ju was kicked out of the Shadow Stream House, and the time was last night. Chapter 423. The group is alive. At least it was alive last night. No one in the group is talking now, and no one knows whether they are dead or alive. Keeman doesn't dare to use the supervisor account to chat on the public screen. Supervisory accounts will not be counted as one of the group members. Keeman's account is not among the 231 group members. This is the Shadow Stream House, so quiet. The people around Keeman stared at the screen. If no one stopped them, their faces would almost stick to the screen. More than 200 group members. Are these group members all deacons? Well, I saw the elder nickname. The angry man saw the nickname of a certain elder under the group owner, and his eyes lit up. Keeman dragged the mouse down and pulled the cursor. There were 9 elder-level figures in total, and the rest were basically deacons. What are their penguin accounts? Record them all, and then secretly monitor their chat records and IP addresses. At this moment, the people of the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau were extremely excited. After waiting for so many days, they finally found the home of the big fish. Keeman clicked on the group leader's number, and silently memorized his penguin number. Then he clicked on the numbers of each elder, and memorized them one by one. These are all valuable information, which will be of great use to them. The network Beast is also working hard to check the whereabouts of each IP address of the Shadow Stream House group members. The group members of the Shadow Stream House have all jumped their IP addresses, and the internet address is not their real address. The network Beast jumped on more than a dozen zombie computer springboards, acting secretly, and found the real addresses of several people without alerting the zombie computer's monitoring. In the online world, without extraordinary power to hide your tracks, it is only a matter of time before your IP address is found. After a while, the network Beast announced the IP addresses of several online Shadow Stream deacons. Check their physical network card addresses through IP addresses, and then hack into the cameras around the real addresses to further confirm the location, etc. We found several offline addresses. The network beast gave several photos of offline surveillance cameras. Keeman took a look. One was a snapshot of an internet cafe, and several were snapshots of street scenes. In the internet cafe picture, there was a man playing computer in the internet cafe. He had a thick beard and a strong body. It was a frontal photo. He was the only one who could capture the front face. The other Shadow Stream members seemed to consciously isolate the camera. The network beast did not have a good intrusion point, and could not capture the front. He could only take a few nearby street scenes. Only one captured the front face, but it's normal. Alert people will not give a chance. The angry man nodded. Keeman looked at a few pictures. The locations where these pictures were taken were all abroad. With the ability of the Investigation Bureau, it is difficult to go abroad to arrest people, unless Koi Island is very stable, and does not need to be stabilized. Keeman looked through the chat records of Shadow Stream House again. Unfortunately, there are no long-term chat records in the group records. The earliest record can only be seen 1 day ago. Why doesn't this group have chat records from 1 day ago? There are too few. Other groups have previous chat records, but it can't be found here. Maybe it was cleared by a hidden force. Keeman can only think so, otherwise it is meaningless to go to extremes. Always monitor the chat records in the group, and remind us when someone chats. Keeman ordered. Yes. An emotionless electronic synthesized voice sounded from the speaker. Keeman looked at the records within a day in detail. The group owner seemed to be planning something, but there was no action plan in the group. The group owner may have used the private chat channel to explain the plan. Can I check the chat records of the group owner's account to the group members? Keeman asked. No, the records are empty. The network beast said helplessly. There are no records in the supervision system. I can't do anything. Keeman was a little annoyed. He finally hacked into the Shadow Stream House, but there was no private chat record of the group owner to the group members. Or is it that the group owner's private chat is also affected by the secret power? Keeman couldn't guess and temporarily left the room. Keeman suddenly remembered something. He had carefully observed the finished product of the super electromagnetic gun in the joint dream, and also used the evil god to conduct a super detailed peek, and had a superficial understanding of the super electromagnetic gun. Yes, it is a superficial understanding. Keeman's scientific knowledge is not profound. Even if he peeked into the entire structure and the molecular structure of the material, it would be difficult to digest it as his own knowledge. What Keeman could do was to squeeze out these memories bit by bit, and let the professionals in the Investigation Bureau study them. Are there any people in the Bureau who are good at scientific research? Keeman asked Luo Yuan. There are several. Luo Yuan recalled. Introduce them all, I go and meet them. Keeman said. After a while, Keeman communicated with several scientific research masters in the Bureau, and drew what he wanted to draw with a pencil. This is. Several old men looked at the design sketch, half doubtful and half surprised, and slowly looked at it. Keeman invited experts in the field of electromagnetic weapons. When several experts saw the draft of the finished design, they were immediately touched. Luo Yuan silently observed the expressions of the experts. He didn't expect that what Keeman drew would have any scientific and technological content, but looking at the expressions of the experts, it seemed that it was not that simple. Professors, this picture. Luo Yuan hesitated, and asked in a very particular way, neither denying nor affirming. Don't make a noise. Several old experts didn't speak, only the young experts were silent. Their eyes couldn't leave the design draft for a moment, touching their hearts. Keeman saw such a result, and knew the general idea. There should be no problem, but I don't know if it can be restored. Materials are the main problem. If the material problem is solved, the energy can also be made according to a template. Imitation and creation are two different levels of concepts, and the difficulty of imitation is undoubtedly several levels lower than that of creation. Of course, the material barrier must be overcome, otherwise a good cook cannot cook without rice. Keeman waited for 10 minutes, and saw that several experts had already started discussing enthusiastically, as if they were greatly inspired and had a lot of inspiration. Seeing this, Keeman didn't disturb them, and quietly retreated with Luo Yuan. Captain Ke, where did you get the prototype of the design drawing? Luo Yuan asked curiously. Keeman is still the captain of the rescue team. Luo Yuan's title is correct, but Keeman is a little uncomfortable. He has become Captain Ke without realizing it. I dreamed of some strange things last night, and then the prototype of the railgun appeared in my mind. I guess the special item I got when I woke up this time is memory. Keeman said. Luo Yuan said, oh, and suddenly realized. I was wondering why there was no new thing in the treasury today. It turns out that the memory I got. Well, the things I got are getting weirder and weirder. Luo Yuan murmured. Speaking of weird things, Luo Yuan and Keeman couldn't help but think of volcanic rocks. The power of volcanic rocks affects the whole city, and even the world. Chapter 424. Speaking of volcanic rocks, Luo Yuan's back was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, I didn't get anything scary last night. Luo Yuan murmured. Last night, Keeman was too sleepy and slept directly in the holy light room of the Investigation Bureau. That was not reasonable, because the things that were born when Keeman slept were too scary. If there was another zero-level item, Koi Island would not be able to handle it. In fact, the S-level bosses in the Bureau have positioned Keeman as someone who is more powerful than zero-level items. The power of Keeman lies in his ability to give birth to zero-level items. Originally, the Investigation Bureau did not dare to determine Keeman's zero-level strategic position until the power of volcanic rocks shocked the world, and the people in the Bureau finally determined Keeman's super-strategic position. He is both the strongest backing and the spear that stabs his own people. Kamong heard Luo Yuan mumbling to himself and thought about the inappropriateness of the place where he slept last night. However, the danger is controllable. As long as Keeman does not accept sacrifices for the whole night, no sacrifices comparable to zero-level items will fall on Blue Star. The people in the Investigation Bureau are not aware of this. Luo Yuan believes that Keeman is not suitable to sleep in the Investigation Bureau now. He should sleep outside the city, preferably in a place with few people. But in this way, Keeman will live a life isolated from the world again. The Investigation Bureau does not want to disappoint Keeman. Luo Yuan scratched his head, not knowing what to do. But one thing is certain, he can't sleep in Koi City anymore. This place can't stand the second tossing. Keeman also tactfully didn't say anything, thinking about the super electromagnetic gun. After those experts have discussed the design drawings and the new inspirations, they will definitely talk to him again. At that time, Keeman will have to prepare material science materials. Keeman only knew the molecular composition and the structure of molecular arrangement. The rest needed scientists to slowly study and research the materials. In the afternoon, more than a dozen experts in the field of electromagnetic weapons came to Keeman. They were all experts in the field. After seeing the draft design, they all felt inspired and feasible, but they also had more questions to ask. Keeman was not as knowledgeable as the scientists. He was difficult to answer many questions, and could only tell some things that Keeman remembered. If you can't explain the principle, just draw it. Draw the things you remember one by one. Keeman's painting skills are not bad. He drew the finished pictures of the local structures one by one. As the pictures became more and more, the scientists had more questions, and were addicted to the beauty of advanced technology. It's so wonderful, such a design. A scientist couldn't help but howl. But materials are a very important issue. According to such a design, our current materials will definitely not be up to standard. An expert who studies electromagnetic weapon materials shook his head. As for materials, I remember the molecular arrangement of each material part. Can you reverse imitate it? Keeman recalled. Well, if we know the molecular arrangement of each part, we can definitely copy it slowly, but that would be difficult. Wait, what did you say? Ah! The white-haired old man was anxious, puffing his beard and glaring. You remember the molecular arrangement structure of all material parts? Yes. Keeman nodded. Hearing Keeman nod in agreement, the scientist went crazy. Does your investigation bureau still accept investigators? Let me be an investigator, accept me. I envy this ability so much. It's a waste to give it to you. I also want to get high-tech memory. The old scientists burst into tears. For many years, they had been stuck for many years, but they found all the answers in one day. Don't tell me, you have a clue about super batteries? The scientist said with a try-it attitude. Yes. Keeman did not hide it from them, and nodded. This is the pillar of the country's science and technology. There is no need to hide it. Besides, what's the use of Keeman's scientific and technological knowledge? It's useless for him to learn it himself. Only when scientists learn this knowledge will it be useful. Sharing the scientific design memory in the brain is the correct way to move towards common prosperity. Gurgle. Keeman heard the sound of some people's throats rolling, and several burning eyes were cast on Keeman, wishing to take Keeman home. Shaka, I have a granddaughter. She is 18 years old this year. She is not married yet. She is studying in a special university in Koi City. Oh, by the way, the building of the special university has collapsed. Why not let her go to Octopus City to study? An old man shamelessly promoted his granddaughter. Keeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? From that afternoon to the evening, Keeman was pestered by scientists, Every hour was either on the way to drawing or on the way to interpreting the details of the design drawings. Scientists suddenly have the ability of super bladders, like their feet are rooted, staying on the ground, just to learn, understand, and learn again. But Keeman couldn't stand it. He didn't want so many old people to get sick, so he took the lead to go to the toilet, and came back to draw the design draft in the field of electromagnetic weapons. During this period, the battery experts also seemed to have heard the noise, and ran over to see Keeman drawing. Keeman's hand speed was very fast, and with the blessing of resistance, his palms did not get tired at high-frequency labor, resulting in a very high output, and he drew more than 200 pictures in one breath. When it comes to high-tech weapons and future battery technology, it has never been a simple matter. More than 200 design drafts are just detailed drawings of a certain component. Keeman needs to draw more drawings to draw the entire finished product. The relevant experts swallowed their saliva. This is not creating high-tech, but witnessing the birth of a legend. By the way, I heard that if you are not an investigator, you can also get a kind of fruit that can learn at high speed, right? Yes, there is, but the output is not high, and there is a limit every week. The experts talked in a low voice and became interested in spiritual perception. It is said that people with high spirituality learn things quickly. They are old, but their mentality of wanting to learn is not old, and they are still young. Although Xiaoku doesn't understand these, he is young. I think he can learn from scratch. We will take turns to teach him every day, and he will learn quickly in 3 months. Xiaoku, what do you think? Kunming twitched his lips, but did not refuse directly. He declined politely. I am afraid I still have things to do, so I am not sure. That's right. After all, you are an investigator. I guess your status is not low. You must be very busy. What a pity. You are a good seedling. The old man couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it's not too late now. We can let some young people with high spiritual knowledge in the bureau, who don't like fighting, do academic research. Kunming suggested. Academic research is a matter of interest. If you are not interested, it is difficult to persist in boring research. Kunming himself has no scientific research academic interest, but is interested in the field of mysticism. Chapter 425. It was late at night. Keeman left Koi City and took a plane back to Whale City. Due to its own special characteristics, the Investigation Bureau is planning how to properly arrange the items that Keeman was born with when he was sleeping to prevent the occurrence of volcanic rock events again. Keeman did not sleep, but not sleeping for one night was nothing. The scientists did not want to let Keeman go, and chased him from Koi City to Whale City again. Keeman did not sleep all night, and stayed with a group of old men for 24 hours. In addition to eating, drinking and defecating, everyone stared at the new technology that Keeman showed. The senior management of the Investigation Bureau also sent people to check the design drafts drawn by Keeman, and stopped outsiders from reading the drafts. They suspected that there might be secret information hidden in it. After all, Keeman's spiritual perception was too high, and he might dream of the knowledge sent by the secret existence when he was dreaming. Keeman let them check it, and Keeman knew the source of this knowledge very well, no problem. After checking, the people from the Investigation Bureau did not feel that their spirits were disturbed, and the preliminary judgment was that there was no problem. We used your reverse chair to send some things to the sky. We plan to build a vacuum environment manufacturing plant in space. What do you think, Xiaoku? Asked an old man. Kunming didn't know much about these things, waved his hand, and didn't express his opinion. After Kunming drew everything he could remember in his brain, the old men couldn't ask anything, so they went to form a group to study the new things Kunming brought. At the same time, the Investigation Bureau also found a new way to deal with it. Captain Ku, the Bureau has now come up with a solution, which is to recommend that you sleep in a special field. Even if the destruction inside is serious, there will be no force connection with the outside world. Luo Yuan suggested. Luo Yuan was talking about sleeping in objects. His superiors were afraid that similar volcanic rock incidents would reappear, so they made suggestions. Some special places are located in the city. When Keeman comes out of the special place, he will return to the city in less than a minute. There is no need to drive people to sleep in the wilderness for safety. I have no problem. Keeman himself had no objection. Sleeping in a special place was nothing. Besides, it was better than sleeping abroad. Seeing that Keeman agreed, Luo Yuan immediately took out a map and assigned a special place coordinate for Keeman. This coordinate is located in a community in Whale City. It is a special place that was born last night. At present, the source of the special items has just been investigated, and the special items inside have not been moved. If the item is not moved, the special place will not end and will stay there. Keeman was thinking, when a special item will be born in his own home, it seems that he doesn't need to move. But he was just thinking about it. At present, he slept in the special community according to the arrangement of the branch. Half an hour later, Keeman arrived at the special community. A ghost appeared in this community last night, scaring the people in the community. Fortunately, we have cleared the people inside, and now the ghost has been trapped by us. So where is the source? The source is on the top floor, where there is a dressing table that has become a spirit. There is a woman in the mirror, and she will crawl out of the mirror. This community is not big, with a total of 3 buildings. The building where the ghost is the 3rd building, room 902. Before going to bed, Kameng went up to the 9th floor to see the true face of the ghost. In front of the door, you can see that the door is sealed, which has the power to keep strangers out. Luo Yuan chanted the spell to open the door, and the sealed door opened automatically, revealing a brightly lit bedroom. In the bedroom, there was a small table lamp that emitted bright light. In the mirror of the dressing table, there was a woman with disheveled hair, curled up in the mirror like a black seaweed. She was trapped by our light props, and couldn't get out. Luo Yuan explained. Keeman thought for a while. As long as the female ghost was trapped, and the dressing table was not moved, this special area could be maintained, forming a subtle sense of semi-isolation. People outside could come in, and people inside could go out, but in a sense, this area was isolated from the outside world. Keeman looked at the curled female ghost for more than 10 seconds. He didn't feel familiar, but simply felt that she was so weak and couldn't threaten him. Although it would be fine to let her out, it was better to trap her so that she wouldn't suddenly appear and scare him. Keeman left the room, and after a while, he returned and touched the mirror of the dressing table. Because Keeman suddenly thought of the mirror in Shin Momo's house. Although the mirror style is different, it is always right to be careful. At present, there are still many unsolved mysteries in special places. Keeman touched the mirror, and silently used spiritual perception to amplify his senses, and feel the information emitted by the mirror. The female ghost seemed to have sensed something, secretly raised her head in the mirror, and glanced at Keeman. Keeman also saw the other person's eyes through the gap between the seaweed bangs. They were a pair of blood-red eyes. The female ghost immediately lowered her head, and dared not look again. The light outside was too bright. She couldn't run out, and she didn't dare to run out. How is it? Do you feel anything? No special feeling, but for the sake of safety, let's try it with the big-faced cat. Keeman murmured. Luo Yuan's face froze slightly. What's wrong? I heard that the big-faced cat is going to be upgraded, and will be raised to the level of 0-level things. With my authority, I should not be able to see it anymore. Luo Yuan thought about it, and decided to go out. Flint Mountain is already a 0-level thing. The big-faced cat can provide information about volcanic rocks and the Seal Pavilion. It has proved that it has the ability to peek into 0-level things, so the big guys in the bureau think that the level of the big-faced cat should be raised again. It's okay, I allow you to watch. Keeman, as the owner of the big-faced cat, agreed to let Captain Luo watch. The level of the item is one thing, but if the owner of the item allows it to be watched, it is another thing. Luo Yuan was actually quite curious about what information this mirror had. Besides, this mirror should not be a particularly important thing. After obtaining Keeman's permission, he stayed to see what information the cat would give. 15 seconds later, Keeman obtained the information of the dressing table. Jealous dressing table. The negative emotions of the hostess when she was putting on makeup are gathered together. The ghost in the mirror likes to hunt beautiful women and men. The more it hunts, the stronger its ability becomes. There are only 2 pieces of information, very dry. Sure enough, it's so ordinary. Luo Yuan sighed. In Luo Yuan's mind, this mirror is at most worth the level of a 6th level thing. But it has a growth attribute. If too many people hunt it, it may grow to the level of a 5th level thing. It has a growth attribute. Kameng murmured. Speaking of jealousy, Kameng thought of the green volcano again. How is the volcano of green eye disease suppressed? Kumeng asked. The jealous volcano was activated by volcanic rocks, and volcanic ash was sprayed into the sky, which may spread through the air. Chapter 426. The mountain has been sealed off spatially, and normal people cannot enter that area. At the same time, the crater has been sealed with special items, and the substances inside cannot escape. Luo Yuan said. Do you suspect that this mirror is the result of the influence of the jealous volcano? Luo Yuan said with a flash of inspiration. Kuming shook his head. I didn't say that, I just suddenly thought of the volcano. It was late at night, and Luo Yuan was sleeping on another floor of the community. Kuming lived in the 2nd floor room of the 1st building. The furniture inside had been updated by professionals, and quickly renovated, just right for moving in. The people in this community have received subsidies from their superiors, and will not come back to live. Kumeng moved out Tangyuan Shirley and White Sugar, and casually said, "This community will be our new home in the future. You can scrape the ground 3 feet in the community, and check if there are any strange things here." Woof! Tangyuan said that he would complete the task. However, Shirley did not go out, because the owner was sleeping, and it was necessary to leave someone to watch the house. Tangyuan rolled out with his fluffy and round body, and before leaving, he took Keeman's keychain, which was the key to all the buildings in the community, and was also something that the Investigation Bureau had equipped Keeman with. In the dream, Keeman returned to the deep sea Rye again. After 2 days and 1 night, the player's systematic protection power had disappeared. When Keeman opened his eyes, the player's body had disappeared without a trace. Keeman did not witness the process of his body disappearing, but because Keeman had watched him with the body of the evil god, there was an indelible connection between the two. Through this connection, Keeman used the evil god-level telepathy power to silently telepathically sense the location of its body. After a while, darkness came. It was the eternal deep sea, and the sea was silent. Although it was very dark, Keeman could see what was in the lightless deep sea. It was an altar, which was very large, with strange marks on the surface, and had an inexplicable power, which was very grand, and at the same time seemed to be out of touch with the world. Is it the power of resurrection? Keeman realized that this should be the resurrection area in the game. Sure enough, there was a corpse lying in the center of the altar. The pressure of the deep sea was squeezing its body all the time, and even the corpse could not resist such damage, but that inexplicable power was protecting it. Is it the protection of the system? But such power has a time limit. After a while, the time limit is up, and the corpse disappears again. Keeman found that once the corpse died and resurrected, the protective power would reappear. Of course, the player's level would also be reduced by 1 level. Is this the death protection mechanism? Keeman murmured. Seeing the death protection mechanism for the first time, Keeman was quite curious. Not knowing whether the boss has such a resurrection protection mechanism, Keeman searched for evil god knowledge in his mind. The second round boss did not have such a setting. Once it died, it was equivalent to the end of the plot node. Next is the third round, which may also have no plot at all, waiting for the official to launch a new plot. But Keeman knew that the official did not do a good job of the plot of the second round, and only made some related settings. Once this game enters the second round stage, the direction of the plot will be full of unknowns. But now Keeman has a clue. Since the thing that sealed himself is related to the ancient god, he will go to find the items related to the ancient god. At this time, a black ghost trembled and flew back to Keeman from outside Raya. Keeman listened to the other party's report expressionlessly. Great Cthulhu. The operation of massacring the resurrected has been launched, and is progressing well. We have occupied the resurrection altars of many main cities, but a strange thing has happened. Adventurers who die more than 10 times seem to disappear without a trace. We don't know where the disappeared adventurers have gone. They may be recalled to the kingdom of gods, or their souls may be forever dissipated. The report of the Black Ghost is very critical, pointing out the problem that adventurers will never be seen again after 10 deaths. The Black Ghost suspected that adventurers were not immortal. In fact, they also have limits. They disappear after 10 deaths. This is a happy thing for ghosts, so they don't have to kill endlessly. Killing with hope and killing without end, killing with hope is definitely better. Keeman listened to the narration of the Black Ghost and thought about it. Combined with the players he saw recently, the power of immortality and resurrection, Keeman had a vague answer in his mind. After dying 10 times, he might be randomly teleported to a nearby resurrection point, and then gain a day of invincibility. If the player dies again, he will be invincible for another day after resurrection. In this way, if he wants to kill all the players and suppress them, he needs to pack up all the nearby resurrection points. In fact, Keeman originally planned to do this, but it would definitely not be done with the number of Black Ghosts alone, and he had to mobilize high-level believers to join the suppression movement. Currently, other ghosts are heading to other areas to mobilize believers to assist in our suppression movement. Please forgive our neglect, Great Lord. Keeman didn't mean to blame them. This was something that needed to be waited for. Wait. Keeman's mind flashed with inspiration again, and he guessed how the player came to the full-level area of Raya. You know, in Raya, the water pressure alone can crush low-level players to death. How could it be possible to travel such a long distance to Raya? Besides, the distance between the two is also very far. The speed of the Black Ghost is very terrifying. It travels tens of thousands of kilometers in the sea in almost a day. After escaping the water, the speed on land is slightly slower, but also very fast. He traveled here randomly. After the player died and resurrected, he traveled to Raya randomly. Well, the condition should be to die 10 times in a row. Keeman murmured. In this way, there is a reasonable explanation for the sudden appearance of a player protected by the system in Raya. It's over. We can't kill them all like this. Blocking the resurrection point to kill players can't stop their rise. It can only slow down their development speed. Keeman murmured in his heart. The main city is no longer a necessary focus for players. They killed NPCs very early on, and most people have to go through the difficult journey of spawning monsters and practicing skills in the wild area. There are too many resurrection points in the wild area, and Keeman needs to invest more manpower to suppress them, but the players who revive at random locations are full of uncertainty, and the suppression campaign is far from achieving the effect Keeman wants. The Black Ghost didn't know what the evil god was thinking, but he felt that the evil god exuded a terrible breath, which made it tremble, but on the other hand, it enjoyed this feeling very much. Continue. Keeman thought about it, and sent the Black Ghost in order to continue the suppression. Suppressing the main resurrection points of players cannot contain players, but it can slow down their development speed. Death will downgrade. As long as they randomly repeat to high-level areas, they can't spawn wild monsters at low levels, and leveling is still difficult. Chapter 427. Orange Star. In the conference hall, hundreds of red reports were suspended in the center of the hall. Our resurrection point was invaded by wild monsters. A researcher pulled a few screenshots of the game, all of which were high-level wild monsters, slapping groups of players to death with a slap. The players were too fragile to withstand it. The most representative picture was the resurrection point in the frontline main city, where a ghost in a tattered black cloak stood in the air, with a sinister aura. When the player was resurrected, the black ghost rushed over. The blood bar was cleared in an instant, and the corpses fell one after another. Because of the entry of wild monsters and black ghosts, the level of high-level players almost dropped by 10 levels, and then randomly reborn in other places. The second representative picture, a giant lava beast with a height of hundreds of meters, came to the ground and sat at the resurrection altar. Its skin was red, like the color of magma, and it automatically released a circle of fiery red air waves when it breathed, burning the air. After the players were resurrected, they were squeezed out of the altar, because there was no place for them to land in the resurrection altar. However, the players did not take many steps before they were burned to death by the molten rock monsters in the air. It was inhumane. We caught their believers in reality, and they also made things difficult for us in the game. The Orange Star said sadly. Look at the bright side, they are anxious. Cthulhu knows that he will be killed, so he tries his best to curb our leveling. The Orange Star thought from their perspective, and felt relieved again. Cthulhu is afraid of them, otherwise why would he suppress the players? In the game world, the killing is still going on. The high-level wild monster believers kill people everywhere, and suppress the players without thinking. The Cthulhu believers of the human camp came online, and appeared at the resurrection point. The giant stone monster was stunned for a moment, and almost killed his fellow disciple by mistake when he raised a big stick. Lu Siding walked out of the resurrection point. She has been managing an entire fleet on the space battleship recently, and rarely plays games. Now that the internal affairs of the space battleship have been dealt with, she has also begun to return to the game. Because she has not played games for a long time and her level is low, after being killed by a monster in the wild, she just resurrected and saw a huge monster squatting at the resurrection point to kill the player. However, she survived, and she vaguely felt that the giant stone man in front of her had a different belief from her. The giant stone man felt a purer degree of faith from Lu's sighting, and the other party's faith seemed to be more solid than it. The next second, several more players spawned. The giant stone man felt for a second, and it was an enemy. He swung the big stick directly, and knocked the adventurer to death. Before the player died, he saw Lu Siding standing in the distance intact, and his expression changed slightly. You are that Lu. Before he finished speaking, he was knocked to death. After a while, the people of the Orange Star Research Institute received a screenshot report from the players. Lu Siding has logged into the game. Those who have Lu Siding as a friend, go online and check it out. Other followers of the ecosystem may have logged in as well. Those who have them as friends, go online and check it out. After a while, the people of the Orange Star Research Institute confirmed this new information. That is, the group of space battleship followers headed by Lu Siding actually logged into the virtual game world in outer space. Shocking. Speechless. How did the other party log in? The top AI Orange Mother also checked, and found that they did not enter the public network to connect to the virtual game. Could it be that the game itself has transcended the network? Professor Lishan's eyes were bloodshot. In recent days, he seemed to have adapted to the whispers in his ears, and was no longer so extreme. Of course, although he was not extreme, he was still a representative of the radical faction. As soon as Lishan's guess came out, someone was sent to verify it immediately. The verification was very simple. Just disconnect the external network connection with multiple groups of servers locally to form a local area network to start the virtual game. If successful, it means that the game itself does not need to rely on the public network. A few minutes later, the test members came back and brought back this bad news. The local area network test was successful. The virtual game world does not need to borrow the public network. While other virtual games need to borrow the public network, only World is a special case. No wonder, they didn't lose out if they escaped. They could live in a space battleship for the rest of their lives and indulge in online games. Anyway, they believe in Cthulhu, and the establishment of a country is not important. Someone murmured. As long as they have the game file, they can log into the game. If they find aliens, they can spread the game to them. Lishan's spiritual power bubbled, and he thought of alien players logging into the game. Lishan thought of a lot of things. The universe is a huge space, and it is very likely that there are some indescribable things. Since the game itself is not restricted by the network, it has the property of dissemination. As the degree of dissemination expands, the situation in the game may develop into a chaotic situation that the Orange Star people can't imagine. Even if aliens land, so what? In the game, you still have to create an account and start from level 1 to brush up on levels and skills. The physical condition in reality cannot affect the game. A researcher spread his hands. Lishan disagreed with this statement. The beliefs of game characters can affect the thoughts of real people. In turn, real things may also affect the game. It's just that our knowledge is limited, and we can't do it. Besides, what if the number of aliens is too large and prevents us from killing Cthulhu? Lishan thought far ahead, and thought of the chaos in the later period. With the current number of Cthulhu believers, it is definitely not enough for the Orange Star people to fight, and too few people escaped. But who can predict the future? What if the Cthulhu believers find aliens? The situation will suddenly become unclear. The Orange Star people's concerns are not unreasonable. The game was originally a mutated game, and they can't control it. They can guide the atmosphere of Orange Star to resist Cthulhu, but after introducing people from unknown forces, they can't guide the atmosphere, and it is very likely to become an opposing force. However, Luciding and others have not thought of this level yet. Besides, it is not reliable to find aliens. Finding aliens is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It is unrealistic to do so. Keeman watched the suppression movement in the player's main city. The inhumane killing of wild monsters aroused the anger of many players. However, the player's level could not keep up with the wild monsters. The wild monsters could only deal 1 damage, or even 0 damage, and could not be hit at all. The high-level wild monsters recovered blood very quickly, and recovered full blood in 1 second, which made people desperate. At present, the Orange Star people have not found a good way to deal with wild monsters blocking the resurrection point. Keeman was enjoying it, and watching happily. Hey, this believer is being cleared of faith. Keeman's eyes fixed, and finally saw the scene of a player being brainwashed in the game. The player covered his head with a splitting headache and screamed. The inner faith was the source of her greatest pain, and she had 2 faiths. One was the faith of the K system, and the other was the faith of unknown origin. The pain of losing faith was more serious than that of ordinary believers. Almost in an instant, she fainted. Chapter 428. Because she had 2 beliefs, her process of removing her beliefs was very difficult. It was also the first time that Keeman saw 2 beliefs being removed. So this is the Orange Star's item for removing beliefs. Keeman secretly saw the props used by the Orange Star. This is a game prop, and can only be used in the game. But Keeman knew that by sacrificing items through a sacrificial ceremony, the items can be used in reality. In other words, can this game be understood as a different world? After the Orange Star found that the victim had fainted, he slapped her awake and continued to remove her beliefs. Ah, I don't want to change back. Yes, she was originally a man, but because of the emergence of a new belief, his body, and even his soul, game character, and dream character have all changed. However, the Orange Star is implementing the method of removing beliefs on her who has 2 beliefs. Her cry was very sad, but the Orange Star gritted his teeth and persisted to the end, saying that he would not be soft-hearted and let her go. Suddenly she fainted again. The Orange Star waved his magic wand, and a chantless spell summoned small water drops, which hit the woman's face. The water drops burst, and the woman woke up and went to worship. After a scream, the woman leaned back on the chair expressionlessly, her eyes blank. It seems to be successful? The orange star muttered to himself. It took a long time to worship this time. Hey, do you think Cthulhu is a damn thing? Asked the executor who went to worship. The victim had a blank face, looked up at the sky, and did not answer. The executor asked a few more questions, but he didn't get an answer. The other party looked indifferent, which made them feel hurt. What's wrong with this person? She seems to have lost her soul. Does losing faith have side effects? Isn't this removing faith? They were a little panicked. The tried and true process of losing faith had a small problem. After a while, the female player was forced to log off. At Raya, Keeman was still not satisfied and wanted to continue watching. The woman just now really lost her faith. At the same time, because of the removal of two kinds of faith, the emptiness in her heart was very large, so large that it became a giant hole, which was a psychological trauma that could not be filled. In addition, she had no sense of belonging and good feelings towards Orange Star before. After removing her faith, the huge psychological creation made her no longer want to respond to the outside world. This state is a bit like a vegetative person, but she is not a vegetative person. Keeman knows that she can still eat, walk, and talk. Although the other party is no longer a believer of Keeman, the connection once existed, and time cannot erase the traces. It took Keeman a long time to see the person who lost faith again. She was lying on the bed, her eyes closed. Someone outside was calling her, but she didn't respond. Keeman knew through his emotional perception that she didn't want to respond, so he closed his eyes and didn't respond. In the ward, several researchers in white clothes were recording the patient's physical records. What's wrong with her? No response, but her heartbeat is normal, and her brain waves are also normal, but the fluctuations are not that big. I asked her questions, but she didn't answer any of them. This person is so weird. Well, I don't understand either. After asking and asking, no one responded, so this matter had to be postponed. After a while, the room was empty. Keeman looked at her for a while, and the other party didn't move, as if he had lost the meaning of life, so Keeman stopped observing. There is no point in observing now. Let's wait until the next time to observe, and see if she will become a man. At the same time, Keeman, as usual, telepathically sensed the daily life of the shadow boss. It was a pure black space, and the strange tentacle monster still lived in the darkness. But unlike last time, the other party was receiving something, muttering to himself, and there was a mysterious power surging in the darkness. As soon as Keeman started to peek, the other party immediately stopped talking strangely, and the voice stopped abruptly. Keeman didn't hear what the other party said clearly. It was too alert, and too sensitive to the telepathic gaze of the evil god. It would stop moving at the slightest movement, and not give Keeman any information. This person is so cunning. Keeman thought to himself. Something must have happened just now. Keeman even felt the familiar breath of the blue star, but as soon as the other party stopped moving, there was no breath again. It's not on the blue star, yes, it should be like this. Keeman recalled the feeling of watching just now. The breath of the blue star flashed by, although it was very short, but he captured it. If it is already on blue star, it doesn't have to be so sneaky. With the protection of blue star's large filter membrane, Keeman can't affect the other party no matter how strong he is. Keeman watched for a while, and seeing that the other party didn't give him a chance, he could only cancel the synesthesia. This Shadow Stream's behind-the-scenes boss is too cunning, and Keeman has recently been completely at odds with Shadow Stream because of a wave of fast attacks from Shadow Stream. When the country stabilizes, Keeman decided to go abroad and use the demon map to search inch by inch, killing all Shadow Stream members, or washing away their faith in Shadow Stream. It should have been contacting someone on Blue Star just now, and I accidentally interrupted it. Keeman waited for 10 seconds, and suddenly turned back to check what the big boss behind the Shadow Stream was doing. As his synesthesia deepened, Keeman broke through the fog again, and saw the monster with a triggered lower body, and a fogged upper body, without a face standing quietly in the dark. The inexplicable power disappeared again from the body of the tentacle monster. It is indeed the breath of Blue Star. Keeman caught that familiar feeling again. It is Blue Star, definitely Blue Star, it is in contact with someone on Blue Star. When Keeman wanted to further capture the confused feeling, he looked at who the other party was in contact with. At this time, the tentacle monster stretched out its hand, and the breath disappeared completely, and it could no longer capture the breath. Keeman was stunned for a moment, secretly thinking it was a pity. Due to the distance problem, Keeman could not trace back the disappeared breath, so he could not track which person on Blue Star the other party was in contact with. Keeman was disconnected again, and reconnected after dozens of seconds, peeking at the big boss behind the shadow stream. The boss was motionless, as steady as a mountain, and gave no chance. Keeman used the trick of backstab several times, but found that the opponent was too cunning, so he gave up without giving any more chances. At this time, Keeman heard an illusory murmur in his ears. It was the believer's sacrifice ceremony. Keeman listened to the believer's sacrifice, and his mind crossed the space and came to the sacrifice ceremony site in the game world. The bloody sacrifice site, the high green flames, made the blood color particularly charming, with a kind of horror beauty. Keeman was a little uncomfortable. The scene was too bloody, full of corpses, and Keeman could still feel the invisible resentment lingering on the scene. Keeman knew that not all believers were neutral, and some believers were in the chaotic evil camp. Keeman wanted to take care of such believers. The evil god is an evil god, but the one who controls the evil god Cthulhu is Keeman, not the evil god. Chapter 429. After a while, Keeman personally cleaned up the group of monsters from the evil chaos camp. The sacrifices left by the evil chaos camp were also chaotic and evil, full of evil meanings, and Keeman did not accept them. After one sacrifice ended, another sacrifice came. Keeman began his busy reception career, and carefully looked at the sacrifices of each group of believers. If they were too strong, he would reject them. If they were too weak, he would accept them. During this period, he inevitably received some strange sacrifices. Keeman woke up quietly, and returned to the strange room. Looking at the strange ceiling, Keeman did not react at first. Until the dumplings rolled, Keeman remembered that he had moved. In order to avoid the recurrence of similar volcanic rock incidents, Keeman has moved into a special place. Looking back at the floor, there were several items standing there, exuding a unique atmosphere, which were the items sacrificed by the believers. Let me see what items there are today. Keeman muttered to himself, and moved out the big-faced cat. Tang Yuan glanced at the big-faced cat. 15 seconds later, several new pieces of strange knowledge were added to his mind. Mask of the Dragon King. This is the skin left by the Dragon King of another world after shedding his skin. It was later made into a hard mask by a human skin master. It will blend into the face when covered on the face. It has a miraculous effect when the mouth is twisted. Effect of the twisted mouth. Attract the hatred of 5 intelligent creatures for no reason, requiring the other party to see the twisted mouth of the wearer of the Dragon King mask. No matter how the Dragon King's mouth is seen, it will take effect as soon as it is seen. Number of uses remaining, 10 times. Kmon picked up the mask of the Dragon King. The skin was yellow, and had a texture of fine steel, very hard. The mask itself also exudes a strong sense of ridicule. Even without wearing the mask, Keeman also felt the strong sense of ridicule, and wanted to break the mask. This item is interesting. Keeman resisted the urge to break the mask. Pulling hatred for no reason is what a tank player should do. Although Keeman has resistance, such items obviously have better users. Keeman looked at the golden retriever in the house. Tang Yuan barked, with a hint of doubt and hesitation in his voice. I always feel that the master's eyes are full of that kind of eyes. You started again. Tang Yuan realized it, and immediately rolled out of the door, and went on patrol. Quite alert. Keeman murmured, putting the Dragon King mask into the scarf. The next item. The melon of the spectator. Born from the melon-eating crowd, eating this melon can gain the ability of the spectator. The spectator, detached from the world, the sense of existence is reduced to the freezing point. It is difficult for hostile malice to lock on the spectator, and entering the void will not be affected, and personal items also enjoy the influence of the spectator ability. Number of uses, 1. This thing is powerful, entering the void will not be affected, a must-have artifact for time and space travel. Keeman looked at a small melon seed in his hand. The melon seed is very small, but when it is placed near the mouth, it seems to have the function of adaptive enlargement, and suddenly becomes the size of a thumb. Keeman opened the window, and let the glutinous rice balls roll back. The glutinous rice balls were reluctant, but they still rolled back. Keeman did not intend to let it eat, but just wanted to see the ability of the melon seeds to grow larger. Hand the melon seeds to the mouth of the glutinous rice balls, which is 1 millimeter in front of the fluffy hair. The size of the melon seeds automatically doubled. Tang Yuan understood Keeman's intention by reading his eyes, and his head became giant, turning into a super big mouth, and the dog's head hit the wall. Because the mouth became bigger, the melon seeds also became bigger accordingly, increasing 10 times in size, so that they were a bit heavy. Tang Yuan drooled, but Keeman put the melon seeds into his scarf. What are you thinking about? Go patrol quickly. Keeman waved his hand, and dispersed the pet dog. Tang Yuan whimpered and jumped out of the window. There was only 1 melon seed, which could not be eaten by Tang Yuan. It could only be used in times of crisis. Then, there were other items. Keeman checked a few of them. There was no big problem, but it was not very useful to keep them with him. After leaving, he gave them directly to Luo Yuan, who was also sleeping in the community. Is this your product today? There are so many. Luo Yuan was surprised. There was almost no production yesterday. Yeah, sometimes I don't come, and suddenly there are a few more. Keeman deliberately led the topic and hinted, it may be related to my state. What Keeman wanted to hint was that he could control whether there were items today, and he didn't say the word sacrifice. Luo Yuan nodded, those who understand will understand. In other words, you can control the number of items born every day? It's not accurate enough to say this, because it's a vague feeling and it's hard to control. I could only hint to myself. Keeman still didn't reveal all the secrets, and didn't intend to talk about sacrifices. That's good, then you can try to control your item birth rate when you go to sleep outside in the future. If you don't sleep in a special place, the frequency of item birth should not be too high. Luo Yuan put the items into the storage props, and handed them over to the bureau for testing later. He knew that Keeman must have some items on him, and the bureau would not ask about every item, and would wait until the other party wanted to announce it. After a while, Keeman returned to the Whale City branch office to check how many people Shadow Stream assassinated during the Koi Island disaster. The statistics have already been transmitted to Whale City. A total of 567 investigators were assassinated by Shadow Stream. And Shadow Stream has captured more than 800 members of Shadow Stream, 99% of whom are new members. These people are all abandoned. They are abandoned after being used, without hesitation. Keeman murmured. When Shadow Stream people become ruthless, they can abandon their own people at any time. This is the ugly face of illegal organizations. Never believe how good their integrity is. The other party, with the support of a secret existence, will accept inexplicable whispers from time to time. Under the influence of such whispers, it is not surprising to learn strange abilities, and have their minds distorted. I want to fight against them, Luo Yuan, what do you think? Keeman said. Back in Whale City, Keeman found that he seemed to have nothing to do. The Shadow Stream people are so arrogant, Keeman wants to take the initiative and confront them. Our director plans to let you teach at the Whale City Special University, and teach spirituality, synesthesia, and other knowledge. Luo Yuan suggested. Isn't there a Shadow Stream deacon who was photographed in the internet cafe? Our network beast is also monitoring him throughout the process. We can sneak over and assassinate him. Keeman has a murderous intention against the Shadow Stream. Keeman does have this idea to avenge his compatriots. But there is another reason, that is, Keeman found in his dream that the boss behind the Shadow Stream seems to be in secret contact with someone on Blue Star. Although that contact was forced to be interrupted because of Keeman's prying, Keeman still has reason to believe that the Shadow Stream organization is plotting global terrorist incidents. If they are not curbed, I am afraid that even Koi Island will be affected. Chapter 430. What do you think? Luo Yuan temporarily held Kumeng back, thinking about how to persuade Kumeng not to run abroad. Now the affairs in the continent have not been settled, and it is difficult to protect him if he runs abroad. Kumeng's security level has been adjusted to the first protection level in the whole world by the Bureau. If any S-level boss is sacrificed, Kumeng should not be sacrificed. I recently got a Dragon King mask, which can taunt the enemy without reason. Kumeng said. Dragon King mask? What effect does it have? Luo Yuan murmured, his face confused. Dragon King, never heard of it. Is it the Dragon King in the Undersea Dragon Palace in the myth? Or is it the Dragon King who is the best in daily chats? When you wear it, you can taunt the enemy for no reason when you twist your mouth, and the conditions are very loose. Anyone who sees the twisted mouth Dragon King in any form can attract hatred. Keeman paused. I want to use the video to let those Shadow Stream people watch the video. The function is very good, but how do you implement it? Does it attract hatred to a fixed group of people? You should know that your video has tens of millions of fans watching it. Because of the fermentation of special events, Keeman's account has gathered tens of millions of fans around the world. Note that it is not the fans of one continent, but the number of fans around the world. The popularity is extraordinary. Any video posted will be watched by fans from all continents. There is a special password type item in the Bureau. The function is like this. Say the password number, and which type of people can only see the password. Then what? Luo Yuan still couldn't think of a practical way. Based on the password type items, and the Dragon King mask, Keeman slowly said his method. I plan to set a viewing threshold. To watch my latest video, viewers need to enter a password. This password is not public, and needs to be found out by outsiders through clues. The Shadow Stream people may try hard to find clues because they want to understand the enemy situation, and then successfully watch our video. But my target is the Shadow Stream, so I have to ensure that this password will only be seen by a specific group of people. This step requires the help of special password-related items. Luo Yuan thought it was unreliable at first, but as Keeman's plan was revealed, he vaguely grasped the main thread of the plan, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the plan was feasible. Keeman saw the change in Captain Luo's expression and continued, in addition, since I have predicted the audience in advance, the number of viewers will definitely not exceed 50 people. In order to prevent the video data from being suspected by the Shadow Stream members, I plan to deliberately falsify the data and slowly increase the number of views to 1 million. At the same time, I use the Water Army account to post some specious film reviews in the circle of friends. After posting the film reviews, delete them at the speed of light, creating an illusion that it is very popular, but the official is suppressing speech, attracting the interest of the Shadow Stream people. After the whole set of plans, Luo Yuan completely understood. To put it bluntly, it is a phishing enforcement. Luo Yuan tapped the table with his fingers, closed his eyes, and recalled the password type items that Keeman mentioned. There are 2 key points to this plan. One is how strong the Dragon King mask's hatred-attracting ability is. If it is not strong enough for the Shadow Stream members to come and assassinate Keeman personally, or assassinate the wearer of the Dragon King mask, then it is meaningless. Key point 2, password type items. This password must be seen by a specific group of people, but the Shadow Stream has people at the rookie level, mentor level, contact level, deacon level, elder level, and group leader level. The wording must be accurate in terms of the population coverage, and at least the deacon level must be accurately covered to benefit from it. As for brushing data, Water Army to support the scene and so on, the network beast directly took care of it, without any manpower. The Dragon King mask can be used a limited number of times. Oh, only 10 times, then we have to take a chance to experience the hatred-attracting ability of the Dragon King mask. If the Dragon King can't take the responsibility, you should stay in Whale City honestly, and be stable for a while. Students don't understand advanced skills such as spirituality and synesthesia. Luo Yuan said earnestly. If there is a choice, Luo Yuan doesn't want Keeman to take risks. However, Keeman still didn't change his murderous intention. That internet cafe steward, I must kill him, Keeman said. There is nothing to say, the Shadow Organization is plotting something big, and it must be stopped. If it is not stopped, if there is a big mess in Koi Island, it will be too late. The internet cafe steward likes to go to the internet cafe. I don't know if it is because of his personality or other reasons. He especially likes to surf in the internet cafe. Killing it, although it cannot shake the foundation of Shadow Stream, can at least reduce one of the senior members of Shadow Stream. Okay, we will kill him, don't worry. Luo Yuan also received the message in his headset, and gave a positive reply. Then Captain Luo changed the subject. Killing him is not urgent. We will set off tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Today, we will test the power of the Dragon King first, and let the superior simulate various unexpected events to prevent us from accidentally falling into the trap set by the enemy. People in the Bureau have doubts about the Internet Cafe Deacon, thinking that the Deacon is too ostentatious to show his face in the Internet Cafe, which is not in line with the secretive work style of Shadow Stream members. Look at what other Deacons do. There are no surveillance cameras around them. Even if there are surveillance cameras, they are surveillance cameras that have been damaged for no reason recently, and cannot see people at all. This shows how strict the Shadow Organization's confidentiality is. The Internet Cafe steward was photographed by the camera in a crowded place. This is unreasonable. The enemy is not stable at all, which makes people suspicious. They wonder if the Internet Cafe steward is the role played by Air Woozy. The Internet Cafe steward is very likely a trap. The think tanks of Koi Island analyzed. Keeman designed the Dragon King trap to trap the Shadow Stream members into the game. Inversely, the Shadow Stream organization can also set up a trap to guide Keeman into the trap. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Who will have the last laugh is really uncertain. The underground test room of the whale branch. Keeman has taken out the Dragon King mask from his scarf. The mask is yellowish, like human skin color. When you pinch the mask with your hands, you can feel the hard texture of steel. At the same time, when looking at the mask, everyone feels a strong sense of ridicule and always wants to reach out and blow up the mask. This mask is so strong. I want to break it before I put it on. Di Ping came to the test room and screamed. Di Ping, a man who loves freedom, recently used the freedom dance to interrogate several supernatural criminals, and became famous in the bureau. Do you want to wear it? No, I don't want to wear it. Diping waved his hand quickly. Kuming was silent for a few seconds, thinking about Diping's dance, and pondered, I think. You suddenly smiled crookedly after dancing, which feels very appropriate. As soon as the voice fell, the scene seemed to have pressed the mute button. Luo Yuan, Director Lei, Diping, the unnamed tester and others looked at the Dragon King mask and thought about Diping's dance. The sense of the picture suddenly came. Chapter 431. Finally, Diping took on the responsibility of a tester and put on the Dragon King mask. The Dragon King mask has 10 uses. After putting it on, the mask immediately blends into the face. How do you feel now? Kuming asked. Diping touched his face, as if he didn't feel the mask on his face. No strange feeling. Wait, I feel it. Diping murmured, I don't know why, I have a kind of inflated courage. I can reverse other people's ridicule. As long as I smile crookedly, I can fight back against the enemy. Then don't laugh, wait for us to arrange internal candidates. Director Lei hurriedly stopped him. Of course, I understand this. Diping didn't laugh. He knew that the Dragon King mask had 10 uses, and one less use. First, mock a person in our bureau, and then mock an investigator who is staying abroad. Recently, there are signs that one of the investigators has changed his personal style, and is suspected of hearing some nonsense that he shouldn't have heard. In the outside world, we can't know whether there is black smoke coming out of his head. Director Lei explained that he took this opportunity to use the Dragon King mask to test the intensity of hatred. If the hatred is so great that you can't wait to take a plane back and kill Diping without thinking, then the Dragon King mask will be very useful. Based on such tests, the Bureau gave Diping a lot of protective props. Should I record a video or open a live broadcast room with a password? Diping asked. The main reason is that the single effect of the Dragon King mask can only have an effect on 5 people. Record a video. Director Lei's idea is to first mock one person with a video, and then try to mock the second person to see if the Dragon King video can be used separately. If they can be used separately, and more people can watch the video, will the 6th person be ridiculed? After all, Big Face Cat said that no matter what form it is seen in, it can attract hatred without thinking. The form shows that the method is changeable, and the video method should be valid. After a while, everyone closed the door, the transparency of the window was also closed, and the surveillance was turned off. Diping recorded the video by himself to ensure that no one saw the process of twisting the mouth. After recording the video, Diping opened the door and walked out, reporting, I have recorded it. Diping had a hard yellow mask in his hand. 10 seconds after I twisted my mouth, the mask peeled off from my face by itself, and there should be 9 more opportunities to use it. Well, let's send a tester from our bureau first, who will take charge. The hatred value should be very high. To be honest, I don't want to see it. What if it is an endless hatred? It will be very troublesome. The testers in the branch shook their heads, not wanting to hate their own family. Director Lei was also in a dilemma. After thinking for a while, he said, then let's change it to an animal. It's difficult to test one's own family, so the only option is to let an animal take on this role. After a while, a special animal with sharp eyes and ears and wisdom entered the investigation bureau. This animal is a monkey, very similar to humans. At the same time, because of the mutation, its hair is light green, and its eyes are so green that they are black, and they can glow when blinking. The green-eyed monkey grinned, and there was a hint of vigilance in its smart eyes. It doesn't matter. We have a way to erase memory. Just erase today's memory. If the hatred generated by the Dragon King mask penetrates into the soul and covers the entire memory, it will be troublesome. After a while, the monkey was put into a small dark room without anyone observing. There was only a large screen in the small dark room. The infrared sensor on the screen sensed the heat source and immediately played the video recorded by Diping. After a while, the video was finished. First, turn off the power of the display screen, and then turn on the second monitor. In the monitor, the little monkey's eyes emitted green light, as if it had some magical function, but its eyes could not penetrate the door. The little monkey jumped up and down, grinning, and his twisted face was full of anger. Even people who don't know how to read people's expressions will think that the monkey is very angry. Such strong hatred. Kuming watched through the screen. The staff in the bureau collectively watched the monkey with relish. Diping said boldly, open the door and see if he can find my location. The monkey is not a pet in the system, but a mutant beast caught from outside. It is difficult to tame and does not know the way. The door is open. Someone set an opening command to the network beast, and the door on the monitoring screen opened immediately. The green-eyed monkey immediately rushed out of the room, hesitated in two directions in the corridor, hesitated for a few seconds, and ran to the right. There was a staircase on the right, and the monkey walked to the staircase, stayed for a few seconds, and then chose to go upstairs. Does this guy know where I am? Ping asked in surprise. Maybe the Dragon King's ridicule has crossed the space? Ming suddenly said with a flash of inspiration. Ping didn't say anything. He stared at the monkey in the surveillance camera, watching the little monkey climb all the way up, climbed to the staircase of the monitoring room floor, suddenly stopped for 2 seconds, and then hurried over here. Every time it encounters a fork in the road, the little monkey always pauses for 2 to 3 seconds, and then identifies the direction and runs away. I know where you are. Everyone understood, and no longer doubted how the little monkey knew the location. It was the power of hatred that guided it. When the power of hatred is strong enough, intelligent creatures may feel that a certain direction is the direction of their enemies. And the Dragon King's taunting seems to strengthen this feeling, and can even give the direction of the enemy. Okay, let's test the next round and see if it can taunt humans, and make humans want to fly over to kill Ping. Don't you want to see if the animal is strengthened? The power of hatred can speed up the secretion of hormones in its body, but it will only be so fast, right? Don't underestimate the extraordinary power. It's just a mutant little monkey, although it doesn't have a killer move. Everyone talked one after another, and the little monkey quickly found the door of the monitoring room and kept scratching the door outside, trying to break into the monitoring room. Ping said, "I go meet it," and opened the main door of the monitoring room. The little monkey with green eyes immediately emitted green light, and it was incredibly fast, and it jumped into his face with a flutter. However, Ping was carrying an isolation item, and the little monkey jumped into the air, but the unknown force twisted its flight trajectory, and it passed by him. The little monkey was anxious, and jumped again, and passed by him again. At this moment, Ping was invincible. Even if he was shot by a machine gun, it would form a 100% human body outline effect. It's too weak, and the test can't show the effect. Catch it. Director Lei waited for a minute, and seeing that the little monkey couldn't do anything about the isolation item on Ping, he put on a glove, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the little monkey was pulled over directly, and Director Lei grabbed the neck. Isolation items are not invincible. Once the enemy's attack is too strong to dodge, the user will still be killed. The next test is to use the memory prop to erase the little monkey's memory of today, and check how strong the Dragon King's hatred is. Chapter 432. The memory erasing process was completed quickly, and the little monkey had no memory of today. But it showed an amazing hatred, still mindlessly hating Ping, with green eyes glowing. Incredible hatred? Has nothing to do with memory? The people in the bureau exclaimed. It's not convenient for us to use it on our own people. Even the suspected investigator abroad is just a suspect. Even if he really believed in the crazy talk, there is still a chance to save him. Ping frowned. There are already a lot of items in the bureau, and besides, Ming's dream pillow is surprisingly effective. Many crazy investigators have been pulled back to normal life from the edge of madness through Ming's dream pillow. Why not let the internet cafe's steward watch the Dragon King video, which is our first round of human testing? Ming suddenly said. People don't know whether the video has a secondary mocking effect. The big-faced cat only said the number of people, but did not say the detailed usage method. The password has been restricted to people who have been to the internet cafe in the past week and whose shadows can leave their bodies at any time. An investigator reported as he entered the room. There was surveillance footage showing that the deacon who liked to visit the internet cafe was playing games in the internet cafe. At the same time, the internet beast was also monitoring the negotiation information generated by the other party when playing games in real time. Once he chatted with someone, he would report the chat records to Koi Island. But how can the video be delivered to him? Directly pushing it will definitely make him suspicious. I take action and prepare to send the video. Ming stood up and said. By the way, once such a video is transmitted to the internet, won't the internet beast be affected? Ping said worriedly. Ping's concerns were not without reason, and Ming hesitated after hearing this. At present, the internet beast has not touched the video file. When Ping recorded the video, the staff controlled the computer to play the video, which was done manually in a closed network. The internet beast did not intervene in the network. The beast managed the monitoring system. Yes, this step is necessary. If the internet beast is also affected, then we have to change the protagonist to play the role of the Dragon King. In short, change the animal to smile with a crooked mouth. After several discussions, everyone did not intend to let Ping's video leak out, and change the protagonist to an animal. Will animals smile with a crooked mouth? The answer is yes. In order to deal with such a situation, the Bureau has special animal trainers to train obedient animals. Soon people arrange to put a mask on a monkey. Why a monkey? Of course, monkeys are closest to humans, and monkeys are much more spiritual than ordinary animals. The trainer first trained the pet to smile with a crooked mouth, then put a mask on it, turned on the camera, stretched out his hand, and made a crooked mouth gesture before leaving, and then closed the door. Soon, the monkey's crooked mouth video was recorded. After recording the video, Kumang and others uploaded it to the public network first, allowing the divine beast to watch it alone. The network divine beast watched the video and was silent. How is it? Do you feel jealous? People asked impatiently. The network divine beast is a representative of rationality, but this does not mean that it has no emotions. After all, the other party is an AI. This monkey has a different feeling, a very incredible emotion. Is this hatred? The network divine beast was surprised. Then will you want to kill the monkey at all costs? Yes. I know this is the effect of a special item, and my hatred for it is an illusion, not real. But on the other hand, I think this monkey with a crooked mouth is really hateful, and there is no need for any reason to refute it. The internet beast said bluntly. Turtle, this is a bit strong. What about Keeman's dark cuisine video? Dark cuisine also has a strong sense of distortion, right? Yes, every time I watch the dark cuisine file, I have an indescribable feeling. Maybe this is emotion. I learned a lot of interesting things from Keeman's videos, such as the emotions of the flawless sword video, the emotions of the honey juice video. The internet beast further explained. Keeman's expression moved slightly. It turned out that the internet beast had been affected. Speaking of which, the internet beast itself is a super large information aggregate. It has been collecting information, and the amount of information it processes every day is enough to explode. It didn't go crazy because it can hold so much information. Humans can't. On the contrary, the human brain has a limit, and it can't bear to hold too much, and eventually lead to madness. At this point, Keeman secretly admired the tolerance of the top AI, which was more tolerant than the small AI. The orange mother AI on Orange Star was probably the same, surviving with strong tolerance, and holding on without falling asleep. But we don't want you to kill this little monkey. It hasn't completed the role of attracting shadow haters. I know, I will hold it back. The network beast once again showed its strong resilience. It could hold back the killing intent. Such a strong killing intent came from unreasonable hatred, which was very new to it, and could be studied for a while. It's like a calm scientist who suddenly has an interest in studying emotions other than calmness. Soon, Keeman's new video was released on the internet. This new video is locked with a password, and only people who enter a specific password can see it. Keeman deliberately announced the cracking dynamics, which are multiple complex puzzles. I ask you to answer, and according to your answers, you get the corresponding life password. Some life passwords are wrong, and some passwords are correct. The most correct password is naturally the password locked by the password item, which can only be seen by a fixed group of people. Soon, Keeman's new video has set off widespread heat around the world. What is the new test item? It has to be locked with a password? Official news, the new item has incredible abilities, and cannot be seen by ordinary people, so a question and answer puzzle is specially set. Whoever answers correctly can see it. Which big guy has solved the password? Please let me know. Soon, a post about a cryptography big guy cracking the password appeared under the post. The post was closed by the internet beast within a few seconds of its appearance. In fact, it is possible to post and delete the video in seconds, but the internet god beast did not do so. Instead, it delayed the deletion for a few seconds to create a topic effect. Without the topic effect, how can we attract the shadow stream to take action? And the number of views of Keeman's video has also been gradually increased under the promotion of the internet god beast, from 0 to 348 people. The total time of the increase is 1 hour, which also shows how difficult it is to solve the puzzle. No way, only 348 people in the world solved the puzzle in 1 hour. What kind of video is in it? I'm so curious. Chapter 433. Under the manipulation of the internet beast, the number of views slowly increased. In fact, the number of real viewers was 0. Netizens clicked on Keeman's dynamic bar, which contained multiple questions and answers. After answering one question, they automatically jumped to the next question. This question will randomly change the next question according to the answer of the respondent, which has the style of an online questionnaire survey. But the questionnaire survey has a set answer route, and the questions set by Keeman are not set by him, but are secretly manipulated by the internet beast. It uses a huge big data network to extract questions from the internet, which are numerous and complex, and try to reduce repetition as much as possible, so that the respondent will feel powerful. Congratulations, you have obtained a life password. Go and try it. A middle-aged man with gloomy eyes stared at the text on the screen, quickly copied the password, and typed it into the password verification box of Keeman's new video. Wrong password. The gloomy middle-aged man frowned and left his hands on the keyboard. After a while, he logged into a QQ account that had not been used for a long time, and clicked on the QQ group Ocean's Cabin. This group is a fan group of Keeman. There is a group owner in it, and the group owner occasionally pops up in the group. Look, after clicking on the Q group, there is a group of fans chatting about the new video. Which big guy found the password? What is in it? At group owner. Group owner, come out. I solved it, but I can't tell you. You know shit. There are so many demons in it, and no one knows the truth. The gloomy middle-aged man thought about it, and privately chatted with the group owner as a fan, sent a screenshot of a wrong life password, and then asked how to get the real password. After waiting for 10 minutes, the group owner did not reply. Keeman's QQ account has exploded a long time ago. There are countless people who want to chat with him every day. He can't stand it. For peace of mind, Keeman has arranged a small account to enter the fan group and chat with fans. When fans were discussing how to get the correct password, Keeman also turned into an unknown passerby and discussed with fans for a few minutes, making a few guesses. No way, hasn't someone already got the real password? Why haven't the big guys answered the real answer yet? Keeman typed. I suspect that answering questions is a filter, otherwise there are so many fans around the world, how come there are only more than 300 correct answers in an hour? A fan was dissatisfied. There was also an angry brother who said, if the dog group owner doesn't come out, I will send razor blades. Come on, bring my 5-speed electric fan. Someone handed over 3 consecutive electric fan emojis. Keeman wiped his sweat. It was really dangerous to communicate with this group of people. By the way, Tong Yuan's ID was also mixed in, and Keeman immediately popped up Tong Yuan's chat window. Are you there? Do something. Woof. Tong Yuan's reply was simple and clear. As expected of Tang Yuan. Keeman didn't understand. After all, it was typing text, not sending voice or something like that. Did the internet cafe steward get fooled? Keeman turned around and asked. No, he's still playing games. I doubt if he's a Shadow Stream member. He's not doing his job every day. Just send him an International Express, and install the video file of Deep Ping's free dance with a crooked smile in the USB drive. Luo Yuan said with a flash of inspiration. That makes sense. Our goal is clear, we can send the file directly to him, and then other Shadow Stream members can attract hatred through online videos. How is it? Luo Yuan looked at Keeman, who thought about it, and intuitively felt that it was feasible, so he nodded in agreement. Then I asked someone to change the range of people corresponding to the password. How do you want to summarize the characteristics of high-level figures in the Shadow Stream? Keeman asked. The password item can modify the characteristics, but there are too many members in the Shadow Stream, and no one likes to attract new members to chase across the sea. Either attract the hatred of the deacon, or attract the elders of the Shadow Stream, or the group owner himself. It is indeed a bit difficult to accurately locate, so it is better to describe it this way. The shadow creatures who serve as administrators in the Shadow Stream house have the right to obtain the real password from the question and answer. Is this reliable? Never mind, let's try it first. After a while, the 2 plans of sending letters and changing passwords were carried out together. Changing the password is very simple, and it was completed in a short while. When it was the turn to send the letter, the technicians pulled the video file into the innocent USB drive and wrote a letter, hoping that it could be read by the other party. However, after discussion, the people in the bureau improved the letter method. A thick small screen object appeared in front of him, and Keeman felt the feeling of a special item from the electronic product. It can automatically play the video files inside, as long as someone sees it. Director Lei said. Keeman looked at the small screen, which looked like an MP4. This is an old MP4, which is outdated by the times. Now people use mobile phones. Director Lei explained. This small MP4 suddenly became a spirit at a certain time period, and had the function of playing the video files inside. At that time, a male owner was at home and suddenly heard a strange sound. He opened the cabinet, and his expression changed drastically. The old MP4 was playing some unhealthy videos, which scared him. He thought it was haunted, so he hurriedly dealt with it, but was seen by passers-by in the garbage dump. In short, the experience of this MP4 is very magical. It has been passed through many hands before it was handed over to the investigation bureau. This is a level 6 thing that is not powerful enough. No one would think of it normally, but it is now useful. Deeping took the MP4 and checked that the video file inside was empty in an empty secret room. Then he transferred the Dragon King video file to the MP4, put it in a customized envelope, and then applied some kind of blessing to the envelope to reduce the recipient's vigilance. In this way, as long as no one opens it to watch it, the MP4 will not play the video. It's packed, and the things are inside. Deeping handed the things to Director Lei. Kunming looked at Director Lei curiously. According to the normal process, International Express delivery will take at least a few days. The normal process is like this, but we have an internal channel, which is different. Director Lei smiled, and took out his mobile phone to check the time. Keeman looked at his phone. Is there any secret in it? I just made an appointment with a Toad courier. He will come to our bureau in about 5 minutes. Director Lei said with a smile. Keeman suddenly felt the air become cool, as if something slippery was about to come out of the floor. 3 seconds later, everyone's spiritual perception was also alerted, and they all stepped back to make room. Here it comes. As Director Lei finished speaking, the floor suddenly melted into swamp liquid. A green and black toad came out of the floor. 1 meter tall, fat belly, big toad head, toad palm is extremely wide, and ripples appeared under his feet. Seeing the big toad again reminded Keeman of the scene when he saw the toad land last time. He was impressed by the deep phlegm. Quack! The big toad looked around, and there were many familiar faces. Chapter 434. The big toad is the main force of the Toad Express. It can travel underground and deliver express for the Investigation Bureau. It is much faster than professional express delivery and very safe. How many toads like this are there? I feel it is the same one as last time. Keeman carefully sensed it, and it was a familiar breath. There is only 1 toad in the bureau, so the resources of Toad Express are relatively tight. Tasks with low priority have to queue up. Director Lei explained. Keeman understood that our task is more urgent and has a higher priority, so we applied in a short period of time and quickly joined the priority schedule of Toad Express. Everyone also looked at the toad as if they were familiar with him. The people standing next to Keeman were all well-known people, and basically they had come into contact with the big toad. This is a letter sent to Manha City in Crocodile Island, to the man in room 421, Manha 24th Street. Understood. The big toad opened his big mouth, like a huge mouth of the abyss, emitting layers of stench. The smell was bad, but it was far from the stench of dark cuisine. Keeman looked at the hole and inexplicably felt countless mucus, big and sticky, rolling around in his head, and couldn't help but shudder. Director Lei put the letter into the big toad's mouth, and the big toad closed its mouth, squatted into the floor, and disappeared. The ripples on the floor seemed to be non-existent, as smooth as before, without any waves. The cool atmosphere in the air disappeared and rose back to normal temperature. We have a spy in Crocodile Island. After receiving the letter, he will act as a courier to deliver the letter to the door according to the instructions given by the network beast. Director Lei explained. Well, wait for his good news. Keeman nodded. Good news, someone got the real password. The password clerk in charge of managing the password said happily. How did you confirm it? Keeman asked, realizing that he had asked a nonsense question. Because I forgot a password. The password clerk said. The main function of this password side item is to circle a specific group of people to read the real password. The side effect is that the password clerk will forget the real password. If a real password is known, he will forget one. The password clerk set 4 real passwords based on the upper limit of the Dragon King video, and the fact that the network beast consumed a viewing position. The power of the 4 passwords will be attached to the question set by Keeman in the dark, and only specific people can get the real password. The network beast is not a specific group of people. Even if the real password is put into the database, it cannot be read. At the same time, no matter how the people who meet the settings answer, they will get the real password. The password clerk looked at the note in front of him. He wrote a total of 4 passwords, but the first line of passwords was empty. He couldn't see the first password anyway, and couldn't remember what that password was. He only knew that he wrote 4 passwords. The big fish has taken the bait. We must be prepared for the battle. All the administrators of the Shadow Stream House are elders. It is even possible that the group leader has taken the bait. We must be extremely careful. The director had just returned from a mission and his face was extremely nervous. It doesn't matter. Send the S-level members of the Bureau over. As for the monkey in the video, don't put it in Whale City, put it in the sea. Fighting in the sea will not damage the floor. Instantly, an atmosphere of life and death duel arose. The deacon is already very strong, and people have no idea how strong the elders are. However, when everyone thought of the many level 0 items in Koi Island, they were not particularly panicked. They did not have any level 0 items for land reclamation, but they were more than enough to destroy intelligent creatures. The real source of everyone's calmness came from Keeman. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the shadow grabber was the enemy of the shadow stream. As long as Keeman was arranged, he could teleport over, grab the shadow, and then put it into the forbidden moving wine jar. No matter how strong the shadow creature was, it would not matter. You can cross out the remaining 3 codes. We don't need to face too many shadow stream elders. Director Wu thought for a while, and said in order to be safe. Yes. The code clerk immediately picked up the pen and crossed out the 2nd line of code. Then crossed out the 3rd line of code. When he crossed to the 4th line, he couldn't write. What's wrong? No one could see the words on the white paper. There were no words on it, and that line of words could only be seen by a specific group of people. When the code clerk stopped writing, everyone realized something. I forgot the password on the 4th line. The code clerk muttered. Before he put the pen down, he had already forgotten the password on the paper, and the paper was empty. At this time, it was useless to draw another horizontal line, because the password had been known by the other party. It's okay, then face the attacks of the 2 elders at the same time. Everyone should work hard and try to take down the 2 elders of Shadow Stream in one encounter. If you are lucky, it may be the group owner himself. Director Wu said. The chat group Shadow Stream Home is alive, and the administrator is speaking. The network beast popped up a window. Everyone immediately looked at the computer, impatient, as if there was a major secret attracting them. On the computer screen, a message suddenly appeared in the Shadow Stream Home group chat. Administrator, Elder wanted all staff. The new video of Jinla's Keeman is a fishing trap. Don't watch it. Those who have watched the video, please speak up. This is a matter of great importance. The Shadow Stream House is usually very quiet, so quiet that Keeman suspects that they have muted all chats. In fact, this group is really a ghost group. It is usually very cold, and no one speaks. But once the Shadow Stream House becomes hot, the message replies explode, breaking 100 plus in just a few seconds. Deacon Zhong, reply to the elder, I didn't see it. Deacon Wang, reply to the elder, I didn't see it. Deacon, reply to the elder. A series of repeated texts, ranked outside the top 100. Are these people hand-speed monsters, or screen peepers? Director Lei was stunned. If a red envelope for 100 people is sent now, it will probably be divided up in a second. This group is usually so cold, I didn't expect everyone to peek at the screen. Keeman didn't expect the high-level bosses of Shadow Stream to have such personalities. Administrator, Elder Wan. Didn't the Elder see it either? Here Elder wanted 8 administrators at once. The administrators are all elders, and then only 2 of the 8 elders popped up and answered this question. No. The avatars of the remaining 6 elders were black, and they seemed to be offline. Administrator, Elder Wan. That's okay, only I got it. No, there's another person who got it. Kuming thought to himself when he looked at the chat records of Shadow Stream House. Deacon, Elder, what exactly is the trap in Keeman's new video? Can you explain it briefly? Administrator, Elder Wan. That monkey should be chopped into pieces. I don't know where they found this living treasure. It's so hateful. I will kill it. Administrator, Elder Wan. Don't watch the video. You will be tempted to fly over and kill the monkey. There is no need to think too much about where the monkey is. It must be a dangerous place. How could I run there to give myself up? Humph. Administrator, Elder Wan. I'm going to close the door. Remember to hide, and don't watch Keeman's video anymore. Deacons turned into repeaters. Yes, Elder. Chapter 435. The elders actually won this round of games. Everyone was surprised, thinking that there would be a deadly battle next. Unexpectedly, Elder Wan's will was so amazing that he claimed to go into a state of seclusion to suppress the surging killing intent in his heart. He is a ruthless person. What does seclusion mean? This reminds me of items from the immortal cultivation side, but there are no such earth-shattering immortal cultivation items in the Bureau. Director Wu recalled. There are similar items in the Bureau for the immortal cultivation side. For example, talisman items, peachwood swords, bagua mirrors, and the like. There is also Kuming's flawless sword. The style of that sword is extraordinary and otherworldly, like a sword immortal who does not eat the fireworks of the world, which makes people yearn for it. Don't think too much. Either it is something to suppress the body from moving, or it is an item to suppress the will. Nothing more than these two. Director Lei frowned and analyzed. If you want to suppress that kind of surging killing intent, there are only these two ways to go. No, there is a third way, that is to cut off the hatred in your heart for the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. But it is not easy to cut off hatred. The ridicule of the Dragon King is hatred that cannot be erased even by memory erasure. To cut off hatred, it must be a special item of the same level as the Dragon King mask. And the items around Keeman are often higher priority items. Many items on Blue Star cannot suppress the items brought by Keeman. The theory of level suppression, let's say someone analyzes it this way, but there is insufficient evidence. There is a second person who saw the password. Who could that person be? 3 of the 9 elders bubbled up, all the deacons bubbled up, and only 6 elders did not speak. The group leader did not speak either. Keeman pointed out. 7 people didn't speak, so it should be one of the 7. If the person who didn't speak is also infected, he may be locked up, but he may also come to kill the monkey. We should be prepared for this. By the way, the steward of the internet cafe should have received the express. Not so soon, we have to wait until he gets home. I wonder if the steward of the internet cafe can resist the killing intent. If he can't resist, he will definitely take a plane to kill the monkey. Let's go. I want to transfer the monkey to the sea to avoid causing great damage to the city. While everyone was talking, the big toad had crossed the ocean underground and arrived at Crocodile Island, and delivered the special letter to room 421, 24th Street, Manha. The investigator in room 421 had already received the news. After receiving the express delivery from the toad, he quickly moved to the courier company in Manha City to get the car and clothes. After completing these events, he stood by near a rental house, and waited for the target to go home slowly. The investigator was an undercover agent, and recently, he was secretly investigating the suspicious person, who often went to the internet cafe. However, he never met him face to face because he was afraid of alerting the other party. He was calm and not panicked, because he didn't know that the recipient was a butler of Shadow Stream. The organization did not reveal too much information, but only told him to give the letter to the suspicious person, who had been targeted by the organization for a while. The things in the letter were subversion items, and must be given to the other party. After half a day, the sun was high in the sky. The suspicious person finally came back from outside, holding some vegetables in his hands, and it seemed that he was going to cook at home. The investigator immediately drove the express scooter to the door of the rental house of the suspicious person. "Hello, your express has arrived. Please sign for it." The investigator handed over the special express letter. In order to ensure the success rate, the Bureau specially blessed the letter with blessing items so that the recipient could receive the letter without any precautions. "Oh! Is my graphics card 3090 here?" His eyes lit up, and he took the express. The express itself was not big. From the outside, it seemed to be wrapped in a box. The investigator said without hesitation, "Yes." After the middle-aged uncle signed, the investigator added at the end, "I wish you a happy game. Well, I finally don't have to go to the internet cafe. I'm tired of playing those machines." The uncle nodded, looking very excited, and couldn't help but tell the information about the internet cafe. The investigator drove away in the car, glanced at the rearview mirror, and looked at the express box in the middle-aged uncle's hand. Could it really be a graphics card? The big toad only said that the things inside were subversive items, and could not be unlocked by him. If they could not be delivered to the target person for various reasons, the original items must be destroyed immediately. The investigator left, and the uncle also entered the house. The uncle closed the door, and walked quickly to the bedroom. There were scattered boxes of accessories in the room, all of which were computer accessories. Swish! He tore open the express package with 2 thick and powerful palms. There was a box inside, with an image of a rectangular graphics card printed on the front. The model number 3090 made his blood boil. It was only 202, and this graphics card was already top-notch, a favorite of game enthusiasts. And he was an internet-addicted teenager, and he deliberately changed to this middle-aged man. He thought he had a good computer at home. After all, the original owner's network level was very high. When he was another teenager, he played thousands of games with the other party in double row. Afterwards, his body was damaged during the mission, so he crossed the city to change to this new substitute. I didn't expect that he was a perennial internet cafe member, and didn't have a computer at home. Internet cafes have many surveillance cameras, and are 100% monitored by the AI of Jinli Island. But the perennial internet cafe members didn't care, and used the same trick against him. If the people of Jinli Island found out his true identity, they would wait for the other party to come and kill him. He was not inferior to the other party. He had the home advantage, and all kinds of traps were waiting for the other party to fall into. The internet butler, who was addicted to the internet, opened the box and didn't see his beloved graphics card, but saw a rectangular electronic product lying in the middle of the box. Is this a graphics card? The uncle had a moment of doubt. The screen of the MP4 lit up instantly, and a shirtless man wearing a headscarf danced on the screen. The magical singing and his dancing formed a wonderful sense of rhythm. He couldn't take his eyes off after taking a look. He was stunned because the dance was pretty good. It was also during this moment of daze that the man, with a red headscarf on the screen, naturally turned back and smiled, with the corner of his mouth raised to the right, forming a larger diagonal dimple. It was not an exaggerated smile. It was natural and natural. At this time, he felt an inexplicable hatred in his heart. It was hard to explain what this hatred was, but it was annoying, and he wanted to kill people. It was obviously a great dance. Why? Why did you dance so badly? The internet cafe steward suddenly cursed. He didn't know why his emotions were so violent. Anyway, he was furious, thinking that the other party's dance was against the harmony of nature and too ugly. He intercepted my graphics card. And the dance was also bad. Such a person should not live in the world. The internet cafe steward emphasized his heart again. The video in the MP4 was 4 minutes long, and he watched the end in one breath under the emotion of hatred. The more he watched, the more annoyed he felt. No matter how he looked at it, he felt disgusted as if he had eaten shit, and wanted to slaughter the dancer. Kill! He jumped up and stood up. As for the previous instructions of Elder One, he also listened to it. But the hatred that Elder One emphasized was monkeys, not people. What he hated now was the free dancer who had intercepted his graphics card. At this moment, his heart was filled with rage, and the string of rationality buzzed and loosened. Chapter 436. On the sea. The sea is unpredictable, and the waves surge. Keeman, with angel wings and an energy ring on his head, floats in the air in a way that violates common sense. Director Lei, Director Wu, Deep Ping and others are also on the sea. They are standing on a small warship and have a place to stay. This warship is speed-oriented and focuses on rapid support, but the warship is not directly involved in the battle today. It only provides a place to stay before the battle begins. When the war begins, it will run away to avoid being sunk by the battle of the big guys. As an investigator who attracts hatred, Deep Ping naturally needs a strong power to protect himself. Director Lei took out a sealed object from the storage props, quickly unsealed it, and handed it to Mr. Deep Ping. Mr. Deep Ping is wearing a red headscarf at the moment, but this headscarf is not a special item, but an ordinary headscarf. Without extraordinary power, it is a purely decorative item. What is its function? The object in Deep Ping's hand is a long horn with waves on the surface. Director Lei explained, this is a special item confiscated from the disciples, called the Horn of the Sea. The Horn of the Sea has the power to control the ocean. Kunming had experienced it in the world behind the gate last time. It was very terrifying, and belonged to the level of things between level 1 and level 0. The reason why it was not classified as level 0 was that it did not have the ability to quickly destroy the continental land. Good stuff. Deep Ping shouted, very excited, this is indeed a good thing. With this thing, self-defense should not be a problem. He raised the horn high and blew it towards the ocean. Dirty, 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 dirty. The strange horn sound spread far away, and the sea's surface surged with waves. Deep Ping felt a powerful force surging in his body. At the same time, the entire ocean showed slight changes. The ups and downs of the waves became smaller, but occasionally they would stir up huge waves. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and the sunlight shone into the sea area, and also shone on Deep Ping's horn. Deep Ping's body suddenly banged, exploding a human-shaped splash. The horn disappeared with him, leaving only a pool of water on the deck of the warship. Deep Ping? Keeman asked in the air. I'm here. The sea water surged, forming a miniature man. You turned into sea water? It seems so, and I can control the water flow of the entire sea area, Deep Ping said in surprise. There was a huge wave rolling in the distance. It was his consciousness controlling the seawater. Be careful, its side effect is that it occasionally falls into a long period of dormancy, which means that you may sleep for a long time as the sea. Keeman thought of its side effects. Once you fall asleep, it is a mystery when you will wake up. The words used by the big-faced cat are always mysterious. The last time, the small probability volcanic rock was determining whether to trigger every hour and every minute. According to this statement, even the smallest probability becomes a high probability event. Deep Ping was stunned for a moment. Keeman's words made sense. After a while, He returned to the deck of the battleship and canceled the power of the horn. How did you disappear just now? I turned into countless water molecules, and then my consciousness flowed into the seawater through the water molecules. Deep Ping held the horn and did not let go. He would need him to blend into the ocean and fight the enemy later. The others were also ready for battle. Several S-class members on the ship had just arrived on the ship, and were carrying zero-level items. Keeman landed and took away the energy ring on his head. It was too bright and blinded his teammates, so he could only put it in his storage scarf. Lao assisted Keeman on the side, intending to use precise spatial displacement to get to the enemy's side, and then Keeman would use the shadow grabber to grab the opponent's shadow. Of course, before grabbing, it would be best if someone used fancy attacks to attract the enemy's attention and lower their vigilance. The camera has captured the Internet Cafe's steward leaving the Internet Cafe. He is currently boarding the plane, and his target is the Koi Island Octopus Airport on our side. The group chat shadow stream house is cold again, and no one is speaking. Someone kept reporting information in his ear, making the situation suddenly tense. It was necessary to be nervous. An elder-level figure, who already knew the password, did not show up, and no one knew whether he was going to Koi Island. Keeman and others waited for more than 10 hours on the sea. The reason why they waited so long was the problem of the plane. It could not fly over in just a few hours, unless it was a plane with special items. Day passed and night fell. When time jumped to midnight, a plane finally flew through the sky. The angry Internet Cafe steward did not choose to land at the airport. Instead, when he sensed the enemy below, he directly used the object to penetrate the wall and the outer wall of the plane, and started a falling motion with friction. When people were already waiting impatiently on the sea, the other party also came from the sky in anger. Although the Internet Cafe steward thought it was ridiculous for the other party to wait for him on the sea, the unreasonable hatred filled his brain, making it difficult for him to think rationally. When the Internet Cafe steward jumped out of the computer, he discovered a very bright light bulb suspended in the sea. That was Keeman's energy ring. He received the message, and wore the energy ring in advance to illuminate the entire sea area. Because of Keeman's light, everyone covered Keeman with their hands, and noticed the figure of the steward falling from the sky by the light. Splash! A huge and extremely fast water column rushed up to the sky, and hit the Internet Cafe steward into the sea water column. Then, countless turbulent sea water flow cut the body madly at an extremely exaggerated speed. When the water flow reaches a certain speed, it can cut hard objects. It was the first time that Deep Ping used the power of the horn, and his skills were unfamiliar, but he was surprised to find that the speed of the local cutting water flow was getting faster and faster, and it actually cut out the sound of a sonic boom. In the air, the water column exploded into flowers, banging continuously, deafening. The Internet Cafe's steward also began to take out powerful items, directly broke through the seawater, and put on a set of extremely hard car armor. Deep Ping had an idea. This is the item of foreign Autobots. Countless supersonic cutting fluids rubbed high-temperature sparks on the armor of the Internet Cafe's steward. The temperature was so high that the seawater evaporated directly, and the brightness of the local cuts was no worse than Keeman's energy-gathering ring. He was indestructible, broke through the water column, and fell in midair. Lao and Keeman appeared behind the Shadow Stream members in an instant. At that moment, Keeman grabbed his shadow with his shadow-grabbing hand and pulled it back. The Internet Cafe's steward couldn't help but get scared. Why can he grab my shadow? He screamed, but it was difficult to resist. The shadow was taken away just like that. After waiting for so long and preparing so much work, the battle ended in an instant. The investigators, who were still on the warship, felt empty in their hearts. They hadn't exerted any strength yet, and the enemy had already fallen. They were actually a little at a loss. In fact, high-level battles are so fast that a duel can be completed in the blink of an eye. So, reaction speed is very important. The higher the level of the battle, the more important the speed is. After Keeman caught the shadow, he immediately threw him into the forbidden wine jar to seal his time. We should be done for today. Just when everyone was a little relaxed, suddenly, a terrifying breath came in the blink of an eye. Everyone felt a shock in their hearts. An inexplicable sound pierced through the sky, and a black and red giant spear descended from the sky. It almost merged with the dark night sky, but the whistling sound could not be hidden. Boom! The giant spear smashed into the huge seawater. Even if the seawater wanted to prevent the warship from overturning, it would be difficult to right it in a short time. Its power was too strong. The warship overturned. The monkey was placed on top of the warship. At that moment, a black shadow rushed onto the warship. Chapter 437. Oops. Something happened to the warship. Keeman shouted. The giant spear was so fast that when I first noticed it, it had already broken through the clouds. Its size was 3 times that of our warship. Under the illumination of the holy light, it didn't cover the sky, but it also occupied a large area of vision. The next time I blinked, the giant spear had rushed to the sea surface, knocking over the silver-white warship impartially and blasting out huge waves. "Danger!" Keeman shouted. He felt a strong sense of crisis. This sudden attack was quite terrifying. As an emergency combatant for space transfer, Shirlao stopped Keeman's suggestion of direct teleportation at this time. It should be the elders, or the group leader, who took action. Let's wait and don't be reckless. Shirlao felt his heart throbbing. The giant spear was too terrifying. It would definitely kill him in one encounter, and its speed was extremely fast, faster than the speed of a rocket. In the blink of an eye, it instantly crossed from the cloud layer to the surface of the sea. Even Shirlao dared to believe that it was out of gravity. As mentioned before, in high-level battles, the size of the combat power is not particularly important, but the reaction speed is important. If the reaction speed is not fast enough, the enemy will kill you at a faster speed first, and no matter how strong you are, you can't play it. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the opponent's attack method can easily kill humans. The body of the Blue Star people has always been very fragile. A bullet to the brain may kill them, so they must be careful. Shirlao had taken a synesthesia fruit beforehand to improve his spiritual perception. Spiritual activity can make the body alert in advance when facing danger. In Shirlao's clothes, there is an old processor, which can overclock the human brain in a short time, making the human reaction speed exceed the human limit. Below, the seawater surged and broke into the warship at a very fast speed, wrapped some humans with seawater, and rescued them. Some investigators also used items to escape and quickly left the warship. Those who can participate in this operation are not ordinary characters, and at least one space transmission stone will leave the hull. Keeman was suspended high, and the holy light illuminated the sea area where the warship capsized. It can be seen that the surface of the warship has been covered with a layer of light gray shadow. It is a shadow invading the warship. But it did not become the shadow of the warship, but seemed to be looking for something. He is looking for a monkey. Keeman had guessed it, but it was too late. The dark shadow suddenly shrank into the seawater, as if it wanted to escape through the deep seabed. But Di Ping, who controlled the sea, had a vision of the entire sea area, and he knew the path that the giant shadow was lurking in the deep sea. He is running away, and the route is in a straight line towards Crocodile Island. Di Ping pinched out a line of thick characters on the sea surface at a speed of 1 second, and even Kuming, who was far away in the sky, could clearly see Di Ping's words. "Catch him!" Kuming shouted. Kuming was about to move, and he couldn't let him run away this time. Shirlao also knew that the time was limited and could not be delayed. Di Ping, hurry up and interfere with him. Damn, I can't interfere with him. He flies so fast in the water. Di Ping typed on the sea surface in a rage. Coordinates, Shirlao shouted. Di Ping quickly typed out the coordinates after 10 seconds. Di Ping didn't think of the coordinates so quickly, but after turning into the sea, his mind seemed to be much smoother. He instantly got the coordinates and simulated the coordinates 10 seconds later through the straight line and the opponent's speed. Shirlao immediately activated the teleportation item and accurately crossed into the sea water 10 seconds later. Keeman came with the energy ring, the light was bright, and he stretched out his hand to grab it, thinking about the giant spear monster in his mind. He had just crossed the space, and his vision was not very clear, but his palm had already felt a sharp cutting feeling. It seemed that the palm caught the spear, and the sharp cut of the spear also cut Keeman's palm. Swish, the giant spear-shaped shadow did not stop. In fact, when Keeman grabbed it, it didn't even have a pause. It went straight through the bodies of the two people, and disappeared far away. Hiss! Keeman took a breath, and felt that his body was cut in half, which was extremely painful. This kind of pain was not physical pain, but a sharp pain in the soul, as if the body was pierced by a spear once. The resistance had already been stimulated by the stinging feeling, reducing the damage. Fortunately, Keeman's body had strong resistance, and he did not die immediately. The mental resistance items worn by Shirlao also shattered one after another, and he also took a breath. It hurts, Shirlao shouted. There were only a few mental resistance items left on Shirlao's body, and the other dozen or so items were all broken. That guy is not a human really, I can feel it. Shirlao's lips trembled, as if he saw the real body of the shadow, and his pupils swelled slightly. Let's go, we can't face it directly. Shirlao felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, pinched the stone again, left the sea area, and sent it back to the investigation bureau. When the warship overturned, Di Ping used the power of the seawater to right the warship and took the initiative to drain the flooded seawater. Afterwards, people found that none of them died and all survived. The only death was the monkey. It was placed next to a custodian in a small cage. The little monkey was dead, and the cause of death was unknown. It foamed at the mouth, its eyes were wide open, and its expression was horrified, as if it had encountered something very scary. After Kuming returned to the bureau, he comforted Shi Lao, and ran to the military port to wait for everyone to return. Under the dark night, the warship slowly returned to the port, and the sea and sky in the distance were slightly illuminated. It was obviously a small victory, and a shadow stream deacon was captured, but the people on the warship seemed to have pressed the mute button, and everyone was silent. Luo Yuan wore a military uniform, and silently carried the monkey's cage off the warship. Keeman took the cage and looked at the monkey, whose eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of his body. His facial expression was distorted and horrified, as if he had experienced a nightmare before he died. Keeman could not feel any life from it. It could not be deader. In this battle, everyone deeply realized the combat effectiveness of the top leaders of the Shadow organization. Very scary. Keeman could barely resist the giant spear shadow that fell from the sky, but once the opponent used the speed advantage to deal with him, he could pierce through him in a dozen strokes, which was very difficult to fight. The Shadow House is alive again. A communicator waved his mobile phone and said loudly. This voice was like the first thunder in the silent world, waking everyone up. Keeman quickly turned on his mobile phone and checked the Shadow House on the surveillance. Group leader, the monkey has been killed. Your respective tasks remain unchanged. Continue to do your things. Hiss. There were inhalations around Keeman. This time, it was the Shadow Stream leader who took action himself. However, why didn't he kill them at the same time? The leader was so powerful. Such doubts arose in Kuming's heart. After returning to the bureau, Kuming asked Director Lei alone. Director Lei was the director of the test room and had a comprehensive understanding of various special items. Director Lei pursed his lips. Although he looked scared, it did not affect his judgment based on his own experience. Powerful attacks are often accompanied by strange restrictions, such as killing only one person each time. Maybe it was for this reason that we were spared. But at that time, the other S-level members had not yet exerted their strength, and the zero-level items took the initiative to fight, and they would not be weaker than it. Director Lei said regretfully. The opportunity was too short, and the enemy was also very cautious. They killed and left, and never stayed. Chapter 438. Kamong went back to rest. Before resting, he recalled the feeling of the shadow spear piercing his palm. It was a heart-piercing pain, very terrible. Even the shadow hand could not completely restrain the opponent. At this point, Keeman finally saw the ceiling of the shadow hand. The giant shadow spear was something that Keeman could not grab. At the same time, he looked at the palm of his hand. He touched the palm of his hand with his hand. It was fine if he didn't touch it, but he felt a burning pain when he touched it. Keeman went to sleep. While the feeling was still fresh, he wanted to sense where the shadow group leader was in his dream. Even if the other party noticed it, it didn't matter. The evil god was outside the blue star, and was not afraid of being peeped at by the other party in reverse, provided that the other party had the ability to peek in reverse. The big boss behind the shadow stream might have the ability to peek in reverse, but the other party didn't do that, probably because he was afraid of death. After a while, Keeman fell asleep. In the dream, Raya was silent and lifeless. Keeman ignored the giant city in the sea, closed his eyes, and recalled the scene of the black and red giant spear piercing through the clouds and falling from the sky, and at the same time recalled the feeling of the shadow-grabbing hand grabbing the giant spear. The piercing pain left a deep impression on Keeman, and the personal contact also strengthened the connection in this regard, making the obstacles on the road of synesthesia tend to be eliminated. Buzzing, it seemed to hear such a sound. Keeman vaguely saw the shape of a blue star planet, and then flashed, and synestetized the landscape inside the blue star. It was a black and red spear, surrounded by clouds and smoke. Its main body was not a physical entity, but a spear condensed from a ball of smoke, inserted into a pile of bones. There was a pool of mud in the pile of bones. No, it was more like a thick shadow than mud. The shadow stretched out round tentacles in all directions on the ground like soil, twisting wantonly at an irregular frequency, and the air contained endless death and madness. If a normal person stayed here, he would definitely fall into madness. Keeman looked around, and his vision was relatively narrow. After all, this place was under the control of Blue Star, and he could not observe further. Going deeper would be a violation, and would be protected by Blue Star. What a sticky shadow. Keeman couldn't help but complain in his heart. There were piles of corpses on the ground, and the dark shadows were like sticky swamp liquid. The liquid swam on its own, and stretched out tentacles from time to time, as if a person was reaching out to breathe in the air. Keeman stared and felt it. Those tentacle shadows that stretched out their heads gave him a feeling of human. They were breathing air, and had a sufficient desire to survive. When they twisted their tentacles, they were calling people in the distance, cursing everything, and at the same time, paradoxically hoping that someone could save them from the quagmire. The giant spear was inserted in the center of the pile of bones, like a magic weapon guarding a dangerous place, suppressing the absurd evil and hateful things here. What on earth is this? Keeman was not quite used to it, and his scalp was numb. I didn't expect such a thing to exist in an unknown place on Blue Star, and it was protected by Blue Star. Keeman looked for a while, but didn't find the so-called group leader. This place was absurd and evil, not a place for normal people to stay. Keeman then associated the word group leader, but this kind of synesthesia did not succeed, because the connection was not deep enough, and the direction of synesthesia was not clear enough. Change the target, and look at the shadow behind the scenes in the dark. The boss seemed to be talking to someone again. The moment Keeman peeked, he ended the conversation. Keeman keenly captured the breath of Blue Star. The boss behind the shadow stream was indeed plotting an unknown plan with a member of Blue Star. Keeman's heart sank. The Shadow Stream organization must be plotting something. He had to stop them. If he didn't stop them, something big would definitely happen. However, Keeman couldn't interfere with him. Invading the dream required the other party to dream. If they didn't dream, they couldn't invade. They could only peek secretly. Keeman thought about it, and there was no way to restrict them. He could only sense the spear again, and secretly remember the scenery of that area. No matter whether he could find it after waking up, he would draw a scene map first, and let the network bees slowly identify similar terrain through satellite terrain maps. Keeman secretly remembered the terrain nearby. At this time, a tentacle surged in the shadow quagmire in the pile of bones, and suddenly changed into a human face, with its mouth wide open, making a strange hoarse sound. Save me! Keeman's heart was calm. This was a crazy whisper, but as an evil god, it easily offset it. No, it didn't even break the defense, so it couldn't be called a counterattack. But Keeman became curious about it. Since something made a whisper to Keeman, it must have noticed that the evil god from outer space was secretly peeping at it, otherwise it would not have reacted to Keeman. This face. Keeman didn't know the other party, but he thought to himself that he could remember this face. Remember this face, and then after waking up in reality, immediately draw a sketch portrait and upload it to the internet, so that the internet beast can search for this person's whereabouts worldwide. Save me! Another tentacle shadow emerged from the corpse quagmire, and turned into a human face without eyes. These human faces only have facial features, no hair or anything like that, but that's enough. In the context of artificial intelligence, face recognition technology has made good progress. With the ability of network beasts, big data searches can be carried out, which is several times or even dozens of times faster than top artificial intelligence companies. Keeman was slightly happy. This is a big clue. One more face data is a clue. Save me! Another human face emerged and shouted. Virtual cries for help rang in Keeman's ears, and they crossed space and reached Keeman's ears. These sounds are all poisonous and chaotic mutterings, which can easily change the mentality of ordinary people and fall into the abyss, but Keeman, as an evil god, is completely unmoved. With the cries of three human faces, the corpse quagmire came alive. All the tentacles were stretched out exaggeratedly, trying desperately to stretch out, changing into human faces, asking for help from Keeman. Keeman used all his brain power to record the facial features and appearance of each of them. These are all victims. The Shadow Stream people have killed too many people. Keeman lamented. Putting himself in their shoes, the special abilities of the Shadow Stream members, who were replaced by their bodies, destined them to be unable to live normally with people, and could only become the opposite of humans. Keeman remembered hundreds of human faces, and his brain did not swell. He remembered them one by one, and then woke up on his own initiative. Suddenly, Keeman forced himself to wake up by watching. Keeman woke up in the community home still in his special field, and immediately picked up a pen to draw after waking up. But after drawing one, Keeman felt that the efficiency was too slow. The number of victims in that quagmire is definitely not just a few hundred, but even thousands. Not long after Keeman laid down, he returned to the investigation bureau in the early morning to find a tool for quick drawing. He wanted to draw the faces in his mind all at once. Chapter 439. Automatic painting brush? Yes, there is, but it is not in our bureau. We need to dispatch it. Oh, you need it. Then we can dispatch it urgently. Please wait. It will be delivered in about 2 hours. After a brief conversation, the investigation bureau quickly completed the dispatch. Kamong's request is the first priority in the bureau, and he can jump the queue at any time. Because it is not so urgent, Keeman did not rush too much. It is okay as long as it can be delivered as soon as possible. Within 2 hours, Keeman first hand-painted the portrait, and uploaded it to the network beast after drawing a facial feature. After quickly drawing several portraits, Keeman started to draw a panoramic scene. After the brush was quickly dispatched from the distant investigation bureau, Keeman began to use the investigation bureau's brush. This is a brush that can read the mind. It is a pressure-sensitive pen, a brush that is matched with a drawing board, and can be used to draw on the computer with painting software. It is not a pencil in the traditional sense, but it feels really good. After Keeman binds it, it can dance quickly on the drawing board and draw a portrait draft according to Keeman's wishes. It can draw automatically without using the hand to grasp the pressure-sensitive pen, which is simply the dream of painters. Just lie down and let your brain draw, and the speed is also very fast. With this brush, Keeman draws much faster. Why didn't I think of this when I was drawing the design draft? Keeman recalled the needs at that time, because a group of old scientists were around, and the scientific research atmosphere was too strong, so he didn't think of this thing for a while. Now because of the urgent need to solve the case, Keeman's sense of urgency has come up, and he will use any means. Luo Yuan's group hadn't gone back to relax yet. They had been making so much noise last night, but in the end, they were overturned. There were too many reports to be made, and they were very busy. Luo Yuan finished the complicated reports first, and rushed over to see the portrait draft drawn by Kameng. Is this the giant spear you saw in your dream? Luo Yuan picked up a hand-drawn draft, and the ink was still warm. Kameng was doing two things at once. He used the pressure-sensitive pen to draw the electronic draft on the hand-drawn board, but his hands were drawing the hand-drawn draft with pencils. The scene picture was drawn with pencils. Yes, what do you feel? Luo Yuan frowned, looked like he had a headache, and put down the picture. What's wrong with you? Kameng didn't stop writing, and quickly looked up at Luo Yuan, and continued to draw. It's a headache as soon as I see it. Luo Yuan held his forehead with his hand, gritted his teeth, and quickly judged, it may be mental trauma. I have seen it in my companions. Investigators are high-risk occupations. Some people return from missions, although nothing seems to have happened on the surface, but they have experienced great disasters. When they see something that may evoke memories, they will show severe pain and don't want to recall the past. This is the self-protection mechanism of the brain. As long as you don't recall it, the trauma will not continue to expand. Keeman looked up at Luo Yuan again. This is not good. Yeah, I go to sleep and use your dream pillow, Luo Yuan said. In the Whale City Investigation Bureau, the top item for recovering mental trauma is the dream pillow that Keeman handed in. Items in other cities are another matter. Now let's talk about the scope of Whale City. The recovery function of the dream pillow is one of the best. Luo Yuan has seen many colleagues with post-traumatic stress disorder recover to normal. Luo Yuan left, and Keeman continued to draw. After a while, Director Lei came to visit Keeman. Not bad, Keeman, our bureau has found a victim from this continent through the portrait you drew. Hey, is this the scene map? Director Lei picked up the blueprint, but before he could look at it carefully, he covered his head and felt a headache. No, I go take a break. Your picture is poisonous. It gives me a headache when I look at it. Director Lei waved his hand. There was a giant spear in the scene map. Now he got a headache when he saw the spear and couldn't think. Keeman frowned. The giant spear didn't kill anyone, but the side effects should not be underestimated. However, he could still accept such a result. After all, it was the top offensive of the Shadow Stream. It was good enough not to die. After a while, Director Wu came over after hearing the news. He originally planned to go back to rest after finishing the copywriting, but when he heard that Director Lei had a headache after seeing a picture of the Shadow Spear, he also came over. Picked up the paper and saw the Shadow Stream Spear, hissing. The director took a breath, had a terrible headache, and put down the map. Director Wu also left, and he planned to use the dream pillow to treat himself. However, there was only one dream pillow, and the bureau was temporarily in an awkward situation where there was nothing to cure. Keeman stopped drawing with a pencil, and continued drawing with a pressure-sensitive pen. He picked up the scene map, and peeked at it in his dream as the evil god, and did not have symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. He looked at his right palm again, and touched the palm with his hand. It had been pierced by a giant spear. As long as he touched the palm, he would feel a piercing pain. Huh? Keeman looked surprised. The palm didn't hurt anymore. No matter how Keeman touched it, it was fine. After a few seconds, Keeman understood that the wound left by the shadow spear was a mental injury. Keeman became an evil god in his dream, and the mental trauma was naturally cleared. From this, Keeman had a strange idea. Even if he was completely crazy in reality, he should be able to be saved in his dream. I need resistance, either more tankiness, or wearing an indestructible outer armor, Keeman murmured. Keeman thought of the Shadow Stream's internet cafe's steward. When he jumped out of the sky, he was cut by a supersonic water flow. He temporarily took out his mecha body and broke through the water. The supersonic cutting water flow could only cut bright sparks on the surface of the mecha, but could not destroy it. That item must have been confiscated by the Investigation Bureau. While drawing, Keeman called the professionals of the Investigation Bureau and exchanged the contribution points for the mecha. That mecha is tentatively determined to be a first-level item. With Keeman's contribution points, it is easy to get it on the spot. A few minutes later, the staff handed the complete mecha to Keeman, and before handing it over, he reminded, Captain Ke, the body is still in the mecha and has not been unsealed. Please unseal the mecha and hand it over to us for sealing. Okay. Keeman looked at the style of the mecha. It was tight-fitting, tough and strong, silver-white, with a mermaid-line shape, and a little handsome. Keeman touched the mecha and did not find the mechanism to unlock it. The staff also looked forward to Keeman's unsealing. Keeman understood that the staff had not found a way to unlock the mecha device. The shadow of the internet cafe's steward was still sealed in the forbidden moving wine jar, and a round of interrogation could be arranged later. But there was no rush. Keeman first summoned the safe isolation room, and after paying the price of money, he opened the room, moved the big-faced cat out of it, and checked the properties of the mecha. At the same time, the number of portraits drawn by Keeman has exceeded 200, and the network beast has found the information of dozens of victims. After people connected their current residents, they discovered a shocking secret. Chapter 440. There are victims on every continent. They are scattered and seem to have no rules, but after being connected into a network, a strange symbol is formed. This symbol is not clear yet, and it has not even taken shape, but the S-level members with extremely high spiritual perception saw the picture and felt something was wrong at the first time. The S-level members, who participated in the sea battle, saw the picture and directly triggered the stress trauma response. They had a little headache and once again thought of the giant spear falling from the sky. After looking at the properties of the mecha, Keeman basically found that it was made of indestructible material. After coming out of the isolation room, Keeman received the latest news from the Investigation Bureau. The death of each victim was most likely planned by the Shadow Stream, and there was a big secret in it. Keeman took a look at the world map after the network beast was connected. The lines were connected by multiple points. The first impression gave Keeman a strange feeling, a kind of strange familiarity. What does it feel like? As the number of successful searches of the network beast increased, more and more victims' information was found out, and the current residents' data was updated again, updated to 500 people. At this time, there were more connections from all over the world, and Keeman realized that this strange familiarity was a sense of sacrifice. This was not a sacrifice to Cthulhu, but a sacrifice to an unknown person. Keeman secretly speculated that it might be the boss behind the scenes of Shadow Stream, but the sacrifice map was not complete enough, and Keeman had not yet felt the breath of the boss behind the scenes from the map. Amon, what do you think? Someone asked. I thought of the sacrifice ceremony. Maybe the Shadow Stream organization wanted to summon something by sacrifice. Keeman speculated. Sacrifice. The colleague was surprised, and then showed a serious expression. I know, I will report it right away. Whether it is true or not, report it first. Kamon's spiritual perception is the best in the Bureau, and no one is better than him for the time being. Why is it a sacrifice? After a while, the person in the colleague's headset gave instructions again. Intuition. Keeman sealed the other party's question with 2 words. Don't ask, just ask intuition. The investigators also nodded and agreed with Keeman's reason. Investigators often have a sudden flash of inspiration. When asked about the reason, half of them can't answer. Anyway, it's intuition. Kamon continued to draw portrait drawings. In the corpse quagmire in the dream, there must be more than a few hundred victims, at least thousands, or even more than 10,000. The more portraits Keeman draws, the more powerful the big data search of the network beast will be, because some people have archived avatars on the internet, which is easy to check. For those who don't leave archives, they have to hack into the archive network of other continents. Those archive networks are not completely closed networks. After all, they are not military data, and they can still be found if they want to invade. This workload is extremely large, but for the sake of global peace, the General Administration has released the greatest authority, allowing the network beast to mindlessly invade the data of all computers, and hack into all that can be hacked to view the data. On the Keyman side, the real-time connection diagrams received are becoming more and more dense, but the essence remains the same. The connection between each continent is thick and dense, forming a tight continuity. There is a vague pentagonal structure, but the 5 corners of the pentagon are very complex configurations, not neat connections. Chaos is inserted in order. Is that so? Keyman thought. The people of Shadow Stream are doing a mysterious sacrificial ritual. They want to summon something. Keyman looked at the perfected picture, and his feeling became clearer and clearer. It is definitely a sacrificial ritual array, which is larger than the sacrificial ritual of the Frog Society, and the extent of the trouble is more terrifying than that of the Frog Society. Compared with Shadow Stream, the Frog Society is simply a small witch compared to a big witch. The people in the Bureau also took it very seriously, and sent people to urgently seek opinions. How can such a sacrificial ritual be interrupted? Keyman thought silently. If the sacrificial ritual is to be interrupted, it is easy to say, but looking at the scale of Shadow Stream, it is at least global level. To be honest, it is difficult for him to stop it. I don't know about foreign countries, but for our country, we can at least find the reason in the victim's current residence. Maybe we can destroy the ritual after changing the environment. Keyman was not sure how to destroy the other party's ritual. Even if Keyman tried hard to peek in his dream, because of the protection of Blue Star, he would definitely not be able to interfere with the sacrificial ritual. Wait, Blue Star has a large filter membrane. I'm worrying too much. Even if I summon the evil god, it probably won't come over. Keyman thought of this, and felt a little relieved, no longer so nervous. Blue Star is very powerful. It is more powerful than any native zero-level item. Those overly powerful aliens will definitely be filtered out. After all, it can compete with the evil god-level power. Keyman hasn't had a full night's sleep today, but it doesn't matter. First find a nearby victim's current residence to check. If you have inspiration, it's fine. If not, go back to sleep, and wait until the complete version of the connection map is released to see how to break through. Keyman looked through the map and found the nearest point, Whale City, which is the city. A few months ago, Shadow members were active in Whale City. At that time, 2 Shadow members were sent to perform a sacrifice ceremony on the spot, but the sacrifice ceremony failed. Keyman used a whistle to wake up the dead. At the beginning, people didn't know what the Shadow organization was doing in Whale City. Now Keyman understands that at that time, the ceremony of sacrificing the whole world had already begun. The failed sacrifice ceremony was probably part of the sacrificial ceremony arrangement plan. As for whether their failure at that time was planned, Keyman was not sure. Let's go! Keyman made a decision and set off, and once again took a car to the original street. The building has been sealed. After all, people have died there, and it is also related to the Shadow organization. The local investigation bureau has no intention of selling it, so the empty building is just empty. The bodies inside have long been cremated, and it is impossible to stay indoors. Keyman revisited the old place and felt different. This time, Keyman had peeked at the Shadow spear and touched it with his own hands. He had a deep connection with the truth behind the scenes. When he looked at the crime scene again, he felt different. Keyman stood in the empty bedroom. The doors and windows were closed, and the bloody liquid inside had been cleaned up, so there was no bloody smell, but Keyman thought of the blood-stained book in the room. Whale County Travel Notes. It was this special book that was stained with blood at that time, because the Shadow Stream planned to bring blood disaster to Whale City, but was later stopped by Keyman. Keyman recalled the corpse quagmire, and the bloody meaning filled his mind, but was quickly cut off by Keyman. This is one of the notes, Keyman speculated secretly. Chapter 441. How is it? Do you have any inspiration to destroy the ritual? Deep Ping asked with dark circles under his eyes. He had to have dark circles under his eyes. After a night of fighting, he was temporarily pulled up to do an investigation with Kuming. Luo Yuan went to sleep on the dream pillow. There were a lot of people queuing up to sleep on the dream pillow, and it was not his turn yet. No inspiration for the time being. We have to get that book as well, Kuming said. Whale County Travel Notes? Yes. Kuming nodded. The book had been purified earlier, but since the other party was targeting that book must be the key item. Deep Ping called to make arrangements, and after the fight, he chatted with Kuming again. It's strange to say, how can the people of Shadow Stream be so sure that the ancient book will become a special item? Whale County travel notes, and the printer are special items of the same period. Now the printer is constantly printing paper materials in the desert area, shining for the koi business, while Whale County travel notes can only be kept in the bottom of the box. Well, it is indeed a problem. They are sure that it can mutate. Keeman also had a question mark at this time. Predicting that an item can mutate is a great skill. How did the Shadow Stream people determine it? Is there a special way to predict it? Keeman thought about it, but he couldn't think of anything specific. 10 minutes later, Travels in Whale County was delivered to the local node in an expedited manner. Keeman took the travel notes. It was different from the past. Touching the cover of the book, Keeman felt something heavy. It was closely connected with the local area. Polluting this book is equivalent to polluting Whale City. Keeman opened the book and quickly flipped through the whole book, thinking that he would get new inspiration. In fact, no new inspiration was obtained. Keeman only sensed from this book the development of Whale City from a backward village to the current urban appearance. Knowing that this is a node, Keeman had no idea what to do for a while. It still doesn't work. I can't find a clue. Keeman shook his head. Why not bombard this building? It's a node anyway. As long as the environment is destroyed, the fulcrum should also be broken. Deep Ping was too lazy to think and directly suggested bombarding the house. This is the simplest and crudest way. Changing the environment is equivalent to changing the environmental variables in the sacrificial ceremony. Keeman touched the book. Because of the blessing of the book, he felt more acute about the local area of Whale City. This book seemed to be able to enhance spiritual perception. Of course, this enhanced spiritual perception only works locally, and is useless outside the city. Keeman could feel that there was still a mysterious power flowing in this room. It was definitely one of the ritual nodes. He felt it for a long time. After he didn't think of any inspiration, he took some time to sleep for a few minutes and observed the house for a while with dream telepathy. Through the evil god, Keeman observed invisible things in the house, forming an invisible connection with the distance. This invisible thing only exists in the form of information and cannot be accurately described in words. After returning to reality, Keeman agreed to Deep Ping's random suggestion, destroy it. Deep Ping made another phone call, and soon, the special forces who were waiting outside to seal the site filed in and installed bombs. The neighbor's house next door will definitely be affected by the C4 bomb, but it doesn't matter. Since someone died in this house, the neighbors next door no longer live there, and there is no one nearby. The bomb has been installed. Please give the order to approve the explosion, the sergeant asked. Keeman had the highest authority on the spot. He had already walked out of the house and nodded, explode. As Keeman's voice fell, the soldier counted down for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, explosion. Boom! The small house immediately burst into bright flames, and the shock wave and high-temperature air waves rushed out of the brick wall, carrying a pile of broken bricks into the sky. Broken glass and smoke fell like raindrops, covering everyone on the field with a layer of light gray. The shock waves spread outward in a ring-shaped circle. Keeman stood in place, his coat was blown by the wind, rustling, and his hair was messed up, but there was no support on his resolute face, and he didn't even blink. Keeman touched the book, his spirituality was high, and he silently felt the house after the explosion. He felt that there was not much change, and there was still a sense of completeness. However, he could feel that the integrity of the node had been broken. It was no longer complete, and the ritual sense of the node was much weaker, almost non-existent. An inspiration flashed through his mind. This place is still one of the nodes, but as a global node, it has become very weak. If the surrounding continuous nodes are destroyed again, this node will be a bad point and can no longer be used. It works, the method works. Deep Ping was not much different. When the house was completely submerged in the flames, he could no longer feel the oppressive heaviness and subconsciously thought that the method was successful. Well, let's continue. After saying this, Kuming circled several nodes on the map. All the node sites connected to this node should be blown up, Kuming commanded. Deep Ping and Kuming exchanged opinions and understood Kuming's ideas in depth. He knew that bombing the node did not completely kill the node, but it could reduce its ritual effect. After a while, the superiors received the information summarized by Kuming. Bombing a node can destroy 90% of the effect of this node. If the surrounding nodes of the node are destroyed, the destructive effect will be increased to 99%. The last 1% cannot be eliminated because the person is dead. The sacrifice of the sacrifice is real and effective. It was placed by the shadow organization in a place where there are piles of bones. If no one goes to deal with the pile of bones, that 1% will never be cleared. This place will always be one of the nodes, But after being interfered with by Kuming and others, its effect is very rubbish, and it is no problem to say that it is a bad point. After Kuming's suggestions were reported, all places started to conduct inventory activities, and physically bombed nodes one after another. Bombs are as many as you want. Koi Island really has no shortage of them. They will never be soft when bombing them, and they will be solved quickly. Wherever the nodes are, there are murders. There are almost no big-hearted people living there. Occasionally, some nodes are still inhabited, and the people of Koi Island try their best to persuade those people to leave and not let them continue to live there. The rest of the work does not need to be done by Keeman. There is not much use for Keeman to wait, so he simply goes home to catch up on his sleep. On this day, all the cities in Koi Island are thoroughly investigating those murders. All the places related to the nodes are blown up. Whether you have buildings or not, blow them up with bombs. The people of Shadow Stream did not react at first, but as more and more bombings occurred, the people on the Shadow Stream side also realized it later, and cursed Koi Island in secret. Chapter 442. Group Chat, Shadow House. Group Leader at all members. Koi Island is bombing our ritual nodes. Who leaked the news? The group members said they didn't know, and it was not their fault. The elders also popped up and explained that they had not been to Koi Island recently. If they hadn't been to Koi Island, the possibility of being caught would naturally be small. So who is the insider? The group leader privately chatted with the shadow deacons in the group one by one. This matter was of great importance, and could not be revealed in a few words. There were also deacons who knew about this matter, and the group leader went directly to the deacons who knew about it. One of the deacons happened to be a person who successfully escaped from Koi Island after participating in an assassination mission. His assassination target was to assassinate Keeman. The group leader went into the private chat, and the other party also described in detail where he had been, and where he was active after escaping. He was not threatened by the people of Koi Island, and he didn't know all the nodes of Koi Island. During the chat with the group leader, the deacon also learned that the number of nodes destroyed in Jinlizu was as high as 3 digits. The deacon was a little impatient. Once the blame was put on him, it would be a dead end. The node issue is a highly confidential matter. Even I only know a few nodes. The few nodes I know are all my tasks for secret supervision. If there is a problem with the ones I supervise, I am willing to be punished. But please find out who leaked the secret. I promise that I did not leak it myself. He is willing to take responsibility, but it was not him who leaked the secret. The group leader heard the deacon's complaint, and suddenly realized it. Yes, the number of nodes known by each deacon will never exceed 3 digits, at most 2 digits. The arrangement of each node was secretly monitored by the deacon, and the regional contact did not know that his real task was to arrange the nodes for the sacrificial ceremony, but treated those tasks as ordinary killing tasks. And Koi Island seemed to have opened the eyes of omniscience, and most of the nodes in Koi Island knew clearly, and their influence was weakened. Is it a new item with vision? The Shadow Stream group leader could only think in this direction. No one can be strong enough to directly sense that spear, and people will definitely go crazy when they see the spear itself. At the beginning, he used the Shadow Spear to attack the monkeys in Koi Island, using the substitute of the spear, not the original body. The effect of the substitute is also very powerful, and it will leave mental trauma after contact, but it is not the original body after all, and it will not fall into absolute madness instantly. When the Shadow Stream group leader was secretly worried, Keeman had already accepted a new round of sacrifices in his dream. There were a lot of sacrifices, and Keeman picked them up, and not all believers accepted them. After the sacrifice, no one paid attention to it for a while, so Keeman used his synesthesia to spy on the dream. Not much happened in the dream. Some believers communicated with the Orange Star people in their dreams, trying to secretly seduce them, but the Orange Star people were obviously on guard. I don't want to join the church. Who are you? Don't touch me. I'm neither a boy nor a girl. The Orange Star person screamed, and many Orange Star people were staring at him around him. He seemed to be a key surveillance person on the Orange Star side. Keeman was just checking it casually, but he didn't expect the reaction of the Orange Star person to be a bit unexpected. This, if I'm not mistaken, it's the person who was whitewashed. The double faith he once had is gone. It now has cognitive impairment, and can't even recognize its own gender. The Cthulhu believers wanted to recruit the other party. At first, they didn't talk about Cthulhu, but just tried to test him in their speech. However, the other party was very spiritual, and soon, he could sense Cthulhu in other terms. Then he got angry, and that was what Keeman saw afterwards. So cognitive impairment occurs after the belief is lost. Keeman murmured. This was an event that Keeman hadn't thought of much. It's okay to have cognitive impairment, But the key point is that he really has no distinguishing features between male and female genders, at least in his dreams. Others can't see it, but Keeman, as the master of dreams, is very sensitive to dreams. He immediately noticed that the person who lost his dual beliefs had become a neutral person, with no gender distinction at all. In other words, there was nothing there. This phenomenon is very bizarre, and Keeman has never seen such a thing happen. The Orange Star people took the neutral person away in the dream, so let's use the word it to describe it. After all, there is no gender. As for the group of Cthulhu believers, they had absurd imaginations in their dreams. It was still difficult for the Orange Star people to trap them in the dream. The Cthulhu believers slipped away in a short while. Keeman kept looking for opportunities to stare at the neutral person, and showed great interest in it. There was not only one neutral person. Keeman searched around and found a second person with cognitive impairment who didn't know what gender he was. The reason why Keeman concluded that they had cognitive impairment was because Keeman felt their bodies in reality again. That thing had not changed and still had female characteristics. But in the dream, they no longer had that organ, regardless of gender. This is most likely a sign before the change. Those people were like this before. They had female symptoms in their dreams, and soon became women. Now they have the characteristics of asexual people in their dreams. So how long will it take to change in reality? Keeman is not sure. The Orange Star people are more anxious than Keeman, and it is difficult to estimate the impact of eliminating faith. The strange believers of the Peace Prison prisoners, the Orange Star people decided to temporarily stop eliminating faith and eliminate people outside the Peace Prison first. Those people's faith is relatively pure, and there is no double faith. Keeman pondered in Malay, which god is doing this? Then again, the gods are so powerful that they should not have the leisure to play with the Orange Star people. It is likely that the gods' followers are making trouble. Keeman guessed irresponsibly. Such things are possible. Keeman himself is not using his identity as an evil god to personally instruct those believers to prevent ordinary people from playing games on Orange Star. Maybe there is a similar incident with gods. Gods wake up in the game and find that their bodies can be unsealed, but the prerequisite is to solve the Orange Star people, and then they do something similar to Keeman. It seems that this is really possible. Keeman murmured in his heart. After a while, when Keeman blinked again, he returned to reality. Keeman scratched his head and got up from the bed. There were a pile of offerings around him, 8 in total. One offering was a space expansion object, and Keeman expanded his scarf as usual. Another offering was a level fish, which had already been picked up by Shirley and thrown into the fish tank that had been prepared long ago, and water was added to it. Shirley wanted to eat it a little. Who doesn't want something that improves strength? But she had to wait until the owner woke up before eating it, so she didn't move. Chapter 443. The auras of the other sacrifices were not very strong, and Keeman used the big-faced cat to check them one by one. Excluding some useless items, there was an item that suited Keeman's taste. The Mask of the Faceless. You can change your appearance freely, and slightly change your body shape, but you cannot change into something that is too different from the original image, such as a humanoid creature cannot become a dragon. Side effect, it has the effect of losing yourself. The longer you wear it, the easier it is to forget your original identity, name, age, etc. This is the legendary disguise mask, a magic weapon that the protagonist of the novel must have. Every time you get into trouble with a big enemy, you can change your face after killing a wave, and others can't recognize you. It's very comfortable. Kamong doesn't have a big demand for face changing here. After all, he has Koi Island as his backer. No matter how bad the situation is, he can go back to Koi Island to live. It's good for invasion. Keeman murmured and accepted the item. As for its side effects, just use it less. Keeman put it on his face first, to try the feeling and taste the power of the side effects. After putting it on his face, he immediately had a strange feeling in his heart. He could control his facial expressions, and make it look like the face he wanted. Keeman's mind moved, and he turned into a teammate Luo Yuan's face. The muscles of his body also seemed to have changed slightly. He looked in the mirror and found that his figure and face were exactly the same as Luo Yuan's, as if they were printed from the same mold. It looked scary, and I felt that I could replace him. Keeman tried to activate the resistance force, but the resistance force did not move much. Keeman tasted it, and it seemed that the resistance force could not find the target they should resist. Without a target, naturally, I don't know who to resist, and the inner strength can only lie dormant. Keeman took off the mask and felt that his breathing was much smoother. At this time, looking in the mirror again, he felt an indescribable sense of refreshment, and thought to himself, "This is me." With this feeling, Keeman paid more attention to the mask of the faceless man. This is a very powerful item, and the side effects must be treated with caution. Keeman recalled that this item was a sacrifice offered by the player's believers. It came from a rare dungeon cave of level 200. This golden legendary item was opened by opening the treasure chest alone. The players thought that they would not be scolded for sacrificing the golden legendary item to the evil god. It happened that they had the time and space stone powder in their hands, so they sacrificed it directly, and it was successful, which made them happy for a while. The level doesn't matter, the rarity is important. Keeman can feel from the mask itself that its destructive power is not strong, but the body has a kind of strange magic, and it is hard to say what it is. Now thinking back to the side effects of the mask, he understands that this is the power of forgetting. Keeman hid the mask and changed his face when attacking the shadow stream, so that the opponent would not remember him. Although he was already very famous on the internet, it would not be a problem to change his face when attacking. Keeman saw the main venue of the sacrifice ceremony in his dream, and he had made up his mind to find that dojo and destroy the core sacrifice ceremony, so as not to let the sacrifice ceremony succeed. There was a captured internet cafe steward in Keeman's storage scarf, and it was estimated that he could interrogate a wave of intelligence. Keeman immediately took him to the investigation bureau, and sat outside the interrogation room in person. The internet cafe steward himself had no entity, and was taken out by Keeman alone. After it came out, it immediately compressed the mass of the shadow, and launched a fierce attack on Keeman, but in front of Keeman, with more than 1,000 resistances, it did not shake Keeman at all. In desperation, he was taught a lesson by Di Ping's free dance. But Di Ping's free dance seemed to be useless. The unreasonable hatred established by the Dragon King mask was still there. He didn't listen to Di Ping's free education at all, and tried every means to kill Di Ping. Di Ping shrugged. He couldn't teach his opponent, so he could only let other investigators take action. The deacon was also helpless. After several struggles, he finally lost in front of the special items, and opened his heart. I have been poor since I was a child. After I first came into contact with the internet, I became keen on surfing the internet. I had a wish in my heart, which was to play games. After changing my body, I found that the internet-addicted teenagers had a particularly good sense of operation when playing games, and then I became addicted. The internet-addicted teenager, Deacon, talked about the beginning of his sinful career. After listening for a while, Keeman couldn't help but interrupt and ask, if you like to operate, why don't you find professional players? They are famous, and their daily practice time is very busy, so it is not convenient to take time to do the tasks assigned by the Shadow Organization. The internet-addicted teenager Butler told the truth. It's not that he doesn't want to possess professional players, but professional players are too famous, and it's not convenient to do things. Keeman thought about it. It seems that famous celebrities are not suitable to be the second-in-command of the Shadow Organization. Of course, politicians are exceptions. The Shadow Organization has this substitute ability, and will definitely control the local politics. Koi Island has been well guarded, leaving no soil for the Shadow Organization to dominate. It can be seen that there is a reason why the outside world is so chaotic. The Shadow Organization may use second-in-commands to secretly manipulate the world's pattern. Keeman thought of the sacrificial ceremony involving the world. He didn't have time to ask directly, what secrets do you know about the Shadow Organization arranging sacrificial ceremonies on all continents? The internet-addicted young deacon was a little confused. He had been kicked out of the Shadow House. He had no memory of some of the missions, and only remembered some unimportant mission contents. I don't know what you said. This was the truth. He really didn't know, because he had forgotten that memory after being kicked out of the group. Keeman was not willing to give up and asked some other questions, asking indirect questions. Then Keeman took out a black and white sketch of a scene. The scene was a quagmire of corpses with a spear stuck in the middle of the corpses. Keeman drew it so well. The body of the spear was made of clouds and smoke, with dozens of smoke strands spilling out, giving it a dynamic and flowing feeling. The internet-addicted young man sighed, and said that it was a great painting, but he shook his head and really didn't remember it. Amnesia is the best way to fight against the spiritual realm. Look at the performance of the bandaged man. He lost his memory after suffering a severe injury, and couldn't remember that memory at all. But Keeman felt that there was still a chance. Since the Shadow House could invite people to join the group to restore their memories at any time, it proved that the memory was not completely deleted. Your spirituality is not high enough, so how about this? Let you touch some of the Shadow's secret items, maybe you will remember something. Keeman thought of a brilliant idea at the last minute, which was related to the Shadow's behind-the-scenes boss. What method? Shadow didn't understand. The first method is that I have an old radio here, which has the voice of a secret existence, which is related to the behind-the-scenes existence of your shadow. If you hear that voice, you should be able to remember something. Keeman's method is simple and crude, which is to stimulate your stressor openly. The internet-addicted boy shadow listened, and after a few seconds of silence, his voice was no longer calm. You can't do this. Chapter 444. The first time Keeman felt the existence of the shadow behind the scenes was through this old-fashioned radio. After that, he hadn't used it for a long time, but it didn't matter if he used it again. Keeman's resistance was different from before, and he could easily resist the bewitching power in the radio. Keeman took the old radio, put it on the floor, and pressed the play button in front of it. Shadow seemed very uneasy, afraid of betraying the organization. Keeman hadn't used the Thunder King brainwashing method on it yet, mainly because the radio would cause secondary pollution to it, so it might as well let it listen to the radio first. Maybe it would remember something. Rustle. There was a rustling sound in the radio, and Shadow moved restlessly, but it was useless. Keeman himself guarded the room, and didn't go anywhere. Aren't you afraid? You will go crazy too. Shadow was actually not afraid of listening to the radio, but he was afraid that he would remember something and then be accidentally pried open by Keeman. Shadow didn't want to be a traitor, he was afraid of betraying the organization. You are not afraid of going crazy, so why should I be afraid? Keeman asked back. The Shadow Stream steward was relentless. How can you guarantee that you are not crazy? I don't believe it. Keeman didn't say anything, just waiting for the old radio to show its power. After a while, the sound in the radio finally began to distort to an abnormal level, hoarse and unpleasant, wanting to tear people apart. Keeman was unmoved. Such a sound could no longer affect him, and quickly cleared the mental interference. The shadow creature couldn't stand it. Not everyone was like Keeman, who had no feeling for the secret sounds from the outside world. Keeman waited for 1 minute after another. After 5 minutes, the shadow creature's mental state was very bad, and it began to mutter some meaningless words in its mouth, pausing for 1 second after each word. Keeman knew every word of these, but they couldn't form a sentence when read together. Keeman turned off the radio, and after a while, the shadow creature got better again. It was originally a member of the shadow organization, and was exposed to a lot of secret information. It was very likely that it had been exposed to this kind of information before. When the radio stopped, its soul could slowly calm down and return to rationality. Look, the other party regained its sanity after half an hour. You? The other party got stuck as soon as he opened his mouth, and didn't know what to curse. Keeman interrogated him as usual. What did you remember? The shadow deacon didn't want to talk, so Keeman directly used force, replaced it with a beast body, put on the Lightning King ring, and used lightning treatment to clear the other party's faith. This deacon had been kicked out of the internet cafe, and Keeman would not ask it about the information of the shadow house, so as not to self-destruct like the previous deacon. Keeman cleansed the other party's faith, and then continued to interrogate. The place where Keeman interrogated had been moved to a special place, where he could blow himself up as much as he wanted, and he would personally cover any crisis. I remembered something. I was responsible for supervising 30 nodes, supervising those regional contacts to send subordinates to arrange nodes. Of course, those subordinates didn't know the real content of the task. The internet cafe's steward had already betrayed at this time, and he no longer had the faith in the shadow stream in his heart. He told everything that suddenly came to his mind. Keeman listened carefully. The location of each node had been professionally studied, including the flow of people, the happiness of the people, the background story behind the region, the character of the sacrifice himself, etc. This is a systematic method of research, considering the place first, and then finding a suitable sacrifice. The sacrifices are all people, but people are just a key to a node, and the entire area is the sacrifice. In the era when there was no spiritual fruit to stimulate spirituality, it was so difficult to find high spiritual knowledge. The people of Shadow Stream used them as keys to open nodes, and they had to avoid being discovered by the authorities. It was very difficult, and took a lot of effort. In short, the group leader wants to summon the Lord of Shadow Stream. After the deacon finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. It just wants to change its body to play games, and its loyalty to Shadow Stream is based on this body-changing ability. Originally, he was not so loyal, but he knew more and more secret information, and he could no longer go back to the past. He was stuck with Shadow Stream, so that he had symptoms of mindless worship in his mind. Now that he has lost his faith, he has some regrets, because changing his body is an ability he voluntarily wants, which has nothing to do with faith. Now it is still a shadow creature, but there is an investigation bureau, so don't think about going out in this life, it is considered to be planted here for a lifetime. Keeman looked at the other party, and didn't think that the Lord of Shadow Stream could successfully descend on Blue Star. If the Shadow Stream group leader is not aware of this, then this summoning is very likely to fail. I wonder if it has a backup plan for the failure of the summoning. Keeman left the interrogation room, uploaded a series of intelligence, and then participated in the network meeting to discuss the Shadow Stream's big move. At this time, the network beast had retrieved the information of 1,378 people from the portraits drawn by Keeman, and the lines on the map became more and more dense. Koi continent has the strictest control over the Shadow Stream organization, and it should have been the continent with the fewest nodes among the 5 continents. However, the situation is different. The continent with the fewest nodes is located in the extreme south. Almost half of it is covered with glaciers. The glacier area is uninhabited, with the fewest nodes, and the main nodes are concentrated in the upper half of the land area. That continent is a wonder, with glaciers on the back half and solid land on the front half. After entering the investigation bureau, Keeman realized that the continent was affected by special forces, which was contrary to common sense. The Shadow Stream people don't randomly select nodes. When arranging nodes, they will examine the population density and happiness of the local area. Keeman circled the red dots of other continents with a pen and slammed the table. Our local nodes have been destroyed, but the foreign nodes have not been destroyed yet. The Shadow Stream people will react soon. In order to reduce losses, they may directly start the ceremony. Keeman's words are already very clear. This is not a matter of our continent, but a crisis of all continents. They also have to help clear those nodes. At least how to make other continents believe that those nodes are a conspiracy of the Shadow Stream, this depends on the Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. Well, we have secretly sent secret letters and reminded the Investigation Bureau of neighboring countries. Keeman nodded while holding an online meeting. The Investigation Bureau has so many think tanks that they will not forget what he can think of. When there is a problem, they will start to remind neighboring countries. Neighboring country. After receiving an urgent map intelligence from Koi Island, the top brass of the Investigation Bureau were all confused. But no matter whether it was true or not, this was an official private message from Koi Island after all, so they had to send someone to investigate and collect evidence to see if it was a serious matter. The Investigation Bureau had relevant files, and soon someone retrieved a series of murder files, proving that some nodes did have a history of murders. But most nodes had no murders, and they sent people to check the local area, but they didn't feel anything unusual. They didn't take it lightly. The Shadow Organization was extremely secretive, and they had done murders, hiding bodies, and cleaning the scene before, so they had to be careful and cautious. Chapter 445. This is it. Yes, according to the requirements of the Bureau, this is the coordinate. Let's be careful. An old captain led 2 middle-aged men, slowly pushed open the main door on the first floor, and walked into the small building. This small building is 5 stories high and has dozens of rooms. Many people have rented it in recent years. The small building is ordinary, and not much different from ordinary houses. It is also surrounded by an old development zone, which is the old city area in this city. There are many old residents. The output of newborns has been maintained at a low period. The school is not popular, and there are few large companies. Therefore, the rent here is low, and many young people from other places will rent houses here. The price is cheap. All this is not worth paying attention to in the eyes of official investigators. However, it is such an ordinary building that was marked as the node coordinates of the sacrificial ceremony by the Investigation Bureau of Koi Island. Although our Banbingju is not as strong as Koizhou, they can't underestimate us. This building doesn't look like a haunted house. Why would it be used as a node for a sacrificial ceremony? A middle-aged man smiled and wanted to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere, but the old captain, who led the team, suddenly turned around and looked at him with a ghost-like look. Shan Yuan Hang, put away your little thoughts. This is a mission. The old captain roared. Koizhou suddenly sent a map to the official investigation bureau of Banbingju, and the local organization has sent the investigation team near the node to investigate as quickly as possible. In the process of investigation, it is inevitable that there will be some positions with uneven levels. The old captain suppressed his anger in his heart. This middle-aged man was not a member of his investigation team, but someone who came to help halfway. However, now that he saw it, his level was really limited. If his mentality was not right, he would never become a great man. Inside the small building, the first floor was empty, and every door was locked. Fortunately, there was plenty of sunlight in the corridor, and there was no cold atmosphere. But the landlord was nowhere to be found, and he could not be contacted by phone. When he called his family, they knew nothing and thought he was living in that small building. Knock on the door. The old captain moved his chin and pointed to the door of the first resident. The middle-aged man surnamed Sean did not dare to say anything, walked to the door with his head down, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Open the door, check the water meter." Dong dong dong. He knocked several times, but there was no sound from the wooden door. Seeing this, another middle-aged man looked at the old captain, and when he saw the old captain nod, he bent down and pressed his sneakers, and then kicked with a flying kick, which blew out an invisible shock wave. Boom. The wooden door blasted open, revealing the scene inside. It was empty inside, with only some furniture left, and no one. The old captain wiped the table and bed with his hands, and felt a thick layer of dust. No one lives in this room, and it has been vacant for a while. Let's go and check the second room. The old captain suddenly felt something was wrong. The whole building is a hot commodity in the rental market, and people often rent rooms, but after opening the door today, the first room has been vacant for a long time. In addition, the landlord cannot be contacted, and this place is one of the fulcrums of the sacrificial ceremony map. The old captain's heart is already pounding, and he feels uneasy. There is definitely something wrong with this building. We must be careful, the old captain said. Not really, it's only the first room. The middle-aged man in charge of knocking on the door was stunned for a moment, not quite believing that this was true. The old captain glanced at him, and knew that the other party was afraid of trouble, but he still had to say it. When a disaster occurs, it is not subject to human will. Try to imagine the worst situation. I will report it to the general administration first, so that no one will bring news after we are wiped out. Sean Yuanhong's face turned pale, and he was scared by what the old captain said. I thought I could get some contribution points, he said halfway, and his voice became quieter because the old captain was writing a report. After finishing the first round of reports, the three continued to knock on the second door. No one opened the door in the second room either. After calling for 10 seconds, no one answered. The man in sneakers kicked the wooden door again. There was also an empty room inside, and a layer of dust accumulated on the floor. Now the old captain and the two middle-aged men were no longer calm. The first time could be called a coincidence, but what about the second time? The warning said by Jinlism might be true. The old captain looked at every room on the first floor. Their doors were closed, and no one came out to look no matter how loudly he shouted. Have all the tenants gone out to work, or have they all quit the lease? Where is the landlord fooling around? Quit first, and wait for the main force to come before investigating. The old captain suddenly became timid. For no other reason, he simply felt something was wrong, and he chose to believe the warning from Jinli Island. This is the node. Only when they are alive can they investigate. The three people follow their inner choice, and did not break the third door to investigate, and went out of the door, shouting outside, "Is there anyone living in the house inside? Please reply if you receive it." No one answered after shouting for a minute. The small building was still bathed in the sun, holy and bright, without any dark style. The old captain commanded, "You two, go to the neighbors nearby and ask them if they know the situation of this building?" Yes. The two ran away. At first they felt that this building could not be a gathering place for evil spirits, but after opening 2 doors, and no one lived there, and the landlord could not be contacted, the two suddenly changed their minds, thinking that this small building was full of weirdness, and they wished they could grow 10 legs and run away. The old captain shook his head. These people are really unreliable. This is the social atmosphere in half-ice continent. If you want the investigators to sacrifice their lives for others, you should just go to bed and stop daydreaming. Only a small number of people really want to do things. The old captain has lived a lifetime, and has long seen through the world. Most of the investigators in half-ice continent admire power. They join the investigation bureau not to make half-ice continent better, but to master supernatural powers. Imagine that in ordinary life, suddenly you have mastered supernatural powers, and ordinary people can't do anything about them. That taste, that status, how cool. The investigators of the Half-Ice Continent Investigation Bureau are like this. They come for power. People without power will take risks to gain power. Some people are very cowardly. The benefits are too small, and the risks are too great. They just put a few words on their faces. Goodbye, goodbye, we will be teammates next time we investigate. The old captain sighed, but did not stop to rest. Instead, he used his mobile phone to check the tenant records of this room, and then copied the tenants' phone numbers and called them one by one. Beep beep. Hello, have you lived in the first to second floor of Xuanhe Road East? Oh, you have already quit the lease. When did you quit the lease? Did you encounter any trouble? I forgot to introduce myself. I am an investigator from the Investigation Bureau, the old captain said slowly. In the past, he used the identity of a police officer directly. Now that Jinlizu has announced those special items, the Investigation Bureau here has also begun to appear in public, and there is no need to borrow the identity of a police officer to do things. Chapter 446. The support staff from the Bureau came quickly. There were more than 30 people. It seemed that the Bureau took the sacrifice ceremony crisis very seriously. The old captain looked at it. He was still the most senior person in the field. He took the lead without hesitation. I have contacted most of the tenants in this house. Most of them are people who have quit their leases. The remaining tenants have not been called yet. You should call them first to confirm whether they are dead or alive. Captain, don't we go in to check? There is something wrong with this house. We will not go in for the time being. Send a drone to break the door and check. We don't want to go in. The old captain was very stable, so stable that he would not let anyone take risks. For any military operation involving human lives, drones should be used if drone detective technology can be used. There is no need to let the investigators suffer, unless the area is a place where drones cannot go. After a while, the technician sent a professional drone into the house. The drone broke the door very quickly. The Investigation Bureau was rich and powerful, and sent dozens of drones into the house. Every door on each floor must be checked. As the number of inspections increased, the images sent back by the drone made the investigators more and more silent. No one, still no one. Every room was empty, and the house was covered with thick dust, as if the tenants had rented it for a long time. The landlord could not be contacted, and this kind of thing happened in the house again. The strange smell became stronger and stronger, and no one doubted the warning of Jinlizu anymore. When the door of the last room was broken open, it was still empty and dusty. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but also worried. The reason for the relief was that no dead person was found. In any country, the presence of dead people is not a big deal. On the other hand, they began to worry about what happened to this house. It was not occupied. It was obviously a popular house in the rental market. I found on the internet that someone rented a room on the first floor 2 months ago, but now I can't contact him. Report, the landlord is still unreachable. The blood test report of the drone is back. No blood residue was detected in any house. As the information came down, people became more and more panicked, and many investigators had the idea of stage fright. They were not investigators from Koi Island. They had different styles. There were always some people who didn't want to take risks. Captain, when are we going in? Someone worriedly said. No, we won't go in. The old captain shook his head. Ah, then how do we find the source? Someone was puzzled. The old captain used his mobile phone to draw out a document. This document was written in bold and bright words. How to destroy the global sacrifice ceremony and real case reference. The inscribed person was the Koi Island Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. It's enough to confirm that there is indeed a problem with this building. The reference opinion given by Jinlizu is physical blasting. We won't do those empty words, just blast it directly. The old captain talked about the key points without long nonsense. Explosion is a very easy way, but not many people usually use it because it will destroy the building and waste social resources. But sometimes it is necessary to destroy resources, and now it has reached the point where it has to be destroyed. The other investigators heard this, and suddenly realized. So blasting is enough. Then what's the point of calling us here? Are you stupid? What if the blast fails? Have you thought about the consequences? The old captain rolled his eyes at him. And what if an unknown monster is attracted after the blast? These are things we have to consider and deal with. Captain, I'm sorry, he's a newcomer and doesn't know much. An old man swung his palm and patted a young man on the head, pressing the young man's head down and making him kowtow in front of him. The old captain took a look and didn't care much. He quickly ordered the special forces to prepare for the blast, and at the same time asked the investigators to disperse and surround the apartment. If there was any abnormality, they would immediately deal with the aftermath. 10 minutes later, the blasting project entered the countdown. At the same time, special personnel from various national institutions on other continents also discovered the abnormality of the node and started the blasting project. However, the Shadow Stream people had already noticed the global trend. In order to stop the loss in time, they launched the sacrifice ceremony in advance. The small apartment should have exploded during the countdown, but something went wrong in the last 3 seconds of the countdown. A beam of red light suddenly burst out from the first floor. Then there were 2 beams of red light, 3 beams of red light, 4 beams of red light, dozens of beams of red light, Each beam of red light corresponds to a house. This is a tube-shaped building. There are more than 10 households in a row. Dozens of red lights shine on the outside world, which makes people feel panic. "Oh no, it's too late!" the old captain shouted. Because there was no feeling of loneliness before, everyone followed the normal blasting process and planned the blasting point of the house in a reasonable and scientific way to avoid damaging nearby houses after the blasting of the house. They racked their brains to blow it up within 10 minutes, but they were still too late. The Shadow Stream sacrifice ceremony was directly started. In the last 3 seconds, the bomb exploded with a bang, and the flame shot up into the sky. But the beams of red light, so red that it was creepy and terrifying, directly penetrated the billowing smoke stirred up by the explosion. The thick smoke was rising to the sky, and the shock waves swept outward. Everyone was standing in a good place far away, where the shock wave could not interfere. The house seems to be gone, but... The old captain watched the house being blown to pieces. The load-bearing columns were exploded, the house collapsed by itself, and the smoke and dust rolled up to the sky. The red light coming out of the house seemed to be stained with blood, passing through the thick smoke and illuminating the outside world, red like a charming blood shadow. Ha ha, the devil's laughter seemed to come from the smoke and dust of the explosion, which was very scary. The investigators in the distance heard it, and all of them shuddered, and their spiritual perception issued a strong warning to their bodies. And the red light in the smoke and dust began to converge and shoot straight into the sky. The old captain looked up at the sky, watching the blood-red light injected into the blue sky and white clouds, quickly dyeing the white clouds blood-red, and then scattered into several branches in the air and rushed into the distance. "It's over! It's over! It's over!" The old captain's pupils trembled, his diaphragm vibrated, and he covered his head with both hands, screaming. The teammates next to him also suddenly screamed, covering their heads, and kept repeating "It's over! It's over" in their mouths. Keeman looked up and saw a beam of red light shooting into the sky. "This is..." Keeman stared at the sky, watching the faint red light illuminate the sky, but the beam was not red enough to dye the clouds blood red. After the beam rose to the sky, it wanted to split into several beams, but for some reason, it could only split into 2 beams and shoot into the distance. "What's going on?" Deep Pink shouted. He vaguely guessed the result, but he couldn't help asking a nonsense question. Keeman looked at the sky. His face was not very good. The ceremony of the Shadow Stream has begun. Chapter 447. Thinking back to the faceless tentacle monster he saw in his dream, Keeman thought of many things. If the tentacle monster was not very powerful, it would most likely come to Blue Star through a sacrificial ritual. At least most of the nodes in Koi Island are gone now. Koi Island should be fine, but it is not clear about other continents. Some investigation bureaus react very slowly, and it is difficult to say how many nodes they have cleared. The Shadow Organization started the sacrificial ritual in advance, probably because they realized that too many nodes were damaged, and if they did not start it again, they would lose a lot. There is nothing wrong with starting the ritual in advance, but here comes the problem. Can an incomplete ritual summon what they want? This is almost impossible. How can an incomplete summoning array summon what they want? For such a huge plan, even a slight mistake will result in a huge error. They must have a backup plan. Keeman frowned and began to ponder. When it comes to summoning arrays, Keeman does not know more than others, but when it comes to the details of sacrifice, Keeman knows more than many unknown experts. Offering sacrifices to the gods is a very serious matter. Once a certain array point does not match, the error will increase infinitely. It is very likely that nothing can be summoned, and there is also a very small probability of summoning an unknown existence. Keeman and others did not leave the node far away. They walked for a few minutes, and ran back to see what was happening at the sacrifice ceremony. I saw a faint red light rising in the ruins. The ruins were the scene after the bomb explosion. The red light was not bright, and it was even a little dim. Keeman could use his own spirituality to sense that this red light was unstable because the scene had been destroyed and was not a complete ritual node. "What about other places?" Keeman asked. "I go ask." Deep Ping took out his mobile phone to make a call. Beep beep. The call didn't go through. The other party was on the phone. At this time, the nodes of the sacrificial ceremony in various parts of the world were activated, and a lot of people were calling. As the first person to warn Koi Island, for major official organizations hurriedly called to ask how to break the deadlock. The people in Koi Island didn't know either. Anyway, the bomb was over. They didn't bomb it, so what did it have to do with them? They had tried their best to inform the other party. In short, the phones of the parties involved in the whole situation were busy, and there were few idle people. Keeman took out his mobile phone, and the call didn't go through, so he checked the group. Keeman first looked at the group chat of Shadow Stream House. He intuitively thought that the Shadow Stream organization was so big, so they should say something in Shadow Stream House, otherwise it would be so tiring to chat privately one by one. Sure enough, after clicking on the chat, he saw that the group owner had posted a message 1 second ago. Group leader at all members, the sacrifice has begun, come out and pray. Then came a series of replies like a repeater, understood. Keeman looked at it sideways and sideways, frowned for 2 seconds, and suddenly remembered that his own believers also had to recite prayers when they sacrificed. No way, they still continued to pray even though hundreds of nodes were destroyed. Are they so confident? And aren't the people of Shadow Stream distributed all over the world? With such a long distance, can prayer really work? Except for the full-level believers, the weak believers of Keeman all sacrificed in groups, and would not go so far. But Keeman thought about it, the sacrifice ceremony held by Shadow Stream covered such a large area, and people all over the world were in the formation, so the distance didn't matter. Captain Ke, I have a blackout cloth here, I want to try it to see if it can block the beam. Deep Ping stopped calling at this time. He had seen the notice from his superiors through the network group. Deep Ping took out a black blackout cloth, which had a strong blackout effect, but it was only 1 meter in size, and was not very useful. Now looking at the thickness of the beam, this blackout cloth is just the right size, but I don't know if it can be used. I let my pet block it, so don't take any risks. Kumeng patted the scarf on the spot, and took Tang Yuan out. Kumeng gave 2 simple instructions, and Tang Yuan understood in seconds. He took the black blackout cloth with dog hair, and rushed to the ruins with a rolling body. Kumeng looked down at his phone, and switched to the internal group chat of the Investigation Bureau. Someone in it sent more than a dozen pictures of what was happening in other countries. In the picture, in a thick explosion smoke, a super thick red beam shot towards the sky, and even the clouds were dyed red as blood. The beam split into several beams in the clouds and shot into the distance. In some pictures, the red beam split into dozens of beams and scattered everywhere. Keeman was surprised. The beams of light in other people's pictures were thick and bright, like flowing blood columns, while the red beam of light on Keeman's side was very dim, with a feeling of lack of connection. The red light is blocked, Deep Ping shouted. At this time, Keeman looked up and saw that the red light was blocked by a black blackout cloth, and no light could penetrate the black cloth. Tang Yuan pressed the black cloth to the ground, and now the red light was buried under the ruins. The sky also returned to normal in an instant, and no red light swept away. However, this did not solve the problem. The group was constantly shaken, and many people posted more news, which were on-site pictures sent by investigation bureaus across the country, and wanted to ask Jinlizu for advice. Keeman immediately took a picture on the spot and attached the text. Special item blackout cloth can block the red light. If you have similar blackout items, you can try it, or use other special items to block the red light mouth. Understood. Received. The investigators in the bureau thanked him one after another, and then hurried to handle the affairs. But within a minute, another person replied, overseas, there is not only red light, but also strong mental pollution at the location of the sacrifice node. All investigators are in a state of half madness and half demons, and it is difficult to approach the node. Kumeng was stunned for a moment. This was something he had not thought of. Speaking of which, when his own believers sacrificed, the pressure at the sacrifice site was also incredibly high, and the believer's mental state was extremely unstable. Even his own believers could not stand the atmosphere during the sacrifice, and the mental pollution suffered by non-believers would be even more serious. Kumeng walked back and forth at the scene, and could not think of a good way for a while, so he could only type and ask, what about the nodes in our bureau, are you all okay? Reply to Team Ku, we are fine, there is no mental pollution. I don't feel how terrible it is, maybe it was weakened by us in advance. Reply to Team Ku, the same, I don't feel terrible. The colleagues in the bureau all replied that it was okay, and Kumeng breathed a sigh of relief. Jinli Island discovered it early, and dealt with it quickly. Fortunately, those nodes were cleared in advance, so the sacrificial ceremony was no longer complete. The news was received several hours later by the foreign side. In addition to the international suspicion chain, it takes time from receiving the news to truly believing that the situation is not good, so the foreign side is facing a situation of serious trouble. For this kind of thing, we can only bite the bullet and let the people abroad try their best to block the nodes. Kumeng had no other choice but to reply like this. Chapter 448. What? We can only go ahead with our heads held high? They are talking without any pain. Can we just go ahead with our heads held high? Look how horrible it is over there. Half ice continent. The investigator near the scene looked at the reply on his phone, and his eyebrows jumped. Looking up at the sky again, the blood-red light was so piercing that his body could not help but tremble, and he dared not approach. He seemed to hear many people shouting, but there was no one shouting in his ears. You can hear it from such a distance, and if you are close to the center, you will not know how you died. Ah! A crazy old investigator ran out of the disaster area with bloodshot eyes, covering his head with his hands and muttering strange sounds. Knock him out. A black shadow passed by and knocked the old captain to the ground. After the old captain was knocked unconscious, his eyes lost focus, and he closed his eyes naturally, and his body fell to the ground limply. He finally stopped reciting those maddening and meaningless words. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then more victims rushed out, covering their heads and screaming. Knock them out, knock them all out, someone ordered. The black shadow passed by at high speed, knocked out all the victims who ran out, and transferred them to a fixed place for centralized isolation. What should we do? Do we really have to send someone in to die? Everyone was hesitant, but the temporary commander hardened his heart and shouted, "We must send someone in." As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many investigators showed embarrassed expressions. If they were asked to die, they would definitely be very unwilling. I know that if you go in, you may go crazy, but think about it. If you don't block the beam, the people of the whole city may suffer. Please! After the temporary commander finished speaking, he immediately used his power and temporarily pointed to a person. You, go in and block the beam. The person named looked like he was about to cry. He was not very strong in the bureau, and many people bullied him. Now that the commander spoke, he was anxious and looked at everyone. Everyone looked away, not daring to look at him or speak for him. There were even a few people who advised, "Agree. For the country and the people, please. We will take good care of your family." The investigators of the half-ice continent said one thing after another, and directly implemented the matter. Don't worry, I will give you a bunch of items to increase mental resistance, and you will definitely come back alive. The commander patted the unlucky guy on the shoulder and whispered, "Think about your family. Do you want them to be eroded by the shadow organization?" The unlucky guy's family also lives in this city. Now the red light is shining on the sky, and the whole city is stained with a light red luster. Normal people feel their hearts beating, not to mention the sensitive investigators. This is a bloody disaster, absolutely no mistake. The commander thought about it secretly, and guessed where the knowledge of sacrifice of the shadow organization came from. Either it was the whispers in the void, or some special items were attached with a secret connection, so that they could learn the bloody knowledge of human-oriented sacrifice. Now that the disaster is imminent, they must not run away. Running away will only cause the city to fall. Unless their investigators want to embrace the darkness, they have to resist. According to the reply of Koi Island, they will personally walk into the red light area with human lives and use special items to block the light source. The people of Koi Island also attached a video of blocking the light source, and it seems that the light source can indeed be blocked. However, the commander feels that the light source on the Koi Island side seems to be much dimmer, completely unlike this side, where the red light illuminates half of the sky. After a while, everyone gathered the mental resistance items in their hands, and collected 30 items related to mental resistance. The unlucky guy put on these items, and there was no place to escape for a while. In addition, he had relatives, so he had no reason to escape, so he could only bite the bullet. However, his face turned pale. Not to mention that every item on his body had side effects. At least 10 items had side effects. Some side effects occurred immediately, and he felt his stomach churning and wanted to vomit. Hold it. Use this thing to block the light source. Go and come back quickly. The commander patted his back and gave him a blessing to temporarily strengthen his body. The unlucky guy only felt the energy in his body surging up, and suddenly he had strength, and his stomach was no longer uncomfortable. The side effects were temporarily suppressed, and the unlucky guy took a deep breath and rushed directly to the red light area. Everyone looked at his courageous figure and silently blessed him, hoping that he could reach the red light area. However, a minute later, the red light column did not disappear. Everyone waited for a while, and the more they waited, the more annoyed they became. They looked at the red clouds in the sky, and suddenly raindrops fell on everyone's faces. The commander touched his cheek and felt a red raindrop. It was the color of blood, but the rain seemed to have life and blended into the skin. The blood rain fell quickly, and everyone was soon drenched in the face. The commander reacted quickly and immediately took out isolation items to isolate the raindrops. Not everyone had isolation items, and they were drenched by the red drizzle, and the rain naturally blended into their skin. It didn't hurt or itch, and there was no irritability in my heart. This made the investigators feel terrified and always felt very strange. People quickly hid in the house, watching the raindrops dripping onto the buildings, the asphalt ground, and the lampposts, all melting away. They did not evaporate out of thin air. Everyone stared with wide eyes, and carefully observed the scene after the raindrops fell to the ground. Every drop of rainwater was integrated into the soil, as if injecting some nutrients to breed something strange. This strange feeling was very weak at first, but as the drizzle fell longer and longer, the strange feeling grew slowly like a seed sprouting, and became more and more scared. "Commander, we have to stop it from raining. We can't let it rain again," someone shouted at the top of his throat, realizing that there was an unknown danger in the rain. "Damn it, who of you still has mental resistance items? Get together, don't hide anymore, you must seal the light source in one breath." The commander also felt very bad. Now was no longer the time to hide private things, and he took out all his family assets. Other investigators did not dare to hide their possessions. They took out life-saving resistance items and put them on the ground. The commander ordered another unlucky person to block the light source. It was necessary to block it. The red raindrops on people's faces did not hurt, but the process of moistening things silently was terrifyingly peaceful, and nothing happened. This made people feel the calm before the storm. If they did not take action now, it would be too late when something happened. After a while, people gathered hundreds of mental resistance items. These were people's private collections. Unlike Koi Island, the investigators here in Half Ice Island had the power to hide items privately, and did not accept public calls. They would only be requisitioned forcibly in an emergency. Just like now, everyone had to pay out their family's assets to guarantee people to rush into the red light area, otherwise there would be no chance to use them. Chapter 449. 5 minutes after the sacrifice ceremony, it rained almost everywhere in the world. The only exception was Koi Island. Since investigators from all over the world were watching the sacrifice nodes 24 hours a day, as soon as the red light came out, everyone followed Kuming's advice, and immediately used special items to block the light source. The results showed that as long as the special items were large and more than 10 centimeters thick, they could block the light source. After blocking the light source, there were almost no places in Koi Island where red rain fell, and the places where it rained were all outside the continent. Some victims were people without household registration, and the internet beast could not find their current residence at all, so there were only 18 places in Koi Island where strong red light broke out. The authorities immediately sent people to seal the places where the red light broke out. Unfortunately, the mental pollution in the place where the red light broke out was too serious, and many investigators went crazy. The investigators forcibly used their lives and burning will to block the light source. Everyone in the whole organization breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the working style of Koi Island is different from that of foreign countries. The investigators dared to protect the masses with their lives and sealed the torn mouth. Whale City. Keeman has nothing to do now, so he can only use his mobile phone to check the group and pay attention to the latest news in the group. Koi Island is fine, but foreign countries have been in chaos. Group members keep forwarding foreign news, all of which are first-hand information. In this era of global networking, in the face of a major disaster, in order to survive the disaster, the investigation bureaus of various countries have sent news to Koi Island, hoping to get help from Koi Island. Now Koi Island has the fastest response, and there is no red rain at the scene, proving that they are really capable of overcoming difficulties. The situation is not good. It's raining abroad, red drizzle. A colleague forwarded a fresh short video. In the video, the red raindrops melted and disappeared as soon as they fell to the ground. Kuming also stared at the video and watched it hard. It didn't rain here, so he couldn't make an accurate judgment. After all, the video was too far away, and the lack of details was too serious. There were more and more forwarded messages in the internal group, and some people even began to forward videos from ordinary people in the circle of friends in Half Ice. The situation is getting more and more serious. Someone typed. They didn't have much sense of crisis locally, but the world was suffering from disasters, and they would be affected sooner or later, so now was not the time to gloat over the disaster, and they must prevent the situation from further escalating. In Half Ice, some ordinary people have forwarded the short video they shot to their circle of friends. People in the circle of friends spread it crazily, and it has now been passed to the internal group. The video quality of ordinary people's videos is not very good, but their focus is different from that of insiders, focusing on the red clouds in the sky. Keeman was looking at the red rain cloud when he felt something strange. It was the cloud's problem. The red cloud is the source of the rain. Let them find a way to eliminate it. Keeman typed. Got it. Tell them right away. The source must be the light source. But the cloud has mutated after being illuminated and has the function of raining. Keeman immediately looked up at the sky. Fortunately, there were no red clouds in the sky. Keeman waited there for a while, feeling upset. In the face of such a global event, personal power is so small. If you want to solve this problem, you must find the source and destroy the shadow spear directly. Keeman looked at his hand. The stinging sensation was gone, but how could he catch the spear? The spear was so strong that it was difficult for the shadow hand to catch it. Ding dong. The group chat was updated again. Keeman opened his phone and saw the latest satellite cloud map. Satellite cloud maps require special processing by computers. After all, the image data is very large, and converting them into pictures also requires huge resources for calculation. Keeman clicked on the picture and saw that there were thousands of red thin lines connecting the continents on the entire spliced blue star map, and red clouds formed in each continent. Those red clouds were connected in pieces, covering the city. There was no need to think too much, it must be raining there. Even in places where there were no clouds before, a cloud was temporarily generated. Looking at the blue star covered by red clouds, only the ocean area and Koi Island were not covered by red light. What did they summon? Did the summoning ritual succeed? Keeman wanted to ask in the shadow house, but he was afraid that the group owner would disband the group immediately. After all, this spy channel was hard one, and he couldn't alert the enemy before the shadow high-level officials were caught. The group chat shadow house was quiet now. The shadow members were listening to the group owner's call and reciting prayers. Keeman thought about it and decided to go to bed. He reported to Deep Ping and immediately moved out of the isolation house and prepared to go to bed in the house. You want to go to bed at this critical moment? Deep Ping felt incredible. Now was an emergency. I will use dream synesthesia to find their source. If the source is found, we can have someone use an inflammable bomb to flatten it. Keeman shook his head, explained briefly, turned around, and went to sleep in the isolation house, letting Tang Yuan surely guard him. Deep Ping opened his mouth and objected to Kuming sleeping at such an important moment, but what the other party said made sense. If you want to solve this matter, you must nuke the source. Then I wait for your news outside. Deep Ping had no choice at this time. Dream synesthesia was too advanced. He tried to learn this technique, but couldn't find the trick. Not many people in the country knew this kind of advanced technology. Kuming hypnotized himself into a dream, and soon, he heard the gurgling sound of seawater. When he opened his eyes again, he had become the evil god boss, and his whole body was full of invincible power. Kuming immediately began to synesthesia the location of Shadow Spear. This sacrifice ceremony that affected the world must be stopped, and the other party must not be allowed to do whatever they want. A few minutes later, the picture of Blue Star flashed by, and Kuming once again pulled away the fog and glimpsed the dim wasteland, which was full of corpses. The shadows in the pile of bones were continuous, forming a turbid quagmire. Countless shadow tentacles stretched out long tentacles from the quagmire, and the ends of the tentacles turned into human faces, making strange roars and painful howls. The shadow spear was still inserted in the center of the bones. Keeman realized that the bones were not real bones, but illusory projections. The shadows were real shadows. The giant spear suppressed the injustice with its own strength, and at the same time it itself constantly attracted evil thoughts. After secretly peeping, Keeman saw countless red silk threads being pulled out of the quagmire, connecting to the infinite distance. These red threads should be the causal threads of fate, Keeman guessed in his heart. Who is there? Suddenly, someone's voice sounded in this space. Keeman raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the voice. A huge shadow appeared in the distance. It ran over from the horizon at a very fast speed. It is bloated and huge, without any human physical features, with multiple limbs stretched out in strange postures. It is impossible to accurately describe its species in words. Chapter 450. Under the dark blood-red sky, an endless gloomy wind blew across the plain. The shouts of countless people rose and fell like the tide, screaming wildly in this plain. This is a special place on the blue planet, isolated from the outside world, and even ultra-high precision satellites cannot take pictures here. Because in the eyes of satellites, everything here is normal, and there can't be piles of corpses. It wandered around the plain, shouting loudly and uttering meaningless prayers. It is the leader of the Shadow House, the real power owner of the Shadow House, and the first founder of the Shadow Organization. It has not been easy for it to grow up to this day, and all this has to start from the source, that is, when he has not become it. When he was very young, on the way home, he accidentally heard a whisper, and he searched around but couldn't find the source of the voice. The voice seemed to come from the darkness and had no roots. Driven by curiosity, he couldn't help passing by the dark and intertwined tree-lined path every day after school. The whispers in the dark are real. Although they don't talk every day, he has found the pattern. None of those voices can be understood by people, but he feels very interesting. This is an unprecedented foreign language. If he learns this language, he may be able to become a foreign translator. As time passed, he began to have auditory hallucinations a year later. Even if he didn't pass by that dark and intertwined tree-lined avenue, he would still hear those strange and inexplicable voices. As the auditory hallucinations became more and more serious, sometimes, when he was communicating with people, those voices suddenly came in, which gave him a splitting headache, and his mouth unconsciously made those strange sounds. His friend was frightened, and he caught the flash of disgust in his eyes. Then he began to distance himself from his friends and relatives, and when they saw him, their expressions became more and more strange, and the disgust in their eyes became more and more serious. Until one day, he suddenly understood the whispers in the shadows. The people around him changed their expressions to murderous demons, like evil ghosts who devoured people, spewing filthy and smelly words, and their eyes were bloodshot. He didn't like it, and didn't want to use the worst malice to guess the hearts of his friends and relatives. But he really couldn't stand the cannibalistic eyes of those people, and his daily life was like hell to him. In a conflict that was initiated by someone unknown, he broke out and killed those people who spit out fragrant and smelly people. The blood flowed like a river. He had forgotten how many people he killed at that time, at least more than 100, and everyone who knew him was dead. After coming to his senses, he was afraid of being caught by the police, so he began to learn the knowledge taught by the secret existence, and gradually transformed himself into a shadow creature, and changed his body in time before the police came to his door. He was very grateful to the unknown existence. Even if the other party did not tell him his name, he still respected him from the bottom of his heart and called him the Great Shadow Lord. Everyone who joined the organization must respect the Shadow Lord from the bottom of their hearts. Relying on this knowledge, secretly cultivating like-minded people, the Shadow Organization was established. Many years later, the members of the organization grew up, and there were shadows of the organization behind important people in various countries around the world. At the same time, because the organization developed into a world-class secret organization, secrets unknown to ordinary people were also discovered. It turned out that there was a very low probability of the birth of those special items and special places all over the world. The special secret group chat was discovered by the organization in this way. The group started with an ordinary group member. After being discovered by the organization, the group owner's account was immediately taken over. Later, the group chat was renamed Shadow Stream House. The Shadow Stream group owner listened to the crazy shouting in his ears. Those voices evoked his memories, and he couldn't extricate himself. It was also at this time that a strange sense of voyeurism came from the distant horizon. No, this is definitely not from the distant horizon. It is better to say that this sense of voyeurism has no specific direction at all. It seems to come from all directions, or it comes from the void? Who is there? The group owner stopped the prayer of the sacrifice ceremony and shouted loudly, a little nervous, even a little excited. It kept singing that existence and calling the other party just to meet. What is the true form of the secret existence that gave it a new life? At this moment, it was very excited, hesitant, and very nervous. If it were the previous him, he would definitely not be able to bear the voice of the secret existence, and would not even dare to look directly at it. But now it is no longer a human being. It has become a monster in the mouth of humans. It has completely fallen into madness, accepted madness, and regarded madness as a new existence in a normal state. Because it regards madness as normal, its mind is clearer than ever before, and it can master higher level power. Now it can bear the guidance of that existence. It ran all the way, and countless tentacles and bloated bodies did not affect its movements. According to human physics, it does not have the ability to move at supersonic speeds. So it denied human physics from the bottom of its heart. That is wrong knowledge. The world has no physics, and human physics is not needed to explain the secrets of the universe. In the eyes of physicists, it is absolutely a madman. It is very disdainful. When it was transferred to the body of a physicist before, many physicists criticized it as a madman. In almost a breath of time, it has run to the core area of the corpse plane, where there are piles of corpses, and a huge spear made of black clouds and smoke is inserted into the pile of corpses. It suppresses evil spirits and absorbs them at the same time. Countless red lines of fate connect to the distant. They will be implicated in the hatred and dissatisfaction of the world, and countless resentments will be gathered here. Is it you, great lord? Its eyes moved away from the shadow's spear and looked around, not sure about the lord's position. This strange sense of peeping seems to be outside the world. Could it be a peeping from the void? The Shadow Stream Group Master has all kinds of distracting thoughts in his mind, and the tentacles all over his body are flapping freely, making a strange sound. This is a strange rhythm. Normal people will think that their brains are cracked when they hear it, but it is not. This is the language of a higher race. Creatures that are not at that level will definitely fall into madness, or their brains will explode when they hear it. As long as it is that existence, it will definitely understand what it is saying. It slaps its strange tentacles against each other, and the cool wind automatically blows over the skull, swipes around inside the skull, and runs out, faintly blowing out strange sounds, which is equivalent to adding background music. It works very hard, slapping the pile of bones with various complex tentacles for 60 seconds, and the sounds it makes are also very complex. But the complexity is only relative to it. In the ears of the big guys, its language ability is probably similar to the crying of a baby, too simple. After a slap, the emotions in the heart are expressed, and then the body tentacles calm down, quietly waiting for the other party's response, and silently looking forward to it. Chapter 451. Game World, Deep Sea Raya. Keeman looked at the monster whose shape could not be accurately described in words, ran to the pile of bones, and looked around but could not find the source of the peeping, and actually danced on the spot, which made Keeman very confused and bewildered. Has this monster reached the stage of madness? Keeman thought of Luciding's own madness period. Although she had escaped from complete madness, she herself would fall into madness from time to time, and her mumbling voice made ordinary people feel headache. Creatures in the madness period are really scary, Keeman murmured. Keeman blinked in Raya, and wanted to close his eyes, and not look. It was very hot. Keeman dared to bet that any normal person would feel hot to see a monster with tentacles all over his body dancing in a pile of bones. Unless people with very special aesthetic sense would find it beautiful, Keeman felt very disgusted anyway. But Keeman couldn't help but watch it. This dance had a strange rhythm, conveying some kind of information. This information can be transmitted to the peepers, and Keeman easily understood the information contained in the eye-catching dance. Is this a language? Keeman suddenly understood. This is a strange language that can reduce the cost of understanding and quickly understand the other party's meaning. Before, Keeman had been using the emotion reading method, that is, to perceive the other party's emotions through intuition and analyze the other party's thoughts from the changes in emotions. The emotion reading method is not accurate, and occasionally misinterprets the other party's meaning, and the details are not rigorous enough. And this tentacle monster is very powerful. It does not use human language, but a language that even Keeman does not know what it is. It reduces the cost of understanding in disguise, and adds some details. After watching the whole set of dance, Keeman knew what the other party was thinking. Sure enough, he is summoning the Lord of Shadow, but I am not the Lord of Shadow. Keeman muttered in his heart. Just read this sentence in your heart, the other party can't hear it anyway. It's okay to recognize the wrong person. Keeman suddenly felt funny, the other party's IQ didn't seem to be as high as he imagined. Keeman thought about it, this person was already full of crazy smell all over his body, and his body was full of weird elements. It was impossible for him to be a human, so it was normal to be missing a muscle. Can't you sense the difference between me and the Lord of Shadow? Keeman guessed that the other party wanted to summon the big boss behind the scenes in the dark, that is, the monster that Keeman had been staring at. Unfortunately, the other party never slept, and Keeman didn't have a good opportunity to invade. Since you can't recognize it, I will continue to stare. Keeman wanted to deepen the degree of synesthesia, but unfortunately, he was hindered by Blue Star again, and couldn't go deeper into synesthesia. Keeman could only maintain the current level of synesthesia, looking around, and then seeing what other tricks this strange tentacle monster would do. The tentacle monster revealed its identity. It used the organization to hold a global sacrifice ceremony just to create an excellent environment for the other party to descend on Blue Star and take over Blue Star. Keeman looked around. Anyway, what he said in his heart could not be heard on Blue Star. He was multitasking, spying on the Shadow Stream group leader of Blue Star and the big boss behind the Shadow Stream. Unexpectedly, the big boss behind the scenes was motionless in the dark, with a clear consciousness, as if he was making some kind of preparation. Even in the face of Keeman's peeping, he was indifferent, still accumulating something, trying to break through something in one breath. Keeman watched for a while, and by reading the emotions, he vaguely understood what the boss behind the scenes was doing. It was waiting for the tentacle monster on Blue Star to summon it. But the sacrifice ceremony on Blue Star had been going on for more than 10 minutes, so why was there nothing happening on the boss behind the scenes? Would there be a delay in the summoning ceremony across time and space? Keeman, who was proficient in the details of the sacrifice, thought about it and said, no, there would definitely be no delay under normal circumstances. Is it because of the lack of the time and space stone? Keeman looked back at the Shadow Stream leader. It did not prepare the time and space stone powder. Whether this thing exists in reality or not, we will discuss it later. The current situation is that the other party did not prepare the time and space stone powder. Different gods may have different requirements for the sacrifice ceremony. The sacrifice ceremony mastered by Keeman requires an item with the power of time and space to open time and space, otherwise it is impossible to communicate materially. Without the ritual of the time and space stone, Keeman only knows how to communicate in thought. For example, the exchange between Keeman and Lu Sighting was about knowledge. He forcibly instilled knowledge of the water shuttle skill into each other. Knowledge transmission is very common. Investigators on Blue Star often hear the whispers of secret existences, and the whispers contain extraordinary knowledge that normal people find difficult to learn. The knowledge contained in those whispers is just trivial and common sense for high-level existences, but it is not a dream for mortals to understand a little bit of knowledge to achieve class crossing. Back to the topic, without the time-space stone, the material-level sacrifice ceremony can still be realized. For details, you can refer to the sacrifice of the Frog Society. The reason why the sacrifice ceremony of the Frog Society was successful was due to the power of the frog body statue. Without that statue, the short-distance material transmission within the Frog Society organization could not be successful. Keeman looked thoughtfully at the pile of projected bones, the Shadow Quagmire, the Shadow Giant Spear with extraordinary power, and the red line of fate involved in the giant spear. Maybe it is really possible to summon it successfully. Keeman sabotaged in reality, and at least 1/5 of the ritual nodes were missing. The Shadow Stream leader might have summoned something unknown, and the other party was not strong enough to destroy the blue planet, so it is very likely to come successfully. It's a headache. What the hell has come? Keeman carefully sensed the breath of the source of the sacrifice at this time. The breath at the scene was very mixed. The tentacle monster leader was the biggest one. The chaotic and crazy breath filled the entire space, forming a strong interference force field, interfering with Keeman's judgment. The second largest source of interference was the thousands of evil spirits suppressed by the Shadow Spear. The victims had been suppressed for a long time, and had completely transformed into evil spirits. Their endless evil thoughts and resentment made this place very chaotic. And the things that responded to the summon seemed to be very low-key things, and the breath was well hidden. Keeman used the evil god-level synesthesia to peek at the screen for a few minutes before vaguely finding a different and fresh breath. It was hidden too well. Its main body was not at the scene. There was only a faint breath at the original place. The breath was completely integrated with the despair at the scene, without distinction between you and me. Even as perceptive as the evil god, it was only after long-term observation that the despair here was extraordinary. The environment of the Blue Star had a slight rejection of this kind of despair. Great Lord, why don't you come? The leader of the tentacle monster group danced again, doubting that his sincerity was not sincere enough, and danced a few more rounds to express his loyalty. Kuming thought to himself, I don't need your loyalty, go and die quickly, but unfortunately the other party couldn't hear it. Chapter 452. Keeman wakes up. The first thing he did when he woke up was to take away the isolation house, and check the sky outside for signs. Because of the early explosion, the pollution here is not serious, and Keeman doesn't know what the environment is like abroad. Just looking at the pictures doesn't feel real enough. How is it, Keeman? Do you have any new ideas? Deep Ping asked. Keeman is the most useful here, and everyone is waiting for his instructions. Keeman's spiritual knowledge is ridiculously high. If Keeman can't sense the clues, there are not many people in the Bureau who are better than him. The sacrificial site is on a grassland, but it is a special site, and it is difficult for us to find it. Deep Ping was stunned for a moment. It's actually in a special site. Doesn't a special site have an isolation function? How did he do it? Although it is isolated, the sacrificial ceremony is different. The ceremony has time and space attributes. It is not difficult to connect two isolated areas. Keeman thought about it, and it was theoretically feasible. Deep Ping looked like he had learned something. I found that you understand it very well. After all, there will always be some vague knowledge poured into the dream synesthesia, so it's hard not to understand. Kuming smiled and perfectly explained why he understood it so well. Then you have to be careful. That knowledge is not so easy to digest. It's easy to get obsessed. Deep Ping's expression suddenly became serious and solemnly reminded. I know my limits. Kumeng nodded. After a while, the group updated the news. The red beams of the nodes of various countries disappeared, but the red clouds in the sky were still there. The military region with missiles directly sent missiles to the sky to bomb the rain clouds and force rain. Of course, before the rain, the air defense alarm in the city had notified the whole city and asked them to go into the house to avoid the rain. Force artificial rainfall, but how to solve it in other places? It's raining so hard. What if someone goes out to get caught in the rain? Deep Ping looked at the short videos from abroad and took a deep breath. In addition to blowing up the clouds, there are also investigators who take the initiative to fly into the sky and use items to absorb rain clouds into the seal. But not all investigators have items to subdue rain clouds, so most areas use missiles to blow up clouds. Deep Ping saw a lot of sunny videos, and people in the city ran out to celebrate happily. The sacrifice ceremony has stopped. We just need to deal with those clouds, right, Keeman? No, the sacrifice ceremony has been successful. It summoned something that I don't even know what it is to come to Blue Star. It's not time to let down our guard yet. Keeman shook his head. Deep Ping's eyes widened slightly, incredible, but after thinking about it, he felt it was reasonable. The sacrifice ceremony covering the whole world is so powerful that it would be too underestimated to say that it failed. Deep Ping could feel that the nodes, after the explosion, were still not completely destroyed. According to Keeman's theory, at most the power contained in the sacrifice ceremony was weakened, and the ceremony was not interrupted. In the following time, investigators from all over the world were on high alert, sounding the first-level wartime alarm, and all personnel were ready for battle. Luo Yuan came back from a nap. Before he went to bed, there was no global sacrifice event. After waking up, he found that the world had changed dramatically, and the Shadow Organization had completed a wave of sacrifices in advance. What's going on? I woke up, and it was so dreamy. Am I really awake? Luo Yuan came to Keeman, a little confused, thinking that he was not awake. Be serious, if you don't believe it, watch the group more. Keeman rolled his eyes. No, the video in the group may also be the content of a dream. Luo Yuan was still a little confused and kept making excuses. It's not that Luo Yuan didn't want to believe it, but this thing was really too magical. Before going to bed, the global sacrifice ceremony had not happened yet. After waking up, the sacrifice ceremony had been held, and he didn't see the red beam rising into the sky. Luo Yuan was entangled for a while, pinched his face, and reluctantly believed this outrageous fact. Shadow's stream successfully held the sacrifice ceremony, but the thing summoned was not a physical entity, but something that Lien Keeman couldn't estimate. The Bureau used countless resources for reconnaissance and sent people abroad to feel those red clouds. Lien Keeman was also moved. He wanted to feel the power of the red cloud up close and feel it with his body. The feeling through the picture was not real enough. After the preliminary judgment of the people in the Bureau, they thought there was no problem, but they must bring Shi Lao to prevent Keeman from being attacked by Shadow's stream. After Shi Lao also took a nap, the two set off immediately. Almost all foreign countries are covered by red clouds. Even in towns without nodes, the sky is dyed red due to the influence of the sacrificial ritual force field. Foreign military missiles are limited, and special items are also limited. It is impossible to clear all the clouds in a short time, so it is still in time for Keeman to rush over and feel the power of the red cloud. Sitting on the plane, Keeman looked out the window. The white sea of clouds stretched into a piece. This is a piece of pure land that has not been severely polluted. However, in the clouds farther away, red cloud waves appeared, and swallowed the surrounding white clouds at an extremely slow speed, slowly turning the white clouds into red clouds. Keeman frowned, and Shi Lao beside him also looked at the cloud skyline, and also found that the red clouds were swallowing the white clouds. We have to report this to the Bureau. There's news from the Bureau. The satellite has captured changes in the clouds. Keeman opened his phone, and saw that there was already an emergency message in the internal group. The cloud swallowing process is quite star-studded on the satellite cloud map. The top management is not stupid. They plan to clear the clouds near Koi Island. But can this method really work? Keeman remained skeptical. Koi Island is too big. Even if the Investigation Bureau has a lot of manpower, it is difficult to protect all the borders. The plane quickly flew above the red sea of clouds. Through the window of the plane, Keeman felt a strong breath of despair. What is this? Keeman only took a few glances, and caught the strange emotions in his heart. However, these emotions were quickly eliminated by the resistance force, leaving nothing behind. They were too weak. Don't look at the clouds. Keeman said loudly. The people in the plane immediately pulled down the partition to block the outside light. The passengers were all investigators. They accompanied Keeman to a foreign country to experience the red clouds. They obeyed orders and never hesitated. Lao also quickly retracted his gaze. He also felt the deep power of despair in the red cloud. Even if he only took a look, he couldn't help but feel desperate about the future. The things in the video are too different from reality. This sacrifice is the end of the world. Lao shook his head. This is a real disaster. Think about the area covered by the red rain cloud. Except for the sea and Koi Island, it covers almost all continents. Kuming sat in a comfortable seat and was not affected by the red cloud waves, but he felt bad because these clouds would sooner or later swallow up the sky above Koi Island. Chapter 453. The plane passed through the red cloud layer, and the red mist immediately surrounded the fuselage. All passengers dared not look out the window, and had already pulled up the sun visor. Only Kuming did not close the window, and even took the initiative to move to the window and watch carefully with his eyes. Lao was a little worried. He stared at the floor while patting Kuming's back. Be careful. Yeah. Kuming said so, but he did not stop observing. The red mist droplets had attached to the window mirror of the plane and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kuming saw clearly that the red mist droplets merged into the window mirror. These mists. Kuming paused and stretched out the tone. The people in the front and back seats listened and pricked up their ears to listen quietly. The things summoned by the other party have affected the global clouds. The water molecules in the clouds are toxic. It is not physical poisoning, but mental poisoning. Kuming's analysis was convincing. Lao also felt that it made sense, and his own spiritual perception did not feel any objection. The plane flew through the clouds and landed at an airport somewhere. The captain opened the cabin door, and the people inside did not go out according to Keeman's instructions. Only Keeman went out. It was drizzling outside the plane, and Keeman received the drizzle with his hands. As expected, he felt a similar emotion of despair in his heart, and felt despair about the future. But such thoughts were quickly eliminated by Keeman. The intensity was too low. Keeman was drenched for a few minutes, and personally evaluated the intensity of the drizzle red rain. It is harmful to ordinary people. Keeman murmured. This is nonsense. Any disaster is harmful to ordinary people. The difference from natural disasters is that the harmfulness of red rain is a spiritual operation, and its physical damage is almost non-existent. Combined with the tentacle monster sacrifice ceremony he saw in his dream, Kuming already had a vague concept in his mind. How is it? Have you got any inspiration? As soon as he returned to the inside of the plane, Lao couldn't wait to ask directly at the door of the cabin. Kuming repeated his feelings just now. Lao nodded, and immediately made a short voice report, which was sent to the network beast through the network, and then quickly transmitted to the Koi Island General Administration through the network of the beast. Does the red rain have an impact on buildings? Lao asked. Kuming was stunned for a moment. He didn't think about the buildings just now. Now looking back at the red drizzle above the airport, watching the red drizzle blend into the ground and into nature, Kuming's expression gradually became solemn. It also has an impact, Kuming said with a dark face. He had already thought of something bad. Lao's face turned black in an instant. Both of them were not stupid. Since the environment could be affected by the red rain, the entire blue star was no longer safe, and the environment in which people lived would be stained with despair. In the early stage, the degree of rainwater penetration was not deep enough, and people could not feel the difference. However, if the red rain lasts for a while, after 10 days or half a month, the environment will definitely change. We can't let it continue to fall. We have to solve it. Are there no wind-attributed items among the zero-level items in other continents? Kuming couldn't help asking. In the current global doomsday crisis, only the influence of zero-level items can radiate the world, and the influence of first-level items is not wide enough. The zero-level items of each continent are absolutely confidential items. How can they be made public? Lao shook his head, and said he didn't know. Only 2 or 3 zero-level items between continents are made public. The things that are made public are often extremely powerful military items that can affect the world in an instant, which is equivalent to nuclear deterrence. Let the other party know that I have the power to destroy you, so that no one dares to start a war easily. Keeman's brain was fully fired up, thinking quickly. What should we do now? Should we continue to explore? We have to solve the problem of red cloud erosion when we return home. Keeman shook his head and refused to explore. The investigators on the plane did not have the opportunity to get off the plane to feel the power of the red rain, but they were not disappointed. The red rain did not bring people hope, but despair. After the plane refueled, it took off again and flew back to Koi Island. Keeman sat on the plane and thought about how to break the deadlock. He turned on his mobile phone to connect to the Wi-Fi service provided by the plane and checked the latest military satellite cloud map. He found that the coverage of the red cloud wave had expanded a little bit to the sea area. A little bit of the satellite cloud map is a large distance in reality. Moreover, the red cloud wave will change its trajectory with the global wind flow. Some red cloud waves are accelerating into a curved sharp blade, cutting into the white cloud layer. Keeman watched for more than 10 minutes, watching the red cloud waves change with the wind, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. These clouds are controlled by the wind. Does our bureau have items that can control the wind? Kumeng asked. Typhoons, yes, but the range is not large, and it is impossible to affect the whole world. Shi Lao recalled for a minute before answering. If it was a super powerful item, Shi Lao would definitely be able to answer instantly, but it took a minute to think of an item, which proves that the scope of influence of this item is really not large. All items with super strong influence range are high-level items in the bureau, and everyone in the bureau is thinking of ways to deal with them. Typhoon items have also been discussed by people in the bureau and used as one of the border defense items, and are currently being put into use. A small item could not save the day, so Keeman started to think of some crooked ideas. The Horn of the Sea can control the sea. Can we use ocean currents to change the wind direction? Keeman opened the picture editing function and drew a dozen wind vane arrows on the map. The Horn of the Sea is very strong. Judging from the scale of the sea water controlled by the guy in the world behind the gate, when the overwhelming tsunami overturns the sea water, it is enough to affect the wind direction of an area. Maybe? Shi Lao looked at Deep Ping. Deep Ping had used the Horn of the Sea and had a deep understanding. The Horn of the Gate organization is indeed very strong. When I use the horn, it seems that the whole sea is my hands and feet. It should be able to blow up a global sea storm. Deep Ping nodded. Then take this as plan 1, and let's think about plan 2. Keeman decided on this plan, and began to prepare to think about plan 2. The Horn of the Sea has a disadvantage. The user is very likely to fall into a long-term sleep, and is not particularly stable. Keeman entered the official website of the Investigation Bureau, and searched for wind attribute entries, from high to low, and browsed through them all. Shi Lao also silently offered advice, and forwarded the current doomsday crisis intelligence to neighboring countries. This is a global crisis. We can't just let Koi continent worry. Other continents must also contribute. If they don't contribute, they will suffer. This thing can be used. Kumeng's eyes suddenly fixed on an object. What is it? Shi Lao also looked over and read, Wind and Fire Attribute Converter. The Wind and Fire Attribute Converter is something that Kumeng's followers sacrificed. Kumeng felt that it was of no use to him at the time, so he put it in the Investigation Bureau. It was rated as a third-level item by Director Lei, and its function is to convert fire attribute objects into wind attribute objects. How do you want to use it? The conditions for using this thing seem a bit harsh. Shi Lao was puzzled. Convert the properties of the volcano, and then use volcanic rocks to detonate the volcano, Kumeng said. Chapter 454. Combining multiple items can also produce a good combination effect. Keeman's suggestion was adopted by the Investigation Bureau, and the items were urgently mobilized to the small volcano where the volcanic rock was located. Keeman himself was on his way back to China, and saw the red cloud waves surging forward again. The breath of despair quietly attached to the plane, and the fuselage wall of the plane was gradually infected by the red mist. In the cabin, everyone suddenly felt a little different, and the atmosphere inside was a little depressing. Although everyone did not open the sun visor to look out the window, the changes in the plane had reached the point where the spirit could see, and the spirits of all investigators issued a slight warning to themselves. Someone took out a light-related item, and the bright light illuminated the cabin, holy as snow. The solemn atmosphere of despair was dispelled, and it seemed that it was not a particularly strong mental interference. One day, nothing happened, and the plane landed. The investigators waiting at the airport immediately used light items to illuminate the outer wall, inner layer, and inside and outside of the plane, just like disinfection. Keeman joined the disinfection team, with an angel energy ring on his head, and the holy light was brighter than the items in anyone's hand. Wherever the light passed, the surface of the plane wall sizzled and red smoke came out. The smoke was swept by the holy light in the air, evaporated quickly, and melted. People gathered together to discuss the danger of red fog, and believed that the air where the plane passed needed to be purified. Fortunately, the plane that Keeman was on did not land directly in the mainland of Koi Island, but landed on an airport island in the sea, very close to Koi Island, but across the sea in the middle. Captain Ku, please fly 1 kilometer, and then fly back to help us disinfect. The island owner asked. Looking at all the investigators on the island, only Keeman's angel attribute is the most convenient, and he can fly into the blue sky and purify a large area of air with his halo. Keeman took on this task without hesitation, and returned to the direction of the plane. He flew 1 kilometer to the holy light in the distance, and then flew back. After doing this, Keeman hurried back, worried about the active volcano, and what it would be like if it was transformed into wind attribute. Keeman has never tried to transform the volcano into wind attribute, but the people in the Bureau have tried it. I vaguely remember that the magma in the volcano disappeared, but the volcano did not erupt, and I couldn't feel the destruction of the strong wind. There are helicopters on the island, which directly take people back to the country. After flying to the urban area, the internal live broadcast room in the mobile phone was also opened, and investigators had brought items transformed by wind and fire attributes to the volcanic rock area. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, I saw magma gushing out from the small crater. The area had already been filled with smoke, and the sky was covered with a thick layer of volcanic ash clouds. The black and red magma flows out along the volcanic wall, flowing to the bottom of the volcano in a boiling state. The magma a little further away has been cooled by the air and no longer emits red light, but it is pushed forward by the new magma, which is very spectacular. Keeman looked at the screen in the live broadcast room and felt the danger of volcanic rocks. This thing really can't be placed randomly, it must be placed in the volcanic area. An investigator replaced the item with the item attribute, and a beam of white light shot into the crater. The use conditions of this item are relatively harsh, and the big-faced cat judged it like this at the time. Wind and fire attribute converter, the use conditions must be non-intelligent items, can be used for equipment or special terrain. Special terrain is mainly volcanoes, flame fountains, etc. Converting equipment attributes requires 10,000 mana points. Converting special terrain attributes will extract 10% of the original energy of the special terrain, and the conversion effect lasts for 48 hours. If it is extracted 10 times in a row, the special terrain will automatically collapse and disintegrate. Some powerful special terrains cannot be converted, and the converter has an upper limit. The above is the ability of the wind and fire attribute converter. Keeman himself has no mana, so he can't use it himself. Give it to the people in the Bureau. Keeman thought they had some guys with mana. However, the Bureau has drawn thousands of people to test, and they can't use the wind and fire attribute converter to convert equipment. Special terrain can indeed be used, but the effect is not very good. The magma inside the volcano disappeared, there was no wind, and the volcano was as quiet as dead. After a while, the real show began. The volcano that spewed magma suddenly changed its temperament and stopped spewing magma. Transparent wind and waves blew out from the crater, rolling up countless volcanic ash, forming an ash storm. The storm blew up to the sky after more than 10 seconds, strangling the thick clouds into pieces. The volcanic dust was turned by the eye of the volcano and rolled around, further strangling the surrounding clouds. In the live broadcast room, the microphone has already captured a lot of wind sounds. Looking up, a cloudless hole was blown out of thin air, and the surrounding gray clouds moved away as far as they could. Success? It turns out that volcanoes can really blow wind. Why haven't I seen its power so strong before? Now volcanic rocks are zero-level items. People watching the live broadcast don't know the function of volcanic rocks. They only know that a wind and fire attribute converter has played a role, activating an active volcano into an eye of the wind. In the past, after the wind and fire attribute transformed the volcano into a wind attribute volcano, the volcano became silent and motionless, almost making people think it failed. In fact, after the volcano was transformed, the entire attribute was different from before. The probability of volcanic eruption was as low as that of a dead volcano. If it weren't for the volcanic rocks that increased the eruption rate, this thing would really not be very useful. Whoosh! The strong wind rolled up the dust, getting bigger and bigger. The wind originally had no color, but the rapid flow of dust made everyone see the wind. Keeman didn't go to the scene, but he could feel how terrible the wind force of the volcanic I was just through the live broadcast room. At least it was a typhoon-level wind force. After a small volcano was transformed, the wind force was equivalent to that of a typhoon. After more than 30 seconds of changes, the wind stopped, and the wind force around the volcano became an extremely stable area, commonly known as the eye of the typhoon. The eye wall in the distance became the worst area of the cyclone, and the violent wind blew up the dust all over the sky. Considering that the red clouds from all directions are slowly swallowing up Koi Island, Using a giant volcano to transform into an eye of the wind should be able to stir up a global storm. The next step is the delicate work. The computer predicts the future wind flow direction based on the wind force of the volcanic eye of the wind and the global wind flow direction. How strong the wind is to blow away those red clouds is a complex calculation process. There is no doubt that we can use these two items to blow up a global typhoon, but the typhoon is a double-edged sword, and our interior will also be most violently eroded. Ulcher has white hair. Just as he solved one problem, a new problem emerged. Deep Ping is blowing a tsunami overseas, and the wind outside will also affect our interior. The calculation is very complicated. The network beast spoke again. It was calculating at full power, and encountered great resistance. This involves a lot of variables. Once there are more variables, there will be a lot of things that need to be confirmed. If the entire Koi Island is included as the center of the eye of the storm, Kumeng said, that's impossible. Such a storm can't form at all. Sure Lao shook his head, and suddenly felt that it was not impossible. Storms blessed by special power do have a chance to cover the entire continent, but once such a storm blows, the environment abroad will be even worse. Deep Ping suddenly interrupted. I can blow a storm on the sea, and the wind will blow in the opposite direction to offset it. The formation of wind is not complicated. Without human interference, once a global storm blows in Koi Island, foreign countries will definitely be affected. But there is a supernatural power blowing in the opposite direction of the eye wall, which is very likely to offset it. And because of the volcano, the center of the eye will not be disrupted even if it is affected by the strong winds outside. Chapter 455. The crater where the volcanic rock is located is a very small volcano, which was originally a dead volcano. In order to obtain a more accurate eye model, the volcanic rock was taken to a second volcano with a volume doubled. A few minutes later, the second volcano erupted, and then the properties were transformed, and the coverage of the storm expanded rapidly. Moreover, the speed and scale of the spread were different from those of a small volcano. The violent tornado rushed to the sky and directly controlled the upper wind. The storm was the most violent, and the lower wind was passively blown. Then the Investigation Bureau changed another volcano for the third round of testing to improve the mathematical model of volcanic volume and eye size. The superiors used a lot of computing resources to estimate the range of its eye. Converted to a supergiant volcano in China, the eye may really spread to the level of an entire continent. Deep Ping has already taken the sea horn to the seaside, ready to cooperate with domestic operations at any time. People quickly assessed the damage caused by the storm's startup phase. Many mountains and forests were baptized by strong winds, and the storm spread so quickly that the large wind wall passed by in the blink of an eye and moved far away, staying for no more than 5 seconds. If it were a giant volcano, the stay time would be even shorter. Such a strange mechanism made people pay attention, feeling that it was ridiculously strong, but they didn't think too much about it. Keeman knew that this attribute conversion item came from a high-level game area. The storm scenes in high-level areas were often overwhelming, so it was normal to have such an effect. A few minutes later, the Investigation Bureau issued a continent-wide mobilization plan to transfer people in the city to air raid shelters, that is, safe areas to prevent missile bombing. The air raid shelters in these cities were built before to prevent the emergence of a total war of supernatural power in the future. The damage to civilians by supernatural power was too strong, and even the residual power would affect ordinary families. Now these pre-built air raid shelter facilities are just in use at this moment. All cities and villages have sounded air raid sirens, and a large number of broadcasts. Everyone's mobile phone has received a text message from the Investigation Bureau, requiring all citizens to take shelter in the air raid shelter. The combined effect of volcanic stone and wind and fire attribute has reached the level of zero-level items. To the outside world, the Investigation Bureau will not emphasize what items are used, but only declare that the external spiritual pollution is coming, and the Investigation Bureau will use zero-level items to fight against it. Meow meow. The air raid sirens echoed over Whale City. The citizens were surprised that there was a text message issued by the Investigation Bureau through the communication company in their mobile phones. As of now, the sacrifice ceremony initiated by the Shadow Organization has caused adverse effects on the world. The sea of clouds of despair is radiating the world. Please go to the local air raid shelter coordinates in an orderly manner. The coordinates are as follows. All work units have suspended work. During the period of no work, the Investigation Bureau will provide food and accommodation for the whole country. The time is expected to be 2 days. The electronic billboards on the streets and alleys suddenly forcibly changed the advertisements and replaced them with the subtitles of Global Crisis. Even if people walking on the street are slow, they are frightened by the sudden change of the billboards on the street. The network beast has been lurking in the network of Koi Island. Once it starts to control the situation, all electronic products cannot escape its control, so the evacuation message covers the whole island within seconds. In the store, the cash register display suddenly stopped showing the price, and the subtitles of crisis popped up. In all companies, all computers that are turned on, no matter what work they are doing, the display screens are switched to the words of global crisis. From the internet to reality, the overwhelming evacuation news spread within seconds. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. The originally harmonious and orderly era has shown signs of a slight collapse as special items become more and more active. Now the shadow organization has struck hard, and the order of life has been disrupted. However, no matter how chaotic the order is, the Investigation Bureau will try its best to maintain people's daily lives, even if this road is difficult. Now it is an information age. Most people have mobile phones, and life is inseparable from information. No matter what the channel is, most people have received evacuation news. The Investigation Bureau requires people to go to the nearby air raid shelter area as soon as possible. There are thousands of entrances to the air raid shelter in Wales City alone. The entire city has been hollowed out and rebuilt. There is an air raid shelter near the place where I get off work. An office worker was surprised and went straight to the map coordinates without time to continue working. The map app updated the latest air raid shelter coordinates in all continents. After he walked to the point, he found that the road next to the highway was slowly sinking, revealing a large passage. That was definitely not a sewer passage, but a large staircase similar to a subway entrance, with bright lights underneath. The Investigation Bureau had special construction items, so it was not impossible to hollow out the city's underground and rebuild it. He was surprised and amazed at the heavy hand of the Investigation Bureau. Then, countless people also rushed over and walked in. The storm was not coming so soon, and everyone had at least 2 or 3 days to prepare. 2 or 3 days was enough time for people to spend manpower to notify the people to go underground to take shelter. In the Koi City area, the underground air raid shelters were also affected by the super earthquake, but fortunately the general administration was there, and they gathered people together and entered the Investigation Bureau's alternate dimension, which could accommodate many people. In short, the whole country was doing the evacuation work. No one knew how destructive the eye of the storm would be when it passed by at a high speed, and it was very likely that it would pass by in an instant. Although the huge storm caused great damage to the city, the desperate sea of clouds also had a huge impact, affecting the inner mental state. The Investigation Bureau chose to protect the people. As for the people in the deep mountains, the Investigation Bureau also used special items to quickly evacuate them. In this global crisis, there will always be some people who cannot be contacted. They don't use mobile phones and are not in line with modern society. The Investigation Bureau tried to send people to take charge of this matter, but the manpower was limited, and it was impossible to take care of everyone in every corner. Do your best, and the rest depends on the results. 2 days later, Keeman stood on the high building of the Investigation Bureau and looked at the empty Wales City. Everyone lived in the air raid shelter below. In 2 days, the Red Sea of clouds has surrounded all areas except Koi Island. All global multinational aviation activities have been suspended. No one dares to go abroad, and no one has the ability to fly to Koi Island to take refuge. The cities that once used missiles to blow up the clouds are now covered with red clouds again, and fine rain continues to fall. Keeman looked into the distance, which is the direction of the giant volcano. In an hour, the volcanic rocks will be transported to that volcano by professionals. The giant volcano will change its properties at that time and become a giant eye of the storm. Chapter 456. On a foreign social media platform. Netizens were arguing in the forum, not understanding why the sky has been red recently, and why there was a beam or multiple beams of red light piercing the sky 2 days ago. What on earth are our officials doing? Why haven't they come out to explain it yet? What are you explaining? Are you explaining to me that the end of the world is coming? All the planes are out of service. Damn it, I can't go back home. I want to go back home. Get down. Why don't you stay here and die with us? There's no hope in life anyway. +1, there's no hope in life anymore. It doesn't matter where you go. Same as the above, I also suddenly feel that there's no hope in life, and living is so painful. The red sky doesn't affect my life at all. I mainly feel that life is too tiring. Money is needed everywhere. If you don't work, you have no money. If you don't have money, you can't live. It's too difficult to live. Why don't we go together? +1. For some reason, in the foreign social media area, People were chatting and suddenly turned their cars to a desperate crossroads. Some people think it is wrong. People should not be pessimistic about life. But after the sky turned red, netizens supported the pessimistic view, thinking that life is too difficult and boring, so it is better to have fun. The atmosphere of despair has permeated society. Luo Yuan looked solemnly at the comments on the internet. He wanted to see if there were any new changes in the sky over there, but he didn't expect that 6 out of 10 posts outside the building promoted the theory that life is boring. Although life is difficult, it is not without beautiful things. Luo Yuan thinks that they are all abnormal and are affected by the despair of the red cloud wave. Fortunately, we have been prepared and have isolated the internet beast from the external network in advance. Now, except for our internal personnel of the Investigation Bureau, no one can browse the internet outside of Koi Island. The director woke up and returned. The power of the dream pillow had cleared most of the mental stress. Kumeng heard them talking and took out his mobile phone to look through foreign comments. Crocodile Island has been involuted for so long. Why do we still have to work? Why do we feel painful when we are alive? The meaning of life lies in happiness. I don't want to struggle anymore. There are many posts like this. The titles may not be the same, but the tone is pessimistic. Pessimism is very close to despair. The extreme of pessimism is despair. As mentioned earlier, the Red Sea of clouds contains despair. At first, it was just a little bit, but once the rain lasted for a long time, 10 days and a half months passed, and the pessimism accumulated and sooner or later transformed into despair. Now netizens are not desperate enough to commit suicide, but the signs of pessimism have grown and grown, and there is a vague unstoppable momentum. Deep Ping has started. The director said beside him. Whale City is a city near the sea. Standing in the distance and looking far away, you can see the sea and the sky. And at the sea and the sky, the sea is surging, raising huge waves, and the height of the waves is almost as high as the sky. Later, according to human testing, it was at least several thousand meters high. The raised sea began to rotate along the coastline, blowing a storm. In a place where Keeman could not see, the water of the entire sea was rotating, the scale was huge, and the scene was extremely exaggerated. According to the rating of the Bureau, the Horn of the Sea is already in the category of zero-level items. It is too terrible to control the ocean of the entire Blue Star. Moreover, there seem to be strange species in the deep sea of Blue Star, with the breath of mutant creatures, which Deep Ping told him afterwards. Whoosh whoosh. Keeman's coat was blown by the strong wind and rolled around. Now the volcano has not yet transformed, and this strong wind is completely the wind raised by the entire sea. The huge waves are surging, but not a drop of seawater invades the city. The person who controls the sea is Deep Ping. He has a human mind, and will not do things that flood human cities. If Deep Ping floods the city, then Deep Ping must have been influenced by a secret existence, and listened to the mumbling sounds of some unknown existence. Keeman suddenly remembered one thing. When he took a plane to experience the red fog abroad, he forgot to identify the red cloud waves. The big-faced cat may know the information about the red cloud waves, but it's a pity that Keeman forgot it. Keeman is not a person with a mind like a demon. He can't think of everything to the extreme for the time being. Forget it. After the storm stabilizes, use the teleportation stone to fly to other places to identify the red cloud sea. The storm driven by the high waves of the sea is the first lock. If the wind blown by Deep Ping cannot completely blow away the Red Sea of clouds, then the second defense layer will be activated in China, the continental storm. That is to transform the giant volcano into a giant eye of the storm with a time limit of 2 days. No one wants the giant eye of the storm to be activated. If Deep Ping's means at sea can block the clouds and waves abroad, then the people in China can breathe a sigh of relief and don't have to worry about the damage caused by the eye of the storm to the buildings. Whoosh, the wind is getting stronger and stronger, and countless winds are driven by the high waves and have a consistent direction. Satellites flying in outer space are always paying attention to the changes in the wind direction of the clouds. The Red Sea of clouds was already very close to Koi Island, but the movement of the waves in the sea blew up strong winds, blowing up the Red Sea of clouds. Deep Ping was very smart, and threw the final direction of the seawater to the periphery. Then the direction of the wind also rolled to the periphery. From the satellite's point of view, the clouds on the land were blown out. On the small volcano side, the person responsible for transmitting volcanic rocks also stared at the transmission screen of the satellite cloud map, and immediately transmitted it to the giant volcano area as long as there was something wrong. An hour later, the scheduled time had arrived, but the transmitter did not move. The situation is getting better. A strange phenomenon occurred in Koi Island. It was windy and rainy inside. Because there was too much wind, and the clouds were not special clouds, they were quickly blown away and melted away. On the outside of the land, the wind flow direction was blowing outward around Koi Island, and there was no wind blowing inward. So the cloud waves flew to the outside, and no red cloud waves cut into Koi Island. The second storm plan doesn't need to be used. Good news, the teleporter burst into tears. In fact, he is the one with the most pressure, because once the teleportation starts, the continent-level eye of the storm will blow the wind wall to the coastline of the continent in just a few minutes. Spanning thousands of miles in a few minutes, how fierce the storm must be, and how much damage to buildings and crops, it is immeasurable. In terms of protecting people or property, the Investigation Bureau chose to protect people. It would rather suffer serious losses than pollute the people's spirits. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. The teleporter wiped the sweat from his head. I don't know when, his hair was already wet, which shows how much pressure he has. On the other side, Keeman also started to set off, flying to the sea with a teleportation stone. He wanted to cut into the red sea of clouds at close range, and use the big-faced cat for evaluation. Chapter 457. In the silent black void, there was no sound, as if time had stopped. Keeman peeked into the void through the transparent bubble, and felt something surging in the void. His destination was to go above the sea to check the red cloud waves. Because the storm outside the land was too violent, helicopters could not fly into the storm. Similarly, passenger planes could not fly into it. Even fighter jets were very difficult, and had the risk of overturning at any time. Using a teleportation stone to cross into the storm zone was the safest and most time-saving method. Although this method was a bit extravagant to use. In the void, an illusory murmur suddenly sounded in my ears. It was far and near, and I didn't know where it came from. It sounded directly in Keeman's mind. Keeman looked around, there was no one, and it was impossible to see anyone. The void was too dark. Keeman took out the melon of the spectator. Eating melon can reduce one's sense of existence to the freezing point. The ability is similar to the zero sense of existence of the bandage man, but melon seeds have another function. They are not affected by the void, and are the best item to cross the void. However, melon seeds are disposable items. Once eaten, they are gone. Keeman's spirituality has not yet issued an extremely dangerous alarm. At present, it only produces a sense of danger. Keeman did not listen carefully to the murmurs in the void. As long as he does not think, analyze, or accept the guidance of unknown existence, he will most likely be able to protect himself with reason. This is the experience of the predecessors in fighting against unknown whispers. Now it is Keeman's turn to practice this theory. Keeman thought about it, and took out another item, the Manuscript of Reason. The Manuscript of Reason only has one sentence, but looking at that sentence, no matter how irritable your heart is, your mind will suddenly calm down. The voice from the void kept talking in Keeman's ear. The voice was not persistent, and it was intermittent. Suddenly, the transparent bubble burst. The light in the sky came into Keeman's sight, but the light was red. Looking up at the sky, the void had disappeared, and Keeman returned to reality. The violent wind and waves roared through the sea and sky, and the endless fragmented rainstorms were stained by the wind, forming continuous rainstorms, crackling like bullets. Keeman just exited the void, and his body began to fall with resistance. He immediately slapped out the angel wings from his scarf, and took the initiative to stop falling. A bright ring appeared on his head, and the holy light was like a sword, shining in all directions. Countless red raindrops fell on Keeman's head, and they all evaporated quickly into white gas, as if they were burned by a high-temperature fireball. Keeman took out the big-faced cat, held it in his hand, and stared at it with his eyes. By the way, if we bring out the big-faced cat in the void, what will it tell Keeman? And the unknown being who just stared at Keeman, will the big-faced cat reveal some surprising information? However, Keeman thought about it. Keeman can see the big-faced cat, and the unknown being in the void can also see the eyes of the big-faced cat, so the other party can also know the strange knowledge given by the big-faced cat, and in turn, it can be known that Keeman also knows what kind of ghost it is. This is the same as when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Not very safe. Keeman deduced in his mind, and felt that he should not be impulsive. If you want to take out the big-faced cat in the void, you must ensure that you have the wrist to deal with it. Oh, I have the melon of the spectator. Keeman suddenly had an idea. Maybe he could really use the big-faced cat identification on the void. At this time, the 15 seconds were up, and new strange knowledge was added to his mind. Fog of Despair. This is a conceptual item from outside the blue planet. It can become a breeding ground for evil gods, but it takes an extremely long time to breed. The fog has the ability to spread spontaneously, and it can form rain of despair by swallowing ordinary rain clouds. Anything that is wet by rain will be implanted with pessimistic concepts. Over time, pessimistic concepts will grow into a heart of despair. Sacrificing tens of billions of hearts of despair on the soil of despair can breed an embryo of an evil god. The fog is afraid of holy light and beautiful things, and has limited effect on those with mental resistance. After recalling the information given by the big-faced cat, Keeman understood everything. This is actually the fog that breeds the evil god. It's so scary. Kamong already knows how powerful the evil god is. He can just use himself as an example. He is simply omnipotent. Of course, this omnipotence is based on the ancient gods, not the real omnipotence. Hundreds of billions? There is no such a population on the blue planet. Keeman murmured. This fog of despair could not breed the evil god at all. Is this the reason why the mother planet agreed to let the fog of despair pass through the large filter membrane, believing that the fog of despair could not breed the evil god on the blue planet? No, it should be another reason. Keeman focused on the sentence people with high mental resistance have limited impact noted by the big-faced cat. This group of fog of despair is actually not strong. People with high mental resistance can be immune, just like Keeman. However, not all blue star people have thousands of points of resistance like Keeman, so this standard needs to be lowered. Keeman took off the energy ring on his head and stuffed it into his scarf. The holy light disappeared, and the red rain poured down on Keeman's face. Keeman personally used the resistance in his body to fight against despair, and quickly wiped out the resistance. It only takes about 200 or 300 points of mental resistance to resist despair. Keeman murmured. 200 or 300 points of mental resistance is considered having mental resistance in the eyes of the big-faced cat. And for ordinary people around the world, the threshold of 200 or 300 points is really outrageous. Keeman remembered the dark cooking videos he shot. Watching those disgusting videos can improve resistance and exercise one's rationality. So that's it. Keeman had a flash of inspiration. The mother planet should have considered it. Ordinary people are weak, but if they are trained after birth, they can still barely resist the disaster of despair. After all, watching videos to improve resistance is a good way. Keeman has been making videos of those special items, initially to improve his own resistance points. Since he found that others could improve themselves by watching those strange videos, Keeman once called on netizens to watch more, and the Bureau also took the lead in making mandatory tasks, and insiders must watch dark cooking videos every day. But the call was not strong, and it was very attractive to people in the circle. Ordinary people knew that it was a disgusting dark cooking video, and no one even had the desire to click it, let alone improve mental resistance. No, I have to let them watch it several times a day in the future. Well, similar videos should also be shot more. Keeman murmured. In the face of increasingly serious global disasters, if we don't promote the National Mental Resistance Improvement Campaign, the billions of people on Blue Star will sooner or later become the nourishment of the hotbed of evil gods. Chapter 458. The wind howled, and the waves surged. After Keeman knew the information about the fog of despair, there was no need for him to stay in the air. He took out the second teleportation stone from his storage scarf, crushed it, and his body automatically rolled into the void, wrapped in a transparent bubble. The sound of wind, rain, and waves all disappeared, and the world fell into silence again. Keeman stared at the black void, trying to find the feeling of the whispering sound. Keeman did not take out the big-faced cat in the void, instinctively not wanting the unknown existence to see the big-faced cat for 15 seconds. Keeman walked in the void for dozens of seconds, and the strange whispering sounded in his ears. Keeman held on to his heart, ignored distracting thoughts, and warned himself not to think too much. Distracting thoughts were cut and reborn, and wildfires could not be extinguished. The unknown existence chattered non-stop, as if it had become interested in Keeman, and the whispering sound suddenly increased by 10%. But for some reason, after more than 10 seconds, the mumbling sound disappeared again, as if Keeman had passed the area where it was. But Keeman still did not take out the big-faced cat to spy on the secret of the void, thinking that the other party had not left. After 100 seconds, there was still silence in the void, and the voice seemed to have subsided and no longer persisted. Keeman calculated the duration of the transparent bubble in his mind. He was very close to the end. If he didn't take out the big-faced cat, he would definitely not be able to get 15 seconds. Fine sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Should he take out the big-faced cat to spy on the secret of the void, or play it safe? Keeman's thoughts were extremely intense, as if two villains were fighting in his mind. One side was the radical, and the other side was the conservative. The radicals in his mind thought that there was no need to be afraid. With the large filter membrane of the blue star, The invincible evil creatures could not invade the blue star, and it would be over if they rushed, but the conservatives in his mind did not think so. When Keeman was extremely entangled, the transparent bubble burst after 15 seconds. Forget it, the person has come out, no need to think about it. Keeman immediately took out the big-faced cat from the storage scarf. After the transparent bubble was popped, white light poured into his eyes, and Keeman returned to the original world. Behind him was the land of Koi Island. Keeman took out the big-faced cat at this time, not for anything else, just to check whether the breath of the void would be left when crossing the void, so that the big-faced cat could get some information. 15 seconds later, the big-faced cat did not react. For the big-faced cat, the knowledge here is not worth mentioning, or Keeman's brain already knows what's going on, so it will not continue to instill the knowledge Keeman already has. Keeman put away the big-faced cat, and his heart was itchy like a cat, and he wanted to cross the void again and find an opportunity to peek into the secrets of the void. Keeman still has a teleportation stone in his hand. The teleportation stones of the Investigation Bureau are rare, but the number given to Keeman is more than anyone else. Now there are at least hundreds of teleportation stones in Keeman's storage scarf. Keeman thought about it and tried again. If the mumbling sound is heard again when crossing the void this time, it proves that the void is not quiet and there are some strange things staring at the void. Then Keeman needs to consider the consequences whether to take out the big-faced cat. What if something really intercepts from the void? Keeman doesn't know whether the void is protected by Blue Star, and he is quite uncertain. The Investigation Bureau doesn't know much about the void. It's all based on experience, and there is no systematic understanding. Keeman has the melon of a bystander. Even if someone intercepts him in the void and robs the big-faced cat, Keeman can protect himself, but he doesn't want to consume this life-saving item so quickly. It's not worth it at all. Whether to use the big-faced cat to spy, you must be cautious. Keeman crushed the third teleportation stone. This time, the destination of the teleportation went directly to the area where the volcanic stone was. As the owner of a zero-level item, Keeman wanted to take a look at the volcanic stone. Suddenly, Keeman escaped into the void again. Endless darkness wrapped his whole body. Living in the void, he could even hear his own heartbeat clearly. Keeman's heart was pounding, and his throat was rolling. A minute passed. There was no mumbling in his ears. This time it seemed that no unknown existence was staring at him. Keeman thought about it, and took out a special item from his scarf first. It was a large black cloth that blocked the light. This black cloth blocked the red light beam in the sacrifice node last time. When the sacrifice ceremony was over, Keeman took the black cloth back again. Keeman's heart was pounding. This time, he decided to peek into the secrets of the void. No one could stop him. The palm of the hand tapped the storage scarf, and one end of the scarf extended into the black cloth, which had been made into a bundle by Keeman. The big-faced cat instantly appeared in the black cloth bundle, and should not have been seen by others. Keeman put his head into the black cloth bundle. It was pitch black inside, and the big-faced cat's face could not be seen at all, but Keeman touched the cat with his hand and touched the cat's eyes. The big-faced cat would not cry out in pain, and would not close its eyelids even if its eyes were touched. There was no need to worry about the big-faced cat changing its mind at this point. In this way, Keeman peeked at the big-faced cat in the void in a strange posture. Keeman also considered that there was an obstruction that affected the judgment conditions of the big-faced cat, and adjusted the angle of the big-faced cat in the bundle city, allowing it to stretch out a big tail out of the bundle, and its head, but were still in the opaque bundle. 15 seconds later. Strange knowledge has increased. Keeman was slightly happy. There is indeed strange knowledge. Without saying anything, he put the big-faced cat back into the storage scarf, and then Keeman recalled the new knowledge given by the big-faced cat. Void. In the void space, there are occasionally void creatures wandering around, devouring passing travelers. There are also some powerful creatures in the void that are not produced by the void. They are the biggest variables in the void. These three simple sentences contain a lot of information. According to the big-faced cat, there are creatures produced by the void in the void. They specialize in devouring passers-by, just like Keeman, who takes a shortcut through the void to cross reality. The other type is a secret existence. It is not something produced by the void, so it is uncontrollable, and is called a variable by the big-faced cat. Then, the second piece of information surprised Keeman a little. Unknown existence. Unknown shape, unknown location, unknown ability, unknown interest. Keeman's back was covered with fine sweat. This piece of information proved that there was indeed an unknown existence in the void staring at Keeman, otherwise how could it be exposed by the big-faced cat? However, the big-faced cat's ability could not give the other parties information. Was the enemy's status too high? Keeman's spirituality did not sound alert, otherwise he would not have dared to use the big-faced cat to peek into the void. The next second, the bubble burst. Keeman returned to reality, stepped on the solid ground, and the sound returned, giving him an unreal feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, the strong wind blew his face, blowing his scarf, and the end of the scarf crackled continuously. The wind was too strong. The feeling of the void still remained on his body. The void was empty and dangerous. It was obviously very dangerous, but it made him feel inexplicably happy. Keeman pondered for a while. Is this the pleasure of surviving a disaster? Chapter 459. In reality, the sky is above my head, and the ground is under my feet. In front of me is a volcano with no flames and stirring up the clouds. In reality, any object is very three-dimensional and very close, but it gives Keeman a feeling of being cramped. Kamong suddenly remembered some knowledge of the evil god, which was the advanced knowledge of Cthulhu. However, after waking up from the dream, all the advanced knowledge was forgotten and could not be brought with him. The knowledge that suddenly came to mind now was the knowledge about the void. Cthulhu knew about the void, but after Keeman returned to reality, this knowledge disappeared. It was not until Keeman used the big-faced cat in the void that he remembered this knowledge of the void. Cthulhu's view of the void is similar to that of the big-faced cat. There are strange creatures rampant in the void, divided into natives and outsiders. Outsiders here refer to wanderers, who wander outside their hometown. These wanderers are the travelers mentioned by the big-faced cat, and there are weak and strong travelers among these travelers. The weak are so fragile that they will die with a glare, and the strong monsters are too strong and can fight with Cthulhu for hundreds of rounds. Cthulhu is not afraid of them. He can certainly kill them if he wants, but it is very troublesome to kill them. It requires many steps and time costs. It is better to let them go. However, Keeman suspects that this knowledge is false, and is the knowledge instilled into Cthulhu by the game world. Cthulhu is still trapped in Raya by the game world. The ancient god seals him, and he cannot move. Keeman thinks this is the setting of the game world. Of course, it is not ruled out that the game world breeds real ancient gods. After all, there is even the evil god Cthulhu. It is not difficult to breed an ancient god to seal Cthulhu. Captain C. In the distance, an investigator hurried over. The fluctuations of the void transmission are very strong. People with high spiritual knowledge will definitely sense that someone has crossed over, so they rush over to check as soon as possible. The visitor saw that the face looked familiar, and then he looked again, and realized that it was Keeman. Then he ran over, greeted Keeman, and saluted. Keeman saluted back, and then he straightened his mind. Let me take a look at the volcanic stone. It's here, it's not damaged. The staff pointed in a direction and took Keeman to get the stone. Keeman picked up the volcanic stone again, and the stone was still the same stone. There was no clue on the surface, but after it started the volcano continuously, and it was the eye of the storm volcano, the flow inside the volcanic stone had changed. It was no longer passionate, but felt like the wind, full of flow. Keeman checked it a few times and found no problem, so he put it on the ground and let it stay there. Keep alert, Di Ping may fall asleep at any time, be careful, Keeman warned. The user of the sea horn has a chance of falling asleep, and once he falls asleep, it will be a long-term sleep, and others cannot wake Di Ping up. After all, he has turned into sea water, which is very troublesome. Yes. The guard responded with full energy. Keeman called the nearby investigation bureau to dispatch a helicopter to pick him up, mainly because he didn't want to use the teleportation stone to travel through time. At least not in the near future. Keeman didn't know the tricks in the void before, but now he knows what the void is, and that there are monsters in the void that devour travelers. He feels unsafe and doesn't want to use it. If you can fly back, why take a shortcut through the void? That road is shorter, but the hidden price is unbearable. The military satellite camera captured the cloud changes of the global ocean currents and found that a large area of red clouds was centered on Koi Island. The military personnel of Crocodile Island turned black and cursed inwardly for being shameless. No matter how much you curse, the continents still have to clean up their mess. Why did the wind change direction? What's the reason? I don't know. They've already taken down the network wall, and we can't get in. The military personnel of Crocodile Island scratched their heads, and they were all confused. It was it that did it. Someone was hinting. Are you referring to the secret weapon of Koi Island? It's definitely it. No one can isolate all communication on the internet except it. The director of the Network Information Security Technology Department shook his head, his eyes showing despair. This is a basement. All the staff are soldiers. No one stays outside, so when the red rain fell outside, No one inside went out. With the sigh of the Director of Network Information Security, everyone was tense. Director, don't sigh, it makes us panic. The people in the department have been reading online information and screenshots of red rain from various places recently, and have analyzed the side effects of red rain, which makes people depressed and even suicidal. The people in the department are panicked and dare not go out. They are even afraid that people in the bureau will be infected. I'm fine, everyone stay calm. The minister turned his face back, indicating that he was fine. However, the whole sky of Crocodile Island was drizzling, and it had been raining for more than dozens of hours, and it was heading for 100 hours. Even in the security department in the basement, the working environment became dark unconsciously, and everyone felt a breath of air in their chest, very stuffy. The next day, a member of the network security department shouted, "Minister, something bad has happened. A poem has gone viral on the internet, and the person who wrote this poem has gone crazy." The minister had dark circles under his eyes. He had not slept all night. The atmosphere in the dormitory was too depressing last night, and he had to endure the whole night. Now that he hadn't slept for many hours, he heard the members yelling and shouting, and he was very annoyed. There were so many trivial things, and how could he finally get through it? Or, will such a rubbish really have an end? For the first time, the Minister of Network Information Security of Crocodile Island felt shaken and took out his mobile phone to check the latest news reports. The news reported that a group of crazy incidents occurred in a certain university. A professor of philosophy discussed the meaning of life with students. During the discussion, a poem full of despair was born. The professor combined the opinions of the actors and added the polishing of the philosophy professor, and the poem of despair debuted on the blackboard. As soon as it appeared, it took away the rationality of all the students in the church. The group went crazy and ran out of the classroom screaming. Why at this time, are there still classes? The minister had dark circles under his eyes, feeling incredible, and at the same time very irritated. Can there be fewer fools like this? They have to cause trouble at critical moments. I heard that staying at home is too boring, and it's not free. Recently, people have started to protest on the streets, and some people in the university have also launched a free walk, and these are the first batch of students who went to class today. The members of the department have a hard time. The system is like this, and freedom is more important than anything else. They will not feel happy if they don't go out and take a walk. At the same time, because the pessimistic atmosphere is becoming more and more oppressive, the people of Crocodile Island are in a rebound mentality and rush out of the house. Even if it rains lightly, they still want to breathe the air of freedom. Aren't they afraid of getting wet in the rain? The minister yelled. For some reason, he, who is well educated, couldn't control his anger. They clearly posted a notice to warn everyone not to go out in the rain, because the rain is poisonous. They have umbrellas. The members of the department said weakly. The rain is poisonous, but no one is poisoned to death. The people don't believe it. They just feel depressed and want to go out to relieve boredom. Chapter 460. The poem of despair spread very quickly, and the comment area of each poem of despair was full of pessimistic comments. The local department of Liz Ho kept receiving roars from the police station. There have been hundreds of calls in the past hour. Many people have gone crazy, and people asked the police to control those crazy people. The police pessimistically stated that according to this expansion trend, more than 10,000 crazy people will be produced in one day. The lunatic asylum is also crazy. They have limited space and can't accept so many crazy people. Please ask the police to control the crazy people. The authorities are all over the place, but they are just ordinary people. They can only hope that the local investigation bureau will solve the problem. The investigation bureau personnel in Liz Ho are busy dispersing the red clouds in the sky. The red clouds are dispersing and coming again, and dispersing and coming again, which is very annoying. They have not yet realized what kind of freak the poem of despair is, and only sent a few veteran investigators to solve the matter. However, when they thoroughly realized that something was wrong, the internet beast had gone crazy online, and kept banning the poem of despair. Prohibit the spread. According to their system, they generally won't block other people's freedom of speech unless there is a real disaster. This wave of blocking was not decided by the Network Security Department of Crocodile Island, but by the network beast of Koi Island, who couldn't wait. With the consent of the Koi Island Investigation Bureau, they ignored the Network Department of Crocodile Island and blocked the poem of despair across the border. What's going on? Is that thing in Koi Island blocking it? There is a department in the Investigation Bureau that is specifically used to keep a close eye on the dynamics of Koi Island. Recently, the network beast has set up a wall. People inside the wall can't get out, and people outside can't get in. No one knows whether the other side is good or bad. The red rain cloud stopped global shipping, and Koi Island was isolated from the world, becoming an unknown black box. I guess so. Is the poem of despair deadly? It is deadly. 30,000 people went crazy in a short period of time. We have no place to accommodate those crazy people. Ah! The director of Crocodile Island was stunned for a moment, as if he had heard something incredible. If I remember correctly, the poem of despair was written in the morning. Yes, in just a dozen hours, the spread of the poem of despair has caused 30,000 more crazy people among our people, and this is based on the prohibition of spreading. The person in charge of inquiring about the situation swallowed his saliva and said anxiously, "Waste." The director's eyes were full of fire. Hurry up and solve the poem of despair. Block the source. According to past experience, the poem of despair must have a prototype, and blocking the prototype can stop its power. We have broken the blackboard and put the fragments into the seal, but it is useless. The poem of despair is still highly contagious. Anyone who sees it will go crazy. The investigators did not dare to read the content of the poem of despair. They had roughly realized what kind of freak this poem was. It is a special concept object that can be spread through language. Seeing the poem will make people crazy. Reading the poem will also make people crazy. The listener will not go crazy immediately, but will still be unable to escape the fate of madness after a while. It is still the internet beast that realized the nature and horror of the poem of despair through local cameras and other objects, and blocked it on the internet in advance to slow down its spread. When the director heard this, he also had a moment of pessimism in his heart. It's over. This country is over. But a wisp of cold air suddenly came out of the corsage on his chest, and the director shuddered all over and woke up immediately. Don't be pessimistic, don't be desperate. The spreaders, insiders, lunatics, all arrested, detained, and isolated. The director gave a death order. Any military force and special forces are allowed to be mobilized. With this sentence, the special forces of Lizho finally went out, and cooperated with the military to catch all the lunatics in one fell swoop, not giving them the opportunity to parade on the streets to spread crazy ideas. As for those who took to the streets to protest, the investigators used disgusting items to disperse them, so that they were not in the mood to protest on the streets. As for how disgusting it is, you can refer to the Dark Cuisine video. Although it is not as disgusting as Dark Cuisine, it is already disgusting with a 20% or 30% effect, and no ordinary person can stand it. Guizhou, Whale City. Keeman sat in the investigation bureau, checking the information that the internet beast had collected there. Overseas, there are a lot of lunatics in the 4 continents. Keeman looked at a refraction chart, which is a lunatic growth chart. At first, there were not many, which was a normal level. But after the birth of the fog of despair, the number of lunatics in the world has reached dozens per day. This morning, after the birth of the poem of despair, there was an explosive increase, with 80,000 lunatics added worldwide in a single day. Yes, the poem of despair was not only born in Crocodile Island. Crocodile Island was just the first place where the poem of despair appeared. Then the poem of despair spread to the other 3 continents through the internet. Then the poem of despair began to spread wildly on the internet and offline. The police station's telephone department was bombarded with calls. There were really too many lunatics, and the customer service staff couldn't handle it. The internet beast rationally analyzed it, and thought it was abnormal, and immediately sent it back to China. It happened that Keeman was awake at that time and participated in the analysis work. He immediately determined that the poem of despair was a meme-spreading concept object and must be banned. The ban must be thorough, and the content must not be allowed to leak out. The S-level members listened, although they felt that Keeman was a bit radical, and were afraid of causing dissatisfaction abroad. This is equivalent to Koi Island completely tearing off its face with other countries. We will not only block you, but also control your online speech. This is an open online war, not a secret trick. However, the S-level members trust Keeman very much and did not object, so the internet beast began its cross-border ban journey. As long as the local department does not ban it, it will exceed its authority to ban related words and characters, and not a single word is allowed to be mentioned. No matter what language it is, mentioning part of the content will be banned. This kind of crazy poem, if it is widely spread, will only harm all mankind. There is really no need to let it go viral. I have read the poem of despair. It is a very crazy poem. I don't recommend you to read it. Of course, if you are someone who already has a certain mental resistance, you can try it and exercise your resistance. Keeman said. The term mental resistance is often used in games. Now that Keeman has brought this term to the table, it is to let everyone pay attention to the difference between rationality and mental resistance. In addition, I plan to force the dark cooking video to be promoted nationwide, requiring every family to read it every day, Keeman said. The dark cooking video will not make people crazy. It is the kind of extremely disgusting feeling that will only disgust you. Everyone was surprised and wanted to know what Keeman's purpose was. The influence of this video is too strong. Ordinary people can't stand it at all. What are you planning? It is urgent to improve the mental resistance of the whole people. The fog of despair is eroding the environment of Blue Star. Suffer now, and suffer less in the future. Chapter 461. As soon as the word fog of despair came out, everyone fell into a brief silence. Keeman ran to the sea to look at the clouds, just to use the big-faced cat to check the information of the red cloud body. The information brought back was also amazing and speechless. The function of the fog of despair is to breed an evil god embryo. Evil god? What kind of combat power will the evil god have? Someone muttered. He didn't expect everyone to answer, because no one had seen the evil god, and didn't know how strong the evil god was. Keeman himself knew that the evil god was perverted, but he couldn't answer. The fog of despair requires tens of billions of hearts of despair, and the blue planet doesn't have so many lives for it to breed. You only counted humans, but what about animals? Go abroad, catch a few crazy animals, dig out their hearts, and take a look at them in person to know. We are highly spiritual and can tell if there is a problem at a glance. The angry man said with fire on his head. Second plus one. Speaking of animals, Keeman extended his thoughts and said, some people have already gone crazy. If no one takes care of animals, they will only get crazier. We have to warn them to take care of animals. Agreed. Then the repeater repeated again. If the heart of an animal can also become the heart of despair, then we will be in big trouble. The Director General sat uncomfortably on the stool, twisting his butt again and again. There are tens of billions of them, and there are billions of humans alone. As for the number of animals with hearts, it seems that no one has counted them. And does the heart of despair mentioned by the big-faced cat really refer to the heart? Is it possible that even insects are included in the scope of the heart of despair? After a while, the meeting ended. Because the situation was urgent and involved the problem of the evil god, everyone took it very seriously. In less than 10 minutes, a plane took off from the airport, carrying highly resistant personnel. Originally, this work could be handed over to foreign undercover personnel, but because of the global flight ban, the plane would be in danger of being detected as long as it entered the other party's airspace. Satellites can be controlled, but they cannot control the weapons in other countries' bases. That is a separate weapon control network that is not connected to the public network. The plane took off, and the place it flew to was not the 4 continents, but those small islands in the sea. There was no military organization, and it was impossible to control the plane. The plane would not land on the island. The investigators on it would airdrop themselves, and then transmit back to the plane through a fixed teleportation stone point. Keeman did not participate in the operation. He was checking the special items in the bureau, with the people in the bureau, looking for beautiful things. The fog of despair is afraid of beautiful things, and it is also afraid of holy light. Things like holy light are very easy to find. It has light properties, and all luminous objects are recorded in the book. But beautiful things are not so easy to find. Keeman accompanied Director Lay to search one by one. On the Koi Island network, with the birth of the real wall, people can no longer browse news from other countries, and can only read news from their own country. They don't know how desperate life is abroad, and all of this is built on the raging waves. People have left the air raid shelter. After all, Deep Ping is still supporting the responsibilities of blowing the wind, and people can return to work. These days, the loss of stopping production is very large. If no one works, the whole country will face a shutdown crisis. At present, the companies that have business with foreign countries are the worst hit. The employees of such companies have stopped working, and the companies are also facing signs of bankruptcy. The Investigation Bureau sighed that in the face of global disasters, global business is no longer easy to do. Bankruptcy is almost an inevitable trend, unless Koi Island has mastered the ability to stabilize global security, but the reality is that it is not so safe. The crisis always exists, and it may become more and more dangerous. Either nationalize it, rectify the structure and adjust the direction, or directly close down. The relevant person in charge of the Investigation Bureau mentioned this matter implicitly in a press conference, hoping that companies with multinational business will consider the future crisis prospects. Even the top management is not optimistic about the future. What else can they do? Multinational business can no longer be done. Those who should close down will close down, and those who should transform will transform. The remaining people who are unwilling to let the results of their lifelong struggle come to nothing choose to be nationalized, and the future losses will be borne by the state. In the face of this global crisis, the economic form, work system, etc. are facing huge challenges. In the final analysis, it is still the core issue, whether the Investigation Bureau wants to protect the people or protect itself. Investigators have special items, which is enough for self-protection. This is also a common idea in other countries. They can protect themselves, but it is very difficult to protect others, so sometimes they will not help others. To protect the people, you have to take on greater social responsibilities, and the burden is very heavy. Once you embark on this road, you will carry ordinary people across the country on your shoulders and move forward together. This road is destined to be difficult. Ordinary people are too fragile, and they also need to grow up. Keeman's plan was soon implemented, allowing ordinary people to have stronger mental resistance, and the obligation to watch videos at least once a day was listed as a law. Not watching videos is illegal. This rule does not mean that you can only watch Keeman's videos. The Investigation Bureau will not let Keeman bear the pressure of public opinion alone. In fact, there are some disgusting special items in the Investigation Bureau. After shooting videos with them, they also have the effect of disgusting to the point of wanting to vomit. People don't have to specifically pick Keeman's dark cooking videos. The official account of the Investigation Bureau will be responsible for publishing such disgusting videos. However, in terms of the most disgusting videos, dark cooking is the best in the world, and no one thinks that there is anything in this world that surpasses dark cooking. The new rules, the daily video adopts a grading system, which is mild disgusting, moderate disgusting, severe disgusting, and extreme disgusting. Among them, primary and secondary school students mainly use mild disgusting and moderate disgusting videos, and adults start with severe disgusting. Patients with mental illness can be an exception. Although they are exceptions, when disaster strikes, these people may be the first to go crazy. Without exercise, mental resistance will not grow on its own. There are too few people who are born strong. Kumeng is a rare flower, and no one is as strong as him. Although the new regulations are only a draft, they were quickly passed to the grassroots because they were led by the superiors. Grassroots community staff visited every household and knocked on every door, making sure to see people. The new regulations for popular science videos in person require everyone to watch a video every day. Even children are no exception. If there are parents who are not afraid that their children will suddenly go crazy when facing natural disasters, then the community staff will be helpless. After all, the law is the law, and people can choose what they want to do. It is also their choice to want to commit suicide. Community staff took a deep breath. No matter how difficult it is, they must bite the bullet and promote popular science work. Chapter 462. Excuse me, are all your family members home? Ah, that's right. There are new rules for watching videos. We are afraid that people will not take it seriously, so we personally go to people's homes to popularize science. Yes, you must watch this video. It will help improve your mental resistance. This matter must have passed the strict test of the Investigation Bureau. In the future, look at the official video list, and don't watch those videos of unknown origin. Just watch the videos designated by the official. Here, the list is here. I print it for you. An unknown grassroots staff member spared no effort to popularize science at people's homes. When he met an elderly man wearing reading glasses, the popularizer changed his words. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to use the internet. Turn on the TV before 7 p.m. every day. We will play the minimum mental resistance video at that time. Just watch it on time. The whole country can receive it. Even if you suddenly forget to watch it one day, it doesn't matter. We still have more than 6 replays. The specific broadcast time is. The Investigation Bureau has done a very good job in this work. Considering that some elderly people don't know how to use the internet, they specially use the TV platform to force the whole country to broadcast it to provide people with mental resistance. In the next month, the neighborhood committees, companies, etc. will face assessment guidance. Anyone who doesn't know about this will be punished. They must spare no effort to promote the new regulations and popularize science. With a wide range and a deep impact, the mental resistance video has come into the eyes of the public. This was originally a very narrow audience topic, and there were not many people shooting it. After the tough implementation of the new regulations, it instantly became a super hot topic. Now that the subject matter has become popular, some people want to shoot, but they find a very realistic problem, that is, they do not have such special items. The production of special items is not large, and most of the items are harmful when they appear. Ordinary people cannot control them, and will be taken away by the authorities. The popularity has increased, but the number of videos has not increased. Some people have strong ability to recover from mental trauma. Others can feel sick for a long time after watching such videos, but these people will become optimistic again after an hour or two. Lin Shuyuan, a video lover who likes to hunt for strange things. Since Jinlizu announced the new rules, requiring everyone to watch at least one mental resistance video every day, he has also fallen into the trap. He did not think much about it at first, and did not take it seriously until someone knocked on his door to popularize science, and he began to understand the new rules. To be honest, there are indeed many videos in the official list that he has never seen, and each one is more curious and disgusting than the other. The disgust is not the kind of disgust that will go away after an hour or two, but the persistent disgust that keeps filling in the mind. Lin Shuyuan took a deep breath, and a sick smile appeared on his face. The nausea from the previous video had passed, and he felt very comfortable now. Can watching videos improve mental resistance? Please give me a dozen more videos like this. I can watch them 100 times. He had a smile on his face, as if he had found a new world. Needless to say, special items are well known in Koi Island and have always been a hot topic, but he himself did not pay much attention to them before, and stopped paying attention after just watching a few videos. There was no other reason, just because they were too far away from his life, and he could not use them at all. Now he just wants to say, it smells good. The new rules actually have a classification of mental resistance. What is the most disgusting video? He murmured. The new rules use a more euphemistic term, without the word disgusting, only mentioning mental resistance. But the staff who came to the door to popularize science clearly said that it is a classification of disgusting degree. The least disgusting video can only increase the least amount of mental resistance, and only the most disgusting video can increase a lot of mental resistance. Except for preschool children and the elderly, popular science staff recommend that adults and young people watch the most disgusting videos. Lin Shuyuan did not watch the most disgusting video marked by the other party at that time, because the other party said that everything must have a transition. Start from low to high, and slowly transition. If you can hold the most disgusting video, you can watch it endlessly in the future. Its disgusting feeling is beyond a level of transcendence. Even if you abuse it thousands of times, you will still feel disgusted. Unlike other videos, watching too many will make you accustomed to the feeling of disgust. At this time, the mental resistance will not increase much, and you need to watch more powerful videos, but the most disgusting dark cooking videos are not among them. No matter how many times you watch them, you will feel new disgust, which is indescribable and difficult to describe. Everyone's perception is different. He was interested in the disgusting videos shot by this host named Kuming. It is amazing that a person can own such a disgusting special item. Huh, let me see how disgusting you are, he murmured. He clicked on the highest level and most taboo video in the official recommendation list. As soon as he clicked on Kuming's video page, a red warning box popped up on the page. This video contains a lot of disgusting and uncomfortable elements. People with heart disease / should watch it with caution. This box is very conspicuous, even if you don't want people to notice it. After clicking OK, he opened the video again, and the beginning of the video also had various warnings before watching. And the barrages that slid by also proved the extraordinary charm of this video. It's still time to run now. Run quickly, newbies. There's a dead end ahead. Run quickly, don't look back. It's too late if you don't run now. 9 out of every 10 barrages said run quickly. Is it really that scary? He murmured. As a curiosity enthusiast, his body suddenly became excited. Others can feel sick for half a day or a whole day watching those videos, but he is different. After the transition of the warning page with black screen and red words, the main film began. At this time, Kuming himself brought out a big black pot and introduced the various materials in the pot to the audience. This video is a newly shot video, using the flawless sword and the black pot video. Because this type of video has a good ability to increase mental resistance, Keeman has already shot several such videos with this combination. At this time, Keeman took out the flawless sword, which was extremely beautiful. The audience on the screen was confused. Is this really the most disgusting video? Lin Shuyuan was also confused, and he didn't feel disgusted at all. Newbies, run quickly, stop here. The dark cuisine is about to be cooked, high energy ahead. The barrage was still madly complaining, as if the end of the world was coming. The dark cuisine pot was indeed cooking with the lid closed, but he had seen its ingredients, and it was not something scary. The next second, the video clip jumped to a few seconds before the pot was cooked. Now the dark cuisine has been cooked. Let's see what the main course is today. Keeman's voice, with the blessing of the flawless sword, was like the sound of nature, without any flaws. Chapter 463. Can such a video be called a top taboo? Lin Shuyuan was puzzled and looked at the progress bar. It was already halfway through. That's it? He was a little disappointed. On the other hand, although the official videos also had extremely beautiful reference objects, the extremely ugly reference objects were really disgusting. So disgusting that he wanted to vomit. And this video was already halfway through, and there was nothing that could compete with the extreme beauty. After the flawless sword came out, it seemed that the glory of the whole world was sucked away by Keeman. In front of such flawless beauty, he even had the thought that no matter how disgusting things were in the world, they would be crushed into dregs by this extreme beauty. Even the disgusting videos produced by the official before would be suppressed by the flawless sword. Under the influence of the flawless sword's extreme beauty, the viewers have been fooled by the flawless sword and Keeman. The barrage instantly lost a large part. The person who posted the barrage was already suffocating, unable to control his body, with only horror, fear, dullness, confusion, emptiness, stupidity, and too many negative states it is hard to describe. Occasionally, a few barrages passed by, which were also the size of people with extremely high resistance. There were also some barrages that were blindly shot with eyes closed. Uncle Lin looked at the black pot from afar, and all the hair on his body was stimulated and trembling. I thought that there would be nothing in the world that could suppress the peerless posture of the flawless sword, but the moment the dark dish was cooked, his worldview collapsed. This thing is really indescribable. I saw a group of indescribable strange things twisting in the pot, and every twist was destroying his nerves and destroying his personal aesthetics. His scalp was numb, his legs were weak, his chest was stuffy, his head was exploding, his eyes seemed to be devoured by it, and even his thinking was stagnant. And the flawless sword was not to be outdone, constantly releasing the ultimate beauty, changing his perception of beauty. The flawless sword was similar to an item with ultimate beauty. Even the most disgusting things would be made beautiful. But this beauty was limited to his users. In other words, the things in the black pot were not within the range of the flawless sword's beauty. So, the two extreme products continued to compete in visual perception, destroying the viewer's soul perception. But in the end, dark cuisine was better, because dark cuisine not only fought in visual perception, but also in smell. Even through the screen, he could feel the most violent disgusting stench, which was an indescribable stench. He doubted that he could not wash away the stench even if he took a shower thousands of times. Then, the video ended like this. Lin Shuyuan's face was pale, his lips were trembling, and he was slumped in the chair. His forehead, hair, back, palms and backs of his hands, thighs and calves were all sweaty. What on earth did I watch? Lin Shuyuan muttered with fear. For that video, he had only infinite horror in his heart, and an indescribable sense of beautiful expectation. Horror is based on dark cuisine, and beauty is based on flawless sword. These two feelings are still fighting in his mind even after the video is over. He closed his eyes, his body was trembling, and he didn't even feel like posting comments. He finally understood that the comments netizens were right. Newbies run away. This is not a train to kindergarten, but a torture train to hell. People who watch the video will not die, but will be trapped in the universe of torture, and will continue to torture themselves in their hearts. He lay on the chair, because it was too painful. He had no intention of getting up, so he could only continue to suffer. At some point, he fell asleep on the chair with sweat all over his head. In his dream, he was also tortured by these two strange things. On one side was an extremely flawless sword, and on the other side was a strange thing that could not be described and had no specific shape. Neither of the two things was targeting him, but their existence tortured him. Ah! He opened his eyes, sweating all over, and smelled of sweat. Compared to yesterday, he regained his mobility, and was able to stand up again. Outside the window, the sky was just getting light, and a round of sun was rising slowly. After surviving the disaster, he suddenly found that it was good to be alive, and he never wanted to watch that kind of ghost video again. However, the mobile phone still pushes text messages to watch videos every day, and at the same time, his boss will ask again and again, "Did you watch that kind of video today?" Those who answered that they had watched the video also need to submit the video link number and write their thoughts within 100 words to avoid those who have not watched it and make random comments. After receiving these 100-word comments, the superiors randomly set people to visit and check, and randomly selected the content of a certain second in the video. If they can't say it, they will watch it again in person. This is a long-term torture activity. People are lazy. They may persist for 2 days at first, but after 4 or 5 days, they will have the idea of being lazy. Even if they know that these things can increase the survival rate, some people don't want to watch highly disgusting videos, because those highly disgusting videos are too torturous and make people want to vomit after watching them. The ones with low disgusting degree are not so bad. You can watch them every day if you grit your teeth. Lin Shuyuan thought that he would not be able to watch it again today or in the future, but in the afternoon, for some reason, he felt itchy and wanted to watch Keeman's disgusting video. The side effect of the extreme beauty produced by the flawless sword is still there, driving him subconsciously to watch it again. This is also the reason why Keeman's flawless sword video has the highest number of views. People who have watched the flawless sword will always come back to watch it once in a certain period of time to experience the ultimate beauty. Clicking on Keeman's homepage again, he found a new video. Strengthened version of mental resistance, this time with the ultimate delicious smell. Seeing this title, he had a bad feeling in his heart. If I remember correctly, the flawless sword video does not come with a sense of smell, so overall, the dark cuisine is a little more disgusting. Gurgle. His fingers began to tremble, and he dared not watch it, but he had a sense of expectation for the flawless sword in his heart, and it was difficult to give up. There shouldn't be a flawless sword in the new video. He muttered to himself. Just think about it, and you will know it is impossible. The flawless sword is the most beautiful in the world. There are not many things that can compete with dark cuisine. It must appear in the video to neutralize the extreme disgust of dark cuisine. If there is no flawless sword, the video is pure evil. He thought so in his heart, but the confrontation between the most beautiful and the ugliest is the most torturous video. At first, the Investigation Bureau discovered that this type of video can greatly increase mental resistance because of the release of this double extreme type video, and later developed mild videos. Mild videos can only increase a little bit, not as much as the video of Keeman, and you will get tired of watching it too much. Only Keeman's extreme type will last forever. He didn't know the tricks here, and the mouse wandered back and forth between multiple videos, and finally chose to close the web page. It's really too difficult to improve yourself in the end times. Chapter 464. After releasing the video, Keeman made another video without any warning before watching. It was extremely concise, and started with a visual and olfactory bombardment. This video is the internal version of the Investigation Bureau. It is different from the slow-paced version of the outside world. The investigators have higher resistance than ordinary people, and time is precious. They say those things and start with a direct visual explosion. Some investigators want to ask for leave to escape, which shows how terrifying this kind of top taboo video is. It is really not something that people should watch. But humans are too weak. If you want to improve yourself, how can you not suffer a little? For this reason, the Investigation Bureau specially launched a mandatory viewing system. It is not to let you go home and watch it, but to watch a round of videos made by Keeman when you go home after get off work every day. This rule is launched by the Investigation Bureau for insiders. Ordinary people do not work in the Investigation Bureau, and are not affected by the mandatory rules. After Keeman finished making the video, he came to the Investigation Bureau for a walk and found that no one dared to look at him. What's wrong? Did you have a psychological shadow after watching the video? Keeman said happily, looking at a passerby who was running fast with his head down. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. The passerby shook his head and ran away. Back in the office, Luo Yuan also appeared beside Kumeng with a haggard face. Your video is too ugly. Ah, sorry, I'm not scolding you. I know, the video is really ugly. Kumeng shook his head. He made the video himself, so he naturally watched it himself, and the impression was really not good. Sitting in the office, Kumeng had nothing to do for the time being. The journey of searching for beautiful things was not that easy. Most of the items in the bureau had been seen, and a few useful items were found, such as increasing good memories, increasing the goodwill between people, and false happiness. However, there is a common problem with these items, that is, the scope of influence is not large enough. They can only affect a few people, and the strongest can only affect dozens of people. In the face of the global level influence of the fog of despair, beautiful things must also be of global level, otherwise it is difficult to offset the influence of the fog of despair. Keeman had a headache for a while, so he simply took a break. Coincidentally, he was browsing B-Station and saw his latest extreme type video. In today's video, Keeman added a new element, taste items. In the video, Keeman first introduced the ingredients in the dark cooking pot, and then talked about today's new protagonist, the Ultimate Delicious Seasoning Bottle. The Ultimate Delicious Seasoning Bottle, no matter what food it is added to, will become very delicious. Keeman's test theme today is whether the ultimate deliciousness can suppress the dark cuisine. He spoke slowly, and at a very slow pace, but netizens were as if they were facing a great enemy. One netizen speechless and collapsed posted a comment, Newbies, run away. This guy has a voice that sounds better than nature, and says words that are scarier than the devil. Believe me, don't stay. Outside the phone screen, Keeman showed a fatherly smile. There is nothing more pleasant than fans complaining. The ultimate delicious seasoning bottle is not big, about the same size as the regular seasoning bottle. Keeman has not closed the lid of the pot to cook dark cuisine, and first shakes some seasoning on a cooked food. This bottle does not indicate the side effects. Just like the dark cooking pot, there are no side effects. Its side effect may be to turn good things into dark cuisine. With a light shake of the finger, the sparkling seasoning falls on the ingredients, and the fragrance immediately spreads, which greatly increases the taste. Keeman watched the video and had an endless appetite. Then Keeman in the video closed the lid of the pot, and the sea of barrages also boiled. Everyone wanted to retreat and run, but the audience found sadly that their appetite would not allow them to escape. Yes, even if Keeman closed the lid of the pot, waves of strange fragrance reached the audience's nose, activating the strongest appetite in the human heart. People take food as their heaven. When the appetite is stimulated to the strongest, even the body will not allow them to miss the delicious food. The extreme sense of expectation has trapped the audience. Even if the audience knows that it will be hell after opening the lid, but it has not yet opened the pot, the heart is still full of expectations for the delicious food. Scientific research shows that waiting for a while in front of delicious food will greatly stimulate appetite, and the longer you wait, the more you look forward to it. Of course, waiting too long will also reduce appetite. Keeman's video is a short video, and the audience will not wait too long. After 2 minutes of preparation, it will open the pot smoothly. The ultimate deliciousness, the ultimate beauty, and the opposite side of dark cuisine collide with each other. People were torn apart. After watching the video, Keeman was also excited, and the two extremes collided quickly in his mind. The mind was torn, but healed again, and the resistance became slightly stronger. Resistance plus 0.1. Keeman was in a trance, looking at the system text that suddenly popped up, and realized the potential of this new video. You know, Keeman already has more than 1,000 points of resistance. It turns out that the collision of two extremes can affect people with thousands of points of resistance. I have to say, this is a bit awesome. Keeman ranked its influence at a higher level in his mind. Make an evaluation report for everyone who has watched the new video. If the side effects of not wanting to move are relatively strong, temporarily get a graded viewing permission. Keeman said. The impact of the new video is a bit too much. People without basic knowledge will only be confused after watching it. Yeah, I see. Luo Yuan's face turned pale, but he was not really unable to move. This is another benefit of the dual extreme video. Even if they feel disgusted, there is another half of the beautiful things to support them to move forward. Keeman thought about it, and the flawless sword seemed to be the beautiful thing he had been looking for a long time. But can this beauty save the world? It is the beauty in the field of appearance, which seems to be a little worse than despair. Keeman sent the topic of the flawless sword to the discussion group, and asked them what they thought of the flawless sword. Last night, the people who went abroad to steal animals had returned home successfully. Due to the large number of species and the variety, it takes some time to dissect the animals. Keeman remembered this, and looked through the report bag on his desk. There was indeed a survey report on desperate animals. Pig animals do not have the so-called heart of despair. The pig heart is a normal heart, but it has a pessimistic atmosphere. The crazy monkey also had no heart of despair. Its heart was still a normal heart, but it seemed to reveal a pessimistic mood. The answers for the other animals were similar. Looking at the report, Keeman felt something was wrong. We caught the wrong one. The time has not come yet. Keeman closed the report and rubbed his temples. What's wrong? The heart of despair needs time to grow slowly. Now we can only catch semi-finished animals. Keeman already had an inspiration in his mind. The heart of despair is not something that can be born so quickly. The thing that can breed the embryo of the evil god must be the heart of extreme despair. The spread of the fog of despair has not been half a month. How can it be so fast? Chapter 465. Caught too early? Luo Yuan was also stunned. The heart of despair is an extreme emotional object, just like dark cuisine and the extreme of the flawless sword. It is not so easy to generate, at least it takes time to settle. Kumeng stood up and said his inspiration. Luo Yuan nodded and agreed with Kumeng's statement. We still have time to offset despair with beautiful things before the first heart of despair is generated, Kumeng said. After a while, the conference room opened. Kumeng and other important personnel discussed the use of the flawless sword in the online conference room. There are no desperate people or desperate soil in Koi Island. This thing cannot be discussed. At this stage, We can only throw the video abroad to see the reactions of those netizens. Coincidentally, there are still a group of undercover personnel who have difficulty returning to China due to the global suspension of aircraft operations, so at least they can be tested. Some of those undercover personnel want to return to China, while others continue to stick to it. Those who choose to stay are because they have already infiltrated the middle level of the other country's investigation bureau. If they withdraw now, it will not be so easy to escape in the future. Moreover, there are mental resistance items in the neighboring country's investigation bureau, and their living environment is not as desperate as that of ordinary people. For those who want to return to China, the investigation bureau is arranging submarines to rescue them. Submarines are transporting them back to China in batches, and the speed is not fast, but at least there is hope. Jinlizu has not given up on undercover personnel. The video of the flawless sword was quickly transmitted to the undercover personnel abroad, and they were responsible for the first round of viewing. They had watched Keeman's videos before, but not all of them. Some people fell in love with the flawless sword at first sight when they saw it for the first time. It can be big or small, and at its longest, it can be transformed into a 40-meter-long sword. The person holding the flawless sword is also extremely beautiful. Whether or not the beauty filter is turned on, I will definitely be a fan of this person. There are countless thoughts like this. After watching the video, they watched it again and again. The task originally asked them to watch it several times, fearing that it would not be effective. They did not object at all, and this video is simply never boring. Turtle, this sword is poisonous. Now the flawless sword is in Keeman's body, and it produces admiration for extreme beauty and handsomeness, and there is no other excessive thought. If it is given to a woman, she will treat it as her wife every day. However, the most eye-catching point is always the sword. Keeman is just the person holding the sword, and the sword is the ultimate beauty. Suppose Keeman's appearance is increased to 100 points by the flawless sword, but the appearance of the flawless sword itself is twice that of Keeman. After watching it for a long time, you will have a yearning for beauty in your heart. After watching it, the undercover sent their impressions to the Koi Island Investigation Bureau through the internet. The internet monster has set up a wall, but internal personnel can add a string of characteristic codes in the internet email. The internet monster verifies the characteristic code and the real IP address and allows communication. After a while, Keeman was the first to receive a reply from the undercover personnel in Half Ice Island. The investigators in Half Ice Island go out every day to deal with troubles in the city, and the police are almost unreliable. The environment in Half Ice Island has not risen to the extreme of despair, but it is generally pessimistic. Many police officers can't continue to work, thinking that they are not worthy of this profession and should resign and retire. Most law enforcement officers in violent agencies have applied for retirement, and small local police stations have been paralyzed. The people of the Half Iceland Investigation Bureau were helpless. They couldn't ask all of them to move into the bureau. The reason why the bureau didn't expand into a national-level institution was that there weren't that many special talents, and the number of special items was limited. They could handle a 3- or 4-fold increase in staff, but they couldn't handle a 5- or 6-fold increase, as there weren't enough items. For stability, police officers from capital cities and first-tier cities in many places moved into local bureau branches to prevent the entire violent law enforcement agency from being paralyzed. The above is the news from the undercover, and the next is the review of the flawless sword. I have watched the flawless sword video for more than 100 times, which gave me a second hope for life. Thank you, Keeman. But I feel that relying on the flawless sword alone is not stable enough. The spiritual pillar that supports me all the way is Koi Island. It was Koi before, and it is still Koi now. No matter how beautiful and handsome the flawless sword is, it can't shake the position of Koi Island in my heart. I wish Koi will always prosper. The second reply, the flawless sword is great, and the person is also very handsome. I feel that this video can alleviate the overall downward atmosphere of despair in the world. But I always feel that it is not reliable, and I am unsure. I hope that the Koi General Administration will make more horizontal comparisons. I hope it is my personal prejudice. The third reply, the fourth, fifth, and even the subsequent replies, the basic arguments are similar. The people who responded to the letters came from various continents. They should not have discussed it in advance, so these are the intuitions of the undercover personnel. Keeman will not underestimate their intuition. If one person feels unreliable, it can be said to be an exception, but if hundreds of people say it is not reliable, it may really be unreliable. The flawless sword only treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. In the final analysis, the opposite of despair is hope. Beauty is still a little off the mark. Hope is often a beautiful thing. Our Koi Island is harmonious and stable, and it has become a beautiful thing in the hearts of our people. After comprehensive analysis, the director gave an answer close to the ideal. The decision-makers, who attended the temporary meeting, suddenly realized that Koi Island itself could also become a beautiful thing. Then this concept can be expanded, and many undeveloped ideas have been opened up. Decision-makers have come up with many plans. To fight against despair and madness, they need a beautiful sustenance in their hearts. There are many plans, and the discussants are no longer confused as they were before. There seems to be light in everyone's eyes. Looking at them, Kumeng's heart moved. This is hope. Even if Di Ping, who controls the sea, falls into a long period of slumber, with this aura, the fog of despair will have a very limited impact on him. However, this aura cannot only spread in the investigation bureau. It is best to expand it to the whole country, so that all people can have the confidence to hold their heads up and live a good life. Today, a series of plans are densely packed, from beginning to end. Kumeng is the kind of person who does not care about anything. If you want him to take care of a lot of trivial matters, he will disappear in a flash. Kumeng ran back home to rest, feed the dumplings with grated fish, and walk the dog. By the way, check the latest news abroad to see how the poem of despair is banned there. The Half Iceland News Agency reported, the poem of despair is listed as a taboo in the 5 countries. Those who recite the poem and spread it are all thrown into prison. Those who know that the content has not been spread will also be isolated. The people are dissatisfied and protesting in the streets. Life is so hopeless. Why do they want to kill them all? Keeman looked at it from all angles and saw 2 words: courting death. Why can such news that encourages despair still be published? I suggest that the ban on Shinsho be more severe. Keeman suggested in a post. Chapter 466. The ban abroad is limited to the specific content of the poem of despair. Blocking the content can prevent it from spreading wildly on the internet. The journalist's report did not mention the main content of the poem of despair, but only expressed support for the public march. Keeman suggested increasing the intensity, and not allowing such encouraging behavior to occur. Without heavy penalties, how can we block those crazy people who spread despair? The relevant departments held a meeting and believed that it was necessary to increase the intensity. We have already begun to interfere beyond our authority. We might as well do it more thoroughly. For the sake of all mankind, it doesn't matter if our reputation is bad. After the meeting, the Information Department of the Investigation Bureau issued a suggestion to the Internet beast to increase the intensity. Keeman searched for the news again 10 minutes later, and found that the news had been blocked and could not be read. Searching for other similar news, the page could not be found and could not be searched. Keeman then looked through the self-media community abroad, and the comments encouraging embracing pessimism and moving towards despair were gone. My comment is gone. Are you sick? You can't argue with me, so you just block it? My life is so boring. This comment disappeared in an instant after refreshing for 10 seconds. The amount of information that the internet beast has to deal with is too much. Some comments need to be judged whether they contain elements that encourage pessimism, so they cannot be deleted immediately. Kumeng looked around and found that some netizens on the internet found that they were controlled and could not express those compassionate thoughts. Then all kinds of weird comments came out. They didn't talk about pessimism and despair, but just weird, and all kinds of hints were made without any adjustment. I'm sorry for being born as a human being. I have never done anything bad in my life. Why is this happening? Are you there? Why don't you speak? I said it. The internet beast has human-like wisdom, but it takes longer to identify the comments of this kind of old hermaphrodite. After all, there are too many hermaphrodites on the internet. It would be fine if there were only tens of thousands of hermaphroditic comments, and it could still quickly identify and process them. But when millions of hermaphrodite netizens are online, the internet beast needs a lot more computing resources, and can no longer process them quickly. Keeman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he wanted to help the internet beast, he had no choice but to rely on it to slowly identify it. Some comments are not carefully thought about, and will not be related to despair, which is much better than straightforward sentences of persuading people to die. Keeman's attention is on other fields. Now the concept of beautiful things has come out, and the Investigation Bureau has made a document and sent it to the Investigation Bureau of neighboring countries. Although everyone is in a competitive relationship, in the face of the global crisis of despair, everyone is a natural ally. Even if the Investigation Bureau exceeds its authority to control comments, it is for the safety of all mankind. Next, we have to wait for the foreign countries to respond. The other party is not weak. After all, it is a country with zero-level items. If the other party has the direction of the answer but can't produce the effect, then this country is really bad. This is a big project, and it won't be effective so soon. Fortunately, the heart of despair was not born so quickly, and Keeman started to deal with other things. Shadow Stream. The Shadow Stream organization is the initiator of this global sacrifice ceremony. Last time, Keeman had watched the existence of the Shadow Stream group leader in his dream. The reason why I couldn't deal with it last time was because I couldn't deal with it due to the distance in time and space, and the other party didn't dream. At least every time Keeman slept, he didn't find that the other party was sleeping. Keeman leaned against the computer chair, closed his eyes, and hypnotized himself, falling into a deep sleep. Gurgle. The sound of water flow sounded in his ears. Keeman opened his eyes, and became the evil god Cthulhu. In the distance, there was a ghost in a tattered black cloak, who seemed to want to make a brief report. While Keeman was synesthetizing the boss of the Shadow Stream organization, and the group leader of Blue Star, he was distracted to listen to the report of his subordinates. Cross-border synesthesia takes some time, and the content reported by the Black Ghost first flowed into Keeman's mind. The Black Ghost said that the human adventurers were killed by monsters, and their vitality was greatly drained. Even so, it did not stop the adventurers from practicing in the wild. These humans are as reluctant as weeds, and the Black Ghost has never seen such reluctant creatures. Death is not the end for them, but a new life. Even if their strength has declined, they have embarked on a new path. Keeman's attention was originally on the group leader of Blue Star. After hearing the report of the Black Ghost, he suddenly became interested and listened to the ghost's summary. After dying many times, human adventurers seem to have learned skills in the death domain, which is very strange. Although there are not many people with such skills in the domain, judging from the learning ability of human adventurers, it will be popularized sooner or later. They are the kind of race that is diligent, studious, and likes to share technology. After the Black Ghost finished the report, it floated away with great enjoyment. It does not need the evil god to reward it specially. The pressure of the gaze brought during the report makes the ghost feel comfortable all over. Keeman wants to know what new skills the player has developed that make the Black Ghost pay special attention to it. Unfortunately, the Black Ghost does not know how to describe that skill, and Keeman is also confused. At this time, the picture from Blue Star finally came through. Keeman saw the strange tentacle monster again. It is not quite accurate to call it a tentacle monster, but this term is close to its appearance, so we will call it a tentacle monster for the time being. The place where the tentacle monster lives is still the plane of blood and bones. The black shadow spear is inserted into a pile of bones, and under the bones is a deep black mud. Compared with the last time, the shadow body of the shadow spear seems to be stained with red mist. Keeman felt it carefully, and it was the mist of despair attached to the shadow spear. The tentacle monster found Keeman again, and danced a strange dance on the spot. Keeman interpreted a passage, the gist of which is as follows. Who are you? Why do you keep following me? I don't know who you are, but if you come with sincerity, we can have a good talk, but there is a most basic requirement. My heart is already a person of the Shadow Lord. I will not become your believer. Other requirements, everything is easy to say. For example, our Blue Star is rich in special power items. Maybe there are items that can help you. Due to many secret peeping, the tentacle monster has discovered that Keeman is not the real Shadow Lord, but an unknown existence of unknown origin. It is normal to be exposed. Keeman did not expect the other party to worship him all the time. The big boss behind the Shadow Stream has unusual movements from time to time, and as long as the two communicate, they will definitely find that Keeman is a fake. From the beginning of the sacrifice ceremony to now, Keeman has secretly watched several times in his dreams, and the previous times were not discovered. Today, the tentacle monster suddenly realized that he had recognized the wrong person. It is estimated that the Shadow Lord secretly contacted it today and blamed the tentacle monster group leader for not summoning it. Chapter 467. Why don't you respond to me? Logically speaking, it should be easy for you to speak since you can walk in the void. The attitude of the leader of the tentacle monster group was a bit strange. At first, he was testing, but now that he found that Keeman didn't speak, he suddenly became bolder. If it was the previous one, it would never dare to have such a conversation with an unknown existence from the void. This was simply a suicidal act. But Keeman really couldn't speak, and his mouth couldn't open. Even if he used the transmission of thoughts, he couldn't transmit to the other party. The two sides were not connected in time and space, and were not in the same position. And the other party was not a believer, and didn't believe in Keeman at all, let alone talk to each other. Keeman remained silent, and the leader of the tentacle monster group began to get more and more aggressive, thinking that he had grasped part of the truth. You have the ability to walk in the void, but you can't talk to me. I guess you must have been in some trouble, and were sealed in the void. Do you need my help? The leader of the tentacle monster group said a lot of things, and Keeman could only listen to the tentacle monster mumbling unilaterally because he couldn't convey his own ideas. This chatterbox tentacle monster talked for a long time, but never said the details of how to help. He just kept making sarcastic remarks, trying to provoke Keeman to speak. After dancing for more than 10 minutes, the tentacle monster thought it was safe enough and determined that the other party would not cross the border, so it became bolder. Please wait patiently. In fact, my master is also very interested in you. It will definitely help you get out of the void. The tentacle monster talked for a long time, and finally said what he wanted to say most. Keeman was also refreshed. This amount of information was really huge. Fortunately, he didn't fall asleep and miss this sentence. The existence behind the leader of the tentacle monster group is the Shadow Lord whom it admires. Every time Keeman enters a dream, he will take time to see the current situation of the Shadow Lord, but unfortunately, he has never found an opportunity to invade the dream. And this time, the leader of the tentacle monster group actually said that the Shadow Lord is interested in Keeman. This proves that the tentacle monster does not know that Keeman has been spying on the Shadow Lord, otherwise it should have a different attitude. The tentacle monster stopped talking and pulled out the black shadow spear body. Then, it inserted the shadow spear body into its body. The shadow spear itself is also composed of shadows, but it is in the form of smoke, and there is always mist overflowing, which looks very concentrated. As soon as this spear was inserted, the painful scream immediately increased several times. Keeman keenly felt that the leader of the tentacle monster group was sympathizing with the memories of countless souls, and the soul fell into a state of madness and confusion for a while. It is this state that makes its spirituality extremely active. In this state, it is easy for it to hear the sound in the void. If an unknown being spoke to it, it would be easy to hear clearly, and it would also be easy to go crazy. But as mentioned before, it is no longer a normal creature. It regards madness as normal. The crazier it is, the more excited it is. Great Lord, are you still here? It came to see me again. The tentacle monster danced on the spot. Although it did not speak, it emitted strong high-energy information with its movements. It was like a bomb exploded in the deep sea, and the sound spread thousands of miles in the void. Keeman did not know how wide the void was, and he doubted whether the Shadow Lord could hear it. Keeman had paid attention to the Shadow Lord. After the tentacle monster mentioned that existence, Keeman had begun to feel it. The Shadow Lord is in a black space, with no difference in light or color, only black. Keeman's gaze just happened to fall, making it alert, but it didn't do anything strange. It didn't move, pretending nothing happened. Keeman's eyebrows raised in his heart. He heard strange hallucinations in the space of the Shadow Lord. It was a murmur, vague and unclear, with serious distortion. The sound disappeared quickly. It was really too quiet and very weak. But the call was still captured by Keeman, the call initiated by the other party in a special field. It turned out that it could really be transmitted here. The shadow words also had a slight emotional fluctuation, but it didn't respond. The quiet atmosphere continued. Keeman would stick here today to see what the tentacle monster would do if it didn't receive a response. Is my voice not loud enough? We have to change places. As expected, the tentacle monster began to doubt its ability. It inserted the main body of the shadow spear back into the pile of bones. This seemed to be the core of the formation. It would not work without this spear. The leader of the tentacle monster group controlled his body to move forward. At the same time, an indescribable tentacle took out a mobile phone, and then used the subdivided super small tentacles to control the screen to type. Keeman's eyes were sharp, and he vaguely saw that it was a group chat of the Shadow Stream House. At all members, Eldarin will take charge for a while. Please do not disturb. It took the phone back and left the plane where it depended on for survival. Outside the plane, the sky was dark. Red clouds covered the sky, and even the grassland on the surface reflected a bright red color, as if flowing blood was flowing on the ground, making people feel suffocated. The atmosphere of despair oppressed the whole world, but the tentacle monster was worse than the despair. Wherever it passed, no grass grew. It was shaved bald. Keeman had been secretly watching and following it, and frantically memorizing the surrounding terrain. If it were night, I could calculate the coordinates through the constellations. Keeman murmured in his heart. No, since it is daytime, the range can be narrowed. In addition, this is a plain covered by red fog, and the range can be narrowed again. Keeman was very excited. The opportunity has come. The tentacle monster walked very quickly, and when it ran, it directly produced a sonic boom, and a white compressed air wave was blown up along the way. As it walked quickly, Keeman also used his powerful brain to memorize the surrounding scenery. As he saw more and more scenery, Keeman established a rough terrain model in his mind. Until the rare crocodile group unique to Crocodile Island flashed by, Keeman finally determined where the other party's area was located. However, the opponent did not stop, and Keeman did not dare to wake up now, because its speed was too fast and not specific for reference. The tentacle monster also determined that Keeman was a strange thing sealed in the void and could not do anything to him, so he let Keeman watch. After a while, the pace of the tentacle monster leader finally slowed down. It drilled into an underground river, and then stopped at a certain place in the underground river. Then the shadow left the body, and the original body remained in a cave underground. There were seals and hidden functional items around the cave. Keeman observed that this should be the place where it temporarily stored its body. The original body was very powerful, and the chance of giving up was not high. It was now going out to change a body. The original body was too conspicuous and not suitable for action. Chapter 468. The shadow ran very fast. If you don't look carefully, a normal person will only see a black shadow passing by quickly, and the time it stays on the retina will never exceed 1 second, or even less. It swept across the earth at a very fast speed, and came to a small town covered by red clouds. On the streets of the city, pessimistic residents sat on the side of the road, holding a cigarette in their mouths, countless cigarette butts scattered on the ground. Their eyes were dull, as if some emotions were playing tricks in their hearts. Keeman found that the dark shadow did not deliberately choose anyone, and went straight into the shadow of the nearest person. The smoker was in a trance for a moment, and he turned his head to look around, trying to see what was happening around him. But before he could look for 2 seconds, the person fell asleep directly, and his face showed a fierce struggle. The shadow of the group leader is different from those shadow deacons. It is more concentrated and full of aggression. It may take a week for others to invade the shadow, but it is very likely to shorten this process. Time waits for no one. Keeman took a deep breath, quickly memorized the surrounding scenery, and immediately exited the dream. Keeman opened his eyes, and returned to reality. As soon as he returned to reality, he heard his companion muttering, "No, I have to apply for permission to sleep for 15 minutes on a beautiful dream pillow." Keeman didn't react. "What did you say?" "Aw, nothing, I'm talking about the side effects of the new video." Luo Yuan waved his hand. Keeman nodded, then tapped the keyboard and typed to his superiors, requesting an immediate attack on a remote town in Crocodile Island and quickly killing someone. However, considering that the monster is very strong, it must be killed with lightning speed and without letting the opponent react. After typing the written report application, Keeman took out the automatic drawing board pen and quickly drew the scene map at that time based on the picture in his mind. Keeman drew the hiding place of the tentacle monster's body. The location is a bit off, so it needs to be drawn. As for the name of the town, he had seen a flashing road sign in his dream and remembered the place name. Once Keeman's dream synesthesia information was reported, the whole system was shocked. Is the news reliable? Director Wu rushed to Keeman's office as soon as possible, breathing heavily. His eyes were wide open. He was very excited, and he was afraid that this was false news. "I am 90% sure." Keeman nodded. Keeman did not say it for sure. If that guy changed his body in a very short time after Keeman woke up, it is very likely that the investigation bureau would kill the wrong person. Thinking of this, Kuming said solemnly, "I will enter the dream again to confirm whether it has escaped. You'd better kill it as soon as you see it. Don't give it a chance. Even if you want to seal it, ordinary seals are not safe, unless it is a seal with time rules, so you have a better chance." "Okay, I know." Director Wu nodded, his face solemn, and reminded, "But the members of the Shadow Organization cannot be killed. They are shadows. They can change their bodies after death, but they can only be sealed. The leader of the Shadow House is changing bodies in Crocodile Island. The Koi Island Investigation Bureau is separated from there by a sea, but don't forget that the Investigation Bureau is an organization with special items." Sure Lao also received the news and prepared to use the teleportation stone to quickly teleport there. The special field location, hiding place, and changing place were marked by the Investigation Bureau. According to the highest priority, the group leader is the highest priority. It must die or be sealed by the Investigation Bureau. If such a big shot can be interrogated, a lot of valuable information will be obtained. However, the people in the Bureau have made a decision to seal it directly. Don't hesitate. This is a rare opportunity. Keeman has hypnotized himself and fallen asleep, silently synesthetizing the location of the shadow group leader. Cross-border synesthesia takes some time. Keeman is a little anxious and wants to see the results quickly. If this assassination fails, The other party will definitely be alert, and it will not be so easy to catch next time. After a while, the breath of Blue Star quietly emerged. Keeman saw the remote town again, and the black shadow flashed through the city. The bright light in the sky bloomed, as if there was a sun shining on the town in the sky. The desperate red clouds were broken by the little sun and evaporated. Under the shining light, the black giant shadow was very conspicuous in the city. A human who almost turned into a man of light chased the shadow at a very fast speed, dragging a long string of flashes, leaving a short and extremely bright long mark on the street. "Where are you running?" The glowing human screamed and slapped the sealed object in his hand, which was a jar. The jar was not Keeman's jar, but another object. Because he ran very fast, he caught up with the shadow in almost the blink of an eye. After he recited the signature words, the jar instantly took away an entire house. The shadow ran very fast, and when the jar was covered, it instantly split into tens of thousands of pieces. The main body of the shadow was taken in together with the house, but there were still some shadows that split quickly and escaped from the house in advance and were not taken in. The light man was anxious and chased again, chasing a big shadow. Keeman's perspective was divided into multiple perspectives because Keeman was communicating with the shadow group leader. Multiple shadows flashed out of the town, but the shadows did not run far. They were like ghosts hitting a wall. They were obviously moving forward, but they automatically circled back. The shadows realized that there was a barrier in front of them, and someone had sealed the town. A small town is very large. If you want to seal it like this, you must have used a lot of items and costs. The shadows ran around in the town, drilling into people, and then quickly left after drilling into the shadows. The ordinary people whose shadows were drilled by the group leader immediately rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, unconscious, with no shadows on their bodies, as if they were eaten. Keeman's heart was pounding. This guy was really ruthless when he started. And it ate the shadows so quickly, as if it was swallowing them extremely roughly, without considering the digestion problem at all. This is an unhealthy way of swallowing, but it seems to replenish energy. The shadows flashed and gathered together again. When the light man rushed in front of him, he took the initiative to pierce into the light man's shadow. The shadow burned quickly. The light man's light power was too strong, and there were other items to bless him. The light man held on, and his face changed drastically after 2 seconds. He found that he could not resist, so he used his last will to recite words. The next second, the light man was put into a jar. There were other investigators inside the barrier. The split shadows also invaded them. After they found that they could not resist the invasion of the group leader, they immediately chose to seal themselves into the seal. After a while, the town became quiet, and the pessimistic people watched coldly, as if they had no hope for life. Keeman's perspective also switched to a static perspective, which was the perspective of the shadow. It seemed that even time had stopped in the seal. People did their best to seal most of the shadows. However, there were still some shadows that were not sealed, because they hid and did not choose to invade. The group leader successfully exchanged his chance of survival at such a price. Chapter 469. Keeman woke up quickly. Luo Yuan had a gloomy face and a bad expression. Seeing Keeman wake up, he reported in a low voice. The front line failed, and almost all the members lost contact. I know, I saw it. Keeman stood up. Luo Yuan watched Keeman leave the office in surprise and chased him all the way. Where are you going? The front line. Keeman clenched his fists. A remote town in Crocodile Island. The fog was shrouded in the sky, and many people outside the barrier took turns using ghost wall barrier items to maintain the barrier to prevent the other party from escaping. Captain Ke. I want to go in. You can't go in, everyone inside has lost contact. The person who took turns to maintain the barrier disagreed. This barrier will continue to absorb the energy of the user. There are already many people queuing up to maintain the barrier, but how long can it last like this? I know, I have to go in. Keeman took a deep breath and said. Sure Lao sighed, I go in with you. No Sure Lao, I know what's going on. Kumeng shook his head. Let him in. Sure Lao said, patting Kumeng's shoulder again, it's a shadow. It has to turn into a human to use special items. We have locked the storage items and seals of the execution team in advance, so it can't use them directly. But it's hard to guarantee whether there are teleportation stones in the town. You should be careful and try not to give him a chance. Sure Lao urged. Sure Lao knew that if he went in, something would definitely happen. Because the Shadow Stream group leader's reaction speed was too fast and the aggressiveness was very strong, each member of the execution team brought hundreds of mental resistance items, plus various light items, but they were still broken by the enemy and even lost contact. This shows how powerful the Shadow Stream leader is, and the Bureau of Investigation can't do anything to him. The reason why the Shadow Stream organization is so difficult to deal with is that humans can't kill it directly. Even if the human body dies, it can escape with the shadow. The Shadow Stream leader must have extremely high spiritual awareness. He was alert in the face of the crisis of death. He escaped from the original body in advance and became a free body. Bombardment has no effect on him. Only the seal is directly sealed, which is the most effective way to deal with Shadow Stream members. But in front of the leader of the Shadow Stream organization, these methods are still not enough. The Bureau of Investigation has been dealing with the Shadow Stream organization very smoothly recently, and the heart is a little floating, really thinking that it can kill and seal. In fact, the trump card against the Shadow Stream organization is Keeman, or Keeman Shadow Grabber. But Keeman also knows that his Shadow Grabber has a limit, and the Shadow Spear formed by the Shadow failed to catch it on the spot. As his thoughts raced, Sure Lao gave him a ghostly thing. This is something that makes the ghost wall ineffective on you. Put it in the scarf and seal it. The other one is an old-fashioned walkie-talkie, which has the function of cross-zone communication. You don't need to operate it, just hang it on your clothes. Kumeng put the ghostly thing into the storage scarf and walked into the misty fog alone. The duty personnel were a little anxious and kept talking on the walkie-talkie. Number 1, please reply if you hear me. Number 2, are you still there? The walkie-talkie kept rustling, and no one replied. Kumeng's walkie-talkie was number 13. This time, the Investigation Bureau dispatched dozens of people to Crocodile Island urgently, including 12 main players. Because of the special nature of shadow creatures, destroying corpses or cities is useless, and sealing is the right way, so the Bureau sent Special Forces members with extremely fast nerve reaction speed. Before, Keeman said that it is not impossible to kill directly. But the Shadow Group leader is definitely not a second-rate person. It is difficult to kill him with light items at a glance. The safest way is to seal him. Keeman walked into the fog, and the fog dispersed. A dazzling light spread in the sky, and the red clouds disappeared, leaving only white light. It was around a purifying sun, which is the level of a first-level item in the Bureau. It can illuminate an area, dispel evil things, and heal people's hearts. It is a powerful item in the holy light field. At the same time, this item can also illuminate the traces left by shadow creatures. Usually, the Investigation Bureau members wear special sunglasses to watch the traces left by shadow creatures. Keeman put on sunglasses, and the ground of the whole town was covered with dark spots. There are traces of shadow creatures everywhere. It turns into hundreds, hundreds into thousands, and there is no trace to find, and it is difficult to capture. Keeman entered alone, naturally attracting the attention of the tentacle monster Shadow. Less than half a second after he put on his sunglasses, a beam of extremely fast black shadows swept over and pierced directly into Keeman's shadow. A strong feeling of dizziness came, followed by endless distracting thoughts flooding into his heart, and a strange will came overbearingly, wanting to kick Keeman out of the field. The resistance power in Keeman's body surged and circulated around his body, seriously hindering the invasion process of the group leader. The tentacle monster had split a large number of shadows before, and most of the shadow clones were sealed in jars by the investigators. In those seals of time rules, eternal stagnation is its final destination. The remaining shadow creatures are naturally not as strong as they were in their full form, and now they are only 30% to 40% as strong as they were in their full form. What kind of monster are you? A hoarse, disgusting thought arose in Keeman's mind. I'm here to take you away. Keeman looked at the floor, and his shadow had already grown countless tentacles, dancing like a swarm of demons, trying to distort Keeman's shadow. But no matter how the other party grew strange tentacles, the shadow still maintained the most basic human form, very strong. Keeman looked at his shadow, as if he saw a human-shaped nine-tailed fox, with a human appearance and 9 tails shaking behind it. Keeman stretched out a hand and tried to grab the shadow of the tentacle monster. He closed his palms and caught nothing. Sure enough, when the shadow-grabbing hand captures the combined shadow, 2 hands must be used at the same time, one hand to catch oneself and the other hand to catch the tentacle monster. But if he catches his own shadow, can he still stay awake? Keeman was a little confused, but he became determined in an instant. How can you know if you don't try? Kumong's mind moved, and he caught his own shadow with his left hand, and caught the external shadow creature with his right hand. He fished with both hands at the same time, and felt a strange feeling in his left hand. It was as if his left hand, one palm grabbed his body, which was very contradictory. He obviously couldn't do it, but his palm just felt like that. And this kind of grabbing felt blocked, and he couldn't grab it. The other hand also felt a serious blockage. The leader of the shadow stream was not so easy to catch. Its domineering shadow was very sticky, like 100-year-old paste. All it caught with one hand was mucus that kept separating. Because it was difficult to grab both, this self-grabbing ended in failure. Monster! The disgusting voice sounded again in his heart. How can humans be so strong? It roared, as if it had exhausted all its strength, and its face flushed. Chapter 470. Kamong wanted to sleep, and he could completely crush it at the soul level by bringing it into his dream. But his inner thoughts were too intense. That guy kept invading, and the resistance kept fighting back. Keeman couldn't calm down, let alone sleep. Those crazy and strange voices kept echoing in his mind. They didn't induce anything, but just kept mumbling, just like Tang Sing chanting spells. Keeman felt that there was a tight hoop on his head, and his brain was swollen, but because of these voices running around in his mind, his spirituality was unprecedentedly high, and his perception of things in the outside world became more acute. While doing the resistance work in his brain, he patrolled the town, looking for those seals, which contained the missing team members. On the road, numb humans sat on the roadside smoking, not looking at Keeman. Even if the light above their heads illuminated their faces, it couldn't remove the despair in their eyes. Keeman looked at a few children when he passed by, and their expressions were obviously more lively than those of adults. The child faced the little sun in the sky, struggling, and seemed to find his true heart. But they inhaled too much despair fog, and their body and mind were in a state of half despair and half confusion. The tentacle monster did not choose this town randomly. It seemed that it had known that the despair level of this town was very high, so high that every passerby ignored the speed at which Keeman passed by like crazy. Your speed is abnormal. It's the shoes. I can feel that there is something wrong with the shoes. No, your whole body is very weird. The voice of the tentacle monster resounded in Keeman's head again. The strange increase of the shoes was nothing, but Keeman's body was very unusual. Although it is a weak human body, there is a strange power blessing that makes Keeman's body stronger and increases resistance. It is this strange power that prevents the tentacle monster from suppressing Keeman's will instantly. This is an incredible power. The tentacle monster was shocked. This is not the power that humans should have. You must have also come into contact with the existence in the void. Keeman did not speak. With different positions, talking to it is just nonsense. The two are in a life and death confrontation. Not being able to sleep is still within Keeman's calculations. Keeman began to think about the next plan. Suddenly, Keeman thought of an item. Scientific kerosene lamp. I don't know if it is useful, so I take it out for now. Keeman patted the storage scarf and took out a safe from the scarf. The safe is fully enclosed and will not let the kerosene light leak out. What are you doing? The voice of the tentacle monster echoed in Keeman's mind again. Keeman did not reply, like a dull gourd, but his expression was relatively calm, without the panic of a normal investigator. The tentacle monster was not calm. This guy was too calm. Normal people would be scared to death if they met it. Unlike this guy, there was a strange power in his body that greatly slowed down its invasion, but it could not completely prevent it from invading. He should not be so calm. At least he should be a little panicked. Keeman opened the safe, and a bright kerosene light shone on his face. What is this? The voice in his heart exclaimed. Keeman looked at the scientific kerosene lamp and recalled its function. With the lantern bearer as the core, the things that the lantern bearer considers unscientific will be sealed. However, a guy who did not play by the rules broke into Keeman's sea of consciousness. His mind was quite confused, and he thought that madness was normal. Keeman thought that those things were unscientific, and two contradictory concepts exploded in his mind. The light of the scientific kerosene lamp shone, but nothing happened in the end. This little thing is useless, give up resistance. The evil voice threatened further, hoping that Keeman would give up resistance. Keeman remained calm, put the kerosene lamp back into the safe, and then put it back into the scarf. What's the point of insisting? You should be able to feel that your power can only hinder my invasion, and cannot kill me directly. As long as you can't destroy my will, I can spend time to slowly suppress you. It laughed loudly in Keeman's mind, very rampant. However, it stopped laughing after 10 seconds, because it found that Keeman's expression still did not change, but found the seal through a moment of inspiration. It's useless to ignore me. You will be suppressed by me sooner or later. The tentacle monster shouted. Won't you devour me? Keeman picked up the seal, and suddenly said. Next to the seal, there was an ordinary person without a shadow, lying on the ground with an expressionless face, as if solidified into a corpse. Keeman was thinking of this guy's method when he saw the human without a shadow. Invasion and assimilation require sleep, but at this moment, Keeman's mind is in a mess, and he has no idea of sleeping at all. So the tentacle monster did not intend to invade and assimilate him, but wanted to devour him directly. Haha, do you think I don't want to invade you? The tentacle monster sneered. A body like this is rare in a century. It's hard to put away your resistance. I will use your body to reach the peak in the future. Arrogant, cold, and cruel. Keeman thought about this in his mind, but did not reveal it to the other party. Logically, the tentacle monster invaded Keeman's shadow, and at this time, he could sense what Keeman was thinking. But the resistance power prevented the tentacle monster's mental perception, resulting in two souls with different minds in one body. Keeman snorted coldly. He would never take away the resistance power. This was the strongest guarantee. As long as there was this guarantee, he would find a chance to fall asleep and the tentacle monster would die. Keeman searched around the city again and basically found all the seals. After finding them, Keeman did not use the talisman to go out, but picked up a brick and looked at it quietly. What are you thinking? Do you think you can get through the difficulties by knocking yourself out? You think too much. I will torture you forever. The tentacle monster roared arrogantly, still not knowing how terrifying the man in front of him was after he fell asleep. People will try all kinds of things when they are alive. How can we know if we don't try? Keeman retorted. Keeman had watched it in his dream, but the evil god's peeping was accompanied by a strong high-level god-level aura. Keeman is now a human on Blue Star, with a different status and a different aura. The tentacle monster didn't know that Keeman was the unknown existence that often peeped at it. If he knew, he would definitely have a different mentality. Very good, my control has been further improved. You don't give up resistance. What are you waiting for? It's useless. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. The tentacle monster laughed loudly, very arrogant. See you later, Keeman said. Do you think that if you faint yourself, I will also faint with you? You are too young. It hasn't finished speaking yet. The next second, Keeman raised the brick, and the confrontational power in his heart issued an order to ignore the blow of the brick. Snap! The brick fell in response, and the slapping sound was very loud. Kumeng's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. He fell to the ground limply, unconscious.